Welcome back. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and visit the description to drop a kudos for the original author. This is Avenging an Avenger by NinjaPandaScholar. Harry just rolled his eyes. Tony, when I say we're not destitute, I mean that Teddy and I are actually wealthy, just not your level of wealthy. Also, I'm just overly frugal with money because of childhood trauma, according to my old therapist anyway. Regardless, we have a townhouse in London that I own and is just sitting there empty while we're here. I tried to convince Ron and Hermione to move in while I was away, but they like their flat. I could buy a home here in New York, but I'm exceptionally picky and still get sticker shock at the prices, even if I know I can afford it. Tony had to think about that, so his son didn't really need his money at all. That was, actually, disappointing. He wanted to spoil Harry and Harry just wouldn't let him do it. Well, don't, I like you here, he found himself saying firmly. Harry's face softened into a small smile. Yeah, Tony crossed his arms and nodded firmly. Now, go distract the menace for a while so I can finish off this lasagna and sneak Aaron up here with the rest of the dishes before people start arriving. Harry laughed but stepped back towards where Teddy was playing. Just how many people did you invite anyway? Just the family. Tony waved him off before going back to add even more cheese to the top of the dish. I'm actually sore, like really and truly sore, Peter complained from where he was sitting on the floor with a dinosaur in each hand, while Teddy tried to explain whatever scenario he was wanting them to play with the toys. I didn't even think that was possible. Harry chuckled and finished picking up the strewn Legos before someone could accidentally step on one. You are exceptionally quick at dodging, but we do still need to work on your spatial awareness. If you dodge into something more dangerous than what you're avoiding, then you're in an even worse situation. I still don't understand how the hell you kept up with Spider-Man, Tony chuckled and shook his head at them from where he was fixing something he called iced tea for Banner. It was a sacrilege is what it was. More like kicked my ass, Peter groaned. Harry hoped Tony didn't decide to join one of their sessions because the genius would probably be able to pick up on the fact that Harry wasn't exactly normal. Petey said a bad word. Teddy laughed loudly and pointed. Harry had tried to explain Peter to his son, but Teddy didn't seem to understand what the teenager was in relation to him besides new friend, which he was embracing enthusiastically. Sorry, Peter frantically looked between Harry and Tony. Don't worry about it, Harry shrugged. We have a deal, Teddy and we made that deal right after his first word happened to be foo. Harry, Banner cut in, laughing loudly. Maybe we don't encourage it at least. The lift dinged, and Harry looked over where Colonel Rhodes and Pepper stepped out. Please tell me you figured it out for me, Tony pleaded immediately with puppy dog eyes turned to Pepper. The woman rolled her eyes and ignored him until she could step over and get a hug from Teddy. Pepper, Tony impatiently whined. Tuesdays, Tony, she said with a laugh and kiss to Teddy's blue hair. To his credit, Peter had just shrugged off the genetic mutation explanation for Teddy's hair. He was Spider-Man, though. Yes, Tony literally jumped up and down, and then kissed the very top of Banner's head in his excitement, getting a shocked look from the doctor. What's going on? Banner asked, looking in confusion at them all. Tony asked Pepper to find a day during the week that all meetings could be blocked for him so that he could keep Teddy, Rhodey explained. Harry stopped what he was doing in shocked awe. You want to keep Teddy for a whole day, every week? Can I please? I completely understand if we aren't there yet and you don't trust me yet. I get it, but I wanted to have the day in case you wanted to think about it. Tony was almost begging at this point, and Harry felt his lips tug into a small smile. I just thought it might be nice if he didn't have to go to daycare every day, you know. Hey Teds, Harry called over, stopping his son mid-dinosaur roar. Daddy, how would you feel about doing Grandpa and Teddy days on Tuesdays instead of going with me to work? He asked, already knowing the answer. Grandpa Teddy days, Teddy enthusiastically stood and ran over to hug Tony around the legs. Really? Tony asked in surprise. Harry didn't know why he would be surprised. He was awesome with Teddy. Yeah, they'd only known him a little over a week, but Tony was. He was just. Harry couldn't put it into words, but he trusted him. It felt like Hogwarts before the war, before the death. That was the best he could come up with. Maybe it was safety or home, but Harry just felt like Tony was in their corner. Ever since their talk the day before, Harry felt like he was reevaluating everything about his father. Tony genuinely wanted both of them. It was beyond unbelievable, but Tony had assured him it was true. He didn't know what to do with that, but Tuesdays with Teddy was a good start anyway. The lift dinged once more, and Winter appeared with a large cardboard box on the floor at his feet. Winter's eyes immediately found Harry's, and he shrugged sheepishly before gently nudging the box into the penthouse with his foot. Kind of hard to hold 2 desserts with one hand, he chuckled before following the box into the room. Hey Teddy, come here a minute. Harry reached out to catch the toddler, who enthusiastically slammed into his side, looking at Winter with a huge smile, even as the assassin looked at the tiny child with terror in his eyes. I got that. Colonel Rhodes stole the box from the floor and hurried it to the kitchen, while everyone awkwardly watched Harry walk over to the man with Teddy to see how this was going to go. Hello, Winter sheepishly waved his hand at Teddy. Teddy, I want you to meet my friend Winter. He's really important to me, and I hope you'll get along, Harry told his son, who was looking up at the large man with huge eyes. Daddy, Teddy asked in a whisper that could literally be heard all over the room. What happened to his arm? Harry ruffled Teddy's blue hair as some of the terror seemed to slightly leave Winter's eyes. So, Teds, you know how Uncle George doesn't have an ear? Yeah, Teddy said slowly, taking in the one-armed man. Well, Winter lost his arm like Uncle George lost his ear, he tried to explain. Winter knelt down on one knee and smiled at Teddy, still seeming exceptionally nervous and lost, but knowing he needed to say something. Hey, Teddy. It doesn't hurt now, he assured the boy, who looked a little shy from where he was wrapped around Harry's leg. Even when it got cutted off, Teddy asked tentatively. Well, it was metal before I lost it, Winter said with a little laugh. And your granddad was the one who blasted it off. It was really cool. You should have seen him. It was an excellent shot. I was very impressed. Winter, Pepper cut in, sounding scandalized and clearly trying to stop him. Cool, Teddy exclaimed with an odd look at Tony now. Sometimes, all the time, Harry wondered if he really wasn't the best influence to be raising a small child. Unfortunately, literally everyone in their life had some form of PTSD from the war, and most of them had been either hunted by snatchers or literally fighting on the front lines, so it wasn't like there were a lot of completely well-adjusted options besides Harry. Anyway, it was entirely possible his kid was being raised to be a little more ruthless than was healthy. Winter's small smile grew at Teddy's enthusiasm. You want to see the scar? Yeah, Teddy rushed over to him as Winter pulled up the sleeve of his hoodie. I give up, Pepper huffed in exasperation. I'd ask for wine, except all of yours is at my house now. Sorry, Tony winced. I should have kept a bottle. No, Pepper patted him on the arm. I'm proud of you, both of you, she added with a smile towards Harry. Is this peanut butter? Awesome, man, Colonel Rhodes called as he pulled the pie out of the box. And brownies. Harry just stood there awkwardly before he shrugged and went to sit by Dr. Banner, since it actually seemed fine, weirdly enough. Well, that went okay, I guess, he said with a laugh now that Peter was also sitting on the floor with them and oohing and awing over Winter's scarred shoulder. Teddy doesn't understand what losing his arm really means. Banner seemed to be trying to reassure Harry that his son was actually a well-adjusted child. Harry shrugged. He did know that, but still. His Uncle George tends to stick things in his head where the ear is missing and turn it into a joke. Teddy definitely doesn't understand that it's a bad thing. Banner frowned deeply. That's dangerous to the eardrum. You shouldn't stick anything in your ear. Harry laughed and nudged the man's shoulder. Hey, he's not even on the same continent as you. You can turn off the doctor. Banner huffed and turned a small smile on Harry. I'm not even that kind of doctor. Whatever, Harry shrugged. He looked off, not wanting to see the man's expression when he asked the question. Did Hermione give you enough information about me? Because I'm absolutely not going to be willing to talk over it all. She gave me the basics, nothing overly specific, Banner informed him. Did you tell Tony? Harry asked, not sure what he hoped the answer would be. I can't and won't do that, Banner shook his head. I may not actually be a medical doctor, but I take it seriously when any of you ask me to fill in that role. I will not share any of your medical information with anyone without your consent, unless it would save your life. Oh, Harry let out a breath. At this point, he almost expected his medical information to be shared with everyone. Merlin knows the St. Mungo's healers weren't good about keeping a secret. Well, I do actually have a doctor with work, and Teddy has a pediatrician, so I hope you never have to fill that role for us. Harry, Winter looked shocked when he called over from where he was carrying around Teddy now in his one arm, while they seemed to be trying to keep away from Peter, who had a dinosaur in his hand, and was running after them roaring. Harry frowned in confusion before realizing why Winter was concerned. It's fine, he does that, Harry shrugged and smiled at the man who was shocked at Teddy's hair, which had changed to black, straight, and longer to match Winter's hair, and who now had ice blue eyes. Oops, he'd forgotten to fill in his boyfriend on that. What, you can't do that? Colonel Rhodes sniffed with a teasing look at Winter. Can't everyone change their hair and eye color? Come on, Winter, and you call yourself a super soldier. Winter blinked a couple times before shrugging and turning and hurrying away just as Peter was about to catch them with the dinosaur. Everyone here is insane, and I love it, Harry laughed happily. Tony was grumbling under his breath angrily, even as he handed Harry a latte, seeming to be taking his hosting job very seriously. Harry caught something about having to fabricate the fucking thing, and maybe something about selling his left nut to T'Challa, but Harry had absolutely no Merlin-forsaken clue what his father was now grumbling irritably about. Tony, when can we eat? Colonel Rhodes called with a pout from where he narrowly dodged getting run over by Peter, who tried to jump over the couch to catch Winter and Teddy. The kids are making me tired. I'm not a kid, Peter indignantly protested, right before going back to roaring like a dinosaur. Winter is apparently 5, so that makes you a baby, Rhodes shrugged with a smirk. I don't make the rules. What? No, Harry choked on his latte to indignantly protest. We have one more person we're waiting on, then we can eat, Tony called over the roaring. I'll put you all in timeout if you break any of my furniture. Winter stopped and put Teddy down to stop Peter by lifting him up and over his shoulder. Sorry, he blushed and shrugged with a struggling teenager thrown over his shoulder. Harry's heart melted. Winter was just trying to get the kids to like him. He was trying so hard, and it was just beautiful. Harry should probably tell him that he could relax a little and not have to work quite as hard. Surprisingly, all the furniture was intact though, probably the benefits of them all being superheroes. The lift dinged once more before one of the most beautiful women Harry had ever seen stepped off. Now, why in Merlin's name did every woman in Harry's life have red hair? That just wasn't statistically possible. I was only away for 2 weeks. The woman looked around herself with a shocked expression. What the hell did I miss? Natasha, thank God you're back, Pepper breathed out dramatically. Finally, someone sane in his tower. Great, Nat, you're just in time for dinner, Tony called, taking an amazing-smelling lasagna out of the oven. How was Barton? Was he doing okay? Clint was doing surprisingly well. He says we have your new security intern to thank. I need to meet this man. The woman who must be the Black Widow stepped more into the room. Her eyes looked on Winter with surprise as he finally put down Peter, skirted over Teddy with confusion, and rested on Harry with a look he unfortunately knew very well. Damn. Tony, how the hell did you convince Harry Potter to join the Avengers? That's a bad idea. She cocked her head at him and crossed her arms. Does MACUSA know you're here? Shit, does Fury know you're here? Harry sighed and just let his forehead fall onto Banner's shoulder in resignation. I have not and will not join the Avengers, he said for the millionth time it seemed. What's a MACUSA? Banner asked from beside him. Natasha's eyes narrowed as she seemed to have figured out more of the situation. Oh, sorry, they don't know. Why are you here? She asked in what was clear surprise and apologies for assuming. No, they don't, thank you very much. Harry gave the woman a long-suffering look. I'm the bloody new security intern. Nat, Tony stepped forward with a frown. Harry wondered if Tony would remember the MACUSA acronym from the OSS file they'd read. Harry then looked at Winter, who had a look on his face, as if he were in deep thought while he studied Teddy, who was hiding behind Winter's leg now, shy about the new person. Winter just put his hand on Teddy's head protectively and looked back up at them all without saying anything though. Nope, I know nothing. I'm very tired and am exceptionally confused. That comes with not having slept for 3 days. Let's eat. Natasha just strode right past them and gracefully dropped into a seat at the dining table. I hear we're having your famous lasagna. Natasha Romanoff. Tony put his hands on his hips and pinned the woman with a look before waving a hand over towards Harry. How do you know my son? Natasha looked around Tony and raised a disbelieving eyebrow at Harry. Well, that's a plot twist. She smiled at him broadly as if she just found out the juiciest bit of gossip in all existence. Fury must have some sudden unexplained heartburn right now at Tony even saying that. Say it loud enough, and he might finally just die of shock. Oh hell, I'm so getting fired, Harry grumbled, and wondered how likely it would be that he could obliviate an entire room full of superheroes, one of whom who had developed a resistance to mind magic. It wasn't me this time. Peter raised a hand and just grinned, not knowing what they were talking about in the slightest, but yeah, at least the kid hadn't spilled the beans this time. Chapter end notes. Up next, some, and only some, secrets get shared. Bruce and Tony have a talk. Winter's easy peanut butter pie. 4 Oz cream cheese 1C powered sugar 8 Oz. Cool Whip or whipped cream 1C peanut butter. Chocolate fudge sauce to taste. Graham cracker crust bought or graham crackers crushed with a melted stick of butter pressed into pie pan. Mix ingredients together, all except fudge sauce. Put a thin layer of fudge sauce on graham cracker crust. Pour ingredient mixture in crust. Decorate top with fudge drizzle. Place in refrigerator until ready to serve. Garnish with either more whipped cream, chocolate candies, and/or peanuts. Chapter 14, Small Revelations. Sit, eat, Tony pointed at everyone because apparently Harry's father was an Italian grandfather now, and it was his duty to make sure everyone was fed even if he was personally in the middle of a crisis. That didn't stop Tony from rounding on Harry next though. Talk, he ordered with a glare. Harry sighed but joined everyone at the dining table while Tony served up the lasagna, never lessening his glare at both Harry and Natasha. Right, so, I really don't want to get arrested, and a lot of what you are asking for is classified, he said, knowing Tony was frustrated and tired of hearing that. Ah, but you have diplomatic immunity, Colonel Rhodes said with a smile and a jab of his fork in Harry's direction, which yeah, but also not helping dude. Wait, really? Peter exclaimed with a surprised smile on his face. How did that happen? Daddy, what's diplomat? Teddy trailed off from where his booster seat was set up between Harry and Peter. Harry continued to cut up some lasagna for Teddy while he thought about how to tackle all this. He could practically feel the confusion and concern radiating off Winter on his other side. It just means it's harder for Daddy to get arrested for doing anything against the law, not that I should though. It's mainly just so that I can do what I need to do to keep you and me safe if we're ever in danger, Harry told Teddy seriously, who nodded whether he understood or not. I actually keep forgetting about that, Harry shrugged at Colonel Rhodes next and chuckled. I still don't want to get fired for telling things I shouldn't though, and that's still a distinct possibility. Excuse me, Natasha leaned forward in interest. You have a kid? I don't ever remember hearing about a kid. Yeah, Teddy, meet Ms. Romanoff, Harry waved between them, Teddy giving the woman a shy smile. Call me Nat, sweetie, she waved back at Teddy, who still looked remarkably like Winter. Harry was about to thank Merlin that Teddy hadn't changed his appearance, but actually, that didn't matter. It seemed that somehow this woman knew about their world, so whatever. The woman's smile widened even more when she turned bodily around and looked Tony up and down with a smirk on her face. Yes, I have a grandson, Tony laughed at the look he was getting. I am officially old. Wow, Tony Stark a granddad. I didn't think I'd see the day, Romanoff chuckled. I owe Clint $50, I guess. I never thought you'd actually have a bio kid show up at the door. Me neither, but he's pretty great, Tony winked at Harry, who avoided his eyes. He was eventually going to have to tell Tony what Lily and James had done, but he was really not looking forward to it. It was on a whole other level of illegal, immoral, and icky in his opinion, and he really wouldn't fault Tony for being extremely angry about it. Harry, can you tell us something at least? Pepper asked. Her expression was concern more than anything else, and frankly, that was what led Harry to feel his defenses caving. Nothing that will get you in trouble, Banner jumped in. Just, whatever you can tell us that won't get you fired. Harry thought about it and tried to figure out where the line was. He scrunched his nose and huffed at not being able to decide. Hey, you are not required to tell anyone anything, Solnishko. Winter put his hand on his shoulder and gave it a comforting squeeze that Harry greatly appreciated. Romanoff did something between a gasp and a snort of laughter. I was only gone 2 weeks. When did that happen? She looked between Winter and Tony, probably encompassing Harry and his relationship, as well as Winter being allowed in the penthouse. I work fast, Harry shrugged and grinned at her. Okay, so he kind of liked the woman. They might be friends, if he could get past her spilling some of his secrets. Daddy, Teddy huffed impatiently. Sorry, Bud, Harry laughed, and finally passed the cut-up lasagna to his son, who immediately made a mess of his face as he devoured it. Right, so I work for MACUSA, so yes, they know I'm here, he added with a glare to Romanoff. Look, I'm sorry I'm working on absolutely no sleep right now, and thought only Avengers and Pepper would be in Stark's penthouse. That's literally always been the rule before, she rolled her eyes, but did actually look apologetic. Harry supposed he could let that go. The tower was a safe space for her and the other Avengers, even the rogues. They shouldn't have to censor themselves here like they would everywhere else. And no, I'm not telling you what that acronym stands for, but it is a government organization, Harry said pointedly to his father and the others. Well, it was sort of part of the government. More like how Native American nations were governments within the US government, but still, it was a government entity. Harry could see Tony's thoughtful look. Yes, he knew Tony had read the OSS report. He deleted the thing when Friday had found it, but he knew absolutely nothing about technology, and even he knew that Friday would still know what it said. He knew that Tony had read that acronym before, and he really couldn't blame him because Harry would have done it himself. If Tony somehow hadn't read the report, Harry would be more shocked than that he had. Okay, well, I suppose that gives us absolutely no information at all, Colonel Rhodes snorted wryly before stabbing his fork into a piece of roasted broccoli that Aaron had made for them as a side. In England I was like a cop, sort of. Harry scrambled for some kind of comparison they would understand. He was like Clint to his government, Romanoff offered, which had everyone's eyes widening in understanding. Harry shrugged. He really wasn't, but it was probably as close as they were going to get to a comparison. Honestly, he thought he might be closer to Captain America as an analogy to how he was treated by the entire magical community, not just British, but he was absolutely not going to say that. Judging by Romanoff's little smile at him, he thought she might have had the same thought and discarded it as well. But you're so young, Pepper looked at him with sad eyes. So is Peter, Harry pointed his fork at the teenager to remind them all. Yeah, but I'm freelance, Peter grinned right back at him. Harry looked away, not wanting to explain more, and finally took a bite of his lasagna. It was freaking amazing. Tony, he turned wide eyes to his father. As your family, I absolutely must be told my great-grandmother's recipe. This is great. I've never had lasagna this good before. Tony chuckled and actually blushed a little bit. Harry almost frowned at the reaction. Why would his genius of a father be embarrassed at compliments? Harry understood why he had problems with them, but his father was awesome. Shouldn't he be used to people telling him how wonderful he was? More please, Teddy pointed to the garlic bread with a pout on his face. Harry smiled and picked up a piece. His son would live on carbs and sweets if Harry let him. One more piece, but I need to see you eat 2 pieces of broccoli in trade, Harry offered, settling into their normal dinner negotiations before their bath negotiations, before their bedtime negotiations. Nighttime was busy for the Potter family. 2 carrots instead. Teddy pointed at where Harry had scooped some of the carrot side dish onto Teddy's plate. 1 carrot and 1 piece of broccoli, that's my final offer. Harry raised an eyebrow, still holding the piece of garlic bread aloft tauntingly. Small piece, Teddy pointed at the absolute smallest floret of broccoli on his plate. Deal, Harry put the garlic bread on the corner of Teddy's plate, but eat the carrot and broccoli first. Teddy huffed but picked up a piece of carrot with his hand and grumpily shoved it in his mouth. Yeah, that's definitely your grandkid tone, Colonel Rhodes laughed at the whole spectacle, getting a chuckle from Tony at that. Is Hastings still with MACUSA? Romanoff asked conversationally next while everyone enjoyed their dinner. I haven't seen her in forever. Yeah, she's still there. She's actually my supervisor. Told me to avoid Fury too. I've never met the guy, but he sounds terrible, Harry said somewhere close to a question instead of a statement. That's one way to describe him, Tony grumbled. The other ways would have Teddy calling me out on my language. Hey, why would you know Harry but Barton wouldn't? Colonel Rhodes asked Romanoff, clearly still trying to unearth more information on Harry. Didn't you two work together a lot with S.H.I.E.L.D.? MACUSA is. Well, they don't play well with others, Romanoff finally said, getting a loud snort of laughter from Harry because yeah, to say the least. And S.H.I.E.L.D. did. Tony raised an eyebrow at the woman challengingly. Well, no, but you can see how they wouldn't get along then, especially with each other, Romanoff shrugged. Between S.H.I.E.L.D. and MACUSA's overdeveloped mistrust of each other, they kept those of us who were allowed to work together to a minimum. As far as I know, only Fury, Coulson, and myself ever interacted with them, and similarly it was only Hastings and a couple other of their agents that ever reached out to us. But you knew Harry, Banner cut in with a questioning tilt of his head, uncomfortably taking in Harry. He really wondered just how much Hermione had told the man about his past because he looked to be really trying to put some pieces together. Just by reputation and, well, Romanoff pointed at her own forehead, the distinctive scar. Harry rolled his eyes. I really need to grow my hair out again, he huffed, for those reasons and for romantic purposes as well. And that's all you're getting, Harry jabbed his lasagna-laden fork at all of them. Anything else will absolutely get me fired, and I actually like my job right now, thank you very much. They have childcare and a tailor on site. Winter leaned forward beside Harry. clearly not wanting to push Harry for information this whole time, and glared at everyone else around the table. Harry just smiled at the man's protective streak, willing to tell them off if they tried to insist on more information being shared. He wasn't used to people wanting to look out for him. That was always his job. It made something in his heart melt even more towards the man. "Chill dude, we all have secrets, he can keep his," Rhodes chuckled at Winter. "I promise I'll tell you more at some point, Tony," Harry had to add to his father because he really did want the man to know, but he absolutely couldn't tell anyone else, and well, he might have been the stereotypical Gryffindor, but he was a coward when it came to opening up to people he actually cared about. Ron and Hermione still didn't know much about his pre-Hogwarts years, beyond broad generalizations, and they really were the closest people to him in life. "We already talked about this, Harry," Tony said with a small smile. "I want to know, but I'm not going to push beyond what you're willing to share, in your own time. I mainly just wanted to know how Nat knew you, but I guess I got as much of an answer as I can expect right now on that, as long as you are safe." "Thanks," Harry gave the man a small smile in return. He didn't know. It was like, he didn't know. Was this what having a father felt like? He'd never felt this. Safe maybe, even with Sirius. Merlin, he'd been the one basically parenting Sirius with how bad the man's mental health was. He didn't know what this feeling was, and it both terrified him and made him want to just hold onto the feeling forever. On a change of topic, Tony began while he served Banner some more lasagna. "Nat, I invited you here for a reason tonight, beyond family dinner." "I figured," she shrugged. "I'm not exactly family." Tony shook his head firmly. "No, you are. All of you were to me anyway. We just got lost." Nat smiled at him sadly. "Got their heads stuck up their asses," Winter grumbled, getting a shocked laugh from Romanoff. "Wow, okay, Barnes is getting a personality. I like it," she smirked at Harry's boyfriend. "I actually go by Winter now," Winter informed her, and Harry made sure to turn a proud look on him for speaking up for himself. Romanoff cheersed her glass of water at him. Winter then, "Why don't we have wine? It's Italian food," she frowned at the water glass. Pepper cleared her throat. "I'll fill you in later, Natasha." "Okay, so, why am I here?" she asked Tony, shrugging off the missing alcohol. Harry felt really bad about it. First, he'd made Tony stop drinking, and now it was everyone else. As bad as he felt about it, he still was so much more comfortable with Teddy being around everyone knowing that no one had been drinking. His own problems really shouldn't be everyone else's, though. "This is really for everyone's information, but Harry noticed something up with Maximoff," Tony began, and Harry settled in for everyone not believing him in the slightest. "Winter, we need to move you to another room again, and Nat, you might want to move too." "Why?" Romanoff frowned deeply. "I'm not moving back in with Steve, am I?" Winter asked with a resigned look in his eyes. Harry put a hand on the man's knee and squeezed it comfortingly. There was no way he was going to let Winter move back in with Steve unless he just absolutely wanted to. Harry would move him right into his own room before then. "No, definitely not," Tony grimaced, which Harry appreciated. It seemed that Winter was ranked above Rogers currently, at least in his father's estimation. "We'll move you up to the floor with Bruce, Rhodey, and Vision in Thor's room. We'll have to shuffle again when Thor shows up, though." Winter just slowly nodded. "I do not mind moving again, but may I ask why?" "Harry thought Maximoff might be trying to influence your mind," Tony explained seriously. Winter sucked in a shocked breath beside Harry, his eyes going wide in terror. "She is controlling my mind." "No, it looked like it didn't take," Harry assured him quickly. "I don't think she was successful. I would guess you've built up a tolerance to mind control after having been under it so long." So, Harry thought he saw Wanda using her powers on Winter. Rhodes summed it up with a frown. "It might be more widespread than that," Harry sighed, really thinking it must be more of the rogues than just Winter. He could see it on their faces. They all thought that Harry thought he saw something, which was nice in itself. However, they didn't actually believe he would recognize mind magic when he saw it. Well, to her credit, Romanoff seemed to be completely buying into this all and looking appropriately concerned, but she also knew who he was. Winter was just. Well, he was clearly trying to keep himself from panicking and holding Harry's hand, in a grip so crushing that Harry was definitely using a spell to fortify the bones in it. "What do you suspect?" Romanoff asked in a businesslike tone, clearly bowing to his expertise here. "I don't know, but did it seem odd to you just how quickly Barton started doing better once he left?" Harry asked her, since he knew she'd visited the man on her way back. She pursed her lips and thought. He was doing remarkably well. His therapist even thought he might have a case to not completely lose all custody of his kids if he kept up the progress he's made. And it's only been a week, Harry raised an eyebrow at her. I don't know what kind of therapists Tony employs, but I had mine for a couple years, and I'm still a bloody mess, just less so. I want to keep my room then, Romanoff nodded firmly. I've been gone a while, so I'm in a perfect position to see if anyone is acting differently or concerning from when I left. What if she gets to you? Winter asked, gripping Harry's hand even tighter. Harry winced and forced more magic into it. Merlin, he really needed to tell Winter he didn't actually have super strength and soon. Romanoff turned to Harry. Can you do anything, or how did you notice it with Winter? Harry was shaking his head. It was more a gut feeling. Her eyes seemed to flash red and she touched him and it was just wrong. Kid, that sounds more like jealousy than magic. Rhodes snorted a laugh. It's not magic, Harry firmly told them all. He really didn't want them believing what she was doing was magic, or well, it might be, but it was some very corrupted version if it was. What visions do you think she was trying to push to him? Tony asked next. That was more of a guess, but Harry had a theory. I think she was trying to push a memory of Winter and Rogers being in a relationship together. She had just asked Winter if he could be sure that they'd never been in a relationship when he doesn't have many memories. Now Winter was seething. I have never been romantically involved with Steve Rogers. Hey, it's fine, Harry assured him, leaning into his side. I know that, but even if you had been, that doesn't matter to us now anyway. I think she's trying to keep you from making friends outside of the Rogues, to keep you more connected to Rogers. Regardless, our former mind-controlled super soldier needs to stay away from the witch with mind control powers, Tony said firmly. So Nat, you can keep your room, but we're all going to be checking in on you, and Winter, it may be best not to look under Thor's bed. There's no telling what sorts of kinky stuff he's keeping there. What is? Teddy started, but Harry just picked up a napkin and started wiping down his face. There was no way in hell he was going to explain kinky to a 3-year-old. Tony, really? Banner chastised the man for Harry. Dessert, Harry said, thoroughly distracting the child. Winter made you brownies. Brownies? Teddy just yelled as if it was the best thing that had ever happened to him in his entire life. Yeah, Winter had a fan now for life. Bruce followed the sound of hammering to Tony's workshop and entered his personal code into the door to open it. It still did something to his heart knowing that he had a personal code to get into Tony's spaces in the tower, even personal spaces like the workshop and his rooms in the penthouse. He hadn't had the code only days before, but it seemed his desertion was completely forgiven, whether he deserved that or not. Personally, he was certain he did not deserve it in the slightest. Bruce paused mid-step as he took in the sight of a sweaty Tony Stark, wearing only a tank top and grease-stained jeans, swinging a mallet at a large piece of metal to get a dent out of it. He, little man has a crush. Don't call me that, and I don't. Bruce shot back at the Hulk, who was clearly, gleefully smirking at him from the back of his brain. Hulk knows what Bruce feels even if Bruce doesn't, and wasn't that just very concerning? Tony and I are only friends, he tried protesting next. Tin Man has son now and shows protection to the tiny human. Bruce likes that. Bruce wants soft mate. Bruce rolled his eyes at his irrational alter ego. Yes, I find it nice that Tony has a family now, but that doesn't make him soft. Clearly, the Hulk laughed as if his point was proven by the man, whose muscles were visibly rippling, as he knocked the dent out of what looked like a piece of Falcon's armor. Tony wasn't even responsible for the Rogue's armor and weapons, and here he was still trying to fix something for Wilson. Just remember, you tease me, then I'm going to tease you, Bruce said in warning, now ignoring the protesting menace in his mind. Hey, Tony finally looked up when Bruce moved closer, stopping in what he was doing. I didn't hear you come in. Isn't there a better way to do that? Bruce motioned to the piece of metal and the man who was very much out of breath now. Tony shrugged and grabbed a rag to wipe his brow. Yeah, but not and also beat out my frustrations by banging on something. And what are the current frustrations you are taking out on Falcon's armor? Bruce asked, sitting on the desk chair that Dummy helpfully pushed his direction. It had been several days since the first inaugural family dinner night, and things had seemed to be going smoothly by what Bruce had seen. Winter was settled in the room beside Bruce now with his small handful of possessions. Natalia was back on her floor and was acting normally for a former assassin at least. And Tony had even had his first grandfather day with Teddy, where they made some kind of slime and got glitter all over the penthouse. All in all, Bruce was pretty sure nothing major had happened recently. Tony put the armor back on a further work table and jumped up to sit on the newly cleared one. A lot. All right, so follow my chaotic brain for a moment. Does he really not know who he's talking to? Bruce laughed over at Hulk. Hulk not chaotic. You are literally the definition. Right, so first, what color is the stone in Vision's forehead? Tony asked out of the blue. And okay, maybe Bruce understood the warning now. He thought about it. It had been a while since he'd spent time with Vision. Actually, it was the Hulk who saw him last on a mission several weeks before. Do you remember? He asked. Hulk not care about no puny stone. Come on, you like Vision, you have to know. It's like yellow, isn't it? There was a loud huff. Hulk think it is red. Red, he said to Tony as more of a question than anything else. Hulk was definitely not to be trusted about things he may or may not have noticed. You see, that's what Harry said too. Tony jabbed a finger in his direction. Harry asked what the red stone was, but then later I was thinking, didn't it used to be yellow? Am I remembering that wrong? It was definitely red last time I saw him. It is a big deal if it changes. Bruce asked next because that actually did sound concerning, but he had no idea what it could mean. The last time we didn't notice something had changed colors, it was Loki's eyes changing from blue to green, and that was part of the world almost ending, so I'm taking anything changing colors seriously. Tony almost growled. And fair, they really hadn't realized Loki was being mind-controlled. Bruce had never caught it actually, but Tony had mentioned it in passing just several weeks before saying that he'd figured it out but still hated the bastard regardless. Tony sighed and hissed what was most definitely an Italian swear word. It seemed Teddy didn't catch swear words in Italian, and Tony thought that was okay then. It was not, but neither Harry nor Bruce had been able to convince him of that yet. Vision is an unholy lovechild of Ultron, Jarvis, and Thor, so his entire existence is concerning, but I think we should be worried. I don't think we can do anything about it until Thor returns, though. He's the only one we know who knows anything about Infinity Stones. Okay, so what's next on your list of things you're hammering away at? Bruce kicked Tony's leg slightly to get him to focus back in, since his brain was clearly spiraling at the mere mention of Ultron. Bruce would definitely apologize again for leaving Tony to deal with the fallout, but Tony had banned him from apologizing for anything for a month after the last time. Tony sighed deeply. Friday, pull up the designs for Project Freezer Burn. Bruce blinked in amazement at the brilliant piece of technology that appeared in holographic form between them. Tony, it's amazing. I know, right? Tony rolled his eyes and huffed. Hydra were evil, incompetent bastards who wouldn't know an Allen wrench from a screwdriver, and still they came up with the wonder of technology that was the Winter Soldier's arm. Which is not that, Bruce pointed at the design. It looked a lot like what had been attached to Winter's shoulder before. It was so much more complex and advanced. He doubted the arm on any of the Iron Man suits would even compare, though they would have Tony himself inside of them, so they couldn't have as much packed in. Well, they were definitely bastards. Tony's lips thinned as if he was angry, but this time he actually looked angry on Winter's behalf for some shockingly strange reason. I know I've been the first to give Winter grief. You had your reasons, Bruce reminded him kindly, because he wasn't sure he was a big enough person to allow someone who'd killed his parents to live in his home. Hulk would smash. See, Tony is not soft. He's strong, Bruce tried with his other self again, getting a chuckle of laughter from the Hulk that sounded more patronizing in his opinion than admitting defeat. Tony poked the hologram, spinning it around. What they had on him, I don't even understand how he functioned with the amount of pain he must have been in. It was grafted into his central nervous system, and there was nothing to absorb the shock from him using it, let alone actually hitting anything. Bruce frowned deeply. Metal would not absorb shockwaves. There had to be something to keep it from pounding into his body and nerves. He was very grateful to you for blasting it off. I had assumed that was only because it was a symbol of his slavery to Hydra. Damn, I can't believe I'm going to have to make him an arm, Tony sighed in resignation. Not only that, I'm going to have to beg T'Challa for some fucking vibranium, or it's going to cause him just as much pain as before. The entire arm. Bruce now stood to study the hologram more closely. There was no way Wakanda would give them that much vibranium. Not even Rogers's shield had enough for the entire arm. Well, it might, but he doubted they'd be able to steal it and melt it down. Hulk can, the man offered very confidently, and sounded way too excited at the prospect. No, Stark shook his head and scratched his chin, dashing Hulk's hopes at getting to steal Captain America's shield. I would only need it for the shock-absorbing qualities, so a band of it before his shoulder would be fine. I think I can make the rest of it out the same titanium alloy I make my suit out of. Who are you getting for the surgical aspects? Bruce asked, because this was more integrated into Winter's body than he had originally believed. He still has the embedded Hydra attachments. Tony expanded another part of the hologram to show what looked like an X-ray of Winter's shoulder that must have been taken when he was in Wakanda. It may be best to make my design attached to those instead of implanting new. I know you're not that kind of doctor, but you do have a medical degree. You ever perform any kind of surgery before? I can't do this, Tony. This is well beyond my capabilities. Bruce shook his head firmly. He was not a practicing doctor even with his degree, and he was absolutely not going to illegally perform surgery. That's fine, we employ some of the best here. Tony smiled at him, clearly not offended he'd been turned down. I have an old friend who's a surgeon too if I need to reach out. You're really going to do this? Bruce asked, sitting back down and studying the man. Tony he was something else. Bruce has a crush. Shut it, you. He's trying to learn to make scones for my kid, because he's worried Harry might be homesick for England, Tony said with a raise of his eyebrow, as if that was an answer. Bruce snorted because he supposed it was. It would be useful to have two hands to knead dough. I don't suppose you're going to tell me literally anything about my own kid's health now, are you? Tony asked for the 100th time. Bruce sighed. Harry's friend really hadn't given him much information, but what she had told him was concerning. Harry had long-term issues with malnutrition that made it to where he really had to watch what he ate, how much, and when. Apparently, he was prone to skip meals because he would literally forget to eat, and sometimes certain foods would cause him nausea. That added on to chronic insomnia, night terrors, PTSD, nerve damage, and what she called an overdeveloped, saving people thing, which he'd never heard of as a condition before, but Hermione had assured him it definitely was in this case and was dangerous to Harry's health. Well, Tony had probably guessed most of that anyway, but Bruce was not going to betray Harry's trust in the slightest. You know I can't. Yeah, I think I love you a little more for that too. Tony just shrugged and grinned at him. Bruce never knew when he should take Tony seriously. He always said things like that, like he loved Bruce or even Hulk, but he also said he loved Rhodey and Pepper, and Bruce believed him, but he didn't know how Tony defined love. He didn't think they had the same definition here. Tin Man loves Hulk, Hulk said very confidently. Hell, Bruce wasn't even sure how his own alter ego defined that. So I've been meaning to ask you, Tony changed the subject with a smirk. Just how do you know that the Hulk is bisexual? Like, how would that even come up? Do we have some kind of HR incident? Because I don't think my human capital officers are up to holding a sexual harassment workshop for our green friend, as hilarious as that would be for me anyway. Bruce blinked a couple times, not expecting this question at all. He told me. What? Tony jumped off the table. What do you mean? When? Did he leave you a letter or something? Can he write? Wait, can he read? Hulk can read, the man indignantly protested with a sniff. Bruce ran a hand over his face, absently noting that he really needed a shave. Okay, so I guess we haven't actually talked about this, he sighed. Yeah, it was his own fault that he really hadn't tried to find a time to bring it up, and it would of course not naturally come up in conversation at this point in time. I have actively been suppressing the Hulk side of myself in my mind since he was created, Bruce began explaining. I pushed him to the farthest corners of my mind and locked him in there as tightly as I possibly could. Oh, Tony's excited face fell as he processed that, but he was there, even when you weren't transformed. Yes, he was always there, just being ignored, Bruce said with a regretful apology mentally sent to his other side. Bad days for little man and Hulk, the answering agreement stung. It was Ultron, though, that changed things for us, he said. For all of us, Tony agreed, reaching out to put a hand on Bruce's arm. Hulk warned me, he saw it before we did, but I wouldn't listen to him. Bruce shook his head, knowing he should have listened. The Hulk had seen it even if they couldn't. When everything blew up, I realized that he's not a separate person but part of me, a part that I was cutting off of myself. Tony's mouth twitched up into a sly grin. Does this mean you can actually talk to him now? Bruce laughed and rolled his eyes. Yeah, it's getting him to shut up, that's the problem these days. And he absolutely refuses to stop referring to himself in third person. It's very frustrating. For the sexuality thing, he has a bit of crush on both Natasha and Thor, maybe not surprisingly. Hulk has good taste. And I don't, Bruce mentally kicked his alter. Bruce admits he likes Tin Man. Bruce absolutely did not see how the Hulk kept catching him in these traps. How was he always a step ahead of Bruce? Fine, yes, I maybe have a small crush on Tony. You happy? Hulk thinks Bruce could do worse, a snort of laughter answered him. Tony was staring into his eyes with a huge grin. There, you were just talking to him, weren't you? You zoned out a bit, and you don't have ADHD like me, so it wasn't a normal zone out. You were actually talking to him. Yes, Tony, Bruce smiled right back. He was teasing me about something. What, really? What was it? Tony actually jumped up and clapped his hands. Bruce blushed quickly. Yeah, not telling you that, just tell me what you have planned for the arm, okay? I know what you're doing, and I'm on to you. Tony pointed a finger playfully at him. I'll let it go though because my genius really is awesome. Tony might just die of sheer frustrated rage. He just had such a nice conversation with his Brucey and had gone back up to the penthouse to shower and check in on his boys, who should be back from work/daycare by now. It seemed they weren't the only ones there though. Tony was tentatively attempting to blend Winter into their lives and coexist with him occasionally in the penthouse when Tony was also there. Surprisingly, that wasn't the irritating part though. When he'd stepped off the elevator, looking forward to seeing his boys again, he immediately saw Teddy playing with his Legos on the floor, but then Tony had to blink in confusion at where Harry was brushing Winter's hair to pull it up into a ponytail or bun or something. Still, not the irritating part. I'm not sure what in the world I'm walking in on. Tony just shook his head in bemusement. Harry laughed at him while Winter just gave him a little embarrassed smile and wave. We're going to the gym, and his hair gets in the way, but it's a little difficult to pull up one-handed. Harry explained the situation. That didn't exactly explain why Harry looked so very excited about playing with Winter's hair, but Tony didn't want to touch that with a 10-foot pole. I should cut it off, but I was concerned about scaring a barber. Winter frowned, and Tony supposed that would have definitely happened if he just walked into a barbershop. Would you want to chop it off for me? Winter, love, I think you just stabbed me right through the heart there. Harry dramatically clutched his chest. You like my hair? Winter's frown twisted up slightly, and Tony just rolled his eyes and strode towards the kitchen to grab some water. He really didn't want to see this. It looked like his hopes that Harry would turn his attentions towards Nat were absolutely dashed to smithereens. Harry tied off the hairband and smiled. Babe, you're absolutely welcome to cut your hair if you really want it cut, but if you don't mind it long. Yeah, it's so bloody hot you don't even know. Tony shared a look with Teddy, who even as a 3-year-old made a face at their sappiness. Yeah, that kid was definitely his grandkid, blood-related or not. Then I will keep my hair long for you, Solnishko, Winter said with a fond smile and nod. Ah, so is that the endearment you're going with? Harry grinned and leaned over to rummage around in his bag. You've called me that a few times now, so it seems you're sticking with it. It is very fitting. Winter smiled even more fondly if that was possible. Hell, Tony wasn't sure he'd ever seen the guy really smile, and it was like stepping into a completely different reality. And here is the irritating part. Well, I need to look it up then. Harry pulled his cell phone out of the bag. This has the Google on it, right? I can use that to look things up. Yes, I believe your phone would have the Google. Winter nodded as if he actually understood technology. Which, damn, he might understand it better than Harry, which was exceptionally concerning. I can just tell you what it means, Winter offered. No, I have to work for it, Harry laughed. Let's see, which button? The one that looks like a letter is for mail, right? Which one is the Google? Tony groaned loudly and smacked his head against the countertop. Please go to the gym. Leave me. I can't hear you two talk about technology. You're both worse than Cap. For shame, Tony. Harry did his dramatic clutch of his chest again but stood, leaving the phone behind thankfully. Teddy, you ready to go? I want to stay with Grandpa Tone, Teddy pouted, and Tony really might just turn to a puddle of goo on the floor. Grandpa Tone might have things to do, bud. Harry held out a hand. We'll have fun in the gym, though. He can stay with me unless you want him to go with you, Tony assured them. He'd been about to take a shower, but he could take Teddy down to the security office to meet Happy, and they could all go out and pick up some Chinese food for dinner maybe instead. Yeah, Teddy turned his puppy dog eyes up to a 10. Okay, Harry just laughed and kissed his son's head. Be good, though. I'll try, Tony called after them with a smile before going to see what Teddy was building. Winter was quiet in the lift on the way down to Tony's private gym. You've been quieter this week. Harry looped his arm through Winter's. Something on your mind? Is it about what Maximoff tried to do? No, Winter shook his head and gave Harry that small smile that was just adorable. I am upset about that, yes, but I am on a different floor from her, so I feel safe for now. So, is Steve giving you problems about moving out then? Harry tried to guess, next since Winter really wasn't opening up. The lift stopped and they stepped into the well-appointed gym with a climbing wall, many machines Harry didn't understand, weights, and a boxing ring. Sparring? Harry asked and motioned towards the ring. Yes, and yes, Steve is not happy, but I haven't seen him much. I suppose our team pizza night tomorrow will be uncomfortable, he sighed in resignation. Harry ducked under the ropes and frowned. Wouldn't Maximoff be at that too? I will not sit beside her, Winter offered and joined him. Natasha said she seems to be on her best behavior this week. If I sit by Natasha, maybe I will be spared her gaze. Okay, well, you don't have to tell me anything. Harry just shook his head and wondered how awkward it would be if he just randomly showed up to this pizza night. If you want to, I'm here though. I remembered something. Winter sighed and leaned back against the ropes, looking at Harry intensely. I am not sure how to talk to you about it, and I have yet to come up with a good solution. A memory? Wow, okay. Harry nodded. This was good. Winter hardly ever remembered anything that had been wiped. You can tell me anything you want, though, you know. I'm not going to judge. Is it maybe a mission as the soldier, or a past relationship? Merlin, he really hoped Winter hadn't actually remembered being in a relationship with Rogers. No, Winter shook his head firmly. It was from the war, I remembered. You don't have super strength. Harry frowned and tried to figure out the connection here. I never said I did. MACUSA, Winter ran his hand over his face and turned his ice-blue eyes on Harry with a pleading look in them. I remembered a friend of mine who I met during the war. We met on a joint mission between the Howling Commandos, OSS, and MACUSA. Ah, Harry just nodded firmly then. The mission report Friday had found. Winter did actually remember something, if he knew Harry didn't have super strength then. The agent was like your son, Winter said next, snapping the last pieces of the puzzle into place. I wasn't supposed to learn what he could do, but it was just the two of us, and we were attacked on our way to our rendezvous point. And now you know I work for MACUSA, Harry finished the connections. You know I can't tell you, the statute of secrecy is there for a good reason, and I have sworn to uphold it. Winter nodded, looking away with a sigh. I know I don't remember much, but I remember I didn't handle the information well. I got him to safety. I think we got past my poor reaction, but I was very afraid. I believe I yelled at my friend. Winter, Harry stepped forward and put his arms around his boyfriend's waist to pull him closer so that maybe he would listen and understand. I can't say it, but if you say the words, then I didn't tell you. It's already out there in the world. You've confirmed you know. Oh, Winter paused and seemed to finally get that Harry just needed him to confirm that they were in fact talking about the same thing and he knew. If Winter already knew, then Harry wasn't technically breaking any laws. Winter had learned the information over 70 years before, and no obliviator would want to tackle that, especially with Winter's mind being as fractured as it was. Harry Potter, Winter smiled widely, you are a wizard. Harry couldn't help the laugh that bubbled out of his chest at the déjà vu that particular phrase brought forth. Yeah, not the first time I've been told that, babe. Chapter End Notes. Up next, Grandpa and Teddy Day. Chapter 15, Christmas Decorations. It was once again Grandpa and Teddy Day, and Tony was so excited. They'd had a couple so far and had been very good and didn't leave the tower, but it was getting close to the holidays now, and New York was decorated and gorgeous, so Tony wanted to take his grandson to Rockefeller Center and watch the ice skating in Central Park. He nervously waited for Harry to take a couple sips of his coffee before asking so he could be assured his son was actually awake and paying attention. Harry, it's only a week until Thanksgiving and just about a month until Christmas. I don't know if you celebrate either, but the city is all decorated now. Tony began with a pleading smile on his face. Well, we're British, so no, we don't celebrate your American Thanksgiving. Harry chuckled and took another sip of his coffee. I'm not religious, but we do the Christmas thing and the Father Christmas thing and all for Teddy. We kind of mix that with Yule if you know anything about that. I'll look into it, Tony shrugged, willing to celebrate whatever since he was definitely not religious either. Anyway, I was wondering if I could maybe take Teddy out to see the decorations today. New York is really beautiful this time of year. Teddy was thankfully playing in his room because Tony didn't want to get his hopes up in case Harry said no. Harry frowned and sipped his coffee with an odd look on his face. Tony, did you think you and Teddy had to stay in the tower? I never told you that. You can take him with you wherever you want to go. Tony winced and sighed since Harry didn't seem to understand. Harry, if I'm recognized, everyone is going to think Teddy is my kid. That puts a target on him. I really shouldn't even be asking this, but I promise to be as careful as possible. Actually, no, forget I asked, it's too dangerous. He gave in at the end. He really shouldn't have even had the thought. It wasn't worth it. Harry sat down at the table with him and cocked his head to one side as if trying to figure Tony out. You can take Teddy out to see the decorations. I never expected you to stay in the tower every Tuesday with him, he said with a serious look on his face. Teddy is already known as my son, and honestly, that places a target on his back with many very dangerous enemies. If people think he's your son, that might actually make him safer. I'm an Avenger, Harry, Tony shook his head. His kid still didn't understand. Plus, I'm a billionaire, whether isn't a supervillain or someone wanting ransom money, it's dangerous to be associated with me. Harry just shrugged, infuriatingly. A common kidnapper would probably find themselves out of their depth if they tried to kidnap Teddy, and a supervillain would find that I'm much less forgiving than your Accords committee. What's that supposed to mean? Tony frowned, not following at all. It means I would kill them slowly and painfully. Harry raised a deadly eyebrow and said with no hint of exaggeration in his tone, then make an example of their body so others would think twice about trying it again. Right, Tony said, filing that away. Okay, it's his grandson. He supported it. I meant what you said, that a kidnapper would be out of their depth with Teddy. Harry chuckled and grabbed a muffin from the plate Aaron had sent up that morning. Hey, why don't you take Banner with you? If you're recognized, you can say Teddy is his son. No one in their right mind is going to mess with the Hulk's kid. Tony didn't want to allow the change of subject. This seemed important. Harry was right, though. Taking Bruce was probably a good solution to the problem. With an exasperated look at Harry's smug face that clearly said they weren't revisiting the topic, Tony finally gave in. Friday, would you ask Bruce to come up to the penthouse if he's not busy? Tony called out to his AI. Hey, make sure Teddy wears his hat when you go out, for the cold, and if he forgets to keep his hair one color. He's usually pretty good about remembering when we're outside, though, Harry suggested, finishing off his muffin. You have a busy day at work? Tony asked, hoping to get some information but not expecting anything. Harry scrubbed his temples and huffed. There's a frustrating case that has come up. I'm not technically on it, but they asked for my advice. I gave my trainees some extra time off for your turkey holiday thing, so I can spend some time looking into it. That was literally the most information Tony had ever gotten about his son's job. Okay, so Harry trained people, which he already knew. Apparently, he was in charge of training if he was able to just give them time off. Lastly, he no longer worked any cases but was asked for his expertise and advice. Tony was impressed and glad to hear that Harry did actually seem to be mostly out of danger with his job then. It was a massive relief. The elevator door dinged and slid open for the half-asleep and rumpled ray of sunshine that was Tony's Brucey. Morning, Grumpmeister. Tony grinned widely at the man who definitely hadn't shaved yet or even looked at his hair in a mirror. He was just adorable. Harry, Tony, what do you need? Bruce nodded at both of them before walking directly towards Tony's espresso machine. Want to take Teddy out to see the sights with me today? Tony almost vibrated in his excitement. A kid in New York City over Christmas was just magical. I'll even spring for hot chocolates. Bruce paused in putting the mug under the spout of the machine. I don't think that's a good idea, he said lowly. What if something happens? I mean, the other guy. Now this was just absolutely ridiculous. Bruce, you can talk with the other guy now, so just ask Hulk what he thinks about Teddy, Tony ordered with an eye roll. Ask him if he's going to hurt my grandson. Bruce frowned and shook his head before going back to making his double espresso. Still, it's not safe. He said Teddy was safe with him, didn't he? Harry leaned back and smiled, somehow exactly on the same page with this as Tony was, and not even blinking at the knowledge that Bruce could now speak with the Hulk. I bet he even likes Teddy, right? Bruce huffed and crossed his arms. I'm not safe. So, Harry just crossed his arms too and matched Bruce's look. Man, Tony loved his kid. I think I'd rather have the Hulk looking out for my son than some random teenaged babysitter. And, as much as I appreciate my Merchant of Death Iron Man father, I think I'm still leaning towards Hulk if something were to happen and you all were in danger, Harry said. I second and enthusiastically support Harry's opinion, Tony nodded firmly. He'd protect Teddy with his life, but he also didn't turn into a gigantic rage machine with skin that basically deflected bullets. Bruce looked torn. Hulk is pretty adamant that he'd never hurt Teddy, he said slowly as if the Hulk were vehemently arguing their case for them, which was probably exactly what was happening. I don't know. Look, Tony stood to put an arm about his marshmallow of a friend who would really never hurt a fly when not green. If we happen to run into any press, I'd really prefer to say Teddy is your kid instead of mine. No one's going to kidnap the Hulk's kid for ransom. I'll wear a hat and glasses and all, but just in case, could you be Teddy's fake dad for the press?" Bruce looked completely shocked and turned his large chocolate eyes on Harry. "But Teddy is yours. Would you be okay with that?" "It was my suggestion." Harry smiled fondly at Tony's friend. Hell, this was doing all kinds of things to Tony's heart. It was possible his feelings for Bruce weren't quite as platonic as he made himself believe. Harry just accepting Bruce into their little family was too much for the lie Tony repeatedly told himself. "So I'm thinking Rockefeller Center first, then Central Park." Tony excitedly shook Bruce beside him, who at least looked awake now. Bruce was very glad they'd settled on a knit hat for Teddy, which almost completely covered his hair. While he was sure Teddy tried, the small fringe of hair at the toddler's neck was on its sixth different color since they'd left the tower as they took in all the amazing Christmas decorations. The kid was beside himself in glee at the outing, the decorations, spending time with his grandfather, and also spending time with his Hulky. Honestly, Bruce was beside himself with anxiety, while the Hulk was preening the entire time at Teddy's love. "Stop worrying, little man. We protect the cub," the Hulk grunted at him for probably the 10th time since they'd left the tower. "I know, but what if we do run into someone who recognizes Tony? I mean, Harry can't really be okay with us claiming Teddy is ours. The press will be all over it," he argued with his alter ego. "Why does Bruce never believe what people say? The cub is safe with us, and the Shadow Man knows that. He would not have left him with us if he did not," Hulk argued. Bruce really didn't understand his alter ego's nicknames for Harry and Teddy. Usually, Hulk's names for people made sense, like Tin Man for Iron Man. Ant-Man was actually Ant-Man to Hulk, just said with more derision. Falcon was Birdie. Captain America went from Cap friend to now just Cap after everything that happened. Winter was actually Winter, but said with some level of awe, oddly enough. Rhodey was Honeybear, which Hulk had definitely picked up from Tony. Black Widow was Pretty Lady, and Thor was Cute Butt, so yeah, even if Bruce didn't know Hulk liked those two, he could have figured it out. Hulk really didn't talk about the others unless he had to. "I'm going to get us some hot chocolates," Tony informed them when they passed a cart on their walk through Central Park. "Marshmallows." Teddy perked up from where he'd been hanging onto the hem of Bruce's coat while walking between them, tired of being carried for the moment. Tony laughed loudly. "Well, duh, you can't have hot chocolate without marshmallows," he said very seriously. "Then we'll go watch the ice skaters. Maybe in a year or two you can join them, but you may be a little too small right now." "Teddy, big boy," the toddler protested, while Tony turned to the person at the register. "Well, hello." A large man wearing a nice, expensive-looking green sweater stepped closer to them from the path. Oh hell, Bruce knew that tone. Someone had recognized Tony even though he was wearing a hat and glasses. Tony seemed to have the same thought as he turned around with his pressed smile already plastered to his face. "You must be little Teddy Lupin." The man knelt down to Bruce's surprise. He didn't like this. The man had a British accent and recognized Teddy, not Tony. This was probably bad. Harry had said he had enemies. "Hulk not like." "Me neither, big guy," Bruce replied. "I knew your dad, Remus." The man smiled at Teddy kindly, but there was something behind the smile that was decidedly not kind. "He was my professor in school for a year." "Really?" Teddy's eyes went big in surprise, and his face broke into a huge smile. Bruce figured Remus Lupin must be Teddy's first daddy from context clues. "Yeah, is Harry around? I'd love to say hi to an old schoolmate." The man looked around them, his gaze marking Tony and Bruce. "Teddy is out with us today. Harry is at work." Tony stepped forward more, also looking suspicious of the man. "Hulk not trust this man," Bruce agreed completely. "Well, I'll have to drop in on him another time." The man held out a hand with a large silver ring on his and took Teddy's hand as if to shake it. Teddy let out a scream as a burn blistered around his wrist and under the ring, but the man didn't let go, pulling Teddy closer to himself instead. "Let him go." Tony grabbed onto the man's arm and jerked it back, tearing the sleeve of his sweater up and showing a nasty-looking snake and skull tattoo. Teddy suddenly let out a scream louder than any Bruce had ever heard in his life. Between one blink and the next, the man seemed to have been blasted back, and Teddy was suddenly in Tony's arms, even though Tony hadn't bent down to pick him up. Tony looked completely stunned, but held onto Teddy firmly. "Half-breed bastard," the man growled and pulled something that looked like a stick from his boot. "Hulk, I need you," Tony yelled at him, looking somewhere between terrified and murderous since they had no clue what the hell was going on. Hulk was needed. He shoved Bruce out of the way because he took the responsibility of protecting Shadow Man's cub very seriously. A red flash of light smacked into his side from the man who had jumped up with the stick thing. Weapon. Hulk didn't know what it was, but it was clearly a weapon. Whatever it did, Hulk's skin was stronger, though. Hulk was stronger. Take him back to the tower. Tony shoved the cub into Hulk's large hands. Protect him. Teddy was still screaming that ear-splitting shriek, and Hulk wanted to scream with him in distress. Hulk hated the cub being afraid. He wanted to stay and fight the man, but the cub was more important. It was Hulk's responsibility to keep him safe for Bruce, Tin Man, and Shadow Man. He backhanded the evil man, sending him flying into the hot chocolate cart for good measure before taking off with his precious cargo. Hulk protect Teddy, he tried to reassure the screaming child. Hulk love Teddy, Teddy be okay. You're doing so good, big guy. Keep him safe, Bruce soothed him as they hurried through the city. Teddy clung to his bare chest and didn't seem any more upset when Hulk took to climbing the nearest skyscraper to get back to Stark Tower faster. Hulk wished he was wearing something the toddler could hold on to better. Bruce was good about wearing the expanding pants under his clothes, so Hulk was never naked, but maybe he could convince Stark to make him an expanding shirt or a harness for Teddy to hold onto more easily in instances like this one. He just held the toddler tighter, but was very careful with how breakable little humans were. Just as they approached the retractable window to Hulk's room, which opened for him automatically, Hulk heard the whirring of the Iron Man suit's thrusters. Tin Man, Grandpa okay, Teddy? You hear that? Grandpa safe, he tried assuring the distraught toddler as he swung into his room and the window closed behind them. Harry strode back into the lobby of MACUSA with a grim look on his face. He'd just been out to the latest apothecary, which had been robbed the night before. Thankfully, no one was injured this time, and it was a smaller store than the others. Harry was thinking that the robber wouldn't be able to take as many extra ingredients to disguise what they really needed this time. He could probably cross-reference all the robberies and get a list of the ingredients that had gone missing from all of them to determine what the potion was the Death Eater was brewing. It sounded like a lot of work, although, if Harry could come up with a good lie, he thought Friday might be able to do it for him in a matter of seconds. That was now top of his list, coming up with a good lie for the AI real person who lived in the walls of the tower. Anything, Aura Hastings walked up to where Harry was waiting for a lift to head back up to his office. She must have just returned from a meeting by the harried look in her eyes. Harry rubbed the back of his neck. Maybe, I have a start and my lead may lead to having something, so not exactly nothing. Here, I received this news at the meeting I just came from and wanted to tell you directly. She passed a memo to Harry, who immediately opened it and read it. Harry glared angrily at the scrap of parchment. I would like it noted that this isn't my fault. We know that, Hastings huffed a laugh. Harry narrowed his eyes. He was still sure this would be blamed on him at some point. Why are you giving it to me then? I appreciate being told, but this isn't actually my job anymore. Harry still put the memo in the pocket of his red aura robes because it was extremely important information that he would deal with whether it was his job or his fault or not. I was hoping you could pass that along, discreetly of course. Hastings motioned to Harry's pocket. You are now our easiest method of contacting the Avengers. Congratulations. Yay me, Harry rolled his eyes sarcastically. She crossed her arms and pinned him with a look, passing it along without disclosing where you got it from or classified information. Harry gave her the most innocent look he could, which she clearly saw through with a huff of laughter. Harry, a voice called across the lobby. What's Romanov doing here? I didn't think we were working with her now that S.H.I.E.L.D. fell. Hastings turned around and frowned at where Natasha was hurrying over to them. Harry's stomach fell to the floor in dread. Natasha looked worried and was looking for him. What happened? Is it Teddy? Is he hurt? Teddy's fine. Natasha slid to a stop in front of them and told him quickly, her concerned eyes taking in Aura Hastings with a familiar nod of her head. Romanov, what happened? Hastings crossed her arms, looking just as concerned as Harry now. A British man tried to grab Teddy in the park, Natasha quickly explained. The Hulk took him and got him to safety, but Teddy won't stop screaming, and the Hulk refuses to turn back into Bruce until Teddy calms down. They're holed up in his room now and refusing to leave. You don't have your phone, and Tony's had like 2 panic attacks already, and somehow Winter found a rifle and is perched outside of the tower guarding the place. I don't know who he thinks he's going to shoot, and with only one arm, but he's a sniper, so. Harry was about to have a panic attack himself. It must have been a Death Eater, he said. Teddy was told to run away and scream until I can come to him if he sees someone with a snake tattoo. Go, Hastings said unnecessarily, because there was no way Harry wasn't immediately going to his son. Harry promptly grabbed onto Natasha's arm and broke several MACUSA guidelines about apparating out of the lobby and apparating with muggles. It took everything Harry had, and all Natasha's assurances Teddy was okay, to land them outside of the tower instead of in the penthouse where he would have fried all the technology. Natasha stumbled slightly, but shook it off impressively and followed along behind Harry into the tower. Tony almost collapsed in relief when his son strode out of the elevator, wearing what he at first thought was a cape like Thor's, but which turned out to be some kind of red robe billowing behind him strangely enough. Natasha followed him in, but faded into the background immediately to be out of the way. "Where are they?" Harry demanded in a tone that expected immediate action and no disagreements. "In there," Tony pointed to the sliding metal door which opened to the Hulk's panic room. Hulk had locked it from the inside this time and wasn't letting anyone in while Teddy was in distress. While Tony was very angry about it and the whole situation, he also understood the Hulk's reasoning that the less people mobbing Teddy right now was better. Plus, he was pretty certain the Hulk himself was also panicking distressingly enough. Harry hurried over where the door locked. Tony frowned at a similar wooden stick strapped to Harry's arm like the one the British man in the park had. "It's locked," Tony said, as Harry just put a hand over the electronic locking mechanism. With a fizzle and a click, the door opened to Tony's complete surprise and immediate need to fix whatever security flaw this was. The now opened room was filled with Teddy's inhuman screams when Harry rushed in, immediately stopping them. "Teddy bear, come here." Harry climbed right into the room with the Hulk and sat behind the giant, green man on the ground, pulling his son from the Hulk's arms into his lap. "Teddy has burn," Hulk pointed to the blister on Teddy's wrist with a frown. "The man had on a silver ring," Tony explained, having been informed of Teddy's silver allergy the second day after they'd moved into the tower. He'd never heard of an allergy quite like it, and it had shocked him how quickly Teddy's skin had reacted. "Snaky," Teddy sniffed and tapped Harry's arm. "I know, baby." Harry pulled Teddy close and just leaned up against the Hulk's side. Seeing that the Hulk was being a good sport about it, Tony hurried over and plopped down against the Hulk's side too. "You did so good," Harry was still assuring him. "You did just what you were supposed to. You screamed and our friend Hulk got you away, thank you," Harry added with a squeeze to Hulk's arm. "Hulk protect cub," he huffed with a proud look. "You protected my cub so well," Harry smiled up at the man. Tony was just still trying to hold it together. He couldn't calm his breathing or his heart. He was feeling a third panic attack coming on even though they were now all safe. Maybe it was because they were now all safe that it was really hitting him what almost happened. "Tin Man, Bruce say you come here." Hulk pulled Tony over and roughly shoved his head into the man's broad green chest just as Bruce had done, but much more harshly, the last time Tony had a panic attack around him. "Bruce say, breathe and listen to heart," Hulk ordered, his voice vibrating so much in his chest that Tony's teeth clattered. Tony couldn't help the little laugh even as the echoing thump of the Hulk's large heart did help him regulate his breathing and calm him slightly. It wasn't nearly as comfortable as having Bruce hold him though. "Grandpa Tone okay?" Teddy's large amber eyes were still red-rimmed when Tony was able to wiggle around in the Hulk's hold enough to see him. "Yeah, bud, are you okay?" he asked, holding out the hand not trapped between himself and the Hulk to rub Teddy's back. "Owie," Teddy sniffed and held his burned hand to Harry. Harry pulled the stick out of what must be a holster strapped to his arm and tapped the burn on Teddy's hand. It fucking completely disappeared. Tony's eyes widened in shock. What the hell? First, Teddy had blasted the British guy backwards, then suddenly appeared in Tony's arms, then those screams that were decidedly not normal. The British guy had hit the Hulk with several flashes of light, which Tony had instinctively dodged as soon as he was able to activate his suit. Then this. It was like magic. "Teddy bear, hey," Harry tilted his son's face up to meet his eyes. "Can I look at your memory and see this man's face? Are you okay with that? Can you think of him and let me see?" Teddy closed his eyes and nodded firmly. He scrunched his nose before opening his amber eyes once again. "Okay, Daddy, I got it." Harry looked into his son's eyes, not blinking for a second before a flash of anger crossed his face. It was gone almost instantly, and Harry pulled Teddy's hat off and ran a hand through Teddy's sandy brown hair. "Thanks, Teds, you're such a good boy." He said he knew first, Daddy. Teddy sniffed and looked infinitely sad. Tony had absolutely no idea what was going on, but he pulled out of the Hulk's arms enough to lean over and kiss Teddy's head. "You're safe now." "What do you say to a nap, Teds?" Harry asked, while Teddy's eyes drooped from the excitement of the day, and Tony suspected also from whatever he'd done to blast the man away from them and scream so loudly. Not sleepy, Teddy tried to protest, even as his eyes drooped further. "Teddy, good boy, Hulk visits soon," the Hulk said fondly before visibly beginning to shrink and turn more pale and less green. "Thank you, Dr. Banner," Harry smiled at Bruce, who was now awkwardly sitting shirtless in the Hulk's stretchy pants on the floor with Tony still half in his lap. "Call me Bruce, please." Bruce smiled and leaned against the wall tiredly. "So, magic is real," he said, echoing Tony's thoughts exactly. Harry finally left Teddy fast asleep in his bed, with strict instructions for Friday to notify him the moment Teddy woke up or looked like he might have a nightmare. He made his way out to the sitting room, where a now fully clothed Bruce Banner sat on the sofa with Tony. Natasha hovered over by the window, and Winter sat on an armchair looking stressed enough to bolt at a moment's notice. "Is Teddy okay?" Winter asked as soon as Harry entered the room. Harry took off his red robes and his knives and put them on the dining table before putting his wand in his invisible ankle holster instead of the visible one on his arm required by the Auras when on duty. "He's perfectly fine," Harry smiled and walked over, passing up the empty armchair to sit directly in Winter's lap. He could use all the comfort he could get for this conversation. "I hope you realize you weren't going to do much with that rifle, right?" Winter grunted angrily. "I was looking for anyone who appeared out of nowhere. I was not going to let them enter the building. If they don't know my bullet is coming for them, then they can't shield for it." "Damn," Harry laughed. "I'm here now though, so I'll sense anyone magical entering the building." Natasha was nodding. "I suppose it was actually a decent strategy. I take back my earlier critiques." "I get why Nat's here since she already knows," Tony said. "But why is he here?" He pointed at Winter with a narrowed look. "He figured it out," Harry shrugged and leaned into Winter more, who looped his arm around Harry's waist. "You remember that OSS mission that Sergeant Barnes was on? Well, Winter remembered when I mentioned MACUSA the other day." Tony looked embarrassed. "Harry, I'm sorry." Harry just waved him off. "Forget it, I know you read the thing. I'm bollocks at technology, and frankly, I would have read it if I were you." "So, the guy in the park, did he actually know Teddy's first father?" Bruce asked with a frown since Tony seemed to still be recovering from having been immediately forgiven for a transgression he'd thought he'd committed. "He did. Remus taught my third year at school, and unfortunately, with the way the press is, most people in my world know I've adopted Teddy," Harry nodded. "Right, so where to start?" "Magic is real," Natasha said bluntly with a smile at Harry, who just rolled his eyes. Yeah, in a nutshell," he agreed to the confused looks of Bruce and Tony. "MACUSA stands for the Magical Congress of the United States of America. Most countries have a hidden magical government within their society. There are laws that keep us hidden and from telling others. It's commonly called the Statute of Secrecy." "Laws that will get you in trouble now." Bruce looked pained, and Harry decided he was going to have to keep this man now. He'd protected Teddy and didn't want to get Harry in trouble. Yeah, he could be part of the family. "No," Harry shook his head, because it was the truth actually. "Natasha and Winter already knew, and you and Tony guessed, so I'd either have to read you in or wipe your memory. I doubt I'm capable of wiping the Hulk's memory since he seems impervious to most spells by what you told me, and Tony is technically allowed to know as my father anyway. Plus, I have diplomatic immunity." "Okay, so you're a witch," Tony's brows knit together. "I prefer wizard," Harry grinned. This must really be messing with the two scientists' view of reality, technology, biology, everything. "The stick is a wand then?" Tony asked. "The man in the park hit the Hulk with some lights which were spells." "Yes, I'm so very happy you seem to be immune to them. That could have been devastating," Harry nodded firmly. "Merlin, he was so happy the Hulk's skin was thick enough to block Teddy from the spells. Godric only knows what spells a Death Eater would be throwing at them, and Harry was certain this particular Death Eater was the same one using Sectum Sempra and robbing apothecaries. It would be too much of a coincidence to be anything else." "The press are probably going crazy right now speculating about the Hulk's kid," Natasha said, pulling her phone out of a pocket and touching the screen with a smirk. "Yep, they're all trying to figure out his mother. Top guesses are me. That's just gold." Bruce coughed and sputtered, turning bright red. Honestly, Harry was happy if people thought Teddy was Bruce's. Bruce had no money for ransom, and angering the Hulk wasn't part of anyone's plans. It really was a good solution all around, with Harry being the security intern and Teddy being Bruce's kid. Well, for anyone non-magical who wouldn't recognize Teddy. Harry was a little surprised. anyone would recognize Teddy without Harry being beside him, but Teddy had been in the papers a lot before they left England due to Andromeda's death and Harry's kidnapping. So you're a wizard and can do magic. What does that mean? Tony still looked completely lost. He was born with magic, Winter added, still holding Harry tightly like he was going to shield him from the world. Yeah, James and Lily both were magical, Harry winced. He really needed to tell Tony what they'd done. He couldn't right now. I grew up with Mum's family, though, who were muggles. It's what we call non-magical people over in Britain. And they didn't like that you had magic. Tony finished the thought with a look in his eyes that Harry didn't understand. It looked like how Harry looked at Teddy, protective. That was different. Harry shrugged it off. Yeah, but I got to go to magical school at 11, which is why you couldn't find any records for me after that time. Technology and magic don't mix, so most records are kept on paper. I really try to not use any magic in the tower, or I'd short out all your systems. I also can't take my phone to work with me, because the building itself would destroy it. Tony was nodding, probably having been frantic earlier when he tried to call Harry, and the phone rang in Harry's bedroom. He needed to get an owl or something Tony could use to reach him quickly if he needed to. Merlin, he hoped they never needed to again. Knowing their luck, they would though. So, there's just a whole secret society across the globe that no one knows about. Bruce frowned. That doesn't seem sustainable. Secrets like that don't keep. It's through spells, secrecy contracts, and obliviators who can wipe people's memories. No one really believes magic is real even when they see it with their own eyes, though. As you well know, there are people who still don't believe aliens exist even after the invasion. Plus, there just really aren't a lot of us, Harry shrugged. Anyway, it's not the same everywhere. Like in Wakanda, the magic users are integrated into the larger country and not separate. Here and in England, they are basically separate countries within the larger country, though. That's why T'Challa knew you. Tony frowned, as he seemed to be trying to put together all his observations he'd made from since he'd met Harry. What did you do to make you so famous amongst magic users, though? I would like to know that, too, Winter added in with a little scratch of his nails to Harry's side. Look, there was a magical war, and I really don't want to talk about it. Harry sighed and closed his eyes because he was bone-tired at this point after all his stress from earlier. There was a madman who wanted to rule the world and kill me, basically magical Hitler. I killed him, and that's the abridged version of the story. He was 17, Natasha added, and Harry flicked a stinging hex at her because she wasn't helping. She just expertly dodged it, though, with a smug grin. Why was he after you? Winter asked the question Harry didn't want to answer. There was a prophecy, he sighed. It said only I could kill him, and well, prophecies are self-fulfilling, so Tom really should have paid more attention in divination class. There was a class on telling the future. Tony scooted forward in his seat at that, an excited look in his eyes. What other classes did you have? Like potions or spell casting, or what about alchemy? Wow, calm down. I need a nap before tackling all that. Harry chuckled and shook his head. We did have potions, charms, transfiguration, herbology, care of magical creatures, and some other things. Alchemy is more of a specialty, though, and you'd need to get into that with a master after your schooling. My headmaster was into it. So it does actually exist. Tony clapped his hands before shoving Bruce's shoulder in his glee. What was your specialty? Bruce asked in interest, ignoring his friend. Harry gave him a sad look because, yeah, he was kind of forced into his. I have a mastery in defense against the dark arts. Wow, Tony trailed off, his face going blank, like fighting dark wizards. And witches, Harry nodded again. Tony abruptly stood and strode from the room down the hallway on a mission. Harry shared a look with Bruce. Is he upset? Hell, he'd lost his father, hadn't he? He hated him now. You know how Tony's brain works. He'll be back. Bruce just waved off his spiraling concerns. What was significant about the man in the park's tattoo? The snake and skull tattoo was a mark of the dark wizard I fought in the war. His supporters who escaped have them, and Teddy knows to scream and get away if someone has that tattoo. Harry finished explaining just as Tony walked back into the room carrying a small wooden box. Why did he call Teddy a half-breed then? Bruce continued as Tony just sat back on the couch as if he hadn't just run out of the room. Because Gregory Goyle is a bigoted, inbred, racist pig, Harry growled angrily. Teddy's dad was a werewolf, so Teddy is half werewolf, meaning only that he has some of the traits like the silver allergy, the eyes, and he gets a little grumpier on the full moon. Goyle is just vile. Wait, werewolves exist. Tony paused in where he was opening the box. How did you know the man was this Goyle person? Natasha asked quickly. Yeah, and Teddy showed me, Harry answered them both. Remember, I asked him if he could picture the man and if I could look at his memory. Oh, that's what you did, Tony's eyes widened. That's, okay, you can read people's minds, that's. First of all, no, I can't, Harry cut in quickly, because out of everything he'd said, that had Tony looking the most spooked since he'd started this explanation. I'm pretty good at skimming surface thoughts and images, but digging any deeper is invasive, something I would never do to Teddy under any circumstance, and still not capable of really reading someone's thoughts. It's called legilimency and another specialty like alchemy, but one that's very morally questionable in my opinion. I would never do it to anyone without permission, or outside of an interrogation. Winter tugged him even closer. So, Teddy is half werewolf and a wizard, and this man wanted to grab him because he's your son and you defeated the man he followed, Winter asked in clarification. Yes, though I doubt he was actually looking for Teddy. I think it was probably chance that he stumbled on you all and thought he'd take advantage of the situation. Harry frowned as he considered all he'd seen Teddy's mind and knew from his own experiences. Goyle isn't really a planner like that. Plus, in the images Teddy sent me, Goyle looked surprised at seeing him. If he hadn't been, I don't think you would have had as easy of a time getting away, even with the Hulk there. Goyle is not the strongest wizard, but he is vicious. Right, Tony flipped the lid of the box open. You're wearing these, I don't want to hear no for an answer. Harry looked at the silver bracelets in the box. Are those silver? Hell no, they're the same alloy I make my suits out of. Tony put one on and touched something on it that had a gauntlet open over his hand, and a circle in the middle light up with a brilliant light. It's a retractable repulsor in case you are in danger. Winter snorted a laugh behind Harry, and Harry did his best to hold in his own, not wanting to offend his father who seemed to have put some thought into this. Tony, remember how magic and technology just don't work together. Tony's face fell and the gauntlet retracted immediately. He frowned further before his mouth hardened into a line of decision. Then I'll figure out how to make them work together. You'll come with me to my workshop later, and we'll run tests with you doing spells, and we'll figure out how to make these and your cell phone work, because I don't ever want to not be able to reach you again. What if Natasha didn't know where you worked? If anyone can figure it out, it's probably Tony, Natasha added in before stepping away from the wall. I'm going to go back to my floor. I'm heading out to visit Clint tomorrow and need to pack some things for him. He wants to stay another week at the compound since he's doing so much better. Tell him I said hi, Harry added to the woman who gave him a small smile and nod before she stepped onto the lift. So I'd really like my cell phone to work, but there's a lot of spells that can do the same thing as your repulsors, so I still don't think I need the gauntlets, unfortunately. They are really cool though. Harry tried to break the news as kindly as he could. Tony just shrugged it off though. Then I'll give them to Teddy. I'm guessing he can't do a lot of magic yet, so he can use them once we get them working, Tony said to Harry's exasperation. It was absolutely not a good idea to give a 3-year-old a weapon. He supposed he had time to convince Tony otherwise though. In the meantime, Winter, you're with me. Hurry up, Tony abruptly stood again, his mind flitting to the next thing. How can I help? Winter lifted Harry off of himself as he stood to Harry's consternation. Tony paused at the lift. Well, we can't have you trying to shoot a rifle with one arm, and I bet a metal arm is more magic resistant than a human one, or at least it'll be when I'm done with it. We're fitting you with a new one, so come on so I can do some measurements, and you can tell me where you want all the knives and guns stowed that I'm going to shove into it. Harry sighed deeply. I'll see you in a month, babe. It was good knowing you. Maybe 2 months, Bruce added in with a laugh. Winter just looked completely stunned. Come on, I need to figure out weight and mechanics before having Harry cast spells at it. Tony impatiently waved him towards the lift. We're behind schedule and haven't even started yet. Don't worry, it's how he processes anxiety, Bruce said quietly to Harry while Winter just followed Tony automatically like he really couldn't believe what was happening. Tony needs something to do when he gets this stressed. He'll be like this for a few days. Winter will get a new arm out of it, and then Tony will calm down enough for you to have a real talk with him. Harry just frowned at the closed doors of the lift and slowly nodded. He'd tell Tony what Lily and James had done then when he came out of his manic state. He'd tell him the worst of what Harry himself had done, and Tony would leave him. He always knew this was coming. He had a few days' reprieve, so he'd try to make the best of the time they had left in the tower. Oh, I forgot about this in everything that was going on. Harry jumped up and walked over to his robes to get the memo out of his pocket. He strode back over and handed it to Bruce. Loki's been spotted in Scotland over by my old school. It seems like he was still with Thor too, so that's probably a good sign. They disappeared but were definitely tracking something or looking for something. The Aurors, magical cops, who looked into it couldn't figure out what they were looking for though. Bruce glanced over the memo and frowned. Hulk says he's looking forward to seeing Loki again. Really, I'm excited to meet him, Harry grinned. His magic seems really cool. Yeah, Bruce looked up and smiled a little viciously. Hulk is looking forward to smashing him through a concrete floor again. Oh, well, ask the big guy if maybe I can chat with him for a second first. Harry tried next even as Bruce's eyes flashed green briefly. Chapter end notes. Up next, Tony and Winter have a heart-to-heart, and Thanksgiving. Chapter 16, Boxing with the Captain. Tony didn't like people in his space. Yes, he had a lot of people that lived in the same building as him, but he had his own private areas within it. His workshop was his own private area that very few people had access codes to enter, even less than the penthouse, since the custodial staff had given up cleaning in the workshop years before after being chased around by Dummy with a broom several times. Because of all this, it was freaking Tony out just how little he was freaking out about the Winter Soldier sitting in his space, as weird as that was. Winter just quietly and unobtrusively sat in the chair Tony had placed him in and didn't move a muscle, his eyes the only movement which followed Tony's frantic process from one corner of the room to the other. Tony knew he wasn't handling his son's revelations of only minutes before well. In all honesty, this is how he handled all things that caused him anxiety though. He had to have something to do and something to fix. Unfortunately, he couldn't invent anything for Harry to keep him safer right now until he figured out whatever Harry meant by technology not working around magic. However, if Winter was around Harry a lot, then Tony could fix Winter who could then protect Harry. It was the best his mind could come up with to relieve at least a tiny smidge of the fear and anxiety building once more after the near kidnapping of his grandson. "Don't drink that," Tony yelled over his shoulder at where Dummy was trying to hand Winter a smoothie. He still hasn't figured out what is toxic for humans and what isn't yet. Winter smiled kindly at the robot. "Thank you, but I ate before I came. That is very kind of you, though," he said as if the robot were an actual person. Tony refused to like Winter. He was absolutely not worming his way into Tony's heart. Nope, not at all. "Okay, I need an ultrasound of your shoulder. You still had a lot of inflammation on the one they did in Wakanda. The surgeon I consulted said we need one more up to date now before they're able to reattach a new arm." Tony dug an ultrasound machine he happened to have, as in bought the week before for this very reason, out of a cabinet in the corner of the room. "Shirt off," he ordered. Winter blinked at him but didn't move to take off his shirt. "Look, I have like a good 24-48 hours of this manic attack before I crash." Tony jabbed the ultrasound wand at the man to emphasize his point. "Use it while we have it. My best work gets done like this, then I'll deal with the consequences. So, get with the program and take your shirt off or I'll have Dummy do it for you." Dummy whirled over, but Winter quickly removed his shirt before the robot could make good on Tony's threat. "Stark, you shouldn't be building me a new arm," Winter protested even as he tossed his shirt on the workbench. "You have done too much for me. I can't let you do this. I'm already dangerous enough." "I'm doing nothing for you. This isn't for you in the slightest." Tony squeezed out some of the gel onto Winter's shoulder. Yes, a doctor or technician should probably be doing this, but Tony was a genius and had read the instruction manual. They were good, he had this. "I can't build Harry an Iron Man suit, and he can't use the repulsors I made him, so you're the next best thing to make sure he's safe, so I'd like to keep you very dangerous. Capiche?" Winter frowned, but held still, while Tony set everything up to capture the image of the soft tissue. "You're building me a new arm so that I can protect Harry better." "Yes, and Teddy," Tony nodded firmly. "If I'm not there and Bruce isn't there, then I want you to have two arms, one of which is loaded with weapons, so that you can protect them whether it's a magical person or an alien or supervillain after my boys." Winter nodded at that. Cool, they were all on the same page then. They finally seemed to be understanding each other. "Will my arm work if Harry is using magic around me?" "We'll make sure it does before we attach it," Tony assured him. He didn't know how he was going to do it, but he damn well would. It's not like the arm has anything electrical in it since the way Hydra set it up has it run from your own central nervous system and your body's electrical currents. Which, damn, that had to hurt when they first fitted you with it. Winter shrugged and looked off, clearly not wanting to talk about it if he even remembered. Pain is of no issue. Tony rolled his eyes. He didn't care how much he hated the guy, which maybe wasn't so much anymore, but he still wasn't going to subject him to any pain that wasn't extremely necessary. "Pain is not acceptable. I think I fixed the vibration issue anyway. You really don't want to know what I had to promise T'Challa to get a band of vibranium, but it's on its way. and no, you can't pay for it, he scoffed at Winter's look. You already pay my salary. I have no money that isn't yours already. Okay, so Tony didn't think Winter had realized that. Damn, he'd hoped they'd just never have to acknowledge how much the Accords Committee screwed him over. You only have 1 more year on probation, he sighed, never thinking he'd ever be the one reassuring the Winter Soldier about anything. You are welcome to do whatever you want after that. You can go off and make a life on a farm in the middle of nowhere like Clint, if you want, or get a job as a barista making those terrible coffee drinks Harry likes. Whatever brings you joy or shit. Winter gave him a sad look that Tony really hated to admit he felt deep in his soul. Stark, I literally have no memories of anything besides being a soldier and assassin. I don't know geometry, technology, any advanced math, no chemistry or biology. I have no discernible skills to live on my own or get a job outside of the Avengers. Tony punched the buttons to save the image and turned off the ultrasound machine. He tossed the cleanest towel he could find Winter's direction to wipe off the gel. You know a couple languages, he offered. You know practical physics as part of being a soldier. I bet you know more geography than you think you do. And you can always go back to school and learn things. Hell, you can do that now if you want. There are online programs you can take, and Rhodey or I can help you figure out the technology for those. Winter looked so very confused. You do that for me? Why? Tony was such a pushover. He sighed and let go of the lingering anger and resentment he really didn't even have any more for Winter. Yeah, I guess I would. You got a shitty deal out of life. It's not rocket science to teach you how to fill out an online application, and I do know rocket science. Let's just not make a big deal out of all this. But Stark, it is a big deal, Winter said vehemently, and Tony immediately pulled up the hologram of the arm to get back to work because he couldn't deal with this in his current state in the slightest. Whatever, where do you want the guns? How many knives do you want crammed in here? I can't put a repulsor in it without a power source, but anything short of that, and I'll fit it in as long as we keep the weight down so you can still easily use it and it doesn't pull at your spine. Tony spun the diagram so Winter could get a better look at it. Could we add a small compartment for if Harry wants to store a wand? I've seen him with 2 of them, so I think he has a spare, and no one would think to search me for a wand if we were captured, Winter suggested, and damn, that was a great idea. How long was it? Tony tapped the forearm to enlarge it. A shallow compartment there wouldn't be difficult to add. Maybe a foot, Tony nodded away, changing out the metal plates on the hologram to more easily have one removable. Stark, Winter began while Tony worked. Can I say that I'm sorry? I know it does nothing, and you may not want to hear it. No, you can't, Tony said tersely, and shoved a section of the hologram to the trash a little more forcefully than necessary. You can't say you're sorry, because it wasn't your fault. But Winter looked so very lost. Look, Tony sighed and clicked on the bicep because he had to work while he was doing this and not look at the man. I love my parents, I mourned for them, but I'm also well aware that they were not good parents. That doesn't mean I wanted them gone, but I'm saying that my emotions are very complicated where they are concerned, and that isn't your fault, and their deaths aren't your fault either, you were just the weapon. But Howard, Winter paused while he seemed to be evaluating his memories of Tony's father. I remember he was intense. I guess I don't remember him well at all. Steve liked him. He's talked about him some. Dad was very intense to say the least, Tony scoffed. Dad wanted me to be the best, and he would accept nothing less from his heir. I could never live up to his expectations, and he made that infinitely clear. The therapist Pepper made me see for a while said it was verbal and emotional abuse, but I don't know that I was really around him enough for it to be abuse, since I was always off at some boarding school or college. What of your mother? Winter asked in a tone that was close to what one would use around a spooked wild animal. Tony shrugged. Mother was wonderful, but she was very busy, and again, I was always off at boarding school or college. Jarvis and various nannies raised me more than either of my parents. I see how Harry treats Teddy, and I know I would never let either of my parents even babysit my grandson for an evening. This was one of the main reasons I planned to never have kids of my own. But you love your son now, Winter said as a fact, no question at all. More than life itself, Tony nodded firmly. I just need to find a way to make him finally see that. I think he knows, Winter said kindly. He just doesn't understand it yet. Tony actually stopped working to turn and look at the shirtless soldier sitting in this workshop. How do you two understand each other so well? You have like no memories at all, and Harry is a wizard. How does that equal out to you two understanding each other when neither of you seem to be able to connect with the rest of us? Winter just shrugged as if he didn't even have a guess. Complementary trauma was his insane suggestion. Tony scoffed in disbelief at that. Winter rubbed the scars on his shoulder and sighed, trying to put his thoughts into words. Harry sees himself in me. He's had to do a lot of things he regrets and which haunt him. He's been used by people and made into a weapon against his will. We may have very different pasts, but like I said, complementary trauma. Tony let that horrifying, but actually well thought out and reasonable idea settle. Fuck, he sighed because yeah, that was it. Agreed, Winter gave him a wry look. Just, you treat him well, right? Tony jabbed a finger in his direction. I blasted the old arm off. I can do that to this one too. Winter nodded firmly. I expect nothing less. Harry had passed off all he'd learned from Teddy after his near abduction in the park to Aura Hastings. It would be too much of a coincidence that Goal wasn't the thief they were looking for when all the clues fit him so well. Now they just needed to track him down and find out who he was working with and what the hell he was making. Now that his secret was out, Harry laid out all the inventories and had Friday run the ingredients to find the commonalities. Unfortunately, there was a lot of overlap in what specific potions the stolen ingredients could make. Concerningly, the overlap did suggest a type of potion category, though. The potion must have something to do with the mind or emotions. All the apothecaries were missing motherwort and feverfew, and both of those were a base ingredient for any potion that influenced mind or emotions. Harry really tried to let the active auras handle it. He wasn't a field agent anymore. However, his need to be safe for Teddy and the fear that Teddy had been in danger warred within him. He wanted to hunt down his old schoolmate on his own and make him wish he'd never left the European continent. But Teddy was having nightmares and needed him home right now. Since it was whatever this ridiculous American holiday was, Harry had time off to stay home with Teddy and his father and boyfriend. Tony had shut himself in his workshop for 24 hours straight and had only just left it the evening before to crash in his room. Banner assured Harry several times that Tony was fine, and this was just how he processed things. Winter also seemed to be avoiding the other Avengers completely now that they knew something was going on with Maximoff. No one had been able to figure what was going on, though. Winter and Natasha didn't seem affected at all, but Natasha had said that she'd noticed changes in behavior for Wilson, Lang, Rogers, and even very concerningly Vision after spending time on the floor. Clint was actually refusing to return now, until they figured out what was going on once they'd filled him in on their suspicions. He was actually on his way to maybe a reconciliation with his wife when they'd all thought there was no hope there in the slightest. Though Winter was avoiding the other Avengers, Harry still hadn't been successful in enticing his boyfriend to stay the night in his room, and apparently Vision hadn't learned yet not to walk through walls on their floor with no notice. Also, Harry was definitely staying far away from the red man who gave him strange looks. According to Bruce, Winter had thrown so many knives at Vision when startled that they were stocking up on spackle to keep the custodial staff from yelling at them about the new holes in the walls. Anyway, it's not like Harry was sexually frustrated. He was very firm in them going at Winter's pace in their relationship. It's just, he had an exceptionally hot boyfriend, and it had been a while for Harry. Sparring sessions and making out in spare moments out only made Harry wish that pace was maybe just a little faster. Right, so which frustration was he thinking about again? Whatever, he needed to get out of the tower for a while. Tony was coming off the mental breakdown he'd been having, so he should leave the tower too. Harry would talk to him alone and sort things out after Tony had some rest and they had Thanksgiving. Thankfully, it was Wednesday before the weird Thursday holiday, so stores were still open, and Harry needed to get Tony an owl. Until Tony figured out how to make Harry's phone work around magic, he didn't ever want to be in the position they'd been in just days before where Tony couldn't contact him. So he told Teddy they were off to see the Hooties that day, and sent him out to the kitchen where a zombie like Tony could fix him some cereal, and Harry could finish getting dressed after having gotten Teddy ready for the day before himself. Harry had a bundle of coats, scarves, and hats in his hands for himself and Teddy when he joined the rest of his family in the kitchen. Tony, leave your phone here because it'll just break from the magic when we get where we're going. We're leaving the tower, Tony frowned over the rim of his coffee mug. Shouldn't we never leave the tower again? Of course we can leave the tower. I'm going with you and yeah, I told you that we were going out. Harry raised an eyebrow at his father. Or maybe I just thought I should tell you and then didn't. Anyway, we have some errands to run and you're coming with us. We see the Hooties. Teddy clapped his hands excitedly, getting bits of Lucky Charms pieces all over the kitchen. Tony's eyebrow raised, and he looked at Harry with an amused expression. Teddy has told me several times since you moved in how the Hooties is his favorite place, and I have yet to figure out what to make of that. Oh yeah, he loves them. Harry kissed the top of his son's head before grabbing a mug to get his own cup of coffee. Had he eaten breakfast? Maybe. Oh well, breakfast wasn't that important, Tony laughed. Right, so I'm asking this with absolutely no judgment on your parenting skills at all, so please take it that way as intended, but is your son's favorite restaurant really Hooters? I mean, I'm pretty sure you said that you are mostly gay, so I'm not sure what that place does for you. What the hell are you talking about? Harry got distracted from making his latte to ask his father, who was making absolutely no sense at the moment. You know, Hooters. Tony put down his coffee mug to mime what Harry could only guess was boobs in front of his chest. Tony, I don't know what in Merlin's saggy pants you're talking about, but Teddy likes the owls. The magical community has cultivated a magical species of owl to use for post. I wanted us to stop by the owl shop and buy you one so that you could contact me when I'm at work and can't take my phone, Harry explained slowly, because he had a feeling he'd stumbled onto some other weird American cultural thing he'd never heard of before, like Thanksgiving and fluffernutters. Okay, that's stranger than a gay man taking his toddler to Hooters. Tony looked at Harry in disbelief. Are you really telling me you use owls for communication over phones, or two-way radio, or hell, even a telegraph? Harry smiled at his father. He was so cute sometimes, thinking that everyone knew technology and there wasn't an entire community of people out there still living in medieval times. Hermione and Ron have a landline phone, he said with a smirk. Besides that though, yeah, we can't even get a landline to work within the wards of the Woolworth building, so you're going to need an owl to get in contact with me at work, since you can't cast a patronus or use the flu. Tony just stared at him before a smile started creeping across his face. What had Harry said? So, you work in the Woolworth building over in Tribeca? Tony's smile was positively feral now. No, Harry pointed a finger at him. No showing up to my job, you will definitely be arrested. You're on so many watch lists it's not even funny. Who, little old me? Tony clutched his chest dramatically. I was thinking Hulk might want to drop by for a visit. Harry shrugged and picked up his coffee again with a smirk. He's large and green and not very human. I think he'd actually be welcomed with open arms, surprisingly enough. Unfortunately for him, that's because the Department of Magical Creatures wants to study him. Tony shuddered at that comment. So, I guess we're buying a pet today. Hell, I figured we'd get a puppy over an owl, but I guess I'll need to give the custodial staff a heads up about bird droppings. Nah, it'll stay in my room since I have my window spelled to let owls in and out. Plus, these aren't really pets. They are definitely not normal owls and very self-sufficient, Harry explained. I had one while I was in school, and she was more my master than I was hers. Why don't you have one now then? Tony asked, and Harry really didn't want to answer that question. Because I don't have Hedwig anymore, he said sadly, but Teddy loves owls. Hooty, Teddy grinned around his sippy cup. And you need one, so I'm just going to get over myself, Harry said, as if that was so very easy when it really wasn't. Tony tapped his chest. I guess it's a good thing I no longer have a battery in my chest keeping me alive if we're going to a magical store that could kill it. Merlin, yes, Harry nodded firmly. I was really worried about that when we first met. I'm glad you had it removed for your own health, but also for the obvious magical complications. Yeah, well, a vibranium shield does quite a bit of damage when a super soldier aims directly at the blue glowing light. Tony shrugged, as if that wasn't the most damning thing Harry had ever heard in his life. Harry slowly put down his coffee mug and forced his occlumency walls up as high as they could go to very calmly step out of the kitchen. Tony, watch Teddy for a minute, please. We'll leave shortly. I just have a quick stop to make. Where are you going? Tony asked when Harry violently jabbed the button for the lift. Nothing important. I just remembered something I needed to tell Happy for the fake job and all. I can't slack on my intern responsibilities, you know. Harry glanced back over his shoulder evasively. Tony just laughed and tried to clean off Teddy's sticky face. Tell him hi from me, and that he's welcome to come to Thanksgiving tomorrow if his plans fall through with May and Peter, or if they're done early. Of course, Harry smiled tensely and stepped into the lift, the door closing on the soft scene in the penthouse. Where to, Mini Boss? Friday asked. Friday, where in the tower is Captain Rogers currently? Harry's smile fell into a dangerous scowl. Cap is currently in the Avengers gym, Friday promptly quipped back. Is he alone? Harry asked next. No, Mini Boss. Mr. Winter is currently boxing with him. Excellent, Harry's scowl turned feral. Take me to the gym. Winter distractedly dodged a fist Steve aimed at his head when the elevator doors opened, and his boyfriend stepped into the gym. Harry, he smiled happily, dodging another swing without even looking. I haven't had enough coffee for this headache. What are you doing here? Steve stopped and finally turned around with a something between a sneer and growl on his face. Winter really was very tired of Steve's attitude. Captain Rogers, Harry sauntered over and smiled up into the ring at them. Right, Winter was worried now. He didn't have much experience with Harry's expressions yet, but this one was dangerous. You here to arrest me this time? Steve rolled his eyes. You know, Clint could have gotten help here at the tower. He doesn't need to be separated from his family. Actually, I was wondering if you'd like a challenge in the ring. Harry pulled his soft, green hand-knitted sweater over his head, revealing a tight, black t-shirt underneath it. I have a feeling Winter has been going easy on you. Harry was not dressed for boxing. He was wearing jeans and dress shoes besides the t-shirt. At least he kicked off the shoes before gracefully pulling himself up into the ring with them, as if it was an activity he did every day, which maybe it was. What's going on, Harry? Winter asked as he took off the one boxing glove he was wearing with his teeth. Steve crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow at Harry, not unkindly though to his credit. Kid, you know who I am. I'm not sure what your play is here, but I also don't want you hurt. I'm trying to figure you out, Captain America, Harry said as if the name was an insult. I don't know if you're just exceptionally stupid, too single-minded to get your own head out of your arse, being mind-controlled, or just fucking evil. Excuse me, Steve looked utterly scandalized. Winter really wanted to laugh. He didn't know what had brought this on, but Steve had it coming. I just had a very enlightening conversation with Tony Stark. Harry leaned against the ropes of the ring nonchalantly, but Winter could feel what he now knew was his boyfriend's magic crackling in the air. I wasn't exactly sure why he avoided you so much when he was perfectly willing to be around Winter, even with their past. I understood Maximoff after my one meeting with her, and I understood Barton before he finally got some help, but I never knew what went down between the two of you to still have such a wide rift there. Oh damn, Winter had thought Harry knew. He was sure Tony would have told him. Winter just went ahead and stepped to the side of the ring. He was close enough if Harry needed his help with anything, but he was more than a little excited to see some magic. There is nothing on my end. I'm willing to let the past go, Steve scoffed. Tony is being dramatic. You shouldn't believe everything he tells you. He tends to exaggerate. Harry stood up from his lean and squared up with Steve now. So, you're telling me that Tony exaggerated when he said you smashed his arc reactor with your shield? Steve fucking rolled his eyes. Hell, Winter really hoped Harry left the man whole enough for him to get in a couple punches when Harry was done with him. I disabled Stark's suit by breaking the power cell. It may not be pleasant, but he can live without the reactor. I've seen him remove it to change it before. Clearly, he was able to call for help and is fine now. He even had the thing permanently removed, which he should have done years ago since it was a liability. Yes, he's being overly dramatic. Steve, Winter cut in because Harry was clearly trying to keep himself from killing the man currently. A person can live up to 4 minutes without air. That doesn't mean they don't need it to survive. By my intel, when Hydra was contemplating sending me out to kill Stark, the arc reactor kept shrapnel from migrating to his heart and stopping all heart function. He could survive for some minimal amount of time without it, but he would die eventually. But he had it removed. Steve's hard look suddenly falling as the information actually seemed to sink in for the first time ever. Technology which was extremely experimental and a surgery he was lucky to live through, Winter explained. Shuri was talking about it when I was being treated in her lab in Wakanda. The doctors were not very optimistic he would pull through, but Stark is a fighter. Steve pulled his boxing gloves off and ran a hand over his face. I didn't know he actually needed it to survive. I knew that it powered the suit and kept shrapnel in place, but I wasn't aware it would stop his heart. He was always evasive about it when we asked. I suppose he viewed it as a weakness. Oh hell, what did I do? Something was off. Winter frowned at Steve before sharing a glance with Harry. Steve hadn't been this reasonable and logical in a long time. It was back in Wakanda, the last time Winter remembered Steve actually reasonably listening to any argument he made. You know, Tony saw you as family. That was clear from everything I read in the papers from before what happened with Ultron, Harry told Steve, and even Winter knew that was true. I think if you apologized, it would actually go a long way. Steve shook his head. No, I need to go back to my room and clean up and think this over. I'll grab some breakfast and coffee and then I'll write him a letter. I don't think he wants to talk to me in person at this point, and I shouldn't force my presence on him. Bucky, would you take it to him for me? Winter closed his eyes and breathed out slowly to stop his spike of anger. My name is Winter. Sorry, Winter, Steve smiled and okay, yeah, something was up. I was running late this morning to meet you and didn't have my coffee and didn't sleep well last night. I promise I'll try to remember. Winter, not Bucky. Right, Harry cracked his knuckles before stepping forward and taking a swing, catching Steve completely unawares and laying him flat out with an explosive punch. Ouch, Winter grimaced at the man's prone form. I'm not saying he didn't have that coming, but that was a little unsporting. Harry raised an eyebrow before removing his wand from the holster in his leg and muttering, while lights flashed above and around Steve. I needed him unconscious, but couldn't expose my magic by pulling my wand and spelling him. Plus, I'm still really not sure about obliviating a super soldier, so I'm going to avoid it if at all possible. He seemed very different. Winter nudged Steve's bare foot with his own. I've never seen Natasha drink coffee. Harry paused in his wand, waving with a frown. She always has tea when she comes up to the penthouse. Did you ever drink the coffee when you lived on the floor with Steve? I did, Winter nodded, seeing Harry's hopeful expression fall. However, I always made my own. I have trust issues with food, which is why I'm always poking and sniffing at anything we order when we go out to check for tampering. Harry's expression lightened once more. What if it's the coffee? I mean, we know it's Maximoff, but she hasn't been obviously using her powers out in the open, but she was making everyone coffee last time I was on your floor. It was only when you turned it down that she tried to use her powers on you. I know with the missions everyone is sent on that their sleep schedules are all over the place, so I bet there is always a pot being made. That sounds like what you described as a potion, though, and Maximoff isn't actually a witch, or so you said. Winter frowned. He was following the logic, but it didn't add up. That wasn't how Maximoff's powers worked. Plus, Vision doesn't drink coffee. Harry was shaking his head, though. I don't know. Vision had the Infinity Stone, so maybe he's different. I think we need to get Rogers to the compound with Barton, though. Whatever he's on, I think he's coming off of it right now. I still think he's a dumbass, but maybe not an evil one. Can you spell him so he won't wake up? Winter nodded firmly. It was a good plan. Steve wouldn't like it, but maybe some distance would make things clearer for him. Already have, babe, Harry grinned. Care to help a guy without super strength out. Winter huffed and rolled his eyes before throwing Steve's heavy ass over his shoulder with a grunt. You just knocked out Captain America with one punch, but don't want to have to carry him up to the helipad. I don't believe there isn't a spell to make this easier so you could do it yourself. Yes, but my boyfriend likes taking care of me and doing things for me. Harry grinned widely and caused Winter to almost drop Steve in surprise when he reached into Winter's back pocket and took much longer and with far more groping than was necessary to remove his cell phone. I'm going to call Happy to get him to handle the flight, and then Barton to smooth things along on the other end. Can you drop him in whatever flying contraption is currently on the roof? Winter cleared his throat and nodded. Yeah, I can do that. He escaped the gym as quickly as possible. The ride to the roof in the elevator gave Winter a moment to freak out and then shove his anxiety back down. He really did want to explore some things with Harry, and he got the very clear impression Harry was ready whenever he was to do just that. Unfortunately, Winter didn't actually remember sex. Like he was pretty positive he'd done it before at some point in his life, but there were no memories there. He had no damn clue what he was supposed to do. Hell, he didn't even remember a sex ed class in either high school or the military. Did they even do those back then? Was Harry expecting him to be good at it, because that didn't really seem possible? He was very tempted to do some searching on his Stark pad, but Friday had access to that and everything he searched, and AI or not, she was an impressionable young lady, and that made him feel like a pervert. Oh hell, he was going to have to talk to someone, wasn't he? He didn't particularly want that person to be Harry because that was just embarrassing. Stark was out since he was Harry's dad. Pepper would be worse than Friday since he could see her face while talking to her. That only left Banner or Rhodey. This was so not going to go well. I have been putting out fires, some actually literal from the witch, all morning. Rhodey complained when he strode into the penthouse and crashed onto the couch beside Bruce. Tony and Harry were bickering over the turkey in the kitchen, which Tony seemed to have a lot of opinions about for a man who'd never roasted a turkey in his life. Thankfully, Teddy was taking a pre-lunch nap, or he'd surely be in danger from whatever insanity was going on in the kitchen. Really, they needed Pepper there as a mediator, but she was out of town with her family for the holiday. Bruce was absolutely not going to mediate. He was happy watching the football game with Winter while everyone else handled lunch. Have either of you two heard why Rogers suddenly decided to go off and join Barton at the compound? Even the Accords committee reached out in concern with him no longer being at the tower. Rhodes sighed and pulled up on his braces to rest his feet on the low coffee table. Harry arrested him too, Winter shrugged. Sort of anyway. Hulk like Shadow Man, the Hulk added in with a chuckle. Why do you call him that? Bruce asked for not the first time. Tin Man's son walks in shadow. Hulk gave his standard answer that didn't explain the nickname in the slightest. Oh hell, what did Steve do this time? Rhodes sighed tiredly. And anyone care to share how the kid, who's probably no more than 160 pounds, soaking wet keeps arresting superheroes? What does pounds translate to in kilograms? Harry called from the kitchen. I feel like I should be insulted. Wait, you arrested Rogers. When did you have time to do that? I was with you all day yesterday. Tony stopped where he was basting the turkey and shoved it back in the oven to glare at his son. Well, yeah, after we left the house, Harry shrugged sheepishly. Before then, we had a little chat. Is that an owl? Rhodes pointed at the new addition to the sitting, who was currently napping on one of his 3 perches spread throughout the penthouse. That's Archimedes, and he's beautiful and brilliant, and don't change the subject. Tony whirled back to Harry. What did Rogers do? Actually nothing, Harry winced. Well, this time. You happened to mention what he did to your chest, and well, I didn't particularly like that. Winter snorted and reached across to take some of the popcorn from the bowl Bruce was holding. To say the least, he smirked at Bruce. Hulk wishes he could see that. Hulk likes magic when Shadow Man or the Cub does it, not Nasty Park wizards though. Me too, big guy. I bet that was awesome. Bruce shared in commiseration at missing the scene with his alter ego. Turns out the idiot really didn't think he was killing you, Harry hissed in anger. He also seemed different from my other experiences with him. I think someone might be dosing the coffee down on the Avenger's floor. Like the potion thief? Hulk asked, his presence perking up more within Bruce. Hulk wants to know if you think it's connected to that case you're currently working on. Bruce voiced the question as carefully as he could, knowing that Rhodes still didn't know about magic. I don't know, Harry shook his head. It seems too much of a coincidence not to be connected, but I don't know how in the slightest Maximoff could be associated with Goyle or his lot. Wait, we actually know about Harry's job now. Rhodes pulled his feet off the coffee table to sit up. When did that happen? What happened? Also, did Bruce just insinuate his can talk with Hulk? Rhodes spun in his seat to pin Bruce with a look. Oh, he hadn't realized Rhodes had missed that conversation too. Yeah, have been able to for a while, Bruce winced. Not War Machine is so lost. Don't you start that with Harry too. Even Honeybear is better than that. Someone from my past turned up, and I had to read Tony and Bruce in on some things, and no, you still aren't allowed. Harry brought a bowl of chips over as a peace offering. That really is no offense to you or your trustworthiness, and I promise I'll put in a request to read you into the information as soon as I get back to the office on Monday. I know your security clearance is really high. Damn right it is, Rhodes grumbled, but took the chips in the spirit they were given. So could whatever Maximoff is doing be connected to you somehow? Tony frowned in deep concern. She didn't recognize Harry when he came to the floor. Winter shook his head. If she is somehow connected, I don't believe it is because of Harry. Well, can we arrest her then if she's drugging people? Rhodes asked next. I have my own Keurig in my office, so I don't think I've ever had coffee on their floor. Vision doesn't drink coffee, Tony argued next. Look, it's just a theory. I have no proof or any solid leads. Harry held his hands up in surrender. I don't think we can arrest her on just what we have. If not War Machine over, there can grab a cup of coffee with them next time he's there and bring it to me, then maybe we can actually get some evidence though. That I can do, Rhodes nodded at Harry in solidarity. Is the crust on the pie supposed to turn black like that? Tony asked as he peeked in the oven door. Winter swore and jumped up from his seat to run to the kitchen. I love Thanksgiving, Bruce told Hulk with an internal fond smile at his little family, much better than his original one. Bruce loved Tin Man, Hulk just teased. Why do I tell you anything? Boss and mini-boss, Friday interrupted the bickering over the smoking pie in the kitchen. What's up, baby girl? Tony called out. Is Happy here to join us? No, Friday answered. However, there is a man with red hair and an already cooked roast standing outside the tower insisting on seeing Mini-Boss and Baby Boss. Harry groaned. Right, is he missing an ear? Does he have scars across his face? Is he wearing way too much leather? Does he have glasses? Or is he already eating the roast while he waits? How many people do you know with red hair? Tony raised an eyebrow and asked incredulously. Way too many people, mate. Harry shook his head and laughed. He has on leather pants, Friday answered. Well, our turkey is looking a little raw still. Harry frowned into the oven. So Friday, why don't you go ahead and let Charlie up since his mum definitely made that roast, though how she knows about American Thanksgiving is anyone's guess. Did you have a friend bring a roast all the way from England? Bruce asked as the information finally sank in. Well, Charlie sure didn't make it. Harry laughed and went down the hallway. I'm going to wake up Teddy so he can greet his favorite uncle. I thought that was the wrong guy. Tony asked the room at a loss, but honestly they were all lost. I don't remember a Charlie, Winter added. So, while we wait, anyone want to explain to me why we randomly have an owl now? Rhodey asked yet again, with a finger pointing at the napping bird. Chapter End Notes. Up next, Unexpected Visitors. Chapter 17, Thanksgiving. Winter critically took in the man, who looked extraordinarily like a red-headed version of Hawkeye. Charlie Weasley stepped into Stark's penthouse with complete self-assurance, and even expertly balanced an entire roast on a platter in one hand while giving Teddy a hug with the other. Winter hadn't been jealous of having two arms in his entire memory, but something about this man and the large grin both Harry and Teddy were giving him had Winter feeling something, and it felt like jealousy of some kind. He didn't like it. What the hell are you doing here? Harry hugged the man tightly next with a huge smile on his face, looking for all the world completely at ease and happy in his company. Winter had to remind himself that this man was a friend and not a danger, even if he looked like he could be a danger. Mum, the Charlie guy laughed and rolled his eyes in answer. I'm on loan to a reserve out in the Midwest for a few weeks for a problem they're having with their hatchlings, and since we all have to go through New York to enter the country, Mum insisted I stop by. She said there's some kind of holiday going on right now, so she insisted on sending the roast too. Harry nodded as if that made perfect sense. What was this reserve? Hatchlings, some kind of animal reserve. Honestly, you're lucky it's me because you really haven't been sending enough updates, and I'm sure it'd be Mum herself if I wasn't already coming here. Charlie gave Harry a look that was part fond exasperation and part chastising. Seriously, mate, write a letter occasionally. Unca Char, come meet Grandpa. Teddy excitedly pulled Charlie towards Tony. Harry just barely rescued the roast from his hands before the man laughed and allowed himself to be pulled by the toddler all the way over to Tony. Okay, so the Charlie person wasn't so bad. He seemed to love Teddy. Winter could approve of that. Hi, I'm Tony Stark. Stark held out a hand with a smile that Winter recognized as one of his press and talking with Steve smiles. Winter thought that maybe Stark was feeling a little threatened by this man as well, though he wasn't sure what Stark had to feel threatened about. He was literally Harry's father. Harry said you're one of the Weasley family. He speaks very highly of all of you. It's nice to meet someone Harry calls family. Charlie held out a hand with burn scars wrapped up the arm and shook Stark's with enough force that the man winced. Good to meet you. I've heard nothing so blank slate for me, he said enthusiastically. Winter wondered what could have caused those burn scars. Teddy calling you Grandpa goes a long way in my book though. Mum says you're some kind of big wig something or another, plus the tower, so yeah, kind of impressive there, mate. You've heard nothing about Iron Man. Rhodey stood and crossed his arms in disbelief. Winter winced. Right, magical people were a bit cut off from the rest of them by Harry's explanation. It seemed Harry's friend wasn't as informed as Harry was about the Avengers, but that did make sense since Harry knew about his father and would be actively looking into them. Oh yeah, Mum's been getting all the papers since Harry left, well, the New York ones anyway, probably trying to spy on you. I don't even know how she swung that, but it's Mum, and when she gets determined, well, she gets things done. Charlie grinned at them all. I live in Romania most of the year though, so she only had time for the bare minimum of gossip on my short stopover to get the roast and head here. How did you get a roast on the plane? Rhodey asked next to Charlie's clear confusion. So Charlie, you're just in time for lunch. You have time to eat. Harry cut in with wide eyes, clearly trying to save the man from something. Did magical people not travel by plane? Well, Winter supposed they probably didn't with how their magic affected technology. How did they travel then? His friend from the war, what was his name? Winter still couldn't remember. He'd mentioned some form of travel. Winter hadn't been allowed to see how he'd left with the MACUSA agents though. Anyway, something to talk to Harry about later it seemed. Sure, I'm here until tomorrow. I could eat. Charlie grinned widely and put a broad hand on Harry's back. Charlie, tell me all the family gossip. I only really talk to Hermione and Ron anymore, and you know how bad Ron is at keeping up to date on news, so what's happening? Harry set the roast on the kitchen island and went to pull the sides they'd already made out of the refrigerator to warm up since it seemed they were giving up on the turkey in the oven now. It did still look very, not done. Maybe some introductions first, Banner cut in with a laugh. Now that everyone was distracted, Teddy ran over to Winter and held his arms up with a pout on his face. Winter smiled down at the child who suddenly had red hair but eyes the color of Winter's. Well, he'd take that. He scooped Teddy up in his arm and held in a burst of emotion when Harry's son wrapped his little arms around his chest. Whatever jealousy he felt towards this new man seeped away when he'd been chosen to pick up a still sleepy Teddy. "Hey, bud," he smiled at the boy who yawned loudly and plopped his head on Winter's shoulder. "Still sleepy?" "No, I'm awake," Teddy said, not sounding awake in the slightest. "Oh yeah, sorry, I've never been known for my manners," Harry laughed. "Mrs. Weasley would have my head right now." "Yes, raised by wolves, we all know." Charlie sat on one of the stools and grinned teasingly. "Hey, Remus was literally the best influence in my life, which is both saying a lot and not much at all." Harry rolled his eyes. "First, Daddy," Teddy sleepily grinned. "Yes, and a wonderful man." Harry fondly smiled at Winter and Teddy. It took a second for Winter to get the reference. Oh yes, werewolf. Apparently that was a real thing and Teddy's original father had been one. He wondered if he'd ever met one before, not that he'd remember, he supposed. "I'm lost," Rhodey huffed and plopped right back down on the couch. "Grumpy Pants over there is Colonel Rhodes, aka the Iron Patriot," Tony pointed at his friend. "Because superheroes exist and you all are part of them." Charlie raised an incredulous eyebrow like they all had when Harry was explaining magic. "Avengers, right. There was the alien thing back like 3.5 years ago, right? Are we really not famous in Romania at all?" Rhodey asked the room as a whole. "I'm pretty sure they get the news in Romania, right?" "Charlie works out in the middle of nowhere on an animal reserve as a type of animal conservationist and environmentalist," Harry said, and that seemed to assuage all of Rhodey's incredulousness immediately. Winter wasn't really sure why, but apparently those were all words Colonel Rhodes understood and made complete sense to him. Winter was absolutely certain they were cover for something very magical, though that was maybe only slightly connected. "I'm Dr. Bruce Banner." Banner gave Charlie a little wave from where he was pouring himself some iced tea. "Good to meet you," Charlie smiled, no hint of recognition in his eyes at all. Hulk," Harry added with a jab of his thumb in Banner's direction. "Oh," Charlie's smile widened exponentially, and he seemed to immediately now know who Banner was. It seemed Hulk was a bit of a hit with the magical populace. "That's brilliant, mate. I want to hear all about the transformation. Mum said you were on camera carting Teddy around the city a few days ago. Did Teddy just love that? I bet you did, little man," he added to Teddy with a wink. Teddy giggled and looked at Banner. "Hulk and Teddy friends?" "Yes, Hulk and Teddy are friends, so are Bruce and Teddy." Banner smiled at the kid who smiled back and suddenly had green hair. Charlie was not fazed in the slightest by the color change. "So what's this holiday I'm crashing?" Charlie propped his chin in his fist and asked, "And who's the one-armed bloke?" "Winter," he nodded at Charlie simply, not wanting to expand on the off chance he actually knew who the Winter Soldier was. "Brill," Charlie just nodded back, no hint of recognition in the slightest. "This is Thanksgiving, by the way, and you may have saved lunch." Tony winced with a look in the oven. "Who knew that turkeys take so long to cook? This might be done by dinner if we're lucky." "Sorry, I've literally never cooked a turkey before. It's not like they're native to England," Harry winced. Maybe we should have taken Aaron up on his offer to cater. Rhodey's phone loudly dinged, and he pulled it out of his pocket with a pained groan. He frowned at the screen and groaned again. "The roast smelled so good," he pouted. "Are we assembling?" Banner asked with a similar pout. "Yeah, but you can stay back this time." Rhodey stood and stretched his back. "It doesn't seem major, just keep your phone on you in case it changes. I'll grab Vision, Wilson, and Maximoff since they're downstairs. It'll be a good excuse to keep an eye on Maximoff anyway. We'll save you food, and the turkey might be ready by when you get back," Harry called just as the doors to the elevator slid, closed behind the disgruntled colonel. Winter almost felt bad for whatever villain decided to ruin Rhodey's holiday plans. Tony sighed out a huge breath of relief once the elevator started to move. "Wow, so I love my platypus and all, but he was the only one here who doesn't know about magic," he told Charlie. "Now, what do you actually do for a job? How did you get here if it wasn't a plane? Why do you all have to come through New York? And really, how have you heard of Hulk but not Iron Man?" Charlie blinked in confusion a couple times before his grin slowly grew into a huge smile. He snorted a laugh. "Harry, really? Just how long was it before you broke the statute of secrecy? Did you make it a week at least? Merlin, it's a good thing you have diplomatic immunity." "Ron tell you about that. It's not like I commit a lot of crimes." these days anyway, Harry frowned. The statute thing wasn't really my fault this time. Never is, Charlie said conspiratorially to Tony. It really wasn't. Banner tried to help out while he put the dishes on the table. Winter just bounced Teddy on his hip before moving over to the kitchen to see if any part of his pumpkin pie was salvageable. He'd thought he was getting better at baking, but this one wasn't his best result yet. It looked like it was just a little bit of the crust, though that was black, so probably still edible. Yeah, so Winter already knew from a past run-in with MACUSA, Harry pointed at him, and the rest of them figured it out on their own by accident. Charlie looked over and raised an eyebrow at where he was holding Teddy. Winter got a look that said Charlie was starting to get the idea of what was actually going on between Harry and him, and that he wasn't quite ready to approve yet. Right, okay, so which one of the superhero gang are you? I'm not, Winter shrugged. It was what it was, and the man could figure it out easily enough on his own, so no reason to hide anything. I'm part of the supervillain gang. Rehabilitated, Harry added with a roll of his eyes. Winter Soldier, no big deal, he was like Imperiist for years, so not his fault. Oh, sucks, mate, Charlie winced and just let it go, just like that. All his suspicion wasn't completely gone, but now he looked like he understood. What the hell was with magical people and just being cool with things? Winter decided he liked it quite a lot. Table, food, Tony pointed in an order, since it was now loaded with everything Harry had spent most of the morning cooking. Once everyone was seated, Banner passed the bowl of green beans to Charlie. You never said what you actually do for a living. Oh, really what Harry said is about it, Charlie shrugged, and Winter could see that Banner was a little let down by the answer. Honestly, he'd been expecting something a little cooler too. So you just look after animals, like a zookeeper or something? Banner asked in clarification. Well, yeah, really just dragons though. We have a few wyverns, but we try to stick strictly to dragons on the reserve, Charlie said as if that didn't completely blow everyone's mind at the table. Wait, what? Tony put down the knife he was about to use to cut the roast and just stared at Charlie. Winter was currently having his own crisis though, not even connected to dragons existing, which he could deal with later. Winter had put Teddy in his booster seat and had taken the only free seat himself. This meant that Teddy was between Winter and Banner. Harry and Tony were on the other side of the table from them. That meant, was Winter in charge of helping Teddy? How did he end up with that responsibility? What did that mean? Harry nudged Winter's foot under the table with an encouraging smile, ignoring the slew of dragon-related questions and conversation going on around them now. Right, he could do this. Winter knew things needed to be cut smaller for Teddy and that he was supposed to eat some vegetables but didn't like them at all. With a deep breath in, he turned to the toddler. So, Teddy Bear, what looks good to you? He asked, ready to reach across to put things on Teddy's plate. Miss Weasel roast, Teddy pointed with a huge grin. You like potatoes? Winter asked after putting a small piece of roast on the plate, since that seemed like something a kid would like. Teddy nodded enthusiastically, and Winnie's pie. Okay, so Winter might have choked a bit there and had to share an amused look with Harry. Right, so he was Winnie now. That one was new. Sure, buddy, but we get pie after dinner. How about some green beans? You. Teddy scrunched up his nose and looked at Winter like he'd betrayed him. Right, so this was the test. Winter could do this. He'd fought Nazis on the top of a moving train before. He could get a toddler to eat something green. You know, Teddy, if you ate just a few of the green beans, I think I could convince your dad to let you have an even bigger piece of pie, he tried. Teddy glared at him but seemed to think. 2, he held up 2 fingers. At least the kid was learning his numbers. Winter opened and closed his hand twice. 10, because he knew how to negotiate, you always started high. Teddy's eyes went wide. No, 4. He held up 4 fingers, which seemed as high as he ever offered since that was his age. Winter pretended to give it some thought. That sounds fair, he said before scooping 4 green beans onto the plate. Winter looked up and was stunned that all eyes at the table were on him, no longer talking about dragons, like what he'd just done was more interesting than freaking dragons existing. What? Charlie heaved a huge sigh. Fine, I guess you can keep him, he told Harry with a fond grin and an eye roll. Yeah, Harry pumped his fist in the air as if he'd just won a prize, which was, Winter, that didn't seem right. You still have to get him past Mum and Ginny's approval though. Charlie turned a slightly teasing look on Winter. Good luck with that, mate. Yuck, Teddy grimaced dramatically after shoving a green bean in his mouth before going to the mashed potatoes. Charlie Weasley seemed competent, a little wild something. Tony really didn't know what he thought about the man. He knew very well that Harry had an entire life before they'd met, but having someone from that life show up on his doorstep just brought it all home a little too much. Tony didn't share well, and he was learning that he had to share his son with an awful lot of people, unfortunately. They had finished lunch and were all laying around from their food comas or playing blocks with Teddy, just being a little family, as crazy as that sounded and as wonderful as it was. Tony still had questions, though, and he couldn't stop his brain no matter how much food he'd eaten. And damn, that Molly Weasley could cook. You never said why you all have to come through New York when you visit the country. You mean magical people, right? He reminded Charlie, who was levitating a few blocks around Teddy's head for the toddler to grab and add to his tower. He really hoped the guy didn't short out any of the technology in the room, but Harry didn't seem concerned yet, so that must not be much magic, even as impressive as it looked. Charlie frowned at him. You know about MAC-USA, right? Where do you think Harry works? They know I work at MAC-USA, Harry rolled his eyes. I don't think I've ever mentioned that the magical government for this country is based here in New York, though. But shouldn't that have been obvious once they learned about magic? Charlie frowned even more and looked exceptionally confused. Harry had a look on his face like he was trying to convince Charlie to shut up telepathically, but Charlie didn't seem to be getting the message. Tony was very intrigued now. What did his son not want him to know? And just why should that be obvious? Wouldn't Washington, D.C. or even Salem, Massachusetts be more logical choices? Or San Francisco, Brucey added inhelpfully. No one would notice anything strange in San Francisco. Charlie looked at them as if they'd tried to convince him the world was flat while Harry was glaring daggers. Winter just obliviously added another layer to Teddy's tower. He was no help at all. Tony refused to find the soldier endearing. No, he was not. But the alien invasion thing, Charlie continued as more of a question than a statement. Surely you realize that MAC-USA was there once you knew magic existed. Right, I mean, clearly there was a bloody alien invasion, but there was significantly less loss of life or damage to the city than there should have been even with you superhero blokes running around. Actually, because of that too, with what I hear about Hulk climbing on the buildings, Charlie ended with a grin at Bruce. Tony blinked. There had been much less damage to the city and less people were killed than all the models had estimated afterwards. He'd had JARVIS run the data at the time to allocate funds to help rebuild. Everyone had been relieved that it wasn't as bad as they thought it was. Was that because there was an army of witches and wizards running around shielding and blocking things behind the scenes? Oh, I guess that makes sense, Bruce said slowly. Charlie turned a look on Harry, who was still probably trying to make his friend's head explode with his mind if the glare said anything. Charlie's smirk widened, and Tony wasn't sure if he wanted to hear what was about to come out of the man's mouth or if he dreaded it. So I'm guessing Harrikins here hasn't told you about his part in all that, huh? You know, you could have met your son a good 3 years earlier if he'd known about you then. Charlie's smirk had its own smirk at that point, and suddenly his hair was a shade of yellow, never before seen outside of a highlighter. Whatever you just did to my hair, I don't care. I'm sure I still pull it off. Charlie grinned even more since he didn't have a mirror to see. He really didn't pull it off. Teddy giggled loudly. You were here when the Chitauri attacked. Winter put down a block to ask with concern in his tone. But you would have been 17 then. What the hell, kid? Tony finally got out in his complete shock. You were here. I know where you sleep at Christmas, and I have a long memory. Harry jabbed a finger at the man. Plus, I get anything I want for free from your brother's store. Bring it, Charlie grinned right back. I taught Fred and George everything they know. I'm going to need more information, Bruce asked, and Tony could kiss him. Well, for many reasons, but yeah, he desperately needed more information. Well, it was only about a month after the final battle in our war, and Harry was at the ministry testifying in the trials when the distress call came through from MAC-USA by what I hear. Charlie began over a loud groan from Harry. They were mainly asking for volunteers from the Auras to come help. But of course, because he is who he is, everyone just looked at Harry and offered him a portkey, and of course, he tagged along. I'm just lucky my brother wasn't at the ministry with him that day. It's not a big deal, Harry sighed. We mainly stayed out of you Avengers' way and got people to safety and shielded from debris. Didn't you blow up a spaceship? Charlie grinned next. That was an exaggeration, Harry huffed. Hulk had already started in on it before I even got there. I don't remember that, Bruce frowned in confusion. Harry shrugged though. You wouldn't, I just made it easier for you. That was it. Besides that stopped Tanis Falso wouldn't defalling from space. Tony blinked at the mumbled string of nonsense that came from his kid's mouth. Excuse me, some of us don't speak Klingon over here. Huh? Charlie asked with a frown. Is that what pixies speak? He said that he stopped or slowed down Stark's fall from space, Winter translated, and yeah, that was what he thought his kid might have said. Well, he was going too fast, and I saw the Hulk, but if he hit his arms at that velocity, and granted I never really learned physics, but I'm pretty sure hitting the Hulk at that speed would have been like hitting concrete, so I slowed him down a little, Harry quickly explained, looking everywhere except for at Tony. Damn kid, thank you, Tony breathed out, not even knowing how to handle that in the slightest. What did you even say to that? Grandpa. He knows, Harry laughed at his son, who was already pointing at Tony for his swear. Tony just laughed and smiled at the kid, who gave him a toothy grin before freaking levitating his own block up to the top of the tower. Good job, Teds. Harry ruffled Teddy's red hair and went ahead and turned Charlie's back to the right color at the same time. Oh, speaking of the Hulk and dragons, Charlie cut in with an excited look over at the man in question. Well, we weren't exactly speaking of dragons. Harry rolled his eyes and leaned off the couch to smack Charlie's shoulder, who was sitting on the floor. Whatever, so Hulk, dude, Bruce, whoever, Charlie rounded on Brucey, whose eyes went wide at being the center of attention. So, running magical theory is that Hulk's skin has some of the same properties as dragonhide because it reflects spells, and the Welsh green is even a similar color. Can you tell me if his skin's smooth, or does it have like small scales? What? Bruce coughed out, and now Tony was really interested too. Did Hulk's skin have similarities to that of a dragon? No, Hulk's skin is smooth, but slightly more textured than Bruce's, a deep voice answered from Bruce's mouth. Bruce immediately clapped a hand over his mouth, with eyes widening in shock. What that? Did he just? Okay, Tony needed to study this. Bruce slowly lowered his hand. Hulk thinks he needs to see dragon, the same voice said. Stop using my mouth, it's mine right now, Bruce angrily ranted out into the room. Little man editorializes Hulk's comments and doesn't say everything, Hulk argued. How do you know a word like editorialize, but not realize it's annoying to talk about yourself in the third person? Bruce complained, turning bright red. And that's just rude, it's my mouth right now. This is awesome, Charlie crowed and punched Harry's leg in glee. Tony agreed 100%. But Hulk wants to see dragon. The man clearly pouted even if it was through Bruce's face. Bruce abruptly stood. Excuse me, I need to go have a chat with myself. He stalked towards the back of the penthouse and Tony assumed his room since it was private and Bruce had the access code. The elevator door dinged at that moment and Natasha stepped off into the penthouse. Ooh, pretty lady here, can Hulk say hi? Hulk said before Bruce clapped a hand physically over his mouth and scurried down the hallway. Natasha stared after them. Do I want to know? Probably not, but Hulk figured out how to make Bruce talk for him, Tony told her with a huge grin. This was going to be great. Yeah, that's terrifying. Natasha shook her head before striding over and crashing into Bruce's recently vacated armchair. Who's that? I'm not going to make any assumptions this time, she pointed at Charlie with an assessing look. Wizard, Tony told her, Harry's friend. Cool, Nat nodded. Natasha, she added coolly. Charlie, the man bodily turned to her with the largest grin Tony had seen on him yet. So, you know about magic. Do you like dragons? What about candlelit dinners and camping in the wild? I can literally kill you with one hand tied behind my back, Nat glared, but Charlie's smile somehow got even larger. Yeah, that's not a turn-off for him, Harry snorted a laugh. He literally chooses to cozy up to large, sometimes venomous, fire-breathing dragons on the daily. So I'm guessing that you have never. Tony motioned between his son and the man currently hitting on an assassin. He'd had the thought when he'd first met the guy that he seemed Harry's type from the little he knew of his son, so he was just checking. What was with magic people and hitting on assassins anyway? What you? Harry grimaced. Hey, I'm not you, Charlie indignantly protested. You'd be lucky to get with all this, he motioned up and down his body. Not you, I'd be the lucky one then, he added with a grin and a wink towards Natasha. Tony looked at the woman, but this seemed to be working oddly enough. At least she didn't look murderous yet and only mildly amused. Winter looked ecstatic, and Tony got it, didn't like it, but got it. First of all, you're basically my big brother, Harry huffed. You dated my sister, Charlie protested. Which was a mistake that Ginny will tell anyone who has ever dated me, Harry rolled his eyes. Don't you listen to her, babe, he added for Winter's benefit. The man just snorted and went back to helping Teddy with what looked like a castle now. Secondly, I've been told by both Weasley parents and Bill, his older brother, that if I ever date Charlie, that Charlie's the one getting disowned, Harry finished. Charles' nose wrinkled. That doesn't seem fair. You're an enabler, Harry shrugged as if that should have been obvious. They said you'd just encourage all my dangerous stunts, and the world might literally end, and they didn't want any part in that. Charlie moved his head back and forth as if weighing that. Okay, that might be fair. Well, I want whatever that is that smells so good. Clint can't cook for the life of him, and Laura and the kids aren't getting to the compound until this evening, so I'm starving. Natasha stood and went to the kitchen. Dragon Boy, come help me find everything and tell me about how none of us have run into any dragons when they apparently actually exist. Charlie jumped straight up and scurried off to the kitchen after her. Should I be worried? Harry asked Tony as he watched Charlie rummage around the fridge for everything while Natasha just watched him from the kitchen island, definitely checking out his ass. Tony rolled his eyes. He's only here for one night, right? Tony asked, not really knowing the answer to that. Harry frowned. He has to come back through New York to leave, though. Yeah, you should probably be worried, Tony said firmly now. Right, what did I miss? Bruce asked, wandering back in. We have a small truce currently, and we'll be working out some kind of custody agreement for the body moving forward. That was just rude. How would a contract for that even work? Tony wondered aloud. You just missed Charlie making a fool of himself over Natasha, Harry answered with a grin over at his friend, before sliding down to the floor to join Winter and Teddy's block building. Any day, my lady, I'll be your fool, Charlie said unashamedly. Pretty lady in trouble? Hulk asked in concern. Dude, we literally just talked about this. Bruce threw his hands in the air. And she's fine. It's Natasha. She'll just kill him if he tries anything. I might like to see that. Charlie leaned on the countertop and grinned at the woman. Don't worry, I have a feeling you will before too long. Nat grinned right back, and Tony just wanted to gag. Someone check on the turkey, Harry called to the people in the kitchen. Is it still raw? This really is very rude. When it's my mouth, you don't talk through it, and when it's yours, I'll respect that too. Bruce argued internally with Hulk while he puttered around his lab the day after Thanksgiving. The rest of the day had gone smoothly. Everyone had napped a while. Rhodey had returned right when the turkey was finally done this time, and it was wonderful. And Charlie had left early that morning for his time at the Dragon Reserve in the Midwest. Concerningly, no one had seen Natasha around that day, but hopefully she was just off doing her own thing and not meeting dragons. Hulk thinks it is more expedient to use Bruce's mouth when he needs something said than having Bruce translate, Hulk complained. Bruce rolled his eyes. The guy really must be messing with him. He knew words like expedient and still couldn't get grammar right. Really, Bruce was just about to jump back into his argument when the door to his lab dinged. Dr. Banner, Friday interrupted their bickering. Mr. Winter is requesting access to speak with you. Sure, let him in, Bruce said, setting down the beaker he was about to fill with a base and start in on a new experiment. It could wait though for whatever this was. Winter never visited him in his lab, so it must be something important. Dr. Banner, Winter shuffled in, looking more embarrassed than normal. Bruce, please, he said, motioning to where he had a couch set up over by his desk since Tony liked to nap there occasionally. What can I help you with? Is your shoulder giving you problems? No, not more than usual, Winter waved him off, and Bruce really wanted to follow that up by what he meant by usual, but that could wait in light of what looked like was going to be a serious conversation. I have some questions that I thought it might be best to ask you. Medical or personal? Bruce sat on the corner of his desk and took in the man that he didn't think he'd ever seen blush before, but who was most definitely blushing now. Right, so he had a feeling he knew where this might be going. Both, Winter shrugged awkwardly. You're a doctor, even if you aren't practicing, plus, I saw that you went to Stark's room yesterday. You have the code, so I hadn't realized before that you two were in a relationship, but then, yeah, it made sense. Bruce blinked in surprise at that. Excuse me, he asked Hulk because maybe he could figure this out. What do you think he's talking about? Bruce silly sometimes, Hulk laughed at him internally. Tin Man doesn't let anyone in his personal rooms, but Bruce has all the codes. Even Shadow Man doesn't have the code to the lab. Because Harry's magic would break the equipment, Bruce frowned at that implication. Tin Man has only known about magic for a week, Hulk said in that all-knowing way of his. Tony and I aren't in a relationship. Yet anyway, Bruce finally answered Winter before he could spiral at all the implications of what Hulk was laying out so plainly. That's not to say that I don't know the answer to what you want to know, though. I'm assuming your questions may be about your physical relationship with Harry. Winter grimaced. I don't remember sex or what all goes into it. I mean, I can figure out the mechanics. I do have all the same parts, but like, what to consider, best practices, whatever. Yeah, I don't remember any of that. I think I probably have had sex before, but that's just one of the many things that have been wiped. You may not have, Bruce said, not that it mattered. You were alive in the 1940s and not married. It was another time. Regardless, I would like to, and I know Harry would like to, but I don't want to do anything wrong. Winter looked at him almost pleadingly. Bruce smiled and nodded. Most of that comes with actually talking to Harry. If you tell him what you like, and he tells you what he likes, and you stop if it's not comfortable or not pleasant, then that's the most important thing. Yeah, but like, supplies, Winter sheepishly asked. Ah, lube definitely, Bruce laughed, now realizing just how basic the information was that Winter was asking for. He could do basics, but Winter should really talk to his boyfriend for the rest since it was what they would need to work out between them. He rummaged around in his desk. No, I will not be telling you why I have this in my desk drawer, he said, handing over a bottle. He'd bought for science reasons, he promised. And condoms, he handed the man some next. Yeah, those weren't exactly for science reasons, not that he really had thought he'd need to use them at any point, but he did figure he'd need to give them out to the other Avengers since they were all mostly single and young and living together in the tower. Winter looked at the items and nodded. I think I can figure out what to do with these. Seriously? Bruce caught his eyes to make his point. Use a lot of the lube especially for your first time. I don't care which of you is bottoming, but use a lot regardless until you get comfortable using it. And really, preparation is key. Have Harry talk you through it for whichever of you. Go slow and don't rush things. Winter turned very bright red then. Bruce was actually a little proud of himself for making the Winter Soldier look this embarrassed. I suppose that matters, who does what. Probably something we should talk about, Winter sighed. I'm not sure what Harry prefers. I'm not sure what I prefer. Just ask, Bruce smiled and patted his shoulder comfortingly. Tell Harry that you don't remember, and he can talk you through what you need to know. I'm sure he's already considered that you don't remember, or he'll understand if he hasn't considered it yet. Trust me, you'll want to have that conversation with him, not me. It'll go much easier with the person you're actually considering having sex with in practice. It sounds like there is a lot of talking involved in sex, Winter huffed, but with a small smile. Yeah, I guess there isn't a new relationship anyway if you do it right, Bruce laughed. Also, just so you know, you're clear of any sexually transmitted diseases. I looked over your file that was sent from Wakanda, and that was part of the physical exam they gave you. If Harry wants to get checked, he can come to me or his doctor at his job, whichever he would prefer. Oh, that's nice, Winter nodded, pocketing the supplies. I think I'm more concerned I may hurt Harry than anything else. He has magic though, so maybe. He's not that breakable. No, I don't think he is, Bruce smiled at him kindly. Just remember, talk about it, and lots of lube. Got it, Winter smiled and stood. I'll just, he motioned awkwardly and hurried toward the door. Thank you. Any time, Bruce called after him with a laugh. Well, I hadn't thought I'd be having that conversation today, Bruce said wryly to Hulk before he could get back to work. Hulk seemed very contemplative because it was several hours later and well into Bruce's second experiment when he mentally cleared his throat to get Bruce's attention. Hulk needs to have a conversation with Bruce. Hulk started in on him, and Bruce just sat down for this insanity. He'd felt something coming since his conversation with Winter, so it liked like it was happening now. Tin Man is never going to make first move. If Bruce wants Tin Man, then he needs to step up and show him. You do realize that if I date Tony, then you will be too? Bruce asked, because that wasn't actually something they'd discussed since they had started merging more over the past year or so. It hadn't come up or been something he'd even considered. Bruce could do worse, Hulk chuckled. Hulk could do worse, but Bruce needs to be supportive if cute butt Thor ever wants to date Hulk. Bruce shuddered. Okay, so maybe he was going to have that conversation with Tony if they ever did start anything. Thankfully, Thor seemed happy in his relationship with Dr. Jane Foster right now. Hopefully that never changed. However, he supposed he could do worse than Thor though too if it came to it. This was so complicated. Was there even a term for this kind of relationship? They really kind of were two different people, and they did have two different bodies, even if they resided in the same space. Bruce's brain hurt. Dr. Banner, Friday cut into this frankly concerning conversation. Boss man needs you in the penthouse now. Bruce heard the worry in her tone and jumped up, immediately running to the already open elevator. What in the world was happening now? Were they being attacked? Hulk will protect Tin Man and Cub, Hulk promised while the elevator rose. Bruce swore because Harry was still off work, so he and Teddy could be in the tower. He thought they had plans with Winter after that impromptu meeting in his lab, but Bruce wasn't sure. The doors opened, and he hurried into the penthouse, ready for whatever this new calamity was. I know it's getting close to Christmas, but reindeer games over here is absolutely not allowed in my city, let alone my tower. Tony was yelling at Loki, who was leaning against a wall with his arms crossed, relaxed as if he wasn't concerned in the slightest about Tony's anger. Bruce checked really quick, and Harry and Teddy were nowhere to be seen. Thank the heavens. He stepped up to see where Thor seemed to be trying to mediate between the two. We must be here, Man of Iron. We have been sent on a great mission that has led us all the way back here to your city of New York from across the universe, and even your own planet. What we search for is here. We must find the stones before Thanos brings destruction to all life, Thor said as earnestly as Thor ever was. One never really knew what was hyperbole and what wasn't with that man, though. I don't know who this Thanos is, but the only one of the stones on this fucking planet is the one in Vision's head, and you know that. Tony threw his arms up. And that doesn't need your bastard brother here to confirm that. Personally, I was against the trip. This is a losing battle. Loki rolled his eyes and shrugged. Thanos will do what he will do, and we can only manage the fallout. Cute butt, you're back, Hulk said from Bruce's mouth before he could stop the idiot. Bruce just groaned. Please ignore my alter ego. He has no filter, Bruce grimaced but stepped forward to join Tony. Ah, the great warrior Hulk is able to speak now. Thor smiled broadly and clapped Bruce on the shoulder, almost making his knees buckle. My posterior is exceptionally firm. He has good taste. Oh please, I definitely threw up a little there. Tony coughed dramatically. Boss man, Friday cut into the tense standoff. Mini Boss, Baby Boss, and Mr. Winter have returned to the tower. What should I do? Tony immediately had a repulsor gauntlet over his hand. You try anything, to hurt my son or grandson, and you are dead, he glared at Loki. Bruce crossed his arms, not even needing to translate Hulk's seething. Hulk and I both agree with Tony. Loki immediately stood up from the wall, and all his indifference slid from his face as a wide grin spread. My, I do believe things just got interesting. Chapter End Notes. Up next, discussions of death. Chapter 18, Infinity Stones. As soon as the lift began to move, Harry tensed. Winter, babe, take Teddy. He picked up his son and passed the toddler to the assassin beside him before dropping the Elder Wand into his hand. What's wrong? Winter hugged Teddy close to his chest, his face smoothing out to what Harry recognized as his mission face, ready for whatever he was about to encounter. Daddy, Teddy echoed the question. Harry reached out with his magic, sensing. There is someone with very strong magic in the building. It's palpable, but a different type of magic than I'm used to feeling. And not Maximoff, Winter checked, clearly knowing the answer. No, she doesn't have a magic core. She has a type of magic, but it's corrupt. This is pure, the purest I've felt in a long time, Harry explained, starting to get a suspicion as to who was probably in the tower waiting for them. And not Goyle, Winter checked next, seeming to go through his list of threats. Hell no, Harry rolled his eyes with a scoff. I'd know his type of magic easily, and he is not this strong. What is my mission, Harry? Keep Teddy safe, Winter asked with his ice blue eyes seeking orders. Merlin, Harry loved his man, and it was way too early to even be entertaining that thought, but there it was. Yes, leave me and the rest of the Avengers if you sense danger, and you're in charge of getting Teddy to safety, Harry instructed him clearly. Take him to the Woolworth building if that seems safe to you. Go underground if not. I'll find you somehow. Winter nodded his head firmly, accepting his orders. Harry trusted in him so much in that moment, more than he trusted most people in his life. Winter accepted that Harry could take care of himself and agreed to take his son and run if there was danger, not questioning him in the slightest. Harry really did love Winter so much for that. The lift slowed to a stop well before the penthouse. The doors opened, and Colonel Rhodes stepped on with a smile and a tumbler of coffee in his hands, as if nothing was amiss in the building at all. Hello, good trip to the zoo today. Daddy said the snakies were very funny. They liked my hair, Teddy giggled, and Harry just shook his head with a laugh. Of course, Teddy would not think it strange that someone could talk to snakes. I bet they did, Rhodey just rolled with it. It was amazing what people would just chalk up to the nonsense a toddler would say. It was very nice, thank you, Winter added politely before the doors slid closed on the Avengers floor once more. Rhodey's smile immediately fell. Do you know what's happening? He asked in immediate concern. I got an SOS text from Tony with a summons to the penthouse. I think Loki and Thor have returned, Harry ventured his guess. Hopefully peacefully. Rhodey snorted, seeming to let go of some of his stress. If Thor's here, it should be fine. Loki was brainwashed before, and still a megalomaniac who may try to take over the world, but he'd do it with more finesse than last time at least. Small mercies, Harry chuckled wryly. Here, Rhodey passed Harry his coffee tumbler. Don't drink that. I asked Maximoff if she wouldn't mind refilling my thermos. I would give it to Banner to test, but you seem to have more of a guess as to what was going on. Harry grinned and held it in his offhand to set down as soon as they stepped into the penthouse. Brilliant. Maybe we can finally get some answers. I will take the rear, you both enter first. Winter shifted Teddy slightly and stepped back. Not having an arm to use since he had Teddy meant he really wouldn't be any use in a fight. While Harry knew Winter was quite capable with only one arm, he needed his boyfriend to hold Teddy and have his son as his only focus. What's with the stick? Rhodey frowned at the elder wand. Harry grinned at him, feeling the adrenaline of being around so much magic surge. I might try sticking it up his nose. It worked once for me quite well. Rhodey rolled his eyes and scoffed. Kid, I know you're strapped with about a dozen knives. Go for the knives first. The lift stopped, and the doors slid open like they normally would, but Harry projected an ominous feeling to it all the same. So Thor, are we going to be seeing Dr. Foster sometime soon now? You know she's welcome to visit any time you're on planet. Dr. Banner was asking with a tone in his voice that said he was really hoping Thor would say yes for some reason. Ah no, the Lady Jane determined it best to discontinue our amorous relationship after the incident with the ether. A large, blonde man wearing armor and looking exactly the way Harry would have described the God of Thunder answered. She said my world was too big. He trailed off with a despondent look, and Rhodey cleared his throat. Welcome back, Thor, Loki. I'm watching you. Rhodey glared at a tall, thin man with inky black hair and green eyes a similar hue to Harry's own. They were hot, but not Harry's taste. Actually, yes, they were. He'd probably be hitting on both of them, except he was a one-man bloke, and Winter was taking up all of his heart right now. Wow, he was such a sap. Hello, Loki stepped forward with a smirk on his face and fire in his eyes. I was unaware the Avengers would ever be perceived legitimate enough to convince one of Midgard's mages to join their ranks, especially one so very powerful. It is a pleasure to meet a mage who can wield such mighty magics. Loki held out a hand to Harry, but Harry just raised a disgruntled eyebrow at where Colonel Rhodes was sputtering in shock and Tony Face palmed dramatically. You all are my witnesses, Harry pointed at everyone seriously. I wasn't the one who spilled the beans to Not War Machine over there. If anyone gets arrested, it should be the alien bloke, not poor, innocent me. It was not me this time. You have diplomatic immunity. He does not. Tony pointed between them, reminding Harry again of that fact that he really did keep forgetting. Harry just shrugged. I'm still not taking the fall for it. Harry circled Loki, who just looked on in amusement, while Rhodey seemed to be trying to decipher the clues he was just given. So, you don't have a magical core, but you have magic. What are the odds I can convince you to let me study your magic? Harry asked in fascination. This alien was just so interesting. Hermione would be positively melting in excitement if she were there. Like, did magic develop as a genetic trait for your kind, or is it a learned skill? Harry twirled his wand, surreptitiously casting some diagnostics that he could tell Loki detected, and found cute and simple by the look in his eyes that was the same that Harry gave Teddy quite often. Loki just smirked at him. My kind are beyond your human comprehension. Wait, so Tony's son is a witch or something? Rhodey asked, finally putting the pieces together. Mage, Loki corrected. Wizard, Harry corrected them both. I don't care what you call us, we call ourselves wizards and witches, so that's the correct and preferred terminology. Ah, man of iron, you have birthed a son in our absence, and a skilled mage at that. Much has happened, Thor seemed to frown in confusion. How long were we gone? I did not believe it was many of your Earth years. You weren't gone that long, big guy, Tony patted Thor's arm with a smile. Harry and I didn't know about each other until recently. The small offspring is also quite strong. Loki was gazing at Teddy, who was trying to shyly hide his face in Winter's neck. He has shifting powers similar to my own. That is rare in your kind. Hey, Harry snapped his fingers in front of Loki's way too interested face. I haven't quite determined yet if you are a danger to my son or not, so look but don't touch or even think about using magic around him. Winter is instructed to get him to safety at any provocation, and I tend to maim first and ask questions later, mythical god or not. Thor laughed loudly. I like your son, Stark. He has fire in his loins. He clapped Tony on the shoulder, almost making his teeth rattle if Harry could guess from his father's look. So, magic exists on Earth, Rhodey was still stuck, and the organization you work for. MACUSA, the Magical Congress of the United States of America, Harry explained with a smile at the man. You've probably worked with them multiple times in the past but had no knowledge of it. We tend to be exceptionally secretive because, you know, witch trials and inquisitions and all. Actually, I think I'm a little behind myself. Banner raised a hand. What was the ether? You said that like we should know. Oh, you were off in India by then. Tony threw an arm around Banner's shoulders with a fond smile. Harry was pretty certain something was going on there. He just wasn't sure if it was in the past or present, or if they two men hadn't quite figured it out yet themselves. It was this big blow-up in London, Rhodey waved off the explanation. Shield and Thor handled most of it. That was the reality stone, right? Those damn stones are always causing problems. You still have it in Asgard. Both gods looked very embarrassed. This was not a good sign. What's going on? Harry asked, since he was starting to get the impression this wasn't a social call. Why are you two here? They said they are searching for the Infinity Stones before you all arrived, Banner answered. There are 6 of them according to Loki. They need to find them before some big bad guy finds them first. 6, Harry winced, knowing the numerology there. The mother of numbers. Do these stones deal with creation? What happens if they are reunited? Winter voiced Harry's next question. If they were a part of creation, then reuniting them could easily be a good thing and bring life and rebirth, or destruction. If Thanos unites the stones, he can do whatever he would like, Loki explained, leaning back up against the wall but keeping Harry as his focus. Someone called the Mad Titan is not likely to fix problems though. Mother suggests his aim to be mass destruction, Thor helpfully offered, or might have helpfully offered if Harry had any idea what significance Thor's mother's word was. Seer, he asked since that seemed the most plausible explanation. Thor grinned widely. Stark's son is wise beyond his minuscule years. Harry rolled his eyes at that. Okay, right, 6 stones, we can do this. Tony nodded, tapping his watch and pulling up a holographic board in front of him. It flickered slightly, and Tony sent a glare Harry's way. Sorry, he winced and stopped his silent diagnostics he had been throwing at Loki. That was quite ticklish. Loki crossed his arms and smirked at Harry. Don't poke the god, Harry. Tony pointed a finger at him with a scoff. Now, Vision has the Mind Stone in his forehead, so as long as we know where Vision is, then we're still safe, right? For the moment, Loki drawled, clearly having no faith in their abilities to keep Thanos away from Vision. Where is Vision? Banner asked. He was on the Avengers floor when we passed it on the way here, Winter offered, and took Teddy over to where his toys were in the corner, since this seemed to be gearing up to be a longer conversation. Harry smiled at him with as much fondness as he could put into the look. He has date night with Maximoff tonight, but they are staying local, Rhodey added. Is there something going on with Stark's son and the Soldier of Winter? Is the Soldier of Winter on our side now? Thor asked Banner in what was probably supposed to be a whisper, but that carried to everyone. A deeper voice than Banner's answered. Yes, cute but Thor, definitely Hulk then. Shadow Man and Winter have chosen to be life mates. Winter is a Shield brother now. Shadow Man? Harry asked Banner and Tony both. Banner just shrugged. Hulk's name for you, I don't know where he got it from. He says you walk in shadows. You know, the green monster is correct. Loki cut in with an even sharper stare at Harry, one he could almost feel this time. I wonder why that is. Hey, Teddy and Hulk are friends. Teddy cut in to defend his friend, not caring in the slightest what was going on with the adults, but didn't like his friend being referred to as a monster. Hulk and Teddy are best friends, Hulk answered smugly through Banner once more. Back on track everyone, Tony pulled them together, adding the reality stone to the holographic board. Now, by your expressions, I'm guessing there isn't good news for the reality stone. Thor winced again. It was given to a being known as the Collector for safekeeping. It has been taken. We believe it is safe to assume that Thanos is now in possession of that stone. Great, Tony sarcastically grumbled and added that to the list. What do we know about the other stones? We believe Thanos already has the Power Stone as well, Loki added in. There have been rumors, and they seem to check out unfortunately. Tony reluctantly added that to the list as well. What about the Space Stone? Wasn't that what was in the Tesseract? Ah, this! Thor pulled a blue, glowing box from a pocket that was definitely enlarged like Harry's own. It is what we were using to track the other stones. So now 2 Infinity Stones are on Earth. Winter called over from where he was both playing blocks with Teddy and shielding him from any danger. Doesn't that paint our planet as a target? Actually, we believe 4 stones are currently on Midgard, Loki said to Harry's complete dread. Damn, Thanos was definitely heading their way. But how? Rhodey sputtered. All you Asgardians seem to think Earth is a primitive wasteland, and somehow we end up with 4 of these all-powerful stones. Well, we brought the Space Stone, Loki reminded them. You all know the story of the Mind Stone. The Time Stone is a small green stone and has been in the possession of your mages for many millennia, and even I do not know the history of how it came here. I believe Mother gifted it to them, Thor said as an aside that probably wasn't supposed to be heard by everyone once again. Or that, Loki huffed with an exasperated roll of his eyes. And the Soul Stone should absolutely not be on this planet, but it disappeared from where it was in safekeeping back in what you call August, and no one has been able to track it down. We are only searching Midgard now because of Mother and Heimdall's divination of its destination. Okay, so Harry did actually know things. Like he knew that Thor and Loki had been spotted in Scotland over by Hogwarts, and he knew that he'd done some sketchy stuff on the Hogwarts grounds back in August, and he knew he had a stone in his possession that could bring over the souls of the dead. So, yeah, he was pretty sure he knew what was going on here, but he was going to play dumb until the very last second possible. Wait, because Harry also knew mages, or magical people, or whatever. He also knew the people who studied time. He'd always thought it odd that MACUSA didn't have a time room like the Department of Mysteries did, but now maybe he had an answer as to why. The mages who have the Time Stone, that's my people, right? Like we're actually talking the British Ministry of Magic to be precise. We have not been tracking the Time Stone since it should be safe with your mages, Thor announced. Mother was not specific as to the nationality of mages she dealt with many moons ago. It is very possible the arbitrary country designations have changed since then as well. Oh hell, Harry sighed and pulled out his wand once more because he knew his luck, and this was not going to end well. Hold on, expecto patronum. Harry blinked at the large, silvery wolf dangerously prowling the penthouse in front of him. Holy Mother of Newton, what the hell is that? Tony gasped and stepped forward to study the wolf better. We're prongs. Teddy frowned at the wolf. Harry did too. Well, he didn't really have to guess what had happened, though. Like, he would be very comfortable betting his entire vault that the wolf could have been ripped directly from the Howling Commando's insignia. It's beautiful, Winter smiled at the wolf in awe, thankfully unable to grasp the significance currently. Harry should probably tell him, right? Like that was probably something you should explain to someone you were in a relationship with, right? Sorry, Teddy. This happens sometimes. We can name this one something else. You'll have to come up with some ideas, Harry offered, placating his son who was now excited to name the new patroness. Everyone, this is my patroness like a guardian, but I can use it to send a message. You are sending a message with it. How? Banner was also studying the silvery wolf, all science-y, just like Tony. Parlor tricks, Loki scoffed, and Harry just glared at him. Whatever, just give me a second. He sent another burst of magic to the patroness to make only the intended recipient be able to hear the message. Ferret face, he started, because he literally only knew one unspeakable who just happened to be the department's potions master and researcher. Please tell me there is a glowing green stone in the time room and that it hasn't been misplaced by you unspeakables and just, not spoken about. Draco, this may be vitally important to a MACUSA case I'm on. I need confirmation as soon as possible. With a flick of his wand, the patroness sped off to London. Right, so we wait then. I think it best to check and not assume about these things. Or I'm so proud. Tony dramatically clutched his chest and sniffed at Harry in over-the-top pride. Harry felt a little happy spike in his chest at it, though. Any updates on the Soul Stone then while we wait? Rhodey sat down in the armchair and crossed his arms. We do not know, Thor trailed off with a look to Loki. Thanos had turned his attention to Asgard, most likely to obtain the Space Stone. We were preparing for war, Loki continued the explanation in his standard dismissive tone. His focus shifted suddenly back in your August when we pinpointed the disappearance of the Soul Stone. Mother believes it was the one he was most assured of staying safe in one location, but its disappearance threw his plans askew. A silvery fox suddenly appeared in the room. Harry figured he was probably the only one who could hear the message. How do I know this is you, Potter? What happened to your patroness? Everyone knows you call me Ferret Face. That's not a code word or anything. Harry sighed loudly. Hold on everyone, I'm having to prove my identity. Harry cast his patronus once more. Right, Draco, do you really want me to go into all the gory details of the night you were caught by me, and thankfully not the full aura force, with your pants literally down with your wife having some very kinky sex in public out by that cake shop just off Diagon? Would you like me to relay what your wife's suggestion was at that? The patronus was gone and Tony was dying laughing. What did she suggest? I can guess. Yes, you most definitely can. Harry grimaced because that hit a little too close to home now. A silver fox once more appeared, this time much more quickly. Potter, I'm coming. Where are you? America. Why are you in America? Whatever, I'll get Weasley and Granger to bring me to you. It'll be faster, and I still don't trust that I'm not walking into a trap. Clean up your hovel of a flat for visitors. I'll be there in 2 days maximum. So that's your answer. Harry waved over at where the fox had disappeared. The confused looks all around finally reminded him that no one else could hear the message. Oh yeah, so Draco is coming here with Ron and Hermione in a couple days. The only reason he'd come in person is because the stone is definitely gone, and I've stumbled onto a cover-up, he explained, causing Tony to sigh deeply and add a question mark after the stone on the holographic board that he brought up once again now that the patroni were gone. This is very distressing, brother, Thor said to Loki with concern dripping in his voice. Yes, we must find the missing 2 stones before Thanos realizes there are 3 on Midgard. Your planet is doomed once he does, Loki said, not comfortingly at all. If you thought my poor attempts at world domination while I was fighting mind control by Thanos were distressing, magnify that by 1,000 when he is working himself and not through a reluctant emissary. Doom, gloom, end of the world, should have seen that coming. Tony sighed tiredly and ended the projection with a flick of his wrist. Things have been going too well. Tones, Rhodey raised an eyebrow. We're worried that half the Avengers are currently being brainwashed, and someone tried to kidnap your grandson. How have things been going so well? Tony shrugged. That's just a normal Monday around here. The Avengers are brainwashed. Thor stepped forward and clutched this large hammer in his hand that Harry felt some strong magic swirling around. He really wanted to get a better look at that hammer. We'll have to fill you in on everything. Let's do it over dinner though, I could use a drink, and I've learned it's best to try to feed people when that happens. Tony cracked his back and said very concerningly. Harry knew the feeling, but it did make him worry a lot more about his father. We're running a bit low on rooms currently. Even so, Loki is bunking with you so you can keep an eye on him, he informed Thor with a flick of his eyes Winter's direction. And I am currently in Thor's room, Winter finished the thought with a nod. I can return to my previous room. Hell no, Tony shook his head firmly. I'm not going to chance your delicate brain being controlled. Winter pouted, and Harry thought it was the cutest thing ever. My brain isn't delicate. There was a beat of silence while everyone waited for a solution. Well, why doesn't he just stay with me? Harry offered with a shrug. It was the simplest solution. I promise I'll be the perfect gentleman, he said to Winter quickly because he definitely didn't want to make it weird. They still hadn't done anything besides some very heated make-out sessions and some over-the-clothes action. Harry refused to push Winter into anything he wasn't ready for. Oh good, Tony breathed out. That really was the best solution, but I didn't think I should be the one to suggest it. Tony, Banner smiled and gave Harry's father a bemused look. What, I'm not a prude, Tony scoffed. I've been waiting to catch Winter slinking out of Harry's room every morning since I learned they were together. I had a whole intimidating speech prepared and all, but knew they're taking things like glacially slow or something, and my speech just isn't relevant anymore. He pouted as if his speech going to waste was probably even more distressing than a missing time stone. Harry laughed. What do you think, babe? Move in with me. I'll keep my hands to myself. Winter stood and smiled at him. I must go get my things, he said simply. Is Teddy safe now? Harry looked at Loki assessingly before nodding. Sure, he's good. Hulk is looking forward to smashing something anyway, so I think we're good. Hulk will smash Green Clown whenever Shadow Man asks, Hulk said from Banner's mouth. They were getting good as this sharing thing, it seemed. Green Clown, Loki said in a horrified scoff. Winter stopped and gave Harry a little kiss before leaving. Give me an hour. I'm going to call Steve to check in. He seems to be doing much better now that he's away. Sounds good, Harry kissed him again. Ansel Nishko, Winter's look was positively lecherous. I have never required you to keep your hands to yourself. Okay, that was something Harry desperately wanted to explore further. Right, he let out a breath once the doors to the lift safely closed behind his boyfriend. Grandpa Tone, Watch Teddy for an hour. I'm going to go make a call and clean out half my closet. Make that like a fourth of the closet. Winter has like 2 pairs of pants and 3 hoodies, Rhodey called after him. Take your boyfriend shopping, Tony called out too, sounding way more scandalized about that than the thought of them sharing a room. Harry did need to make a call, but it wasn't the kind you could use a phone for. They had checked on the time stone, but as he'd said before, it was not safe to assume. He needed to know for sure, and he only had an hour before Winter moved into his room with him. Merlin, but that was going to be awesome. Yeah, the world was maybe ending, but he'd dealt with that before. He hadn't had someone he maybe, possibly loved move in with him before though. That was much more exciting. Anyway, back to his call. Harry held the ring with the 2 dark stone in his hand and let out a nervous breath. Was he really going to do this? If he didn't, then could he continue pretending that something major wasn't going on around him? That he wasn't really the master of death? No, something was happening, and he'd learned too dearly over the years that being kept in the dark and not having all the information lead to those he loved dying. It was always better to know than not. Harry closed his eyes and thought of death, of an ending, of an empty train station, of a charred Horcrux under a bench. He thought of loss, of letting go, of a next great adventure. He flipped the stone thrice in his hand. Midgard, really? A woman's voice sneered in his room as if completely disgusted. Harry opened his eyes and was immediately met with the most judgmental look from the most goth and spindly-looking woman he'd ever seen. Scratch that, she actually looked like the real-life embodiment of that woman, Isma, from that cartoon Teddy and Tony had watched a few days ago with the llama. She was looking around like Harry's room was some kind of hovel, and he was very offended. Tony had put a lot of work into his tower, and this was the nicest room Harry had ever had in his life, and his father had given it to him. Death or not, she was just rude. Excuse me, I don't see how you can be so put out. You didn't have to pick me to be your master or whatever, Harry protested. The woman scoffed. You are no master of mine, Midgardian scum, she seethed. I called death, Harry raised an eyebrow. So, as the master of death, I was pretty sure I was going to get, death. Are you some kind of secretary they sent because they were busy or something? That had the desired effect of completely offending the woman. I am Hela, the goddess of death and ruler of Hell and Niflheim. She stood to her considerable height, which was definitely taller than Harry with the absurd spidery headdress she had on her head. Harry squinted at her, knowing he should back down, but he'd always had an unhealthy obsession with poking the bear or the Dark Lord or the goddess or whatever that was trying to posture in front of him. So, would Goddess of Death rank above or below Master of Death? Hela seethed, well, that answered his question. Considering Harry could summon her and her irritation with him, Master definitely ranked above Goddess oddly enough. Hela answers to no man, she said, evading his question. Harry really did actually keep his comment about how she spoke like Hulk inside this time. It was physically painful. So, how are you related to the God of Thunder and God of Mischief we're currently housing here on Midgard? Right, Hela rolled her eyes. Ah, they were definitely siblings then. He's seen that same reaction in way too many Weasleys to not recognize the exasperation. I claim no relation to those peons of Odin, she answered. Harry was wondering why she was standing so awkwardly in the middle of his room until he realized she was a little blurry around the edges like his parents had been when he'd summoned them. So she wasn't really there, just like a spirit or projection. It was exceptionally comforting to know that he hadn't actually pulled yet another Asgardian to their world. 2 was too many in his opinion already. Plus, he didn't want to see what adding yet another sibling into their family drama would produce. Right, so you're brothers, Harry grinned as she growled, and crossed her arms in an attempt at intimidation that didn't work, because Harry just really didn't feel intimidation in any circumstance after his messed-up childhood, and the fact that she wasn't really there. Any guesses why you came when I called death? Harry asked next, really needing to know the answer to this. Hela rolled her eyes at him as if he'd asked a stupid question. Really, it seemed very reasonable to him, though. There is no such thing as an embodiment of death. Death just is. It is a universal constant, a necessity of life, an ending for all, she explained, and okay, that made a lot of sense. Death has many servants, though. I am one of them, and so are you. We serve the inevitability, the force of death in the realm, just as there are many servants of life and fate and destiny, and many other universal constants. Oh, Harry found himself saying as he had to rewrite his entire perception and thinking of the world around him. So, when I called death, I summoned you since you are one of the physical servants. Just as you are, she nodded before she seemed to reluctantly add, because of your powers, I was probably summoned above all other servants because of the knowledge I possess to answer your questions, as idiotic as they are. Okay, now they were getting somewhere. Cool, so as Master of Death, I do have some extra powers then, he said as more of a statement than a question. Any ideas what those are? Hela sighed. No, there has never been a Master of Death before now, though you have been prophesied to be chosen in a time of great need, when the universe is in danger of becoming unbalanced. No one expected you to come from Midgard, she added in another judging sneer as if he were pond scum. Harry hated prophesies with a blazing hot passion. What did the fucking prophecy say? He asked in resignation to his fate once more. Only that you would be chosen by the universe to stop the imbalance, she answered, looking for all the world like she didn't believe he could do that in the slightest. There was something vague about uniting the three, then standing as the three of Death's acolytes. As you should know, 3 is one of the most powerful universal numbers for perfection. Yes, he did know this, plus it was a 3 with a 3, so a 6 to counteract 6 infinity stones. This was looking like a headache all around, they were so fucked. Hela exact wording would be much appreciated, he glared at her, not liking the sound of all this. She scoffed, this was centuries ago, you would need to ask the prophet my mother Frigga if you want the exact wording. I am not lying to you though, it consisted of you being chosen, stopping the imbalance, uniting the 3, standing as the 3. That was it. Harry huffed and laid out the cloak, the wand, and the stone on his bed. I already united the 3 deathly hallows, which is how I became the bloody Master of Death, he explained to her. What the hell does it mean to stand as the 3 though? Like wield all these at once? No, that would be using the 3, she huffed and rolled her eyes, non-verbally calling him an idiot once more. If you stand as the 3, then I would assume you will stand with 2 other of Death's servants. Considering you are living in a building with 2 other servants of Death, I think that answers your inane question, don't you? Wait, Harry held up a hand as his brain finally put the pieces together of how the Hallows had been acting since he'd moved into the tower. Sometimes they had the pleased, contented hum, and other times they were just there, at their normal level of whatever. He'd already determined that Tony being around was a factor. My father, he was called the Merchant of Death. Yes, Tony Stark, a servant of death from a very young age. Hela nodded as if that wasn't concerning in the slightest. It makes sense the Master of Death would be his son. The other pieces, though. Thursday nights the hum had always went away, but it hadn't on Thanksgiving. The Avengers had their pizza night on Thursdays, so it was someone in that group who left the tower. They had all been gone on Thanksgiving, though. Rogers and Barton were at the compound, and Colonel Rhodes had taken the rest of the group that generally left on Thursdays to whatever the disturbance had been, all except Winter, Harry breathed out in realization. Hela nodded annoyingly as if he should already know all this. The season when the earth dies to create space for new life in spring, she said in her all-knowing way. The bringer of death, the frozen assassin. Harry groaned, not liking the sound of this in the slightest. I think I hate you, he told her seriously. One can be hated by a speck of dirt on their shoe, but does that affect the person in the slightest? She said, making a show of inspecting the many rings on her fingers. Whatever, how does any of this have anything to do with Thanos? He asked next, the real reason he'd summoned her to begin with. At that, the goddess was paying attention to him once more. That fool, she hissed. He is the bringer of imbalance. He is seeking the stones to unite them and bring chaos to the universe. Right, which this is probably one of them, Harry picked up with Ring with a grimace. The Soul Stone, summoned to the Master when he accepted his place in the order of the universe. She glared at the stone as if it had personally offended her. So, it wasn't the Soul Stone until I united all 3 Deathly Hallows and accepted being Master of Death, Harry nodded, fitting in her words with what Thor and Loki had explained. So there had been another stone somewhere else out in the universe that just wasn't the Soul Stone anymore when this stone became it. A resurrection stone that had housed a soul for decades. Why does that make way too much sense? He sighed at his luck that he could never seem to escape. I really need to find one of those servants of fate so that I have someone to punch. Hela grinned terrifyingly at him. No, they were not going to be friends. That was not acceptable. And what about you? Are you just chilling on Asgard or something? Could you ask your mother for the exact prophecy for me? Hela looked some cross between angry, sad, jealous, and just plain pissed at the world at his question. I am the ruler of Hell and Niflheim, she said once again, which means I am banished there. I am imprisoned in the afterlife. Ah, Harry nodded, not really understanding that in the slightest but sensing family drama once again. Well, in that case, any messages you want me to pass to your brothers, like fuck off or I hope you die a painful death or something. Hella's grimace turned into the terrifying grin once more. Oh damn, they were going to be friends, weren't they? Harry really did need to pick his friends better sometimes. He blamed Hagrid's influence. I believe you understand my sentiments perfectly, she told him. I will leave you to creatively convey them. Sure can do, he snorted a laugh. Hey have fun in hell or whatever. I always do, she said ominously. I believe I may not be too angry if I were to be summoned once more, maybe so I could convey my ire to my brothers in person, or to be informed of the three's stand against Thanos. Yep, they were friends now. Harry was so going to hear about this from Hermione or Banner. Tony would love it though. Sure, why not? I'll see you sometime soon then. He flipped the stone without further ado and sent the goth goddess back to her prison or wherever. I'm so fucked, he groaned and flopped back on his bed. How in Merlin's bloody name was he going to tell his father and boyfriend that they were all mythical servants of some disembodied force and would need to stand against this all-powerful titan who wanted to cause chaos for the universe? Yeah, maybe they needed tea and chocolate for that conversation. Chapter End Notes. Up next, Vision's Stone. Chapter 19, Plans Coming Together, Plans Falling Apart. Winter had never felt so at peace in his memory. That wasn't saying much, but he suspected that, even in the time he couldn't remember, he'd never been this at peace before either. He couldn't stop smiling as he lay in bed with his boyfriend snuggled almost on top of him and huffing little tickling breaths of air onto his bare chest. Harry and he were a pair. They'd both woken up from nightmares at different times during the night, and both times the other just held them until they went back to sleep. It was the best sleep Winter could remember getting, even with waking up a couple times. Okay, so now Harry was drooling a little on his chest. Winter held in a chuckle and didn't care in the slightest. The fact that he found that adorable and not gross probably said a lot about how gone he was on this man. Harry's hair had gotten a little longer since they'd met, and Winter ran a hand through the short strands. They were starting to get a slight curl to the ends, and he really hoped Harry grew it out enough for Winter to see what it would look like with curls all over. He hoped Harry would still want to be with him that far from now. Winter knew Harry was it for him even now. Hell, he'd known Harry was it for him from the first time he'd handed Winter Teddy and trusted him so much that he'd allow an assassin to hold his toddler son. He only hoped that maybe Harry would feel the same way. Their first night together, and they had only slept, holding each other tightly through the night. Before they'd gone to sleep, Winter had finally fessed up to Harry about his complete lack of memory about sex and his at least mental virgin status. Harry's response had been a quick kiss, and then a bright smile before he launched into an enthusiastic lecture about all things sex, covering safety, hygiene, different acts, positions, common kinks, spells to make things easier, and spattered throughout with Harry's own commentary on things he liked, didn't mind, and would really prefer they avoid. It was frankly a little terrifying just how thorough Harry covered the subject, until Winter's boyfriend coughed a little and blushed, before admitting that one of his best friends was training to be a healer, and had decided that it was her job to have this exact same lecture with Harry since he hadn't really had many parental figures in his life. Winter had a feeling this was probably much less embarrassing for him, coming from his boyfriend, than for Harry who'd heard it from his best friend who he saw as more of a sister than anything else. Regardless, Winter really did appreciate how straightforward, not scary, and detailed Harry had made it for him. He really did like things to be very clear and specific when at all possible. He also really appreciated the bluntness with which Harry included the things he liked and didn't like. Winter still had no clue what his own preferences were, but he was pretty sure he agreed with Harry in theory about the same things from the explanations anyway. It was a little frustrating, though, that Harry had described himself as a switch, so he liked to both top and bottom depending on his partner and his mood. This didn't help Winter any, who had originally figured he'd just default to whatever Harry would like him to do, but now he did actually have to find out what he liked. Harry assured him that it was a good thing, though, and that they'd have a lot of fun with it, so maybe it wasn't quite as intimidating as he'd originally thought. Regardless, their first night together, they decided they didn't have to do anything. They could just enjoy being together without any added pressure. It was really nice to just be in each other's space. Winter thought that he wouldn't mind waking up like this every day for the rest of his life if Harry would let him. Mr. Winter, Friday cut into their little domestic bubble. Harry shifted some on his chest and grunted like he was really trying not to wake up, but he was anyway. Winter smiled fondly at him. Yes, Friday. Mini-Boss's friends are at the information desk, Friday said, and Winter immediately winced at the reminder of the information desk. Damn, they're early. Is Draco terrifying the poor worker? Harry asked, his eyes still closed, but his hands tightening around where he was holding onto Winter. Friday actually chuckled through the speakers. The worker tried the same spiel on Lord Malfoy as they did on you, and well, Lord Malfoy is currently threatening to rain social hell down on Stark or cause an international incident if they aren't allowed to see you. Unfortunately, the information desk only knows you as the security intern, so they don't even know who Lord Malfoy is talking about. Winter laughed. Friday, you should probably save this person before they call Happy and get security involved, he suggested. Harry groaned and finally sat up. Yeah, send them up. Also, contact my father, Banner, Thor, and Loki to see if they can all come meet us. They seem to be the ones who know the most about the Infinity Stones and should probably hear this. Is Rhodey here today? No, mini-boss. Colonel Rhodes is at a meeting with the Secretary of Defense, Friday said, meaning they were going to need to do this without him. Winter stretched his arm over his head and popped his back. I don't suppose we have time for breakfast. Mini-boss's friends are already on the elevator, Friday responded. Boss asked for Chef Aaron to send up pastries though, and they should be dropped off shortly. Thank Merlin and Aaron, Harry chuckled. Is Teddy awake yet? He asked the AI. Boss is fixing him oatmeal now, Friday said while Harry threw on a t-shirt, and Winter shrugged into his nicest hoodie. Maybe he did actually need to do a little shopping. Harry grabbed onto his boyfriend's hand and pulled him behind himself into the kitchen, hoping they still had a couple seconds before the lift got to the penthouse. He'd at least had time to throw a teeth-cleaning charm at both himself and Winter, so he'd maybe avoid the worst of Hermione's ire and Draco's judgment. Ron wouldn't care in the slightest. Tony already had a mug of coffee, just the way Harry liked it, in his hand and waiting for him when they got to the kitchen. Tony's eyebrows did this jaunty wiggly thing as he smirked at the two of them. So, how was last night? Anyone sore? I have ibuprofen on the ready. Who am I giving it to? Winter looked completely scandalized while Harry just laughed. You could apparently take the memories of the 1940s out of a man, but still leave some of the social mores. We just slept, Harry informed his father and took the coffee. You know, you could probably stand to be a little less open and accepting to keep from freaking out my 80-ish-year-old boyfriend. What would be the fun in that? Tony scoffed and went back to where Teddy was smearing more oatmeal on his face than in his mouth. Besides, Rhodey already decided that Winter is 5 years old, not 80. I protest both, Winter huffed and went to the complicated coffee machine to make his own. The lift dinged and Harry sighed, not ready for the invasion yet, but would deal with it. Harry, Teddy. Ron jumped into the penthouse first with a huge smile on his face and already wearing an I Heart NY t-shirt. Nice digs. Unca Ron, Teddy giggled and held out his hands. Harry cast a quick cleaning spell on his kid before picking him up off his booster seat and setting him on the ground to run to greet their company. Auntie Meme, Teddy ran straight into Hermione's open arms. I missed you so much, Teddy Bear. She hugged him tight and spun him around. I think you've grown. What am I? None do dung. Draco dramatically fake-pouted at his small cousin. Teddy pulled back from Hermione and straightened himself up importantly. Hello, Draco, Teddy said very carefully, the only person Teddy consistently got their name correct. Well, I suppose I don't feel excluded then. Draco smirked and picked up Teddy next to bounce him on his hip and kiss his now blonde hair. I swear to Merlin, I don't know how Draco got him to say his name correctly when he still can't say Tony or Ginny, which should both be easy. Harry rolled his eyes at Draco's triumphant smirk. You look well, Hermione strode over and hugged Harry. He held onto her tightly, missing his best friends deeply. He called them every day or two, but he still missed having them so close by that they could get lunch or dinner almost daily. They hadn't been this long apart since his last summer at the Dursleys. Hey, he breathed into her crazy curls. You good? Just missing you, Ron answered for them both with a pat to Harry's back. How in Salazar's best cauldron did you end up in the Stark Tower penthouse? Draco asked, studiously ignoring Tony, who was patiently waiting for the greetings to end so he could jump in and ask probably a million questions. I expected some low-rent hotel or a cluttered studio apartment. Hey, I have a London townhome. I can afford things, Harry protested, a little hurt at that insinuation. He could take care of himself and Teddy. It was willed to you, Ron said, not helping in the slightest. You don't spend money, even if you have it. Well, not on yourself anyway, but definitely on Teddy. Dude, right, Tony couldn't help himself from enthusiastically cutting in. I offered to buy him a house and a car, and Pepper said I couldn't offer a jet because that would scare him off, but he didn't want them. Tony ended with a pout at Harry. He won't let me spoil him. For his part, Harry choked slightly at the implication that Tony would have bought him a jet if he wanted one. That was way too much. Please tell me that Tony Stark isn't trying to be your sugar daddy, Draco drawled, and literally everyone but Draco and Teddy, who didn't understand, winced dramatically. I mean, you could do worse, but an Avenger, really. Clearly, Avenger was standing in for Muggle in Draco's question. He may not be as bad as he was when they were teenagers, but that didn't mean he was suddenly besties with Muggles, though he didn't seem to have anything against Muggleborns anymore in the slightest to his credit. Draco, meet my father, Tony Stark, Harry said quickly to stop any and all speculations in those regards. Like my literal biological father, please keep any inappropriate insinuations out of my brain. Draco raised a blonde eyebrow assessingly at Tony and bounced Teddy on his hip again. Well, I suppose that explains the Potter blood curse being broken then, he finally concluded. Harry growled lowly at the comment. And again, why did no one think to mention my family's famous blood curse, not even once to me since you all met me at 11? Draco frowned. You didn't know. Harry just threw his hands into the air in exasperation. Ahem, Ron cleared his throat significantly from where he was standing right beside Winter, who was now leaning against the counter, and sipping his coffee, just watching everything that was happening with narrowed eyes at where Draco was holding Harry's son. Oh right, Winter didn't really know Harry's weird relationship with Draco, only the snarky patronus messages they had sent each other. Harry figured Winter was a few minutes away from rescuing Teddy from his cousin and probably causing some bodily harm. Ron, that's my boyfriend Winter, he said to his friend who was waiting to meet the man with an impatient look. Clearly Charlie had been blabbing to his family. Winter, Draco is Teddy's cousin on his mother's side. They do actually like each other, and we mostly get along when we need to, Harry huffed with a shared eye-roll with Draco. Hermione squealed and clapped her hands. Boyfriend, I need all the details. She rushed over and stood on the other side of Winter than Ron. Winter was looking a little cornered now. So how did you meet? Hermione asked. What happened to your arm? Ron asked almost at the same time. Has Harry told you anything about his job? Hermione asked next, probably trying to fish for if he knew anything about magic. Are you one of the Avengers? Ron kept going. Guys, Harry whistled loudly, chill. The lift dinged at that moment and Banner, Thor and Loki all stepped out to join the insanity. No, Draco stepped back with Teddy and glared. I agreed to talk to Harry and only Harry. Everyone, Harry yelled at the group now, waving his arms to get all their attention. Look, introductions. Yes, please, Banner chuckled and walked over to a pouting Tony, who clearly didn't like being treated as if he weren't the most important person in a room, especially when it was his own penthouse. Everyone, this is Ron and Hermione, my best friends since we all met at school when we were 11 and had to fight off a troll. Harry motioned to the couple on either side of Winter who still looked like he wanted to do some combination of run away and steal Teddy from Draco. Troll, Tony cut in to ask with a gleam in his eye mixed with concern. Harry, Draco asked, clearly concerned about the statute of secrecy. That prat is Lord Malfoy, but call him Draco, or you'll inflate his ego even more. Harry motioned to the man holding his son. Also, yes, he's allowed to hold Teddy. He's his cousin, and the Hulk doesn't need to smash or anything, he added since Banner looked like he was about to switch to Hulk's side of their shared speech. For my group, Harry said to the magicals in the room. Yes, they all know about magic. Tony is my father, so he's allowed. Hulk Banner figured it out. Bruce, Harry, please, Banner said for what was probably the 12th time, and Harry probably needed to remember that going forward. And Thor and Loki are Norse gods, and apparently have dealt with mages in their past. Harry finished with a wave to where Thor was looking much more normal in jeans and a knit shirt and fixing himself coffee like it was rocket science. Loki was still wearing his odd outfit from the night before, but without the armor at least, and just silently judging them all from a corner. Would anyone like coffee? Winter asked, apparently the only one who remembered any manners out of the lot of them. Draco looked just as scandalized as Winter had when Tony had basically asked if they'd had sex. Hermione scoffed and Ron just went ahead and conjured a kettle since they all knew about magic. Harry thought there might have been a kettle in the cupboard, though. Harry, you better have some tea or you're going to have a mutiny with this lot. Ron laughed and started filling the kettle with water. Yeah, I have some in my room, Harry rolled his eyes. American coffee was the best, and they just didn't know what they were missing. Starbucks had recently switched out their pumpkin spice for chestnut praline, which was good, but not pumpkin. Harry was very distraught, thank you very much. Akio tea, he flicked his wand and waited for the tin to zoom into his outstretched hand to the glay, at seeing magic again of both his father and Ban. Bruce. Loki grumbled something impolite under his breath that they all ignored. The lift dinged and Aaron appeared next with a smile at them all. Pastries, he held out a tray. Bless you and your entire family. Tony rushed over to grab the tray. How's it going? The new sous chef working out. Harry grinned at the man who narrowed his eyes at where Harry was standing holding a tin of tea in one hand and a stick in the other. Good, Marie is great, and please whatever is going on here, no one say anything until I leave. The chef just looked at the very odd collection of people in the penthouse. I'm going to develop a cramp in my chopping hand if I have to keep signing NDAs. Scurry back to your dungeon then. Tony pointedly bypassed Loki with the tray while offering pastries to the rest of them. Lots of secrets up here. Yeah, Aaron grumbled as the lift doors closed in front of him again. I really hope you pay him well. I think he's developing some paranoia, Harry said to his father while he accepted a tasty-looking bear claw and magnanimously levitated a cheese Danish Loki's direction. Please, Tony scoffed. If Aaron so much as looks at a job posting, I throw more money at him. He makes more than some CEOs. While all of this I'm sure is highly interesting, Draco began, and placed Teddy back in his booster seat with a chocolate croissant. I refuse to get dragged into whatever insanity Potter has found himself mixed up in this time. I will not have your drama ruining my holidays, he said pointedly at Harry. Astoria is 4 months pregnant, and she will literally kill me if I spoil her last child-free Yule. I'm out of here by end of day today, no longer. Oh wow, congratulations, ferret face. Harry grinned at him enthusiastically. It would be nice to have a friend, even one as annoying as Draco, who had a kid closest to Teddy's age. Thank you, Draco said, looking very proud of himself and his growing family. However, that is why I insisted on Granger and Weasley coming with me. I need to debrief you, probably get secrecy contracts from this lot, and then I'm leaving them to handle whatever insanity you found yourself in. Hey, Ron protested with a frown. You said this was a short holiday and you only wanted to see Teddy, nothing about something going on. What's he talking about, Harry? Hermione just sighed deeply. What is it this time? This is entirely not my fault, Harry crossed his arms and said firmly, thankful that Winter had escaped them and joined him to wrap his arm around Harry's waist. He really didn't have anything to do with this. Well, besides the whole Master of Death thing, but still. It never is, but somehow we still get dragged into it. Ron shook his head and turned off the kettle to start in on the tea. Young mage, I assure you, this is not your battle. Thor tried next even though Harry knew he was wrong now after his little chat with the bloke's goth sister. My brother and I have come seeking to stop the quest of the Mad Titan, who is uniting the Infinity Stones. Ron just stared at Thor while he poured water in the mugs. He eventually turned to Harry. Translation, he asked simply. Thor and Loki's mum gave us the Time Stone which, based on Malfoy's caginess, has been stolen from the Department of Mysteries, Harry explained, getting a little indignant squeak from Draco. Some insane alien needs it, a stone that's embedded in one of the Avengers' heads, and a blue glowy stone that Thor has, and well, another one that's probably on this planet, and if he gets all 4, he can end life as we know it. How many stones does he have now? Hermione asked while Ron nodded. They all just rolled with the crazy now at this point in their lives. 2, which, I think I need to talk some numerology with you if you have the time, Harry asked her, because he really wanted to check his 3s and 6s with someone since it had been a while since he'd had divination. Hermione just gave him a deadpan look. Right, you think all divination is a scam and a waste of time, Draco. Do you remember me sitting through any of that fraud's classes at all? Draco glared, and yeah, Draco hadn't taken that class either. Looks like it's just you and me then. Harry turned to Ron and they both shared a surprised look. Mate, we need to mark this as a historical landmark moment. Ron shared his feelings exactly. We've never known something those two don't. Does this mean the world is actually ending? Probably, Loki grumbled and ignored the cheese Danish that was still floating by his face. Harry was not going to cancel the charm until he ate it, the posh git. Can we please get to business before Thanos succeeds in destroying life as we know it? Harry looked around and figured Bruce was probably best to keep Teddy out of trouble while they went through everything. Bruce, would you mind taking Teddy to his room to play, or maybe go visit Happy or something? Bruce's eyes widened in fear, and both Harry and Tony immediately scoffed at him. "Dude, we've already established that Teddy is perfectly safe with you." Teddy reached out to Bruce immediately. "Hulk play." Bruce took in a deep breath, seeming to retrain his mind on how he viewed himself around children. "Yeah, Teddy, let's go play." Hulk and Teddy could play Tea Party, Hulk added while Bruce picked up Teddy. "Wait, was that, like they can both talk?" Ron pointed after them with a surprised look. Harry just shrugged. "Well, they do sort of share a body." "This is fascinating." Hermione looked ready to go after them. "You can go interrogate your new best friend later, Hermione," Harry said. "Now, Draco needs to fess up about how the Ministry seems to have misplaced a mystical stone that can manipulate time." Everyone looked at Draco, who was calmly blowing on his tea. "It wasn't my fault," he scoffed. "I didn't even work there then. It went missing at some point during that year the Dark Lord had control of the Ministry." Harry blinked. 5 years. It's been missing for 5 years and no one told the Aurors. Draco sipped his tea. "Why do you think that no Time Turner applications have been approved in all that time?" "I don't know. I didn't know there was a stone." Harry threw his arms up. "I kind of thought it was because we destroyed the hourglass thing when we broke in 5th year." "It held the time dust," Hermione supplied as explanation. Draco nodded, seeming to follow their guesses. "The stone produced the time dust. It could have been replenished, but without the stone." "So, a Death Eater has it," Ron continued with the most reasonable explanation. "What were the odds?" "Right, so Draco, what do you know about your old buddy Ghoul these days?" Harry sighed, really hoping that not literally everything that was happening around them was connected. "You think they are connected?" Winter asked with a frown. "Maybe," he shrugged. "I don't like coincidences." "I would be surprised to hear Greg is still alive," Draco shrugged. "Are you telling me he is? Could he somehow have the stone?" Harry asked instead. Draco thought about it and let out a breath. "Goyle SR was working at the Ministry during the time the Dark Lord was running things. It's possible he took it, but he died during the battle. Greg would have had to have found it in his father's things. I doubt he would know what it was or how to use it even if he did know." "Have you seen Goyle here in the US?" Ron asked, looking much more like the aura he was in that moment. "He is wanted for arrest here too. We could take him in." Tony stepped forward. "He tried to kidnap Teddy in Central Park the other day," he explained. "It's why there are pictures of Hulk with Teddy in the papers. He was getting him to safety." "There has also been a string of apothecary robberies that MACUSA has been investigating." Harry flicked his wand a couple more times and had the ingredient file and Rhodey's travel mug sailing through the air towards himself. "Draco, this may or may not be connected, but could you look into something that may contain a potion for me?" "Can't you do that? You're like the super aura," Draco huffed teasingly. "I can determine if something is in it, but not what it is specifically. I need a potion master for that," Harry said. Knowing that Draco knew that too, he just wanted to hear Harry say he needed him. Draco smirked and took the travel mug. "It's always nice to feel useful. Here are the ingredients stolen that have been cross-referenced. Start with potions we may have learned at Hogwarts or that were popular with the Death Eaters." He handed everything over. "I do not understand how this is connected to the Infinity Stone," Thor asked the room. They hadn't really filled Thor in on much since they'd expected Harry's friends to take longer to show up. "The rogue Avengers have been acting a little off recently," Tony explained to him. "Also, Vision's stone, it's red right now. I asked T'Challa, and it's been red since at least Wakanda, if not before." Loki actually stepped away from the wall and looked less smarmy and bored at that. An Infinity Stone would not naturally change color. "What if he'd being potioned? It was my best guess for the other Avengers," Harry added. Tony was shaking his head though. "Vision doesn't drink or eat." "So it's something else," Harry sighed. "Maximoff's powers manifest as red," Winter reminded them all. "The Ministry studied tapes of your battles. It was all over our news as soon as people started calling her a witch," Hermione spoke up. "They have determined that Wanda Maximoff is not actually a witch. She's something else." "She does have a kind of magic, but not like us," Harry shook his head. "It feels wrong. I don't know how to explain it beyond that. Does anyone know her exact powers?" Everyone shook their heads in unison, even Thor. Draco looked off with a frown and a look like he was really trying to think of something. "Draco," Harry prompted, "you know something?" "I don't actually," he frowned further. "This person was a Hydra experiment though, right?" "She was," Tony confirmed. "So she didn't have powers before." Draco now addressed Tony directly for probably the first time. Not that anyone has determined, Winter added. Draco sat his tea down and sank into an armchair. Please remember this was 6 years ago I'm trying to think back to, so my memory might not be the best, especially as I really had to forget that time. But Hydra was possibly mentioned by the Dark Lord once in a Death Eater meeting. Damn, I'd kill for a pensive, Harry grumbled. Actually, Draco looked up. You did eventually learn legilimency, didn't you? Could you? He waved a hand at his head. The offer in itself said this was probably very serious. Harry knew Draco wouldn't let him in his head for anything less than dire. Harry didn't like this at all. I'd rather not, Draco. Do you really think it's related? I wouldn't have thought Voldemort would have wanted anything to do with Hydra. They were completely muggle. That would have been more active in Grindelwald's time anyway. I remembered it because he mentioned a leech, and those have always terrified me. Draco raised an eyebrow. So yeah, I think it's relevant. Harry breathed out and paled. That wasn't good. He'd learned about them in his mastery and had hoped to never encounter one. I'm guessing we aren't talking about the bug that sucks your blood, Tony asked. No, a magical leech. Loki stepped forward, more seeming to be invested in this conversation now. I am familiar with this thing you call a pensive, he said before he waved his hand, and one appeared on an ornate stand in the middle of the room. Harry wasn't sure if he'd conjured it or stolen it from someone, but it was beautiful, maybe even nicer than Dumbledore's had been. I would like to see his memory myself, Loki said, as more of an order than anything else. Bloody hell, Ron gasped. Harry, did you feel that? It wasn't a summoning. Loki scoffed. I am an Asgardian sorcerer. Your magic has nothing on mine. Thor cleared his throat pointedly. Loki glared at his brother. Something about what Loki had said wasn't true based on their nonverbal argument. Whatever, they'd deal with it later. Harry was certain those two were hiding a lot from them actually. He'd just summon Heller again and get the answers if they didn't eventually come clean. Just drop the memory in, Draco, and let's get this over with. Harry sighed tiredly and stepped up to the pensive. Winter waited as his boyfriend, Tony, Loki, and this Draco person all disappeared into the shallow bowl. He frowned, concerned that he couldn't see what was happening. He thought Harry's magic was amazing, but with so many magic users in one place, Winter felt useless to protect anyone. There was very little he could do against spells. Maybe they could make his new arm so that it could block spells. They are perfectly safe. Harry's friend Hermione stepped forward to reassure him. There is nothing that can harm you physically in a memory. Winter nodded at her, still nervous, but willing to trust Harry's judgment. I remember you now from the news. Hermione looked at him more closely. Didn't you have a metal arm? Winter nodded slowly, but he didn't see any judgment in her eyes. Maybe she didn't actually remember who he had been. Yes, Tony has made me a new one. We need to test it against Harry's magic before we can schedule a surgery. It wouldn't be helpful for it to short out when he cast a spell. Hermione nodded in understanding. I'm a healer, or well, close to graduation anyway. Would you like me to take a look before I leave? It may be easier than trial and error with Harry shooting spells at it. I might be able to highlight any danger areas for you. You would do that for me. Winter studied the woman who just smiled at him. Of course, your family now. She just smiled wider at him. Ron laughed. Yeah, Mum's expecting you and Stark for Christmas dinner, by the way. Has Harry told you yet? Charlie let slip that Harry has a new boyfriend after his visit here, so you're already added to the roster. Winter just looked at the two stunned. A family expected him for Christmas dinner. I'm not, he started, not knowing how to break the news to them. I'm not a good person, he finally settled on. Ron and Hermione both scoffed while Thor just looked at him assessingly. Yeah, mate, that's not going to get you out of Christmas. Ron rolled his eyes and laughed. Draco is a former Death Eater, and Mum will still probably send his mum biscuits now that they're in the same gardening club or something oddly enough. Myoni and I helped Harry rob a bank, and we all did things we aren't proud of in the war. If Harry says he trusts you and he vouches for you, then you're expected at Christmas dinner, and Mum wants your jumper size. I'm guessing an extra large. Maybe a medium for Tony, Hermione added. No large, Ron shook his head. Mum's jumpers all run a little small. Maybe she could be convinced to leave off one of the sleeves. But Winter was about to start protesting again, when suddenly everyone appeared in the room once more. So a leech can steal magic and implant it in someone else, Tony was already saying, making Winter's mind spin at that pronouncement. Wait, you can't steal magic. That's impossible, Ron said, cutting into whatever conversation they'd already started. That was pureblood bigotry and rot. Yes, it was, Draco turned and confirmed. However, Hydra had this blue stone thing. Odin's beard, Thor breathed out with wide eyes. Brother, please do not swear by that man, you know my feelings, and that's just annoying, Loki sighed. But yes, they had been manipulating the space stone for years. It seems odd that something called a space stone could be turned into a leech though. Harry walked over to Winter, as he protested seeming to seek comfort in being close to him. Winter felt that comfort at least. I've only ever heard of leeches as byproducts of necromancy before. The stone is mainly pure power by how they were using it, Loki said. It is possible they tortured a mage and learned of your necromantic leeches, and then developed a way to transfer that mage's power into someone they could control. It wouldn't be a one-to-one transfer though. Draco seemed to be feeding off Loki's thought process here. She would not have gotten all the magical person's powers. I would think only the strongest like conjuration, transfiguration. And we do know she can use mind magic, Harry added. Thor stood. We must detain the Scarlet Witch then. She cannot be allowed to bind others to her will. That's probably a good idea, Harry nodded in agreement. If she is using some connection with the Space Stone, combined with some of our mind magic to manipulate the stone in Vision, then it's probably best if we keep her away from Vision and the Space Stone as well until we know for certain. Draco picked up the thermos from the table. I need a lab to test this. I can use your Muggle science equipment in a pinch, and can send an owl for supplies if I need anything else. Right, Harry stepped forward, a pale wand in his hand. How? Tony, you go ahead and take Draco to Peter's lab and take Archimedes too. Peter probably has what Draco will need there. But Maximoff, Tony started. Has magic of a kind, Harry cut him off. Ron, Hermione, and I will detain her, Loki too if he's in. I will accompany you, Loki gave them a short nod. Thor, I want you guarding the Space Stone. Harry stopped the god from joining them. It doesn't seem like she has any dealings with Thanos right now, but if she has access to one, possibly two, Infinity Stones, we don't want her getting access to another. At the very least, we need to make sure one stone is safe and secure at all times. Winter was useless. What could he do for anyone? Why was he even here? Hey, are you actually decent with that rifle with only one arm? Harry turned to him to ask directly. Winter just blinked at him in surprise. Decent, not my best though, he answered. It was shameful really. He was capable, but not to his caliber as a sniper. Then you are our backup plan, Harry informed him firmly. If she gets past us and leaves the building, I'd like you to stop her. Winter nodded. He doubted there was much chance of her getting past 3 mages and a god, but he could be there as a backup plan. Give me 10 minutes to get in place, he told his boyfriend before giving him a quick kiss and leaving to grab the rifle he had hidden behind a fake panel in the gym since he wasn't legally supposed to have it. Do I want to know why you have the Elder Wand when it was buried with Dumbledore? Ron asked calmly and not judgmentally, just like it was a normal question. Harry glanced at his 2 friends and ignored the god with them. No, you really don't, Harry shrugged. It does have to do with the numerology problem I'd like to discuss with you later though. Ron nodded, because there are 3. That's the start of it. Harry tightened his hold on the wand as the lift stopped on the Avengers floor. Let's try not to escalate this if we don't have to, he told everyone. We don't actually have proof she's doing anything yet. Loki scoffed, but Hermione nodded. The doors opened to a room with only Maximoff, Vision, and Wilson chatting amicably in the kitchen area. Hey Harry, who are your friends? Wilson cheerily asked. Hi Sam, Harry nodded, keeping his wand down at his side. Maximoff's eyes immediately landed on it and she stiffened. Why the hell would she recognize a wand? Was she actually fucking working with Goyle? Harry had actually thought that part of his suspicions were a long shot. I thought you were a security intern, she seethed with narrowed eyes. I don't think this is de-escalating, Ron grumbled under his breath. Harry raised his wand slightly. I am, just a very capable one. Now, Maximoff, I'd appreciate it if you would come with me downstairs to the security office just for a little chat with me and Happy. Sam, Maximoff turned slightly. I'm feeling threatened, protect me. Not even blinking, Sam Wilson turned and produced one of his weapons from somewhere, and they were immediately under fire. Hermione dodged a blast that Ron shielded. Loki appeared behind Sam, who blasted the god right in the gut and into a wall. Harry dodged a blast and sent an Incarcerus towards Vision since they didn't need him in play if at all possible. The ropes shifted directly through the guy though as if he weren't there at all. Vision turned to him, and a wave of energy shot directly at him. Harry shielded it, but the wave went right through his shield and caught him with a burning force that propelled him into the wall. Harry's head hit hard and he saw stars. Stupefy, Ron cast at Maximoff, but Vision blocked the spell with that field of energy this time. Bombarda, Harry threw at Vision now because Merlin, they hadn't been expecting to fight Vision and Wilson too. They'd really been hoping to avoid a fight. Pratigo, Harry blocked a blast from Sam's gun. Maximoff stepped to the side and put a hand on Vision's arm, holding a pendant in her other hand from a necklace she was wearing. Salus, she said loudly before a pop sounded, and the two were suddenly gone. What the bloody hell, Ron growled. That was a portkey. How did a muggle get a portkey? How could she even use one? The leech, she does have some magic. Loki pulled himself off the ground, his chest still smoking slightly. He punched Wilson, who had paused in confusion when the two had blinked out of existence, and Sam crumpled to the ground unconscious. I think it's safe to say he was potioned. Ron grimaced at the guy on the ground now. Goyle, Harry answered Ron's other question. I need to talk with my supervisor. How in Merlin's name would an Avenger and a Death Eater even meet, though? How could they be working together? Why would a pureblood bigot work with a muggle anyway? I don't know, mate, but we might need to look into how to put an anti-apparition ward around the tower and not fry everything, Ron sighed. What if Goyle didn't understand that she wasn't a witch? Hermione cut in with a musing look on her face. I mean, we all know he's not the brightest, and the newspapers all called her the Scarlet Witch. What if he didn't realize she wasn't? Merlin, save us from idiots, Harry groaned, because this was definitely the beginning of a fiasco. Aura Hastings is going to kill me. Chapter end notes. Up next, Winter's Arm. Chapter 20, The Start of Things. Harry resolved to never under any circumstances introduce Aura Hastings and Professor McGonagall at any point in time. Something about just a look from either of them, and he was back to feeling 11 years old and expecting to be given detention. Right now, he might even welcome detention to the glare he was currently receiving. Aura Hastings steepled her hands under her chin and leaned forward menacingly. So, to sum up, what I'm hearing is that over our very short holiday break, you somehow managed to disclose the existence of magic to 4 Avengers, discovered that all the rogue Avengers were being dosed with a compulsion and loyalty potion, lost Vision, and the Infinity Stone he held, which is probably being sought by a powerful alien intent on our destruction, uncovered that one of the Avengers was created by use of a leech, found that same Avenger to be working with a known Death Eater, lost that same Avenger, and discovered a cover-up of another missing Infinity Stone. Does that seem correct? Am I missing anything? Harry squirmed in embarrassment. He hadn't screwed up a mission, not that it was an official mission, this badly since he was a Hogwarts student. Actually, I only disclosed magic to 2 people. Of those 2, one is my father, so really shouldn't count, and Dr. Banner really figured it out because of Teddy's accidental magic and Goyle. The others weren't my fault. Winter already knew, and Loki was the one who let it slip to Colonel Rhodes. Aura Hastings closed her eyes and sighed. That part of everything was surprisingly the least of my worries in what all you'd gotten up to over Thanksgiving. To think I was worried about the turkey burning while all this was going on. I realized this was a bit of a clusterfuck. Hastings snorted, to say the least, but Harry held up a hand significantly. All this was happening before I even moved here. Maximoff had been dosing the rogues since at least when they first got to New York from Wakanda, and the Time Stone has been missing since the war. Yeah, I messed up capturing Maximoff and Vision, but I didn't expect the strength of the potion Goyle had apparently brewed for her or Vision's powers. Draco said the potion was actually really strong for someone of Goyle's limited capabilities. We wouldn't even know what was going on if I wasn't involved, since the Avengers wouldn't have known to reach out to the magical community if they ever even uncovered this. Or, well, Thor and Loki might, but I kind of doubt they would. That did seem to appease his supervisor slightly. I'm going to have to brief both the MACUSA president and the non-magical one before we can decide on any actions moving forward with the Asgardians. She winced, clearly not looking forward to it. Frankly, I think Colonel Rhodes will be helpful there since he's apparently read in now. I will reach out to him. Harry nodded firmly. Honestly, they should have read in Colonel Rhodes a long time before, since he was the leader of the Avengers now. Natasha could be a help too, since you've worked together before. Hastings nodded and started making some notes on a piece of parchment. You have 2 more weeks with your trainees before we break for the Yule holiday. I expect you to keep working with them, but I really must ask for you to remain involved in this investigation as well. I know that isn't your job. I'm in, Harry said with a firm nod. He told himself he was done with field work, but this was literally the existence of his friends, family, and the whole world at stake now. Plus, unknown to anyone else, he held his own Infinity Stone and was one of the prophesied three to stand against Thanos. Yeah, he still hadn't figured out how to bring that up with his father and boyfriend yet. This was so not going to end well. Great, Hastings said as if she hadn't expected any less of him. I will reach out to our Russian magical counterparts and see what they can dig up from Hydra's past experiments with leeches. There has to be something they can find to uncover who the magic was stolen from and how that manifested in Maximoff. By my limited interactions with her, Harry said after some consideration. I'm guessing mainly mind magic, some telekinesis, and molecular manipulation were what transferred over. I only really saw her in action once, though. I would assume the magic was stolen from a master of Clumens who was highly proficient in dueling if that's the main things that manifested as her abilities. That actually gives me a lot to work from. Hastings looked very impressed by his conclusions. I may be able to use that to track missing persons from that time with our contacts overseas. Here, Harry slid the parchment over to her, which had Draco's analysis of the potion and all the components. This makes it very clear that the apothecary burglar, which is most likely Gregory Goyle, and the potion the Avengers were being dosed with is most definitely connected. Hastings looked over it with a nod. Is Potion Master Malfoy still in the country? Harry shook his head. Draco had left the day before, but Ron and Hermione were hanging around for another day or two. No, Draco's wife is pregnant, and he wanted to get back to her as soon as possible. He said you're welcome to contact him by Owl, Flu, or Patronus with any questions you might have, though. Is there anything else you need to report before returning to your trainees? Hastings crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow, non-verbally saying that there had better not be. No, but I did have a question. Harry ran a hand over his face and sighed. He hadn't told Winter he was going to do this since it was a long shot, but Winter really didn't remember much at all. If he remembered someone who was a friend to him and missed that person, then Harry was going to do whatever he damn well could to track down that person. Thankfully, magical people lived longer than Muggles, so it was less of a long shot than it could have been if it were anyone else. Winter already knew about magic, because he was involved in an op during WWAI that had MACUSA working with OSS and the Howling Commandos, Harry explained hopefully. Winter's part in the op was safeguarding a wounded Auror who had been captured and getting him to safety. It sounds like they became friends, and Winter actually remembered him, which just doesn't happen with how his brain was wiped. He doesn't think they left their encounter well, and he feels bad about it and would like to make amends. Okay, Hastings looked really confused at the question. Are you asking me to track a random Auror from WWAI? We keep all our records on parchment. You do realize how long that would take, right? I think we have more pressing concerns currently. Harry was already shaking his head though. Actually, it shouldn't be difficult at all. This was a male Auror working in Europe, and most importantly, he was a metamorph magus. I doubt there were many, if not only the one working with MACUSA at the time. As you know, that's a super rare gift. Could you maybe ask around? I know that was probably before your time. Hastings glared at him. Yes, it was definitely before my time. However, you are right. I joined not too long after the war, so I do have some knowledge of that time. She sighed and leaned back in her chair. What are you wanting from this metamorph magus Auror? From where I'm sitting, maybe they don't want to dig into memories from when they were captured during the war. Nothing, I don't want anything they don't want, Harry assured her quickly. I only want to either give him Winter's contact information if he would like to reach out, or just pass along word to Winter that he survived his injuries or something. I don't want to bother someone in their retirement or anything, I promise. Hastings really seemed to be weighing him very seriously through all this. Harry had a feeling she knew exactly who this Auror was he was looking for, and hadn't decided if it was in their best interest or not to be in contact with a formerly frozen super soldier from WWI yet. Finally, her face lost some of its scrutiny, and she gave a little huff of a laugh seeming to see whatever it was she was looking for. Okay, so here's the deal, she began. Harry sat up since this seemed to be getting him somewhere. There was only one metamorph magus working for MACUSA during WWAI, and she was a woman. Oh, Harry breathed out in confusion. Maybe Winter remembered it wrong, or maybe it wasn't MACUSA he worked for. Maybe it was the British Ministry. You have to realize it was a different time, Hastings was still explaining. Women didn't have the opportunities they do now, and even MACUSA, which was much more progressive than the No-Maj authorities, still didn't employ women in jobs which had high potential for combat. I don't understand. Hastings just raised an eyebrow at him as if he really should. My wife wanted to serve her country and fight against Grindelwald and Hitler even when the men in power told her she couldn't, she said slowly and meaningfully. She would do that by whatever means necessary. A metamorph magus has many more means than anyone else would in a similar situation, if you catch my meaning. Oh, Harry finally breathed out in understanding. Hastings's wife was the man Winter worked with. That's so awesome. Merlin, that's really cool. Can you tell her Winter's still alive, though she probably knows him as Bucky Barnes? Hastings nodded and motioned to the door, clearly dismissing him. I will pass along your message and ask what, if any, contact she would like. However, my wife is retired and busy with her own pursuits, and you can understand that the war may not be the most pleasant thing for her to revisit. Understood completely, Harry assured her vehemently and opened her office door. I haven't told Winter I'd even ask, and I don't think he realizes that magical people live longer than muggles, so no worries if she doesn't want contact. Just, I wanted to throw the option out there. Do try to stay out of trouble, Aura Potter, Hastings called after him in familiar exasperation, sounding way too much like McGonagall. Tony watched in rapt attention at where Harry's friend, Hermione Granger, fired spell after spell at the arm he'd been building for Winter out on the roof of the tower and away from the technology. They'd had to move the arm as far away from any and all electronics before Hermione was able to throw everything she had at it. That was also why Tony was distressingly relegated to taking notes on a pad of paper with a pen now instead of his tablet or using Friday. It was like being in the Dark Ages. Winter shuffled and looked anxious beside him for some reason. What's up, Ice Cube? Tony glanced over at the man who looked way too concerned while this feat of awesomeness was happening right in front of them. Really, how could he not be super impressed right now? Nothing, Winter huffed, and Tony rolled his eyes. Clearly the assassin didn't need to learn to lie in his first life, because that was just pathetic. Worried about Harry, Tony tried next, making a new note that Hermione was testing for magical absorption in the vibranium now. Winter shook his head. No, Harry can take care of himself, he said firmly. Tony smiled and nodded at the man. Tony would always worry about Harry. Harry was his son, but he figured that Harry probably appreciated that his boyfriend had so much faith in him. Tony could worry enough for the both of them. Besides, he's back. Winter motioned to where Tony hadn't even realized that Harry had stepped off the elevator and was walking over to them. Wow, he'd been distracted. Get fired yet? Tony asked with a smirk at his son. You know I can make you an actual security intern if you want. Happy already sings your praises to anyone who will listen. You can't afford me. Harry rolled his eyes and just walked right up to Winter and wrapped his arms around him. Those two were sickeningly cute together. Tony hated it and also loved it. Whatever, he might still not like Winter that much, but hey, the guy was growing on him like some kind of antibiotic-resistant fungus. Son, if anyone can afford you, it's me. Tony just raised an eyebrow. Now where's my grandkid? I miss my teddy bear. Tony looked around but didn't see Teddy anywhere. His Uncle Ron is teaching him exploding snap. Personally, I think he's a little too young to understand it, but really, they're just blowing up the cards instead of playing by the rules anyway, Harry shrugged, and Tony really had no clue what he was talking about. It sounded like a fun game he'd really like to learn though at some point. How's it going? Harry called out to Hermione, who paused in whatever spells she was casting now to look over at them. I think I got it as magic-resistant as I possibly can, Hermione called back, getting a relieved breath out of Winter. That's what was bothering him. Tony nodded, finally understanding the worry. Winter was concerned he wouldn't be useful in any future magical attacks. He'd seen the man's frustration at being no help when Maximoff and Vision made their escape, and he understood completely. Tony hadn't been any help either. Hermione had just laughed at him when he'd asked about the possibility of making the Iron Man's suit magic-resistant, though. Apparently, that was absolutely not possible in the slightest. Thankfully, it really didn't have any electronics in it. Hermione motioned to the arm and physically began an inspection by moving the joints. I don't know how you survived the pain of it being so fully integrated into your nervous system, though. The pain itself would have killed most people. She looked sadly at Winter, who blushed. Tony frowned. He hated just how depraved Hydra ended up being any time they learned anything about their experiments. It shouldn't keep surprising him, but each time, it still did with just how low humans could sink. Winter just shrugged. I don't remember. Will it hurt to reconnect it? Harry asked with worry on his face. Tony was absolutely certain Harry would rather Winter only ever have one arm than to have to experience any significant pain again. Hermione looked at Tony, and Tony wasn't really sure about the answer either. The connections already exist in his shoulder. Tony trailed off when the elevator opened again, and Thor and Loki stepped onto the roof looking like they'd been looking for where everyone was. Establishing the connections would have been the worst of it, Hermione finished for him. However, being a super soldier, can Winter be given anesthesia for the surgery? Would that do anything for him? Winter was shaking his head before anyone else could answer, though. No, it won't do anything. My metabolism will burn it off almost instantly. It's also why alcohol has no effect on Steve and I as well. Ah, but Asgardian mead does. Thor laughed loudly with a grin and a clap to a surprised Winter's shoulder. Rogers and I had a wonderful evening once of testing that theory. It was a glorious end to a worthy battle. Mead and battle, that's all you care about, Loki grumbled at his brother. I do believe Father must have dropped you on your head as a child at some point. No, but I dropped you once. Thor smirked at his brother, who narrowed his eyes dangerously. Sometimes Tony thought that Asgardians were really just overgrown children with too much power. Is there an equivalent Asgardian painkiller then? Harry asked the two aliens, clearly trying to stop the fight which was quickly brewing. Tony wouldn't mind seeing that fight though. It would probably be epic, but whatever, Harry could be the more mature of them, he supposed. Well, some kind of painkiller that wouldn't harm a human at least, Hermione added. How long is this going to take? Winter cut in over Hermione's question. I need to be able to fight. Maximoff and Thanos could attack at any minute, and now that Barton, Lang, Wilson and Steve are all detoxing from that potion, we're down fighters. I clearly handled the pain once before and can do it again to speed this along. Okay, so maybe Tony did maybe actually like the guy now. Whatever, the guy was like a lost puppy a lot of time, so sue him. Anyway, Tony was not going to put him through any pain if he could absolutely avoid it. Look, Winter, I already have the same team who removed my arch reactor on standby to connect your arm, but some kind of pain relief would help speed along your healing process too. Winter scoffed. I heal exponentially faster than a normal human. Babe, Harry tried next in clear concern. Please, I don't want you to be in pain if we can avoid it. There must be something we can try. For the love of Heimdall and all the souls in Niflheim, Loki huffed out in frustration at them. You have 3 mages on this rooftop and another a few floors below. Seriously, can no one find the obvious solution? Harry and Hermione shared a look. They had already told Tony and Winter that there wasn't a magical solution when the connections were so very precise. They said a master healer could probably do it given enough time, but they would have to study it intensively and most likely even create several new spells before they could even attempt it. Surgery was still the faster option. Tony wasn't sure what the guy was getting at. Look, reindeer games. He glared at the ridiculous green bean standing on his roof. If you have a solution, just tell us. Stop trying to look impressive because it just makes you look like a spoiled brat. Okay, so Tony actually felt the glare he was getting. Right down in his bones, he could feel the Norse god's glare. It was impressive, and he needed to learn that trick. Without even breaking eye contact, Loki snapped his fingers. Tony prided himself on his reflexes and reaction times. Frankly, he'd be dead by this point if they weren't excellent. However, way too many things all happened at the same time, and Tony was still standing still and stunned when the dust settled, not having moved a muscle. He was already mentally scheduling himself more time in the gym. At some point during that snap and the second after, Winter had a nice, new, shiny arm attached to his shoulder with a sharp scream marking its connection. Next, Tony's son had 3 knives all currently digging into Loki's throat, and Hermione had Thor behind a shield, though Thor didn't seem to mind in the slightest, and just poked it a couple times without attempting to break it. Tony figured Thor probably could break it if he had his hammer, which it didn't look like he did at the moment but could still call it. Tony held his breath while the knives hovered threateningly. Winter was breathing in deep pained breaths and seemed to be recovering, but Harry held the knives magically with his wand in one hand while he held onto Winter with the other. Loki rolled his eyes and flicked his wrist. So clearly Loki had tried to get rid of the knives based on the god's look of frustration. Loki flicked his wrist again uselessly, and Harry just seethed. What the hell are you? Loki asked with wide eyes at Tony's son. Tony frowned in concern and looked between them. Was his son more powerful than an Asgardian sorcerer? That was uncalled for, Harry growled, holding on to Winter, who was clutching his metal arm in his lap and carefully moving the fingers with pained lines around his eyes. If ever attack someone under my protection ever again, you will regret the day we met. Tony believed Harry 100%. Loki seemed to as well by his wide eyes. After a long moment of silence, Thor laughed loudly, breaking the tension. Brother, I never thought I'd see the day you met your match in a Midgardian. I must tell the Warriors 3 the next we meet. I sincerely doubt the man who walks in shadows is a Midgardian, bother, Loki said. getting a wry snort from Harry before the knives suddenly disappeared. "My father is literally standing right there." Harry rolled his eyes and motioned to Tony before kneeling down to check on his boyfriend. "What's all this about shadows and Harry and everything with you and Hulk?" Tony asked in concern. Was something wrong with Harry? Was he in trouble? "It's just Harry's magic. It manifests differently than a lot of people's," Hermione offered in a tone that said there was a much longer story there that she was not going to tell. She did finally break her shield spell and walk over to Winter. "I'm going to check you over, is that okay?" Winter nodded and waited while Hermione cast some diagnostic spells at him. Loki connected it correctly, she eventually concluded to Tony's great relief. If he hadn't, Tony was certain Harry would at least attempt to kill Loki, and judging from what little he knew of his kid, he had a suspicion Harry would be successful surprisingly enough. "Of course I did," Loki glared at the witch. "Thank you," Winter said with feeling to the god, even though Tony thought Loki didn't deserve that in the slightest. "You're on thin ice," Harry negated the thanks with a jab of a finger in Loki's direction. "We appreciate what you did, but the way you did it was unacceptable. The ends justify. I swear I will curse you when you least expect it." Harry cut off Loki's pathetic attempt at justification. Loki just smirked and winked at Harry. "Bring it." Oh hell, was Loki flirting with his son? Damn, Tony was suddenly concerned his tower may not be standing by the end of the week. Harry helped up Winter and glared at the god all the way to the elevator. For his part, Loki smirked and gave him a little teasing wave. "You play with fire, brother," Thor said sagely as soon as the elevator doors slid closed. "You will be burned." Loki chuckled in clear unconcern before suddenly disappearing from the rooftop altogether. On that note, Hermione raised both her eyebrows before shaking her head. "I think I'm going to collect Ron and head back to England. That's your problem," she motioned between the two of them seriously. "Hey," Tony protested. He'd been hoping to keep some extra magical people around for a while. "Call us if you need us, but I have exams in 2 weeks, and Ron's leave is almost up," Hermione said while walking away. "We handled the blow-up with Harry's last and every failed relationship. The past 2 kidnappings, 3 wannabe Dark Lords, alcohol withdrawals, Rommel Devane, you don't want to know, and the month we still don't speak of when Harry decided he wanted to try out being vegan. Welcome to the family, this one is on you," she said with a wave and a smile while the elevator door closed. She stopped the door with one hand and smirked at them. "Also, don't be late for Christmas dinner. Molly is much scarier than any alien overlord intent on destruction will ever be." Tony just looked at Thor questioningly, but the man shrugged and chuckled. "My brother is mostly harmless." Tony narrowed his eyes at the ridiculous god of thunder. He almost took over the world. "Ah, friend Tony," Thor threw a heavy arm around his shoulders and steered them over to the elevator. "But now you have the might of the mages behind you, and I do believe your son can handle himself. Right, we just have to track down 3 missing Infinity Stones, and we can get rid of the Green Peacock once and for all," Tony grumbled and allowed himself to be pulled into the elevator. It was very late at night when Bruce tracked Tony down to his workshop, counting on the insomniac to still be awake. Sure enough, Tony was still fiddling with a new upgrade for Peter's suit. Thankfully, Peter had been absent from the tower the past week, because of the holiday, since the extra worry for the safety of his youngest kid would probably have pushed Bruce's friend over the edge. He was both impressed and exceptionally relieved that Tony was still sober after the insanity of the last week and everything that'd been thrown at them. "Hey, how are you?" Bruce asked, startling Tony, who hadn't seemed to have realized Bruce had entered the workshop, which wasn't the best sign of his mental health. Tony shrugged. "I could really use a drink, but I'm coding instead, so I guess I'm doing as well as can be expected," he said tiredly. Bruce was suddenly concerned about when the last time Tony had really slept well had been. Honestly, he was always concerned about that though. Tony looked over at him and gave him that sad smile that always broke Bruce's heart. It never does get any easier when people you let in betray you, does it? Bruce shook his head and jumped up to sit on the table Tony had his laptop on. "No, but you never really did let in Wanda. I know why, and that's why I never trusted her either. And Vision, I don't think he had any agency in all this in the slightest. It does still hurt though regardless." Tony slowly nodded. "The rogues are coming back from the compound in a couple weeks," he said in almost a non sequitur. Bruce saw the connection. They were the latest of Tony's family who had betrayed him. Before the rogues, it was Obadiah Stane and S.H.I.E.L.D., and the military and more people than Bruce could even guess who had shown Tony he couldn't trust them by either figuratively or literally ripping out his heart. Somehow, though, Tony still found a way to let people in, and Bruce loved him for it. And wow, that was something he hadn't been prepared to admit to himself. He heard an internal scoff from Hulk, so it was probably something he should have admitted much earlier. "You be quiet," Bruce sent mentally to Hulk, who had promised to step back and let Bruce handle this with the express warning that it was time he actually did handle it. "Get on with it then," Hulk grumbled mentally in return. "Right, so now is not the best time," Bruce said, putting a hand on top of Tony's to stop the frantic typing. "But there really is no best time with the way we live our lives. If it's not a mad titan, it'll be some new supervillain, Loki causing problems again, or a natural disaster. So Hulk is telling me to suck it up and make this the best time." Tony chuckled and stopped his coding to lean up against the workbench with Bruce. "Hulk may be the wisest of us all." "I told you I like Tin Man," Hulk chuckled, and Bruce ignored the green brute. "So Brucey, what can I help you with?" Tony asked, his eyes looking expectantly into Bruce's soul, or at least it felt that way to him. This was absolutely not Bruce's forte. He hadn't had a relationship since the Hulk had joined him in his head, and even before then he was so very bad at it. He could try to flirt and insinuate and lead Tony to the right conclusion, but Bruce was pretty sure it would end up just making him look mentally unstable and have him immediately sent to the compound to have a non-existent potion flushed from his system at this point. "I should have let Hulk do this for me," he sighed and ran a hand through his hair in frustration. Tony laughed and bumped their shoulders together. "Brucey Bear, just spit it out. I only bite when asked to very nicely." "Okay," so both Bruce and Hulk choked in surprise at that. Hulk chuckled lowly while Bruce tried to pull himself back together. "Tony, you're going to be the death of me," he sighed, avoiding the man's eyes now. "Hey, did I do something wrong?" Tony asked, the swing between Tony's colossal ego and crippling self-esteem issues giving him vertigo as usual. Tony was so many contradictions all rolled into one billionaire packed into a tin can. "No, Tony," Bruce reached out and put a hand on the back of Tony's neck, clearly surprising him, especially when Bruce didn't remove it immediately. "Okay, so what?" Tony asked now with wide and almost hopeful eyes. "Right, just go for it," he told himself. "If I asked you to kiss me, would you?" Bruce just figuratively jumped off the deep end and winced at his own bluntness. Tony's eyebrows shot up, and he put a hand on Bruce's knee that he seemed to be using to steady himself. "Maybe," he said slowly in response. "I guess it would depend on why." Bruce hadn't been expecting this. He'd been expecting either an immediate kiss and probably to ruin Tony's couch in the workshop that very night or to be turned down kindly since Tony would never laugh at him or be mean about it. He wasn't expecting whatever this was. Bruce just studied the man who looked way more concerned than this situation warranted. Are there a whole lot of situations a man would ask another man to kiss him in? He tried, not knowing why this was continuing to be a conversation. "In my experience, yes." Tony cocked his head to one side and seemed to be studying Bruce for something. "You are my best friend. I know everyone would say Rhodey is my best friend, but he's not, he's my brother. You, Bruce Banner, are my best friend." Bruce didn't know what the hell to say to that. "You're my best friend too," was what eventually came out of his mouth, and it was the absolute truth. There was a time he would have sworn the two of them could never even get along enough to work together, let alone be best friends, but they were well past that time now. Tony's look softened and he nodded hesitantly. "Bruce, I don't think I could survive us starting something and it not mean anything," Tony explained, and Bruce suddenly and painfully understood. Tony thought he was asking for a friends with benefit situation or maybe even a one-night stand. God, Bruce could have done this so much better, or at least explained himself more. "Bruce, I can't with you. I'm sorry," Tony was continuing, panic rising in his tone. "I already have feelings, they're there. If this doesn't mean anything to you, then I just can't. I won't have anything left to put the pieces back together with." Bruce pulled Tony in and wrapped his arms around his friend, his love, and held on as tightly as he could. "I'm so sorry, Tony. I'm sorry I wasn't clearer. I was asking for everything. I was asking if you wanted to really give this a go. Shit, this is terrifying, but I think I might already love you." "Wait, really?" Tony only pulled back slightly to ask with shock bleeding from every minute expression. "Yeah, I mean, I don't want to scare you off. I know this is too quick." Tony laughed so loudly that Bruce jumped in surprise. "Have you met me before?" Tony laughed once more before he pulled Bruce down from where he was above him, sitting on the table to crash their lips together. It was a terrible kiss. They were both laughing, their teeth hit, and Bruce had to pull back to rub his nose that had crashed into Tony's cheekbone. They just laughed even harder at that, holding each other's aching sides. "Let's try that again," Tony offered with a shake of his head this time once they slightly calmed. "I swear I'm good at kissing." "Don't worry, I'll teach you," Bruce smirked before giving the man a much softer kiss this time, doing his best to show him just how very much he was loved. Hulk gave a little huff of amusement and satisfaction before finally pulling farther away from Bruce's consciousness to give them some privacy. Harry sat alone on the helipad, layered in warming charms and many layers, once everyone was finally asleep in Stark Tower. Realistically, he knew that Friday was always awake. Supposedly, he still wasn't sold on her being a computer just yet. However, Tony had restricted her access to the helipad that day in order to run the tests on Winter's arm. She shouldn't be monitoring the space again until the next morning to be safe, while all the magic dissipated in the area. It was probably the most privacy he was going to get now that he shared a room with his boyfriend, which he loved, but also which didn't give him a lot of space to do some things that he might not want to get around just yet. Harry looked at the ring on his finger and the dark stone that he now knew was the Soul Stone as well as the Resurrection Stone. He'd been putting this off since he'd first met Tony Stark, but he was running out of excuses to keep procrastinating it. Sooner or later, he was going to have to do it, and later would probably hurt more, so here went nothing. Harry flipped the ring thrice in his hand and held in a breath when the two figures of James and Lily Potter appeared in front of him. "Hey baby," Lily smiled at him while they looked around in surprise at their surroundings. Good, it seemed they didn't just watch him like Telly from the afterlife. That was super comforting, because he was going to do some very NSFW things to his new boyfriend once Winter got used to his shiny new arm, and he really didn't want his parents to be spectators for that. "Hey, so I made it to New York," Harry offered with a shrug and small smile at them. "Turns out Tony Stark is pretty great." "Well, we did already know that," James chuckled wryly. "We wouldn't pick just anyone to be your dad." "So he took everything well," Lily checked in concern, sitting on the ground with Harry, her image blurring slightly around the edges. Harry looked off into the distance and breathed out a sigh. "So far, I haven't exactly told him how very intentional my conception was yet. I'm not sure how that's going to go." James sat down on the helipad with them too. "We've been talking since you last summoned us, and yeah, I guess we didn't realize just how." "Wrong," Harry offered as the correct word his dad was looking for. "Immoral." "Yeah, what we did was," James blushed and looked down, not meeting his eyes. "We just wanted you so much." "The ends do not justify the means," Harry said, echoing and correcting Loki's earlier claim from that day. Harry had never believed that they did, not when Dumbledore insisted on the greater good, not when he'd imperioused a goblin to get the cup Horcrux, and not when the Ministry had wanted to rubber-stamp the executions of the accused Death Eaters without proper trials. He was still haunted by every time in his life he'd lost sight of that personally, and vowed to never get lost in the greater good, ever again if he had anything to say about it. "We know that now, baby," Lily said sadly. "I do not regret it though, and I would not take it back because you're here and you're you." Harry just nodded at her. "I have to tell him," he said, pulling his red and gold scarf closer around his neck. "If we're going to make this work, I can't have this in the back of my mind the whole time, weighing on me." "Do you think he'll turn you away?" James asked seriously, wanting to know the answer. Harry just shrugged. He logically knew that Tony felt something for him, maybe even some kind of love. It's just that everyone turned away eventually. Sometimes they came back like Ron, but most of the time, they were just gone from his life. Lily reached out a hand, but it just ghosted through Harry's. "We don't know Tony that well, but I have a feeling you have less to worry about than you believe," she said comfortingly. Harry just smiled at her kind attempt. "Well, he is very attached to Teddy at least, as anyone in their right mind should be." "Well, that's very good to hear," his mum smiled. "Where are we exactly?" James finally asked with a frown at the odd location of their meeting. Harry laughed and motioned to the tower. "Tony owns this entire tower." James and Lily's eyes widened, finally seeming to have it sink in just a little how important Tony Stark was in the world. "Like, the whole tower?" James asked incredulously. "And a compound upstate, a mansion in Malibu, a few vacation homes across the world, and that's just what I know about." Harry chuckled at his dad's surprised face. "Yeah, the Potters were wealthy, but they weren't Stark wealthy." "Wow," Lily chuckled. "So what have you been up to in New York? Do anything fun? Are you working anywhere?" Harry smiled broadly at his mum. He actually really wanted to tell her. He'd never had a mum to talk to like this. It was really great. "So I have a new boyfriend, I think you'd like him." Lily clapped her hands together excitedly. Tell us all about him. Does he treat you well? How is he with Teddy? Does he do little things like buy you flowers or make your tea or anything? Does he have a cute arse? James rolled his eyes and asked, getting a punch to the arm from his wife and a scandalized James. Harry just laughed, clearly seeing how Tony and James would have gotten along excellently. He's just amazing, and knows exactly how I like my coffee, loves Teddy and is so protective of him, always looks out for me but not in like a smothering way, and yes, his arse is absolutely wonderful. Well damn, we have to meet this bloke then. James laughed while Lily looked like she'd just burst with questions. Chapter end notes. Up next, the rogues return, and Harry and Tony need to have a talk. Chapter 21, Thor's Mew Mew. Harry sleepily stepped out of his room and stretched his wonderfully sore muscles. Winter might not remember anything about sex in his past, but he was an exceptionally quick learner and very enthusiastic. Halfway through the stretch, he paused with a raised eyebrow at the other man, frozen in surprise, where he was just closing the door to Tony's room and wearing the same clothes he had been the day before. Harry blinked and raised an eyebrow. Okay, well, cool, whatever. So, how's the walk of shame treating you? Harry just grinned at where Bruce looked like he might try to take off running if Harry wasn't currently blocking the hallway to the common room. Bruce seemed to supernaturally collect himself before crossing his arms and looking at Harry defiantly. Right, so Harry was much more on board with this then after that look. His dad needed someone who wouldn't be ashamed of him. There is no shame here, Bruce said firmly and stared Harry down meaningfully. Plus, I'm not the one with a large hickey on my neck. Harry chuckled and put a hand over the mark. He shrugged uncaringly. I have a cream that'll clear it up instantly before work. I don't think my supervisor would appreciate Winter's artwork as much even though he really is a wonderful artist. Right, Picasso there. Bruce just shook his head with a smirk. You're up earlier than usual. Tony says you and Teddy usually wake up in just enough time to throw on clothes and eat a bite before heading to work. Harry glared at the door to the room down the hallway where his son was still blissfully sleeping away. My toddler is truly the son of a marauder, he huffed in both pride and exasperation. Somehow he convinced Friday to wake me up early with an alarm to tell me to make pancakes before daycare. Bruce looked exceptionally impressed, as he should. Teddy was an evil genius sometimes. Remus would be proud. A marauder. It's a thing, Harry shrugged before turning. Well, come on. You can help me make the omelette since Teddy is grounded from pancakes for a week now. Waking me up an hour early is just rude. Bruce followed behind him, chuckling the entire way. So, why were you sneaking out if this isn't a walk of shame? Harry raised an accusing eyebrow at the man right before they got to the kitchen. Tony doesn't sleep well, Bruce sighed with a shrug. He was asleep, and I didn't want to hang around making any noise when I woke up. If he's asleep, he needs to stay that way as long as possible. As long as he knows you weren't sneaking out, Harry jabbed a warning finger in his direction. I told Friday to pass along a message. Bruce rolled his eyes and walked past Harry into the kitchen. They both paused at the image of the large, blonde god of thunder, morosely drinking coffee at the bar and looking awake, but kind of lost there all alone. Omelettes, Harry recovered first and offered. Ah, man of shadow, I would appreciate an omelette greatly, maybe with bacon, Thor said very flatly, unlike his normal gregarious self. Harry hadn't known him for long, but this was concerning behavior. Are you upset about Vision? We'll get him back, Bruce said, getting a surprised look from Thor at his presence in the penthouse, though he quickly shook it off. Harry said his people are looking into it, and Rhodey is too on his end. We'll find them and get him back. Thor nodded and sipped his coffee while Harry got out the eggs and set up a place for Bruce to start chopping some of the veggies. My brother kicked me out of our rooms early this morn. Loki said my aura was depressing him. It is a lot weighing on my mind now. Friend Vision, the missing stones, Mother, Lady Jane, Heimdall's warning, everything. I regret I am not at my best this day. Harry frowned and started cracking the eggs into the bowl. He knew about some of that, but not everything. Well, we'll find Vision, which will get us the missing stones. I can't help with your girlfriend breaking up with you, I'm sorry, and we're doing our best with Heimdall's warning about Thanos. Was there something wrong with your mother? Harry asked. He had been meaning to ask about Hela's mother, who apparently made the new prophecy set to ruin his life. Thor looked very confused at the question. The Lady Frigga was killed during the battle with the Dark Elves. Did my brother and I not mention that? Harry and Bruce now shared a confused look. It had sounded like their mum was alive when they mentioned her before. Thor, buddy, I'm pretty sure you both spoke of your mother like she was still alive. You said she and Heimdall were the ones who sent you here, Bruce reminded the man, pausing in where he was chopping onions. Thor shook his head and put down his now empty mug of coffee. Ah, I see the confusion. In Asgard, we understand death much differently than you do here on Midgard. We do not lose our loved ones, they only pass on to the next realm. Death is not as feared or absolute. We can commune with those who have passed through conduits such as our seers and Heimdall. Even my sister Hela, for all her mistakes, rules proficiently over the afterlife realms of Hel and Niflheim. Harry really did feel bad thinking it, but it would be much easier for Harry to contact Thor's mum if she was dead. He could just summon her and ask about the prophecy. He really did need to figure out some way to tell the Asgardians that he had the Soul Stone at some point and could summon their mother and sister, but right now, it was safest with no one outside of Harry and Hela knowing he had it. Well, Ron probably guessed on some level after all Harry's numerology questions, but Ron wouldn't be even on this mad Titan guy's radar in the slightest. I didn't know you guys had a sister, Bruce said with a sad look at Thor. I'm so sorry about your mother, even if you view death differently. Thank you, Dr. Banner, Thor nodded. Hulk very sorry, Hulk added from Bruce's mouth. Hulk will smash Scarlet Bitch and Dark Elves for cute but Thor. Harry couldn't help the snort of laughter at Hulk's new name for Maximoff. Thor smiled widely, his expression lightening significantly at the offer. Thank you, friend Hulk, but Thor has already smashed the Dark Elves. The sentiment is much appreciated, he assured Hulk fondly. Thor have large heart, Hulk continued, while Bruce kept chopping the onions, not seeming to care that his alter ego had taken over this conversation. Dr. Foster was lucky woman to be with Thor, but she make mistake in walking away. Ah, but maybe she was not wrong, Thor sighed loudly. My world is very different from Midgard. I know I do not fit in here as much as I try, and I can see how Lady Jane would feel that she does not fit in on my world either. She did much better than I, though. She would have been a welcome addition to Asgard's court. Why fit in, Hulk huffed, fitting in boring. I agree with the big guy, Harry waved the spatula over at Bruce/Hulk. I spent most of my life trying to fit in and be normal, and no one would let me as hard as I tried. Eventually I just said fuck it and stopped caring. If people are going to talk about you either way, might as well give them something to talk about. A loud yawn sounded before Tony stepped into the kitchen from the hallway, getting a frustrated look from Bruce, who clearly had wanted him to sleep longer. Am I missing a party? Tony frowned at the three of them with a confused look as he scratched at where his goatee needed its morning trim. Omelets, Harry motioned to the pan where he just poured in some egg. I'll put extra cheese in yours. Teddy hates omelets. Tony rubbed a hand down his face before walking over to Bruce and wrapping his arms around the man's waist. Bruce smiled and leaned back into Tony. Thor hit the button a little too violently on the coffee machine to make more coffee, not seeming to care in the slightest that the two were clearly in some kind of relationship now. Teddy is grounded from pancakes for a week. Harry went back to the pan and explained to his father. You can ask your grandson why later. He knows what he did. I missed you, Tony said into Bruce's neck, loud enough that Harry still heard it. I woke up and didn't want to wake you too, Bruce said, turning to hug him back. Merlin, they were going to be so sappy. Winter thankfully showed up next wearing one of his old hoodies, but with the sleeves cut out now. It seemed the metal arm didn't quite fit in the sleeve as easily as his normal arm did. I got Teddy up, and he's getting dressed, Winter told Harry, looking at Tony and Bruce questioningly, but just bypassing them to head to where Thor was still struggling with the coffee machine. Harry was thankful he was going to help, because if Thor broke that, Harry might just have to throw one of Teddy's temper tantrums himself at the loss of his caffeine. Did you happen to see what he planned to wear? Harry asked his boyfriend, who kissed the purple bruise Winter had left on his neck fondly before saving the wonderful caffeine dispenser from a frustrated god. Winter just smiled and took the mug from Thor, who stepped back with a smirk now. Harry had a feeling that Thor was less lost and more capable than he let on, just like Hulk. They both seemed like they wanted people to underestimate them and maybe have other people make coffee for them and take care of them. There was underwear, pants, and a long-sleeved shirt, Winter assured him with a smile. They did not all match, but why does that matter? As long as he had underwear in the pile too, I'm cool with whatever, Harry responded, wanting Teddy to feel like he had a say in what he could wear as long as it was weather appropriate at least. The toddler had some very interesting ideas about what constituted an outfit, though. Teddy wanted pancakes. Winter looked at the pan with a small, knowing smile. Hence the omelets, Harry just grinned back at him. Don't mess with my sleep, he warned with another jab of the spatula. Daddy, Teddy yelled, barreling into the kitchen, and right into Tony's arms, who grabbed him up and gave him sloppy kisses, getting squeals of laughter. "I missed my Teddy so much," Tony said between kisses. "I'm going to miss you so much today, but we get to hang out all day tomorrow." "Stop it, Grandpa Tone." Teddy laughed and leaned more towards Bruce to escape the kisses. Harry turned an omelette out and passed it to Thor. "Well, let's see what you put together." He looked over his son's green Hulk shirt, purple sweatpants, and red socks. "Looks warm, so we're all good." He gave the outfit that Dobby probably would have picked out his stamp of approval. "New, Daddy, pancakes." Teddy groaned like the world was literally ending around them at the sight of the omelettes. "Well, I'm very impressed that you convinced Friday to do your dirty work for you." Harry kissed Teddy's blue hair before Tony put him back on the ground. "You are not allowed to have your granddad's AI wake me up to make you pancakes. You know you're not supposed to get out of bed until Grandpa Tone or Winter or I come in to get you up. That goes for having sentient computers yell at us too. You can ask me for whatever you want for breakfast before you go to sleep." "But I didn't get out of bed," Teddy pouted. "And that's why you're only grounded from pancakes for a week and not longer," Harry informed his son, who was now angrily huffing towards the sitting room and his toy box, stomping his little feet the entire way. "I'll make you an omelet without the veggies." "Fine," Teddy grunted. Honestly, Harry really wasn't upset, but Teddy was getting a little too much sugar in his diet recently anyway, so skipping the pancakes for a few days in favor of healthier options was probably for the best. "Eating healthy will make young Edward a strong warrior one day." Thor nodded to Harry, who just rolled his eyes. "Personally, I'm angling for artist or maybe healer over warrior," Harry told the man seriously. As a former child soldier himself, Harry was going to do everything in his considerable power to make sure that Teddy had all the non-violent options offered to him for future careers. Well, if Teddy decided to be an aura, Harry would support it, but he was also going to be buying a kid's potions set and sketchbooks and even push Quidditch if Teddy was interested over the auras or anything like that. Both honorable fields in their own rights, Thor just nodded, accepting the statement without any protest in the slightest, which was a little surprising coming from a man entrenched in a warrior culture. Winter was very patiently standing with Bruce through all this, letting the doctor check over his new arm and test his range of motion now that it had been connected for almost a day. "I still haven't gotten used to the strength difference. I think I have even more power in his one than my last," Winter explained to Bruce, who was having him open and close his hand. "It also doesn't hurt. Do you think maybe it isn't connected right?" "It's not supposed to hurt," Tony hissed off at what Harry could only guess was Hydra. He muttered something about half-assing projects and uncaring Nazi bastards, so definitely Hydra. "It's connected fine," Harry assured his boyfriend. "I ran some diagnostics last night myself before we, did anything that might aggravate it, and he even did really well at managing the strength for not even having it attached for 24 hours. I did end up casting a few protection spells on myself, but no unintentional bruises anyway." Winter blushed at Harry's unashamed smirk his direction, his eyes flicking to the hickey on Harry's neck again. "Sorry," Winter flushed even more and trailed off. Harry and Tony both laughed at him. "Dude, I don't think Harry's complaining," Tony snorted into the coffee he'd just made. Harry passed the next omelette to his father and smiled reassuringly. "No complaints in the slightest, babe," he said firmly. "Actually, I'm looking for a repeat very soon." Winter joined Thor at the bar as soon as Bruce released him. "Harry said he had a cream or something to get rid of it anyway," Bruce remarked. "The whole point is to leave a mark, though. That defeats the purpose." Tony rolled his eyes at the man. Harry just laughed while Winter groaned and put his head in his arms, which wasn't that weird thinking of Winter with 2 arms. A loud scraping noise in the sitting room had Harry looking over to see what Teddy was doing. Bloody hell. Harry dropped the spatula into the pan and seethed as he hurried over to where Teddy was pushing Thor's hammer across the sitting room floor to presumably move it into the Lego tower he was creating. Everyone knew not to leave weapons out in the penthouse. They may not have told Thor and Loki that specifically, but there was a child. They should bloody know that. "No, Teddy," Harry hurried over, not noticing how silent the room had suddenly got. Yes, it was a hammer and not like a repulsor or knife or gun or anything, but it was still a weapon. And it had apparently killed a lot of dark elves recently, so Harry didn't like Teddy having anything to do with it. Plus, couldn't it channel lightning or something? "But Daddy," Teddy protested when Harry picked up the hammer and put it behind him and away from the toddler, who would most definitely figure out how to use it to summon lightning if he was allowed to play with it. "That's Uncle Thor's hammer. It's not a toy," he told his son, taking the hammer firmly in his hand. It was lighter than he thought it'd be. We don't touch Uncle Thor's hammer, okay, Ted's, it's dangerous. It's like playing with Daddy's wand, and we know we don't do that. Okay, Teddy sighed, clearly upset that his plans were thwarted twice in one morning already. Harry was certain they were heading towards a temper tantrum at some point in the day. Play with your blocks. I'll make your breakfast next, he said, ruffling Teddy's blue hair before turning. Harry strode over with anger in his eyes. There is a child on this floor, he growled at the god, who looked overly surprised at the situation. Not losing any steam, Harry shoved the hammer into Thor's hands. Do not leave weapons lying around my son, or so help me, I'll hex you with boils in a very uncomfortable location and ward you from the floor altogether. When no one said anything, Harry just glared again for good measure before hurrying back to save the omelette that was definitely burning. Damn, I guess I'll eat this one, he grumbled at the extra crispy egg. Harry, Tony said before trailing off and looking at everyone else in the kitchen like he was asking for help. Harry plated the omelette and looked around. Why was everyone so shocked? While Thor had done something stupid, it wasn't unforgivable. Look, I know it's a hammer and not a sharp object, but Teddy's magical, and it can summon lightning, Harry tried to explain. What if his accidental magic had some kind of interaction with it? They have magic, Bruce said suddenly to Thor. Is that why? No, Thor shook his head, cradling the hammer in his arms and staring with wide eyes at Harry. Loki does too, that is not it. What? Harry raised an eyebrow, waiting for someone to explain whatever the hell was going on. Harry, son, darling, light of my life, Tony stepped up and turned off the stove before putting a hand on either of Harry's shoulders. Harry was very concerned. Am I in trouble? Mew Mew or whatever it's called, Tony started. Mjolnir, Thor automatically corrected. Whatever, Tony ignored him. The hammer thing is some kind of mystical supernatural weapon thingy. Yeah, kind of got that when I saw him flying around New York and summoning lightning with it during the battle, Harry said slowly, not seeing where this was going at all. Right, new tactic, what do you know of King Arthur? Tony rolled his eyes and tried next. Harry crossed his arms where Tony was still holding on to him. I'm British, he said in a deadpan. Tony laughed. Right, well you know Excalibur, where only the one worthy of ruling England could pull it from the stone. Yes, I am familiar, Harry said, turning an exasperated look over to Winter, who just shook his head and looked as shocked as everyone else in the kitchen. What was Harry missing? The hammer can only be lifted, or even moved, by whoever it deems as worthy, Tony continued. Okay, so yeah, like the sword. Cool, so it thinks Teddy and I are decent people. That's good to know, I guess, Harry frowned, still not seeing why this had everyone looking at him like his name had just come out of the goblet of fire again. Harry, so far, it's only Thor who can lift it that we know of, in like the whole universe, Bruce said with a look to the god, who slowly nodded his head in agreement. He's like the King Arthur of Asgard or something. Okay, so goblet of fire situation it was. Harry sighed tiredly at his life. Teddy, no touching Uncle Thor's hammer, he called out before turning the stove back on to get back to the omelettes. You already told me, Teddy called back petulantly. Unless you see the bad man from the park again. Harry paused and called back because that was a situation where a little lightning might help. A supernatural Excalibur thing would be protective of anyone who it let wield it, and was more than likely mildly sentient if it was the type of artifact it sounded like, so in a dangerous situation. Or if you see a woman whose magic is read and cast with her hands, he added. Snaky tattoos, Teddy stood up to ask hopefully. Yes, people with snake tattoos too, Harry nodded because yeah, it sounded like they might be heading towards another war. Then Teddy can play with Uncle Thor's hammer, Teddy grinned broadly. Only if there isn't an adult there to protect you, Harry added with a look. Teddy smiled and just seemed to accept it. Right you, Harry jabbed a finger at Thor again. Don't leave that weapon lying around my kid. Why are we worried about snake tattoos again? I seem to remember you mentioning that when I was panicking after Teddy was almost taken. Tony chuckled and seemed to let some of his tension go. Death Eaters, Harry said, not wanting to get into it. They were followers of the first Dark Lord I had to go up against and still out to get me. Anyway, don't let him play with weapons, but I'm still going to want him to attempt to protect himself if no one else is there. And a sentient magical artifact would be the best thing to do that with if his own accidental magic doesn't kick in. At least he couldn't accidentally hurt himself with it, since it would try to protect him. That is very true, Thor looked at him contemplatively. You seem to understand magical artifacts very well. Yeah, well, the house I inherited had a lot of the bad kind, so I'm pretty solid on the theory. Harry shrugged and started in on Teddy's omelet. Anyway, things like this happen to me all the time. Don't give the hammer weirdness much thought. I'm sure it still likes you best. Hey Thor, Winter looked over at the god, clearly seeing that Harry needed someone to change the subject. Merlin, Harry was really starting to love this man. Care to spar later today and give my arm a good workout? Without Steve here, you're my best shot at a good fight. Hey, Harry protested, I hold my own. Sorry, Silnishko, Winter laughed. I meant a good spar without magic, because you can decidedly kick my ass with that. Winnie say a bad word, Teddy called out joyfully from his Lego tower. Winter just laughed, sorry Malish, I'll do better. Don't worry, Tony clapped him on the back. If we had a swear jar, I'm sure I could pay for his college tuition with the proceeds from myself alone. I will be honored to spar with you, new friend Winter, Thor proclaimed before standing. I will check on what my brother has planned for the day and then meet you in the gym. Try not to break anything, Tony groaned while Thor shouldered his hammer and headed to the lift. Vision was suddenly very confused. He had been unaware of his surroundings moments before, but now he found himself in a wealthy-looking sitting room which inexplicably seemed to lack any form of technology, including electric lights. A bright window and a candelabra with a dozen lit candles in it brightened the room, and a blazing fireplace added warmth to the room. Something was very wrong with him. He'd known for a while that he seemed to be losing control over his mind, but every time he tried to reach out to tell someone, he went right back into the haze. His strongest moment of clarity in the past month had been when the Stark security intern stood before him. Something about the man had cleared the fog in his mind and drew his eyes to the dark ring on his finger. The stone in his head sang, and Vision opened his mouth to reach out and ask for help, but a hand had touched his arm, and the haze took him once more. The haze cleared a little more, and Vision heard voices. He is not a security intern, a British man was exclaiming. Do not underestimate Potter. He killed my last lord, you must tell him. He's only a wizard, Wanda's voice filtered to him. Why was Wanda here? Vision couldn't move, the haze was still too strong. I'm a wizard and you're a witch, the man protested. Our lord is in danger if Potter is here. You must tell him and warn him Potter is working with the Avengers. He is well aware of the Avengers, Wanda sounded like she was seething. I had them under control, but your potion wasn't strong enough. You said no one could break through it. Potter isn't a normal person, the man almost growled. You can make your own bleeding potion next time. Know your place, Goyle, Wanda said dangerously and was met with complete silence. Vision tried to move again. He tried to see what was going on. Why was the man no longer talking? What was Wanda doing? Did Wanda do this to him? Where were they? God, Wanda suddenly appeared in his sightline looking beyond, exasperated. The idiot is not worth his limited uses, she said to Vision as if he would agree. You have so many uses, Wanda smiled dangerously and reached out a hand to his shoulder. Vision opened his mouth to call out, but the haze took him once more. Tony hummed away as he ran another virtual test on the latest version of the Stark phone. Friday, run Harry Tracker version 10.2 on the phone operating system. On it, boss, Friday commented before the data started streaming onto the holographic screen. Tony groaned and moved the code off to the side when the test had the system crashing under the weight of the magical field he'd replicated from Hermione's casting. I'm never going to get this phone to work for Harry, he grumbled, not giving up, but thinking he may need to change tactics completely and develop a new phone instead of changing the operating system. Boss, Friday cut into his thoughts. Mini-boss is at the door requesting access. Tony paused and blinked. Had he never given Harry access to his workshop? Had Harry ever been down to his workshop? Friday, back up all active project files to the remote server and allow Harry's personal code full access to my workshop, Tony said, not wanting to have any data erased in the event of any magical slips, but always wanting his son to be able to come into his space. Tony, Harry asked, looking around the workshop with awe in his eyes. Hey, are you busy? Never for you, Tony shut down the hologram and motioned to his couch. Dummy whirled over with a smoothie already in his claw. Don't drink that, Tony said quickly. Dummy thinks he's being helpful, but that's probably toxic. Harry thanked the robot and took the smoothie, putting it on the workbench before sitting beside him on the couch. You should teach him how to make coffee. I tried that once, Tony winced. He gets a little excited and moves too fast and spills it everywhere though. Smoothies are thicker and harder to spill at least. This place is so cool, and I thought Peter's lab was impressive. Harry looked a little intimidated, and Tony didn't like that look on his face at all. Hey, I had Friday give you complete access, so you're welcome to bother me down here anytime. Tony bumped Harry's shoulder with his fist. Maybe keep an eye on Teddy if you bring him though. Where is he, by the way? Harry still looked a little intimidated, but relaxed slightly at the mention of Teddy like he always did. He's watching some movie called Big Hero 6 with Peter. I'm a little worried that Peter is going to try to make Teddy his own personal robot now. Though I suppose that's not necessary if we can introduce him to Dummy. Tony really did consider that. Dummy would love Teddy, and he wouldn't hurt the toddler. His code was old and glitchy, but he had very strong safety protocols, unless he tried to feed the toddler anything. Maybe we hold off on introducing Teddy to Dummy until he gets a little older. Tony frowned in concern. Harry nodded and seemed to be distracted. I actually came to find you for a reason, he winced, and Tony didn't like the looks of this. Did something happen? Did Harry's work find Maximoff? Or maybe Loki did something to upset him? The rogues wouldn't be back for a few more days, so it couldn't be them. Maybe he got into a fight with Winter. No, nothing happened. Harry breathed out and turned his bright green eyes on Tony, fear and sadness in them. There's something I need to tell you, something you aren't going to like. Tony had absolutely no idea what this could be. What else could there be after a surprise son and grandson, that Harry was some kind of war hero, that magic existed, and that, oh yeah, Harry had actually saved his life during the Chitauri invasion. That last one he still didn't know how to deal with yet, even more than the whole magic thing. He was used to a type of magic by now, at least with Thor, Loki, and Maximoff around, so a magic society was shocking, but something his brain could process by this point. The fact that his 17-year-old son had saved his life right on the heels of stopping a war was still knocking around his brain, with no place to settle yet though. Whatever it was, there was no reason for Harry to look so concerned about it. Hey, kid, Tony took Harry's hand and squeezed it. I promise you, with every ounce of my being, that there is absolutely nothing you can tell me that's going to make me upset with you. Harry snorted wryly. Tony, I fought in a war and was a high-ranking Auror after that. I've done things exceptionally upsetting, so don't be too quick with those assurances. Tony just raised a disbelieving eyebrow at him. I have 3 former assassins living under my roof, one of which killed your grandparents, and that's not even mentioning the trickster god who literally tried to take over the world. Hell, I was known as the freaking merchant of death before I had my little come-to-Jesus moment. Kid, you might have done some morally questionable things, so have I, but we can get past them together. So, what is it? Harry laughed halfway through a sigh. Okay, yeah, well, when you say it like that. Yeah, so unclench and just out with it. What's got you so worked up anyway? Tony smiled and pulled his knee up onto the couch to face Harry more. Harry nodded and looked off, not meeting his eyes. I wasn't an accident, he said slowly as if admitting something terrible. Tony didn't understand though. What do you mean? Lily and James, Harry breathed out and finally looked back to meet his eyes with regret pooling in their depths. They wanted a kid, and James couldn't have kids. They were looking for someone to get Mum pregnant when they went out that night. Oh, Tony let out a breath with a frown. Okay, that was not cool that they didn't say anything, but still. Right, so they wanted you, I guess. Well, that's not a bad thing. Harry was shaking his head though. No, you don't understand, he took in a steadying breath. We're magical. When witches and wizards decide they want something from a muggle, ethics tend to get more than a little hazy. Oh, now Tony understood. That actually explained a lot. He felt a pit in his stomach and tried to breathe calmly to stave off a panic attack. I guess I now know how you came to be after excessive use of condoms and the fact that I'd had a vasectomy years before then. It's why no one expected you to pass the paternity test. Harry blanched. Tony, I'm so sorry. I figured you didn't want kids, what with the whole process of me being checked over, but I'm sorry, I didn't know you'd gone to those lengths. Tony just sat there, letting it sink in. He didn't even know what to say. It was a violation. What right did James and Lily Potter have to just take what they wanted like that? They knew who I was, Tony said and asked all at the same time. He had told them he was Tony Stark, and he remembered they didn't seem shocked. It was one of the reasons he had been so attracted to them at the time. Did they want to have Tony Stark's kid? They wouldn't have been the first. No, Harry said firmly. No, they had no clue who you were. The magical community is very isolated, so they wouldn't have had any reason to attach significance to your name back then. Tony nodded. That was some comfort at the very least. What they did had to have been illegal though, right? Harry stood and Tony almost jumped at the movement. He'd forgotten that Harry was there for a second. Look, I'm sorry. What they did to you, that was wrong. I can go back to the hotel, if you want to still see Teddy some. Hey, Tony reached out and snatched Harry's hand back quickly. Shit, he hadn't realized how this would all look to his son. Hey, I want you here, he said as firmly as he possibly could. He was met with a look of resigned disbelief. Tony tugged him back down onto the couch and tried to organize his thought into some coherent order. He was so very angry with James and Lily Potter, but he had to push that aside right now because he was damn well not going to hurt his son if there was any way he could avoid it. Harry, he started, praying to the universe that he got this right. My father was emotionally abusive and distant. My mother was constantly busy and not around much. I was essentially raised by nannies and the family butler. Harry frowned and turned to face him more. He was listening and not leaving. Tony could work with this. I always thought I would be a shit father, Tony continued explaining. I spent most of my youth addicted to alcohol and cocaine and couldn't take care of myself, let alone a child. Harry's eyes were starting to tear up. Tony, he breathed out, I'm so sorry. Hey, Tony cut him off. I'm just trying to explain why I made the decisions I did. I didn't want to put a kid through all that. What James and Lily did was horrible, Harry supplied with a wince. Inconsiderate and probably illegal, Tony smiled slightly, but I don't regret you in the slightest. I just didn't want to repeat my own father's mistakes. I would have raised you, though, after they died, if I had known. Harry nodded and seemed to actually believe him at least a little. I would have liked that. Tony scoffed. Really? Ask Rhodey or Pepper, you were probably still better off without me. Harry frowned in what looked to be confusion, but Tony didn't understand it. I thought Hermione talked to Bruce, he said oddly. Yeah, Tony said. I don't see how that's relevant. Harry blinked. Right, Muggle doctors actually have privacy laws they follow, sorry. I'm used to my private business being front-page news. Okay, Tony just waited, hoping Harry wasn't about to say what he thought the logical connection to their conversation was going to be. My aunt and uncle were neglectful and abusive growing up, and Harry said flatly, and also exactly what Tony knew he was going to, but still hoped to Einstein and Newton, and even Odin, that he wouldn't. Oh, kid, Tony just took both Harry's hands and kissed them with every bit of feeling he could. Harry gave an unamused laugh. Plus, it seems I ended up an alcoholic too, so yeah, I think I still would have picked living with you no matter how much of a mess you were. Tony scooted forward and wrapped his arms slowly around Harry. His son tensed slightly, but after a moment leaned into the hug and tentatively put his hands on Tony's back. Harry, I love you, Tony said firmly, never meaning those words as much as he did in that moment. However you came to be, whatever happened to you, whatever you've done, I love you and always will. I love you and I love Teddy, and you will both always have a place with me wherever I live, and I never want you to leave. Even if that means Winter is along for the ride too. Harry gave a wet chuckle. Thanks, Dad, he said, tensing at the word as if testing it out and how Tony would take it. Tony pulled back slightly to smile at him. I like that, he said. You can call me whatever you want to, though. Harry finally gave him a genuine smile that just almost didn't look like he was waiting to be rejected. Okay, Dad. Tony pulled Harry back into his arms and squeezed just as tightly as he could, trying to get 21 years' worth of hugs conveyed through that one alone. Please stay, as long as you are able. Yeah, we can do that, Harry breathed out into his neck, and Tony just hugged him tighter if that was even possible. Chapter end notes. Up next, Hulk makes a move, and hopefully we get to the Rogues returning. Chapter 22, The Rogues Return. Bruce violently woke to a sheet of paper being slapped onto his face. What? Erg, he groaned as his head pounded and his stomach rolled. I'm dying, he trailed off, wondering what the hell happened to him. He must have the flu or something. However, he never got sick since the Hulk had joined his body. Why would he be sick now? What's this? Tony asked from where he was much too loud and waving the sheet of paper around. The science is excellent, but it's in crayon. Did Hulk do it? Who else would do science in crayon? Hold on, Bruce groaned, pausing when his stomach heaved a painful roll. He checked with Hulk in the back of his mind, but the man seemed to be in a worse shape than he was in, and absolutely not speaking back. I don't know, he finally said, taking the paper from the overly excited man in bed with him. Bruce squinted and tried to focus his eyes on the paper. It seemed to be a complex harness system, using the proprietary stretchy fabric for the pants Bruce always wore in case Hulk tore all his clothes off. Why was Bruce only wearing those pants now? He was pretty sure he'd gone to sleep with Tony wearing a t-shirt and boxers instead of the pants. Tony had a notebook in his hand taking notes from the diagram. That will make it to where any of us can grab onto Hulk in a fight and be transported without him having to use his hands to hold us. For Barton and Natasha, that'll be a game changer. Bruce groaned and massaged his temples. He can carry Teddy in it too. I think that was the main thought behind the design. How did he do it though? It was on my chest when I woke up, and you were. Well, you when we went to sleep last night. Tony finally put down the notebook to focus on him. Bruce had a terrifying suspicion as to what might have happened. Brucey, are you hungover? Tony's look slipped into a grin. What happened after I went to sleep last night? Did I miss a party? Did you take over our body while I was asleep? Bruce hissed into his mind, getting a collective wince from both of them. Hulk grumbled but still wasn't talking to him, which might be a good thing because Bruce was pretty sure he'd throw up enough for them both if Hulk tried. Bruce rested his head on Tony's shoulder since it was just too heavy to hold up himself at the moment. I don't know. If there was a party, then I missed it too, he groaned. I think Hulk's found a way to take over when I'm asleep. Tony just laughed, seeming unconcerned. This was very concerning though. Could Hulk just take over whenever he wanted to now? Well, I for one am never believing that he doesn't understand something again when he plays dumb. Tony smirked and pointed at the crayon drawing with some very excellent math from a drunk Hulk on it. Now, let's go see who else was at this party because I have so many questions, first of all being why I wasn't invited. Bruce allowed himself to be bodily pulled up from the bed and a t-shirt of Tony's thrown over his head. I don't care what you're able to do now, but getting us both drunk is not acceptable, he admonished the other man. Hulk never drink again, a pained grunt sounded from his mind. Asgardian mead is evil. Oh hell, I think Thor was at the party. Bruce huffed in pain at the lights when they exited into the brightly lit hallway. Ah, he must have brought some of his mead. That explains how Hulk was able to get drunk. Tony just laughed yet again. At least someone thought this was hilarious because Bruce definitely didn't. Harry and Winter both were already sitting at the bar with mugs of coffee, but looking exceptionally tired. Were you invited to the party because I'm feeling left out? Tony pouted and leaned against the bar to ask the other two men. Please tell me Hulk behaved himself. Bruce sank into the sofa and hoped someone either put him out of his misery or made him coffee. He cracked one eye open to see Harry already at the coffee machine, putting in a pot of the coffee he knew Bruce liked. He couldn't help the smile even in the midst of this terrible morning that Harry was taking care of him. Harry and Teddy entering their lives had changed everything for the better. They had all been broken, sad, and reluctant roommates before he arrived, and now they were family again. Well, Maximoff wasn't, but they were going to handle that situation as soon as they could. Hulk was a perfect gentleman. Winter answered for them with a grin and knowing smirk at Bruce's plight. Hey Bruce, Harry called over. I know you're hungover, but are you extra tired? Hulk wanted me to check on you this morning to see if you were still able to sleep while he had control, or if him taking over your body meant that you weren't actually sleeping through the night. Bruce had to give it some thought. He felt gross but not like he hadn't slept. Did that really mean that Hulk could be awake when he was asleep and it not take away from his own body's rest? I think I'm fine, besides the whole hangover situation. I don't know why that's affecting me when not sleeping doesn't seem to, he groaned, trying to make his brain work. Although I didn't feel it until Tony woke me up, so maybe it's only because we're both awake now, and I'm actually just feeling Hulk's hangover. We're all missing the important question, Tony prodding fingers at Harry and Winter both, who had a party and didn't invite me. That's just rude. Pancakes, Hulk grumbled, and Bruce couldn't tell from the tone if Hulk wanted pancakes or was cursing even the thought of them. It wasn't a party, and Hulk insisted we let you sleep, Winter said, while Harry handed the coffee to Bruce, who gave the guy as grateful of a smile as he could manage. Hulk said you need your sleep, Harry added. You don't sleep well. Tony sighed loudly. Now the green guy is a mother hen too. I swear, I've slept more since Bruce and I started dating than the entire time I was at MIT, he complained. That sounds a lot worse than you mean it too, Bruce added over the steaming rim of his mug. Anyway, Harry rolled his eyes. Hulk made the very good point that Teddy's pancake grounding officially ended at midnight when he woke Winter and I up last night. He wanted to take Teddy for midnight pancakes. It sounded fun and a nice treat, so we bundled up Teddy, and Hulk insisted Thor join, and we all went to a 24HR diner. Hulk and Thor didn't get into the alcohol until we got back, and Teddy was already asleep again. Harry and I went to sleep too, so we don't know what happened after that, Winter finished the story. Bruce didn't like the sound of any of that at all. He really hoped this didn't mean he was actually going to have to honor the bargain he'd made with Hulk about being supportive if he ever dated Thor. That was just a really confusing situation all around, and something he hadn't talked to Tony about. Oh damn, this wasn't going to go over well. Tony raised his hand like he was in class with a confused look on his face. But how did Hulk fit in a diner, like through the doorway and in a booth and all? Harry just shrugged. I don't know. Bruce is a lot smaller than Hulk, so he has to grow a lot to get to his normal size. It seems he can stop growing before he gets to full size if he wants to. Anyway, he was small enough to get in places at least. What the hell? Bruce couldn't help adding both outwardly and internally to Hulk. Hulk wanted pancakes with Teddy. Hulk finally used Bruce's mouth to add in his comment to the conversation, almost making both of them retch. I insist on being invited to midnight pancakes next time. Tony actually stomped his foot in punctuation at that. We'll wake you up next time, Dad, Harry smiled. Bruce's eyes widened. Did Harry just call Tony Dad? That was a new development. Teddy is going to be tired for daycare today, Bruce added, not being able to stop being the voice of reason. It was Monday, so Harry had to go back to work. Hulk really should have thought of that before waking everyone up. Harry didn't seem concerned, though, as he rummaged around the refrigerator for something to cook for breakfast. Nah, I'm letting him sleep in. Winter said he'd watch him today instead of daycare. Tony stopped where he'd been making himself a coffee to dramatically turn to Winter and pout. Winter shook his head and chuckled. If you are free, you are welcome to join us. Getting to hang with my teddy bear 2 days in a row, Tony just grinned and took his phone out of the pocket of his pajama pants. Right, so we're going shopping to get you new clothes then. Teddy and I'll help you pick them out. We might even throw in some for Harry. Bruce couldn't help his grin at Winter's face falling into horror. It was like watching a train wreck you knew you couldn't stop, so just letting it happen. In all truthfulness, Winter desperately needed some new clothes though, especially since he'd cut the sleeves out of all his hoodies now. Harry's clothes were better, but still only a combination of his all-black work uniform and jeans and sweaters for his days off. Harry, you avoided any paparazzi last night, right? Bruce asked suddenly, realizing Tony's son would have been with 2 Avengers and Winter in that diner. That would put him in the line of a lot of cameras. Harry just nodded though, not seeming concerned. I put on my Stark Industries ball cap and tried to look official. I think I successfully passed myself off as the security intern I'm pretending to be. Though why anyone would think Hulk, Thor, and the Winter Soldier needed security is beyond me. Regardless, I liberally used a Notice Me Not charm too, just in case. Winter chuckled. You may want to do some kind of press release, though, because there are already news stories online about Hulk and his kid getting pancakes. Interestingly enough, it's always Hulk's kid, and none of the articles even mention Dr. Banner. Tony scoffed. Hulk having a kid is a better story. Brucey having a kid doesn't sell papers. I'll have Pepper mock up something though. I'm not sure if Natasha is cool with being Teddy's fake mom, but we'll come up with some kind of story. Bruce closed his eyes and tried to ignore Hulk's proud glee at still being mistaken for Teddy's dad. At least it's Hulk and not Winter. No offense, he added quickly, not having meant to actually say it out loud. None taken. Too many people want me dead. Winter just shrugged in all seriousness. Same love, same. Harry kissed his boyfriend, and that really shouldn't be something they were bonding over, Bruce thought. You coming along, Brucey Poo? We could get you some of those sweater vests you like so much. Tony looked up from his phone to ask. He assumed Tony was probably closing down an entire department store at the moment to take Winter to and not have to deal with crowds. Bruce shook his head and then regretted it when the world spun. No, once Hulk recovers from his binge drinking, we need to run some tests. I can get started in on that harness too if I have time. Tony nodded and finally put his phone down. Friday, baby girl, would you get Thor up and ask if he'll join us? He called out. Mr. Thor is already awake, boss. I'll call him now, Friday responded immediately. Right, so, I think the 3-4 of us probably need to have a talk now that Hulk is a little more active, shall we say. Tony motioned between Bruce and himself with a raise of his eyebrow. Well, it seemed Tony had figured it out. The man was a genius. Harry dropped some bacon in a hot pan. I'm making breakfast, so I'm not leaving for this conversation, he warned them. So, please just don't scar me for life. The ghosts of James and Lily already did that when I asked them about you being my dad. Tony and Bruce's eyes widened as they looked at each other in surprise. "Excuse me." Tony broke eye contact to look over at Harry, who hadn't seemed to realize what he'd said. "Yeah, Dad, James, is a little too free with the information he's willing to share." Harry shrugged and added more bacon. "Harry, sweetheart," Winter cleared his throat. "Ghosts are not a normal part of our lives," he said as if they were talking about some interesting weather phenomenon and not literal ghosts. Harry looked over his shoulder which gave them all a sheepish smile. "Oops. In my defense, my old school was literally infested with them, so I kind of forget it's not normal for people to run into them all the time. What did I originally tell you that I'd done to learn about you?" he asked Tony. "You know, back before you knew about magic." Tony scratched the back of his neck in thought. "I think you said they left you a letter, which I guess was a lie." Yeah, so ghosts." Harry smiled and just went back to the bacon. "My point stands though, no scarring your son for life." "I just don't want to leave." Winter smirked and stayed right where he was sitting. The reminder was just in time for the elevator doors to open and Thor and Loki both to emerge. "Has something happened? Is there news on Friend Vision?" Thor asked expectantly. Bruce felt Hulk give an appreciative hum in the back of his mind that they were both too hungover to deal with currently. Why wasn't Thor hungover in the slightest? "Not yet," Harry smiled over his shoulder sadly. "I'll check in with the team on my end when I get to work. I think we're getting close now because Goyle is most likely using one of his family's properties here in the US since Maximoff doesn't have any money. We just have to get a warrant to access his family accounts to see what, if any, properties he has on this continent." "Will you be a part of this raid?" Loki unexpectedly asked before he elegantly sank into the armchair across from Bruce. Harry frowned at him with a suspicious look on his face. "Most likely," he finally said. "We don't have clearance to include the Avengers since Goyle is a magical citizen and Maximoff is a product of a leech, so still technically under our purview. I'm going to try to get clearance for Natasha, though if possible since she's worked with MACUSA in the past at least." "The Infinity Stones must be secured as quickly as possible," Loki nodded at him. Yeah, Harry went back to cooking. "End of the world, I know, I'm doing my best." "This isn't your responsibility, Solnishko," Winter frowned. And yeah, Bruce hadn't thought to say that, but it seemed that Harry was taking on a lot of the responsibility in this situation for it not being his fault or job to handle in the slightest. "You know, I'd really prefer you to stay safe in your training job instead of fighting," Tony said tentatively, clearly trying not to offend his son. He leaned against the counter to meet Harry's eyes. "I know you can take care of yourself, but I'm always going to worry." "Look, I know I haven't told you all a lot about my life besides some general information," Harry sighed and walked around Tony to take the eggs out of the fridge. "But I'm kind of like my society's version of the Avengers, or maybe Captain America, as much as I hate that comparison. They're always going to call on me to help with situations like these, even if I distance myself from the day-to-day dark wizard hunting." Tony clapped a hand on Harry's back, clearly knowing he wasn't going to get anywhere with trying to wrap the kid in bubble wrap at this point in his life. Instead, Tony walked over and grabbed Thor's arm next to tug him towards the couch where Bruce was sitting. "Well, since my kid is just as stubborn as I am, let's get down to why I actually called you up here, big guy," Tony began. Thor glanced at Bruce. "Is this because of the pancakes? Friend Hulk did say Dr. Banner was asleep." "No, well, yes," Tony started and then just sat down on the coffee table in front of them. "Thor, you do realize that Hulk likes you, right? Like, romantically?" Thor's face bunched up while he seemed to be actually giving that some thought. Bruce rolled his eyes and took another sip of his coffee. "Thor," he said, "Hulk calls you cute but Thor and literally invited you for dinner and drinks last night." "Even I knew that," Loki drawled from where he was studiously looking like he didn't care even though he was clearly listening raptly. Thor shook his head. "But my posterior is very appealing, and it was a family outing last evening," he protested as if that made sense at all. Bruce tried to soothe the whining he was getting from Hulk at his plans not working and Thor not just falling into his green arms. Really, Hulk was very dramatic. "Look, Thor, it's fine if you don't like him back," Bruce said even though Hulk was whining at that now. "But yeah, he definitely likes you. And now that he seems to be able to take over from me whenever he wants, or at least when I'm asleep, we have some logistical issues we're going to need to discuss that you should maybe be a part of. And if you like him romantically at all, then you, me, Hulk, and Tony all need to have a talk about what this means because this situation is fucked up," Harry supplied with a chuckle from the kitchen. Bruce rolled his eyes and figured they really should start a swear jar even if Teddy was currently asleep. "I was going to say unconventional." Thor just looked at him contemplatively, and Bruce resisted squirming under the gaze. "Dr. Banner," Thor began. Bruce plays, he corrected, since they really should be on a first-name basis, if he might be accidentally waking up in Thor's bed at some point in the future. Bruce, Thor nodded. I believe your comfort with this should be the first consideration over anything else. This situation affects you more than any of the rest of us. Bruce did squirm at that and clear his throat. Well, I mean, we kind of had a deal. Oh really? Tony smirked and raised an eyebrow at him. You and Hulk made some kind of bargain, do share. Bruce shrugged and wished he hadn't finished the coffee in his mug. Well, you know, I'm with Tony now, and Hulk gave his blessing, but he said, that he liked Thor, so it was only fair. But at the time, he was not able to take over your body at will. Thor shook his head. What do you think of all this now? Hulk was starting to get way too hopeful in the back of his mind. Thor hadn't outright turned him down yet, and Bruce and Hulk both were very aware of that. It really was only fair though, and Bruce liked Thor as a friend, and as someone he trusted to respect his wishes, especially after this conversation. If Hulk was going to be with someone, as the Green Man said, he could do worse. Bruce, I think he likes Hulk, the man in question almost whispered in his mind. Yeah, buddy, I think he might, Bruce said internally. It was a lot to take into account, but oddly enough, he wanted Hulk to be happy too. Well, let's see if we can get you an official first date then, shall we? Really? Hulk asked him hopefully. Well, yeah, you need to do this right and without Harry, Winter, and Teddy tagging along, and no more mead. Never again, no mead, Hulk vehemently assured him. Okay, look, Bruce started, ignoring all the other very interested people in the room to focus in on Thor and Tony. Hulk and I have a deal and I'm good with it. If you two are, if Thor is even interested, and if this isn't too much for you, Tony, then yeah, we should all have a chance at some happiness, shouldn't we? Tony just shrugged. I figured this would be a possibility when Hulk started taking over more, and he started flirting with Thor in his own way. I don't particularly want to share you, Bruce, but Hulk is a different person even if you both share space. So yeah, if Thor can keep his hands to himself if Hulk morphs back into you in his bed, then yeah, I'm cool with it. Thor scoffed. No offense, he said with a look at Bruce, who was definitely ready to be offended now, but Bruce does not have the warrior's heart. Which apparently is more important than not being green. Loki rolled his eyes and scoffed. You two are aliens, Winter chimed in to remind them, clearly following the conversation like it was a soap opera happening in real time. How is that better than being green? There has to be other green people out in the universe. Hulk's coloring is very fetching, Thor protested, sounding more offended than Bruce was at not having whatever Thor classified as a warrior's heart. Besides, Thor narrowed his eyes at his brother. You, Loki, are technically blue. Take it back, Loki glared. It is the truth, Thor sniffed. Mate, seriously, Harry turned from the eggs he was cooking now excitedly. Can you really turn yourself blue? Loki studiously ignored him with a petulant look. I want my own room, he remarked firmly, and yeah, that might actually be a good idea. Take Bruce's, Tony shrugged and stood as if was a foregone conclusion. Hey, Bruce quickly protested, because where was he going to stay? Tony just smiled kindly though, because Bruce can move into my room if he wants. Bruce blushed because wow, they had only been together a little over a week, but yeah, that was. Okay, he said simply with a small smile. So, shouldn't Thor and Hulk actually try dating or something first? Winter cut in and made a good point there. Tony took Bruce's mug, thankfully to fill it up again. Yeah, he kind of loved that man. I can have Aaron fix up some dinner or something for you both in Hulk's panic room if he doesn't feel like shrinking himself down to go out, he offered. I would like that, if Hulk agrees, Thor smiled at Bruce hopefully. Hulk very much wants to have dinner with Thor, he answered, making Bruce smile fondly at them both. Bruce sighed now that he actually had to think about what that meant for him. Right, so I'll just practice my meditating or something while Hulk gets to go on his dates and all when I'm not asleep. Hulk does that all the time. Bruce's turn, Hulk protested, and fair. He supposed that made sense. And Thor, Tony stopped and pinned the god with a look that Bruce never wanted to be on the receiving end of. I don't care who you're dating. There is no alcohol allowed in the penthouse or anywhere near myself or my son, understood? Thor's eyes widened when he seemed to understand immediately. Of course, Tony. Right, eat up, Harry plopped the eggs, bacon, and toast onto the table, ignoring the tenseness of only seconds before. I have to get to work. And Dad and Winter, do try to keep Teddy's sugar intake down when you go out since he already had pancakes in the middle of the night. We will, Tony and Winter both replied, but with much different degrees of trustworthiness in their tones. Harry nervously waited on the helipad of the tower with Tony, Bruce, Thor, Loki, Winter, Peter, and Rhodey while the Quinjet from the Avengers compound landed. It was a good thing too because he had a feeling that things with Maximoff and the stones were going to come to a head very soon. It's not like they actually had any solid information yet, but it was almost Christmas. In his experience, even after Voldemort's final demise, it was either Halloween, Christmas, or May when bad things happened. So he wasn't sure if it would be before or after Christmas, but Harry was pretty certain something would happen soon. Although it had been August last he was kidnapped, so maybe he was just being ridiculous. He really wasn't good at divination, so he probably shouldn't even try. And yeah, he definitely needed to summon Thor's mum, Frigga, sometime soon for prophetic clarification and all. Harry knew the rogues had been potioned, but he still had Teddy off spending time with Pepper instead of anywhere near these people until he could figure out their personalities under all the compulsions. Really, Rogers was the only one he was actually worried about. Barton had been his first concern, but he'd been off the potion longer than everyone else, and it seemed like he was reconnecting with his own kids, so he was probably safest over the rest. Winter, Wilson jumped out of the plane first and ran right over to them. "Have you gotten ahead of me in bake-off? How's Andrew doing? He didn't get eliminated yet, did he? Did you figure out the scone recipe?" "I've been waiting on you to finish the season and try out the recipe." Winter slowly smiled before Wilson tugged him by his normal arm into a hug. Harry really wasn't sure how they were getting the show whenever they wanted to see it, but he had a feeling Friday had a large part in that, probably illegally. "I'm so sorry I attacked you all," he vehemently said over Winter's shoulder. "He wasn't even in the building. I was the one you shot." Loki glared at the man who finally let go of Winter. Harry let some of his nerves go about Sam Wilson. He was still Winter's friend. That was really good. Winter deserved all the friends he could get. You're fine," Wilson scoffed and turned to Harry. "You okay? I don't know the people who were with you that day, are they okay too? Also, dude, magic exists." Harry grimaced. Right, so apparently he remembered everything and had probably been talking to the others while they were all holed up at the compound. Damn, Aura Hastings really was going to kill him this time. "Excuse me, right here," Loki scoffed yet again, and Harry couldn't help his laugh at the god. "My friends are fine, no one was injured," Harry assured him. "We could all use your help in finding Vision and rescuing him though," he added because the goblins weren't being super helpful in finding out what properties the Goyles owned so far. A good-looking, if slightly dumpy man joined them while it looked like Rogers was hanging back, not sure of his reception. "Was I living in a different tower from everyone else?" the guy asked with a broad smile. "How did I miss so much?" "Lang right," Harry guessed. He'd seen the guy in passing when he'd visited Winter only once, and they'd never been officially introduced. "Yep, Ant-Man," the guy grinned and shook his hand. "My fellow insect dude." Lang let go of Harry to pull Peter into a hug. "Apparently, the potion stuff made me forget you even existed. How could I ever forget you?" Tony seemed nervous about the two of them, but Harry watched him force himself to relax when Peter just laughed and hugged Lang back. "Spiders aren't insects," Peter corrected the guy who clearly didn't care in the slightest. Tony really was very overprotective. Hi," Rogers finally stepped forward enough to give them all a little wave. Tony nodded at him but hung back. "Hey, Steve," Winter offered. "Winter," Steve nodded, getting a small smile from Winter and an even smaller sigh of relief from Harry. It was a tiny but significant step in the right direction at least. Barton seemed to have been the one flying the plane because he only jumped out when it powered down, followed by a Natasha Romanoff who was wearing what Harry recognized distinctively as dragonhide boots. He narrowed his eyes in her direction. Just how long had she spent with Charlie at the reserve since she'd clearly been there? "You know his mum is going to expect you for Christmas, right?" Harry looked from the boots to the woman who was now blonde for some reason. He'd liked the red hair, but this looked good too. Natasha leaned against Barton and snorted a laugh. "Yeah, I'm not the bring home to the parents type." Harry just let it go, she'd learn. As long as Molly never heard of her existence, then she could keep telling herself that. After, well, good luck with that. Right, so Aaron made everyone lunch. It's in the conference room. Tony turned on his heel to lead them into the tower, clearly done with all the greetings and niceties. "Hey, intern," Barton caught up to Harry before they could enter the building. Thanks and all, for everything." Harry gave him a smile. Barton looked significantly better, like he'd been sleeping, taking care of himself, and like a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. "Any time," Harry said, and found that he really did mean it. Hey, care to give a guy a heads up? Harry asked since everyone else had entered the building and they were waiting on the lift to return for them. Is Rogers still an arse not on the potion? Barton did a back-and-forth motion with his hand that was not promising or illuminating. I don't know what all your interactions were like, but I'd guess he's more reasonable, Barton finally explained. He's still not really happy with whatever you have going on with Winter though, and definitely doesn't trust you. I think the whole magic thing has really rubbed him wrong after what Wanda did to us too, which adds to it. You know, I don't even care about that, Harry said honestly. Has he at least come to terms with the fact that he did attempt to murder Tony at least? Like there was no way he didn't realize that destroying the arc reactor wouldn't kill him. Barton grimaced. Yeah, he's been pretty stubborn about going to the therapist he was assigned. Like I'm not sure what they talk about, but I have a feeling it's more the therapist asking questions and Steve just glaring at him. The lift returned and Harry grunted in disbelief. How is that more reasonable? Barton laughed but followed him onto the lift. Well, he no longer thinks Wanda hung the moon. He calls Winter by his chosen name and isn't talking about making him remember things that he just isn't going to ever remember. He also doesn't see Tony as the enemy anymore and realizes he can't make Tony be a part of the team again. I think he's also willing to cede a little more control over to Colonel Rhodes, who is, supposed to have that control anyway. Harry sighed, baby steps. Hey, you officially joining the team then? Barton asked when the lift stopped at the floor with the conference room. Like the security intern thing was just a cover, right? Having someone on the team with magic who isn't low-key, he said as if it was a curse word, would really help out on missions. Nope, really just the security intern. I have the ball cap and ID card and everything, Harry lied unapologetically. He would never join the Avengers, mainly because the Accords Committee and the magical community had this whole treaty thing where he couldn't. But also, he was happy to help out especially in world-ending situations, but that wasn't his thing anymore on a daily basis. His focus was Teddy first and foremost. The spread of food in the conference room looked really good, but Harry just walked over and leaned against the wall behind where Winter was sitting. He was having one of his days where food just didn't agree with him. He'd eat some crisps later or maybe some carrot sticks, but the heavy pasta and sandwiches wouldn't stay down if he ate any of them. Sometimes his stomach just did that to him, and with all the stress of looking for Maximoff and Goyle, well, it was understandable at the moment. Winter gave him a concerned look, but Harry just smiled and ran a hand through the man's long hair. I'm fine, he whispered before Rhodey stood to address everyone. There have been some changes while you were all away, so we need to lay down a few new ground rules, he said to everyone gathered. More rules, Rogers remarked, but didn't take his displeasure beyond a small tensing of his shoulders. Rooms have shifted around quite a lot, Rhodey began. Maximoff is, of course, no longer on the main Avengers floor, so I will be moving into her old room to be closer to all of you. Rogers clearly didn't like the sound of that since Rhodey was most definitely there to keep an eye on them. Winter should return to our floor and take her room, Rogers protested. I live with Harry now, Winter corrected him. Outside of the tower, Rogers bodily turned around to look at him in confusion. I thought we were all required to live at the tower for our probation. I live in the penthouse, Harry said because they would eventually figure it out anyway. You all are still not cleared for access to that floor without direct permission from myself, Tony, Winter, or Bruce. Clearly everyone except for Natasha was exceptionally confused about why Harry would be living in the penthouse. I moved in with Tony. Bruce gave them all a little embarrassed smile. No one seemed to be paying him any attention in the slightest, and they all clearly didn't care or maybe weren't surprised. Moving on, Rhodey cut in over where Rogers and Wilson were asking Winter and Tony, respectively, why Harry was in the penthouse and if the toddler was there too. On the secondary floor, we're keeping Vision's room open for him, Rhodey continued. We will find him soon. Everyone quieted and nodded at that. They would find him soon, Harry promised himself and Vision, wherever he was. Harry was going to personally deliver the new warrant to Gringotts the next day, and maybe even make some pointed comments about inhumane treatment of dragons, and that time they were robbed by a teenager if they didn't play ball. Thor and Loki both have rooms on that floor, and Peter is getting my old room for whenever he needs to stay the night. Awesome, Peter pumped a fist in the air. May's not going to be super happy, but it'll be fine. Happy already talked to her about it, Tony leaned over to tell him. She's okay with it as long as you tell her before staying the night for any reason. Your room is beside Thor's. Harry smirked at the teen who had only recently been told about magic because he'd caught Teddy who had been flying his plushies around the room with a bout of accidental magic. Or really, it seemed very intentional to Harry. Yeah, Hastings was never going to learn about that one if he had anything to say about it. I already cast some sound-proofing wards, he finally said to put the poor kid out of his misery. Oh, thank God, Peter sighed after he'd paled at the thought of hearing whatever was going on in that particular room. You may see Hulk walking around the tower more. That's apparently a thing now. Rhodey rolled his eyes. It's fine. Wait, how does he fit through the doorways? Can he get in the elevator? Lang raised a hand and looked at Bruce in clear confusion. Bruce shrugged. Apparently, he can shrink himself down some or stop the transformation partially or something. We have a timeshare situation worked out with the body now, so he won't attack you or anything. It's fine. I have so many questions. Lang leaned forward intensely like this was the best thing he'd ever heard. Which can wait for another time. Rhodey put his hand on Lang's face and just pushed him bodily back into his chair. Lastly, if any of you are ever allowed in the penthouse, no alcohol, no weapons, and no silver jewelry of any kind. Wait, what? Wilson asked in confusion at the rules. My son has a silver allergy, Harry explained. He's 3, so no weapons, clearly, and I'm an alcoholic in recovery. Tony cleared his throat. It's a family trait, he added in with a little sad look to Harry, who couldn't believe his dad would still be apologizing for freaking genetics at this point. Wait, what? Lang leaned forward again, clearly catching the family comment. Hey, did Teddy really move Thor's hammer? Peter asked before the rush of questions. Everyone paused at that. Hulk said something about it when I saw him in the gym yesterday. I wasn't sure if he'd gotten it right, though. Hulk tells no tales, Hulk indignantly replied from Bruce, getting a collective jump of surprise from the rogues. Well, clearly he was able to move the hammer. Loki rolled his eyes from over where he was similarly leaning against the opposite wall from Harry. My brother really should watch where he leaves that thing. I almost broke my foot tripping over it this morning. What do you mean? Thor asked his brother from the other side of the room, and yeah, Harry was confused too. I thought it was a sword in the stone-type artifact, Harry asked, actually hoping he was wrong and he and Teddy weren't grouped in a category together of special. Special never had been a good thing in his life. Loki's look clearly told his brother he was being an idiot. Thor, how many children are you around normally? Thor frowned and didn't seem to have an answer. My point, Loki finally said. There are not many children on Asgard, and no one is going to let the loud, drunken warrior swinging a hammer babysit anyway. Hey, he's not that bad, Harry protested for the man who really was trying to be more kid-friendly around Teddy. He'd been really good at cutting up Teddy's pancakes for him when they all went out that one time. Thank you, Shadow Man, Thor nodded in his direction gratefully. My point, Loki rolled his eyes. Of course children are worthy and of pure heart in general, especially for protection. I doubt your Mew Mew. Loki actually smiled at Tony for that, and Hel probably froze over just a little. Harry would have to check with Hela on that. I doubt your Mew Mew would allow a child to use it to hurt themselves or anyone who wasn't putting them in danger, but it would allow a child to use it should they need protection, Loki finished. But, Thor frowned, Teddy was using it to prop up his tower of blocks. Loki shrugged. It's a mildly sentient hammer. If it wants to play blocks, let it. But that doesn't explain why Harry was able to pick it up, Tony cut in, getting a loud groan from Harry at being outed like that. Really, couldn't they just forget any time he did something odd? Loki looked positively lecherous at that remark. Oh really, the Man of Shadows was able to lift Mjolnir. To sum up, Lang stood with a large grin on his face at this entire situation. The new intern and Stark are somehow related. Hulk is just on the loose everywhere now. Everyone is dating everyone else. Thor's hammer likes to play blocks with kids, and the intern is the new king of Asgard, right? Did I miss anything? I'm not the bloody king of anything, Harry said as loudly as possible in his panic. Don't even put that out into the universe. Really? Lang smiled even wider. Does your kid have a nanny cam? Because I'd kill for a bowl of popcorn and the footage of Thor's face when you picked up his extra special hammer. Natasha snorted and leaned over to Barton. Phallic symbol much, she commented, getting a choke of laughter from Barton. Hey, Friday can probably get us that footage, Wilson said, the traitor. Harry was maybe putting him back on his blacklist unless he helped Winter make those scones he kept promising. Winter was very nonchalantly flexing his new metal hand through all this while staring at Loki who, for his part, hadn't once let up in his scrutiny of Harry. I will crush your windpipe with my new magic-resistant hand if you touch Harry without his consent, he warned in a tone so casual it was even more dangerous. And damn, Harry could take care of himself, but yeah, that was hot. That is, if Harry wouldn't rather have the honors, Winter added, and damn, that was even hotter. Wait, Tony, do you actually have a kid? Rogers seemed to put the pieces together, while everyone else was distracted with Thor's hammer situation. And a grandson, Harry smiled at the captain who just stared at them both dumbfounded. Harry, little shit that he was, narrowly kept himself from reminding Rogers that Tony's kid was also dating Rogers's former best friend. Tony grinned proudly. Hell yeah, I have a kid who can pick up Thor's extra special phallic symbol of a hammer. It is not a phallic symbol, Thor sputtered his denials as Natasha and Barton just laughed louder. It's not even shaped right for that, which only got more laughs all around. Harry thought they might just be okay. Yeah, Rogers was still suspicious of Harry, but he wasn't overly aggressive. Suspicion he could handle that was actually Harry's baseline, so Rogers fit in quite well. Barton looked almost happy and could joke around with Natasha now. Wilson and Winter could go back to watching their baking show and trying out new recipes. And Lang and Peter seemed to be hitting it off even if spiders weren't insects. They would be okay. They could come together for whatever was heading their way. Because it was definitely coming, Harry could feel it in his bones. Chapter end notes up next. Winter's friend, Chapter 23, Changing Relationships. It feels wrong to be Christmas shopping while Vision is still being held captive somewhere, Tony sighed, as he followed his son around the magical section of New York. I feel like I should be doing more. Honestly though, this shopping trip was the most epic thing he'd ever seen. Was that a banshee? Do vampires exist? Tony kind of wanted to see a vampire. Harry smiled at him and just pulled him past what might be brooms to fly on. Seriously. Right now, we just have to wait, Harry assured him. Either Maximoff and Goyle will make a move, or we'll raid both Goyle properties as soon as the warrant comes through, which will probably be as early as tomorrow. Tony grumbled because he hated that his son was planning to be a part of those raids. I still don't understand why the Avengers can't help with that. I want to be there with you. Harry paused in front of the owl store to get Archimedes some more treats and just raised an eyebrow at him. Tony wondered what he was being called an idiot for this time. Dad, there are magical wards around the houses. If Ant-Man tries to sneak in there, then whatever technology he uses to shrink will short out and he'll be regular-sized again. Your suit, Rhodey's and Wilson's won't work at all. Peter's suit is pretty technologically advanced at this point, so he'd have to just leave it behind. None of your comms would work. I get it, Tony cut him off with a sigh. Look, I figured out like yesterday, or maybe this morning. Whatever, I figured out a way to basically waterproof tech against magic, but you're right, it's going to take more than a day to upgrade everything we would need. Plus, I need to fabricate quartz sheaths for everything electrical. Why is quartz of all things magic resistant? Harry just shrugged. Beats me. I'd guess maybe it just reflects it away from the tech. Whatever, Tony grunted, not letting up in his argument. Couldn't you at least take Bruce, Loki, and Thor with you? Also, Nat, Barton, Cap, and Winter can go low-tech easily. I still don't trust Rogers, Harry grimaced, and opened the door to the store, which smelled significantly of bird droppings. Me neither, but you can always use him as a human shield, so he gets hit with the curse and you don't. Tony smirked, happy about that thought, before turning to the skittish owner of the store. No, I don't see anything. You aren't here. Mr. Warbler scurried behind the counter from where he had been feeding a falcon. Tony turned his biggest grin on the man, which he even had made some of the Avengers squirm under. But Mr. Warbler, this is my absolute favorite store. I was wondering if I could maybe volunteer to feed the owls when I have free time. Honestly, the man looked half-bird himself with how frail and nervous he was, flitting around the store. Harry gave Tony an exasperated eye-roll before turning to save the shopkeeper. Ignore him, Mr. Warbler. MACUSA knows that he knows about magic. There isn't anything illegal going on here. I'm an Auror, I would know. The store owner definitely didn't believe Tony's son. What do you need? How's my Bert? You're taking good care of him. He's Archimedes now, and the absolute best owl in the world, Tony protested, because Bert was a terrible name for an owl. Tony could literally see the dollar signs flash across the man's eyes when he reached down a bag of owl treats. Oh well, you'll want to get him these then. Harry scoffed and slapped Tony's hand when he reached for the bag. No, we'll take a bag of avian muncharoos. But Harry, Tony began to protest. Harry glared. That's literally the same product, only 3 times more expensive. But if it's better. It's not, Harry glared at Mr. Warbler this time, who deflated and instead pulled a bag of the treats Harry had asked for off a shelf. I swear, you can't be trusted to go shopping alone. I don't even want to know how expensive Winter's new wardrobe was. Tony passed over some of the odd coins used in the magical stores to Warbler's disappointment. I didn't see you complaining yesterday when he bent over to pick up Teddy while wearing jeans that actually fit him. Honestly, he'd been a little worried that his son might have choked on his tongue. I didn't say the clothes weren't exceptional and very needed, but still. I know what it's like to have no money, and just throwing money at things gives me indigestion or heartburn or something. Harry shuddered and steered him out of the store before Tony could get a good look at a golden perch he caught a glimpse of in the corner. Archimedes would look so regal on a golden perch. Maybe I should do all my shopping without you then, Tony grinned unashamedly. If I'm going to buy you a new racing broom or whatever you wizard folks like, then maybe I shouldn't let you see the price tag. That'd be a wonderful idea, except you couldn't even get into the magical area of the city without me. Harry just smirked right back at him. Now, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, they're always the ones I'm stumped on. Maybe we could go in on something together. What do you buy old, parent-y people anyway? You're asking me, Tony raised a disbelieving eyebrow at his son. You've literally been a parent longer than I have. Yeah, but I'm not old, Harry teased right back, and damn, Tony was starting to think they were finally making this thing work between them. It had been touch and go for a while, but if Harry was feeling comfortable enough to tease him, then, wow, this seemed like a big deal. Tony couldn't help the stupid grin on his face. That I am. Well, you said this Arthur Weasley guy works for the government. What if I set him up with a session with my private tailor in London? He could probably use a nice suit. Harry winced and shook his head though. No, throwing money at the Weasley parents is the last thing to do to endear them to you. They actually are pretty well off now that all their kids are out of the house and doing exceptionally well for themselves. Mr. Weasley might not be too well versed in the Muggle world, but even he can spot a $3,000 suit. And yeah, it might be a little more than that, so fair. How about you then? We could stop by while we're in England anyway and get you fitted up. Harry actually turned a little green at that suggestion. And yeah, okay, Tony was going to have to get better at realizing how much money was too much money to suggest for things for his son. He knew Harry was actually wealthy, but whatever his issues with spending money was, they were a little too ingrained to get over quickly. Why the hell would I need a suit? Harry balked completely at the idea. I don't know, Tony tried to justify himself while backpedaling. Could he maybe hide behind this roasted chestnut cart? You're like a lord or something, don't you do suit things? Harry shook his head vehemently. Nope, I'm a knight, not a lord. Teddy is the lord, and you are welcome to buy him a nice suit when he's old enough, and if he ever decides he wants to get involved in politics. You met Draco. He's currently taking care of all the political stuff for Teddy and me while we're over here, and Teddy is a toddler. Fine, no suits, Tony pouted and gave in to the tiny dragon roasting the chestnuts since it was just so cute to buy them a bag. Is this animal cruelty? Huh, no, Harry noticed the dragon with a frown. It's conjured, that's not even a real dragon. Real dragons are massive, he added with a wince and rub to his side that made Tony really want to ask what that was about. They walked slowly through the robed people and lamp-lit streets so that Tony could look in amazement at all around him. There had to be some awesome toys he could get for Teddy at one of these stores. What about Bruce? Maybe he would want something magical. Hey, I should probably get Hulk something, shouldn't I? Tony wrinkled his nose and asked, surprisingly having settled into whatever this weird relationship was that he'd found himself in. At least Hulk never accidentally ended up in his bed, which helped, though he knew that Bruce and Thor had a few awkward mornings already that they were slowly getting accustomed to. Harry snorted a laugh and almost choked on a chestnut. Yeah, definitely, he said. I'm not sure what the rules are in this whole weird thing, but you might should get Thor something too. Damn, Tony breathed out. What the hell do you get a Norse god for Christmas? Harry just grinned wider, and Tony was certain he wasn't going to like this answer. Sex toys. Okay, so Tony was a very open guy who wasn't ashamed about his sex life in the slightest, but there was no way in all the multiverse that he was going to buy his boyfriend's, alter ego's boyfriend sex toys for Christmas. I think we should go a little more kid-friendly since we're probably going to open presents with Teddy, he chuckled while Harry just laughed loudly. He loved seeing his son laugh. He had a feeling Harry really didn't laugh enough in his life. Well, that cancels out all my ideas for winter. Harry continued laughing and nudged Tony's shoulder. Yeah, make fun of your old man, Tony huffed with a grin. We still need to think of something for basically everyone on our lists. At least Teddy is easy with toys and stuffed animals. I'm going to look through the potion store for Peter some weird ingredients to experiment with, Harry said, knocking one more person off his list at least. I still think the Weasley parents are going to be the most difficult. What about shoes? He asked next. Pepper loves shoes. Maybe your Molly Weasley would like a nice pair. Harry actually seemed to be contemplating that one. Maybe Ginny, he trailed off. Maybe a nice bag or purse for Mrs. Weasley. There we go, Tony jumped up and down before popping a chestnut in his mouth. They definitely didn't taste as good as they smelled. I know, what about a luggage set for them to use to visit us and all their kids on holiday? Harry's eyes lit up at the idea. I love it. Off to the Louis Vuitton store unless there is a magical equivalent. Tony looped an arm through Harry's and shoved the chestnuts in his son's other hand. Actually, Harry steered them towards another store that was probably going to break Tony's brain yet again if there actually was a magical equivalent for nice luggage. Good jump, Teds. Winter called over to where Teddy was jumping back and forth over a jump rope he'd laid on the ground like a snake. Harry and Tony were out doing some Christmas shopping, and Winter had a strong suspicion that Tony had given Teddy a lot of sugar right before they left. The toddler was bouncing off the walls when he'd come back to the penthouse from the run he'd been on. Winter decided to take pity on Bruce, who'd been babysitting, and take the kid to the gym to run off some of the excess energy. There wasn't much Teddy could actually play with in the gym, but he'd climbed about knee-high on the rock wall, was jumping over the rope, and had come up with some kind of game that required what might be a maze made out of whatever weights he could scoot across the floor. The kid was inventive at the very least. The elevator dinged, and Winter kept one eye on Teddy while glancing back to see Steve enter the gym. The man paused with a look of almost fear at the toddler running around before he seemed to decide he was still allowed to enter and work out. Hey, Winter nodded at him before turning his full focus back on his young charge. Teddy, not that one, he called when Teddy went to lift a weight too heavy for him off the rack. The kid pouted, but went back to the ones on the floor that were lighter and probably Pepper's, based on how the rest of the tower's occupants were superheroes. You on babysitting duty? Steve asked, standing level with him to watch whatever this new game was that Teddy was now setting up. Winter just shrugged. Actually, Bruce was, but I decided to give him a break. He was looking a little worn. Where's the boyfriend? Steve asked, and Winter didn't like that tone for some reason. He looked at the man out of the corner of his eyes. What was he getting at? Not knowing where this was going, Winter decided to stick to the simplest answers. Christmas shopping with Tony, he said as succinctly as possible. Ah, Steve just nodded. Wasn't he going to exercise? Why else would he be in the gym? I'm not letting him near any of the machines. You're welcome to use any of them you want, Winter prodded, hoping to move this along. He still wasn't really comfortable with Steve. There was just too much he couldn't remember that always put him at a loss with his former friend. Look, can we talk? Steve sighed deeply and turned to look at him more. Winter gave him a small, carry-on motion while keeping most of his attention still turned to Teddy. Whatever Steve had to say wasn't as important as keeping Teddy safe. I know I made some mistakes. Winter scoffed and raised an eyebrow. You think? Steve rolled his eyes. We were being poisoned, he said as an excuse. Winter didn't let his derision show and kept his stoic demeanor. Maximoff didn't start potioning any of you until we moved to New York. Everything before then was all you. Steve scoffed and crossed his arms. I had good reasons. You were in danger and the Accords are a foregone conclusion at this point. Winter cut him off. Your actions made them more necessary and inevitable than if you had rationally spoken against them. Winter glanced over at him with a sigh. Look, I do appreciate you helping me. T'Challa may very well have killed me if you hadn't have stepped in, but it's also possible he would have eventually listened to my side of the story if you all hadn't escalated things. He's a very intelligent and reasonable person. He touched the band of vibranium around his bicep. That was one of the main reasons he wasn't in significant pain every minute of the day. Between Tony and T'Challa, he owed so much that he could never repay. Steve didn't look convinced of that thought, though. Winter just shook his head at his stubbornness. You pulled me into a situation well beyond my understanding at the time, but Steve, I really do appreciate you helping me. He added emphatically at the end because he had been so very lost at the time, even if he would have preferred not getting sucked into the fight between the Avengers. Bucky, Steve started before shaking his head and correcting himself. Winter, sorry, I'm trying. Thank you, he said with a small smile before seeing the toddler heading towards a treadmill. Teddy, leave that alone, play with something else. I'm really trying here, Winter, Steve started again, moving more into his line of sight. Can we just start over? You know I'm always going to have your back no matter what." Of course, Winter frowned. It was all he'd ever wanted. He didn't want to just lose Steve's friendship, but they had to start over. It had to be something new. It couldn't be what it was before since he had no fucking idea what it was before. "That's exactly what I want. Let's just start over." "I'm so happy you said that." Steve's blindingly white smile was turned on him. Winter blinked at whatever this new shift in emotion was. He blinked again when Steve reached out and put a hand on his flesh arm. Something about that was just wrong. No one ever touched his metal arm except for Harry, and something about Steve reaching out and avoiding that arm in particular just hit him wrong for some reason, even though he knew it shouldn't. Maybe it wasn't even intentional. While Winter was trying to figure out just what the hell was going on, Steve had gotten a lot closer. "You know, starting over could be the best thing that ever happened for us," Steve said with an intense look. "And what the hell?" As Winter trailed off, what was going on? Before he knew it, he had a face full of Steve and very unwelcomed lips pressed against his. His brain screeched to a stop, and he barely kept himself from reacting violently, still knowing that Teddy was in the room with them. "Hey," Steve pulled back and rubbed his head with a surprised look over at the toddler across the room. Winter almost burst out laughing, but knew that probably wasn't the appropriate response for the situation. Apparently, Teddy had magically sent one of the bean bags that Barton and Natasha trained with soaring across the room and right into the back of Steve's head. "Papa Winnie don't like you. Go away." Teddy glared his now ice-blue eyes at Steve with his little hands on his hips and fire in his tone. "Look, kid," Steve started with barely concealed derision. "Steve," Winter cut him off and stepped further away from Steve and closer to Teddy. "What you just did was not welcome, and if you ever touch me again, there will be no starting over, no friendship, and no more chances," he warned as calmly as possible, because he was not going to be a bad influence for Teddy, and he was not going to resort to violence. But, Bucky. And that was the last straw. "Teddy, let's go." Winter held out his hand, and Teddy ran over to him. He'd have to unpack the whole Papa Winnie thing later, but right now, he needed to get out of this situation. Tired, Teddy buried his head in Winter's neck when he was picked up. "That was some pretty good magic, and you got a lot of exercise today. I can imagine you're really tired. Let's go up to your room and get into bed," Winter said brightly while glaring at Steve the entire way to the elevator. "I'll read you a story." "Can we talk about this?" Steve called out. "I really don't think there's anything to talk about," Winter said, noticing that Friday already had the elevator there and waiting for him. He shot a thankful look to one of Friday's cameras and stepped in. Whatever was going on with Steve was something he needed to work out with a therapist, but this was so very much no longer Winter's problem at all. "You can wear jeans and a hoodie for all I care." Harry frowned at his quieter-than-normal boyfriend, who was currently pulling his hair into a bun while wearing what he called his work clothes. Harry sat on their bed and tried to figure out what was wrong. Maybe it was the outfit that Winter had worn as a Hydra operative that was making him so morose. When Harry had told him that he'd been approved to help in the raid on Goyle's Manor in upstate New York, Winter had immediately pulled out the black, leather shirt with only one sleeve and the cowl currently covering the bottom half of his face. If he didn't want to wear it, Harry had no problem with him wearing whatever. It was kind of hot, though. "Huh, no, I'm fine." Winter shook his head, tying off the bun that was definitely going to fall out in the first 10 minutes of fighting. Harry frowned. "What's up then?" "Nervous about fighting a wizard. Goyle really isn't a great wizard if that helps." Winter rolled his eyes to definitively negate that suggestion. Harry walked over and tugged down the cowl because he hated not being able to get a read on Winter's expressions. "I'd like to see your face while I talk to you, please," he smiled comfortingly. "Plus, Marigold, the witch at the MACUSA welcome desk, will probably think you're there to rob the place with your face covered." "Why am I even approved for this mission? I understand Natasha being approved, but why me and no one else?" Winter frowned while he walked to the door, clearly assuming Harry would follow him out of the tower and to the MACUSA headquarters. Harry waited until they were in the lift to explain. "Magical people live longer than Muggles, and we might be super isolationist, but we also have long memories. Technically, you were still approved to work with MACUSA from back in WWII, the same as Natasha was still approved from her role with S.H.I.E.L.D. Oh, Winter gave him a little nod of acceptance before checking that Harry had all his knives, which Harry had already done, and Winter had also before leaving the bedroom. Something was still off. "Hey, put your spare wand here." He opened a small, wand-sized compartment in his metal forearm. "Okay, that's bloody awesome." Harry grinned at the forethought his dad and Winter had put into that. If he was fighting with Winter, then absolutely no one would check Winter for a wand, and he doubted it could be a Keod from within his magic-resistant arm either. He happily deposited his holly wand into the compartment and closed it for safekeeping. "Thanks, now care to share what's really bothering you?" Harry asked when they stepped off the lift and into the small foyer he was allowed to apparate from after Tony magic-proofed Friday's cameras in it. He wrapped his arms around Winter to take them to MACUSA and waited. "Natasha is meeting us there, so I'm happy to just wait right here with you until the raid if necessary. Did I do something wrong? Is that why you're upset?" "What, no?" Winter shook his head and tugged Harry tighter to his chest. Harry just rested there. There was nothing better than being held by Winter like he was so very important. "It's just, I might have done a bad thing, maybe two." Harry seriously doubted that. Winter seemed more confused than anything else. "Is there a body I need to help you bury?" he asked, a question he hadn't actually had to ask in any of his past relationships, surprisingly enough. Harry felt the chuckle deep in Winter's chest, so that was a no. "No, but someone kissed me." Harry had to pull back to look up at Winter incredulously. Their height wasn't significantly different, but Harry was still a little shorter, and he wished he was taller so it was even easier to convey just how very unconcerned he was in that moment. "Really? And why is that concerning?" "What?" "You said someone kissed you," Harry reminded him with a raise of his eyebrow. "It didn't sound like you went out looking for someone to kiss, right? It didn't even sound very welcome." "Well, no," Winter frowned deeper, "but it happened. Isn't that bad? Are you okay?" Harry asked instead because it sounded like Winter really hadn't wanted to kiss whoever this person was in the slightest. "What? Yeah, Teddy hit him in the head with a bean bag," Winter added on to Harry's complete confusion. Excuse me." "Well, Teddy was playing in the gym, and he saw that I was uncomfortable, and I'm sorry he was there and—" Harry put a finger over his lips. "Teddy is fine, and I'm going to buy him ice cream for that," he said firmly because Merlin, who would even think it would be a good idea with Teddy there. "It was Rogers, wasn't it?" he groaned in frustrated realization. "That man really needs to talk to his therapist. I'm about 98% sure he isn't even attracted to you and completely straight just based on what I've seen from him. He just can't let go or something." Winter shrugged, seeming to not care about Steve in the slightest. "You aren't mad?" "At you? Hell no. At Rogers, fuck yeah. But I can wait to tear him a new one until after we stop the end of the world if I must," Harry grimaced, knowing they would need Captain America if this Thanos bloke showed up. "That is, unless you want me to go defend your honor or something, because I will. I can't let Teddy have all the fun." "No," Winter chuckled and seemed to let go of his burden. "I'm good. Teddy already did a good job of it, and I told Steve not to touch me again." "Good," Harry nodded firmly. "Offer always stands, though." Winter smiled and Harry turned on the spot, taking them to the MACUSA atrium. "Hey, Marigold," he called to the welcome desk witch who waved back at him. She brought the best cupcakes into work. He might need to get her recipe for Winter and Wilson's baking endeavors. Winter barely stumbled, which Harry was a little envious over. He looked around in interest at the flying memos and people in robes while they waited on the lift. "Hey, you said there was a second thing," Harry finally remembered when they stepped into an empty lift. "Oh," Winter rubbed the back of his neck with his flesh hand, and Harry reached out to hold onto his metal hand in comfort. Winter looked at their hands. He always seemed pleasantly surprised when Harry touched the metal arm for some reason. Harry had a few guesses as to why, but regardless, he just made sure to hold on to him there more. "Teddy, he called me something," Winter began and seemed to trail off. Okay, so something Winter hadn't actually done either. Merlin, they were a pair, always taking on blame for things they hadn't any responsibility for. "He calls a lot of people a lot of wrong names, so what was it this time?" Harry asked with a light chuckle. He really did think Teddy was better at names than he let on, but liked creating his own little nicknames for people like Hulk did. Winter looked down at him with something unreadable in his eyes. "It was good though. Maybe, was it love? He called me Papa Winnie." Harry's eyebrows shot up. "Well, wow, that's brilliant." "Really?" Winter asked in surprise. Harry rolled his eyes and squeezed the metal hand tightly. "Well, it's not like I'm planning on letting you go anytime soon." "You aren't mad." Harry would never understand this man, but he could love him all the same. And maybe he should tell Winter that sometime soon. It probably wasn't the best to do that right before a raid of a heavily warded magical manor home that may have a former Avenger and an old-school bully of his in it, though. "No, I'm absolutely not mad in the slightest. I'm delighted," he assured his boyfriend as vehemently as possible before leading him down the hallway to his supervisor's office. This was why they were getting to the MACUSA headquarters so early and why Natasha was meeting them there. They had another meeting to attend before the raid, one that Harry really hoped went well. Harry opened the door and smiled at Supervisor Hastings, who was sitting at her desk, and chatting amicably with an older woman who had flyaway white hair that still held liberal streaks of what must have originally been black. "Ora Potter, thank you for coming so early." Ora Hastings turned towards them and smiled at Winter entering the office behind him. Winter looked confused since Harry hadn't told him the purpose of this meeting in the slightest. "Ora Hastings, thank you for arranging this," he said before turning to the other woman. "It's such an honor to meet you," Harry grinned and held his hand out. He might be fangirling over this woman just a little since everything he'd learned about her and her covert operations during WWII. "Well, I'd say the honor is all mine, but a store here is making me think you're some kind of chaos monster just from the few months you've been in her employ." She shook Harry's hand and gave her wife a teasing look. "It's no lie." Hastings rolled her eyes and chuckled. "You must be Winter." Hastings smiled at Harry's boyfriend. "We're glad you're going to join us for this raid. You and Romanov may help us anticipate your former associates' moves better than any of us can." Hastings' wife leaned forward and met Winter's eyes. "Hello, I'm Ethan." Winter breathed out with his eyes wide, and something between recognition, fear, and awe in them. "Evelyn now," she smiled and stood, pulling a stunned Winter into her arms. "I missed you, my friend. I heard you died. It's good to see you again, though I'm sorry for what you went through." Winter held onto the woman, and they just stood there, overcome. "I'm so sorry." "For what?" Evelyn held onto his back tightly. "You saved my life. You cast a spell and I freaked out. I yelled at you," he sniffed. Evelyn pulled back and raised an eyebrow at the man. "And then you killed like half a dozen Nazis who were trying to capture me, so I think I can forgive a little yelling when I changed your entire view of the world in an instant." Oh, Winter frowned. Apparently he hadn't remembered that part. I'm still trying to figure out all the correct terminology of this century, and I don't know anything about the magical world, so forgive me if I'm wrong." Are you? Is the correct word trans?" Evelyn laughed and pulled him down to sit in the other chair in the room. Harry just leaned against the back wall, ready to leave if they wanted time alone together. Hastings was still there, though, so he waited another minute just to make sure everything would be fine. "Sort of, not really," she offered. "I'm a metamorph magus, so I can change my appearance at will." "Like Teddy," Winter looked to Harry for confirmation. Harry smiled and nodded. "Yes, Teddy isn't quite that powerful yet, though. Maybe one day." Winter looked back and seemed to just be taking her in. "You look so young." Evelyn and Hastings both laughed loudly. "You're one to talk." Evelyn patted his hand. "We magical people age a bit slower than you no-mag people." "Do you still work here then?" Winter motioned around them to the building. "Morgana, no." Evelyn laughed lightly. "No, I mainly take care of the grandkids and have got into baking in my old age." Harry and Hastings shared a look at the way Winter's face lit up. Yeah, they should probably go and give the two of them some space if they didn't want to fall down a rabbit hole of baking and recipes. "War meeting in half an hour," Hastings reminded them before she and Harry made good their escape. Chapter End Notes. Up next, Raid on Goyle Manor. Chapter 24, The Last of the Secrets. It was really odd to be working with a new team and not see Ron and Neville out of the corner of his eye and knowing they had his back. Harry liked this team though, and there was much less trauma connecting him to all of them. Plus, there was also Natasha, just freaking call me Nat, and Winter there mingling in amongst the auras at the edge of the Goyle property in rural Pennsylvania. The Goyles had invested in the American steel boom of the late 1800s and had done well for themselves. However, the family magics had definitely decreased over the years since. Clearly, Greg Goyle wasn't strong enough to maintain the preservation charms and wards around the small manor like a full and thriving family could. There were definitely still wards which had everyone pause at the edge of the property, but the building they could see from where they were had experienced better days, and while still stately, had lost most of its luster and was a breath away from crumbling. "Give me half an hour, and I'll have these down," Jackson said as she studied the rune stone at the corner of the property. She was the resident expert in wards, so the rest of the auras were willing to hang around behind notice-me-not charms and let her work. Winter stepped forward though and frowned at the stone. "Whatever is keeping us out is tied to that rock," he asked, studying the intentionally nondescript rock they were crowded around. Jackson cracked her knuckles and took out her wand before nodding at him. That was something else Harry liked about the American Aurors. They didn't look at Winter and Nat as lesser beings for being muggles like the Aurors in Britain would do. Jackson just looked at him as one of the rest of their group. It's an anchor point, she explained. I just need to unravel the magic tied to it, and the wards will fall, and then we can enter without being detected. Winter nodded but stepped forward even more. Can't you just pick it up and toss it? Wouldn't that break the wards? I don't recommend, Nat crossed her arms and chuckled. I tried that once, it wasn't pleasant. Hastings snorted a teasing laugh. I seem to remember you being blasted about 50 yards away and losing your eyebrows. Nat touched her eyebrows and glared at Hastings. Well, someone could have warned me. Winter just walked right up to Jackson, though. He held out his metal hand to her. What if I picked it up and tossed it? Jackson studied his magic-resistant arm while Harry just smiled at the whole scene and waited. His boyfriend was brilliant. Really, Winter just processed everything that was happening and rolled with it. The man didn't even remember his own name a year ago and still didn't have many memories, but he jumped right into the magical world and just found a place. It was impressive and inspiring, if nothing else. Jackson ended up smiling and just shrugging her shoulders. Well, I think it's worth a try. How attached are you to those eyebrows? Winter snorted wryly but promptly picked up the stone and tossed it into the air, catching it in his metal hand once more. Harry's ears popped with the backlash of the wards falling, and all the Aurors pulled out their wands and readied themselves for orders. Nat grumbled something about super soldiers and their perfect hair, but took it all in good grace while pulling a couple of her widow bites out of a pocket. Hastings stepped forward, ready to dispel their charms. Team A around back and breach on my word. Widow is with me and soldier you stick to Potter, she ordered. Team B we're taking the front. Potter, your team first in. Yes, ma'am, Harry grinned and grabbed onto Winter. Everyone ready? He asked the rest of his 5 Auror team. They were the only ones of the group who were skilled at apparating from coordinates instead of only from memory. They were going to appear right in the middle of the manor, in what should be a sitting room if the blueprints were correct, which they all prayed to Merlin they were, and they end up in a wall somewhere. On the count of 5, Hastings held up a hand while holding onto Nat with her other one. 1, 2, both A and B teams apparated to their positions. 3, Harry picked up the countdown. 4. Winter pulled his cowl up, and even not being able to see his face, Harry could feel his grin at finally getting to do something and feel useful. 5. The soldier hadn't seen real action in a long time, and really, Winter wasn't sure this was anything close to a battle he'd been in before. Magic was wondrous, but he still didn't understand much about it at all. Like the words and the colors of the spells all seemed to mean something that the witches and wizards around him understood. The soldier, though, he just blocked whatever he could with his arm and focused his attention on the suits of armor which were surrounding them. He was very surprised to learn suddenly that suits of armor would be charmed to protect a home, which really someone could have given him a heads up about that. The only heads up he'd actually been given was that green spells were really bad, and to dodge them instead of trying to block them. Harry had also added that the wizard they were up against would use the worst spells he could, but he wasn't very fast and would tire quickly by trying to use those very same spells instead of lower-level ones. All this was great information, but the damn suits of armor were serving as an excellent distraction currently, and keeping them away from where a large, hulking man was standing in one corner of the room, firing off spells, and Maximoff and Vision were in the other. Vision was throwing around furniture with his powers and pushing Aurors away, but honestly, Winter was almost certain he wasn't giving it his all. The soldier had seen Vision during their conflict in Germany, and even then, he seemed to be holding back, but this was more so. He was fighting whatever control Maximoff had over him. Maximoff had turned her entire attention to Natasha, unfortunately now that Harry's team were joined by the Aurors from the front and back of the house. Natasha was dodging everything she could, but she's been hit by a wave of Maximoff's red magic and seemed to be struggling through whatever mental damage the corrupt witch was inflicting on her. He tried to fight his way over to them to help, the same as he saw Harry doing at his side. Based on the signals he heard called from the Aurors, the rest of the house was cleared, and these 3 were the only ones in residence. Hastings had warned them all about house elves, and they were to protect themselves but strive to not injure the creatures. The soldier had been very concerned about a race of beings who were compelled to protect their owner even against their own will. That struck a very personal nerve for him. If nothing else, the soldier was thankful this girl guy seemed to not be able to afford a house elf. Honestly, if they survived this, He wanted to ask his new old friend Evelyn a lot more about house elves, because that whole situation just didn't seem to right to him. But they had to live through this first. A crack sounded beside him as a desk was suddenly split in half, blocking a spell from Goyle that the soldier hadn't seen or heard, a nonverbal spell. The soldier nodded in thanks to Harry, who shot the desk right back at Goyle, narrowly missing the man who ducked. Harry shot spell after spell, demolishing the suits of armor that would fall to the floor and then magically rebuild themselves. His spells were faster than the soldier could think and all cast nonverbally. Damn, he was impressed by his boyfriend. "This is ridiculous," Harry yelled when they were pushed back once more. The soldier grunted in agreement and punched the helmet off the armor, trying to grab him, while blocking a red spell from Maximoff which missed Natasha and was heading towards Jackson on Winter's left. Harry summoned something from a pouch at his side wandlessly while holding a shield up in front of him with his wand. "If this doesn't work, I'm hexing George and raising the rent on his store," Harry grumbled before throwing what looked like green, rubber bouncy balls across the floor. Innervate, Harry cast over and over at the balls while doing some kind of intricate pattern with his wand. The balls sprouted tentacles that reached up and seemed to follow the pattern of Harry's wand. The soldier dodged a suit of armor right before a green tentacle grabbed onto it and wrapped around it tightly. "Merlin's balls, did you weaponize Devil's Snare?" A red-robed aura sputtered before jumping back from one of the overzealous tentacles. Harry chuckled breathlessly while all the suits of armor were restrained and pulled down and away from them. The soldier almost pouted at the loss of enemies to engage. "That would be my mates George and Neville, who got drunk together one night and developed it. I was really not sure it would work since they were completely pissed when they made them." "Potter," Goyle hissed before raising his wand and seeming to pull on whatever magic he had by Winter's guess, since his face turned quite red. Either that or it was just a wild lot of anger. "Cheers, Greg, how's life?" Harry gave the man a shit-eating grin and stepped around the armor wrapped up in a plant. "You are under arrest for kidnapping, burglary, murder, assault, and consorting with the product of a leech." Goyle's eyes widened with a glance over to Maximoff, who hit an entire group of auras with her red magic and had them stumbling to the ground. Apparently, he hadn't known Maximoff's magic was stolen. The soldier knew the man's look though very well. He was too far in to back out now, even if he'd seen his cause was not what he had previously assumed. "You should have died long ago, Potter," Goyle hissed. Can't argue there," Harry shrugged. "Drop your wand and place your hands on your head, Goyle." Winter frowned at the dismissiveness of Harry's tone there, but he steeled himself because this man was definitely not going to allow himself to be taken easily. Whatever this Goyle had done, the soldier could see it in his eyes that he'd calculated it, and he'd resolved to fight until the last to take Harry down with him for whatever had happened in their past. Whatever his cause now paled in comparison to the hate he had for Harry. With a growl, Goyle's wand cut down. "Avada Kedavra," he cast at Harry, a weak jet of green light leaving his wand. The soldier rushed forward. Green was bad. They'd told him that many times. Green spells couldn't be shielded against. The green was heading towards Harry. Winter meant to block Harry. He meant to be hit instead of his boyfriend. He crashed into the man who had his whole heart and who had so much to live for. Harry had Teddy and Tony and all these people who looked up to him. Winter had lived so much longer than he should. He could give the time he had left to someone who needed it more. At least that's what he meant to happen. Harry clearly had other plans. Winter crashed into the smaller man who caught him and pulled him physically around, blocking Winter with his slightly smaller body. This was why Winter had originally assumed Harry had super strength, because whatever magic he was using allowed Harry to overpower Winter's force and shift him completely around in a tight hold. In a flash of green, Winter looked up at where Harry was holding him with a glare. "Don't you fucking ever do that again." Harry growled angrily, though with concern in his eyes, while he held Winter close. Winter just blinked at where some kind of silvery fabric was floating behind Harry. It seemed to have stopped whatever that spell was. "What?" he asked in surprise. He'd been told the green spell couldn't be blocked. Why would a piece of fabric be able to stop it? Harry let go of him suddenly and held out a hand, and the fabric folded itself up and rushed back into the pouch on Harry's hip. "Incarcerus." He cast with a flick of his wand, hitting Goyle, who looked ready to pass out after the spell he'd cast anyway. Thick ropes shot out of Harry's wand and bound the man tightly. Stupefy, Harry cast at Maximoff, whose eyes widened when the spell shot through the red shield she'd constructed. Right before the spell hit her, Vision stepped forward, getting hit squarely in the chest. Though not human, whatever the spell did seem to work, and Vision slumped down onto the ground. Maximoff let out an inhuman shriek of anger. She pulled something small and metal from her pocket and crouched down. A red wave of magic shot out from her, pushing everyone back. Winter caught glimpses of the war and his time with Hydra flit through his mind, but nothing was able to stick and play out. Whatever fractured form his mind had settled on seemed to basically be immune to whatever Maximoff hit them with. Harry's face was pale, and he seemed to be fighting through horrors in his own mind, the same as the other Aurors. Natasha had completely collapsed on the ground unconscious. The soldier pulled himself up and forward as the last person standing. Maximoff was faster, though. She reached out and grabbed onto the stone in Vision's head. Winter ran forward just as he caught a glimpse of the stone turn from red to yellow when she pulled it from the android's head. He yelled out and felt the ground tremble. Maximoff pushed something on the metal device and her form blurred before him, with a rush of wind that left a metallic taste in his mouth. Maximoff was suddenly no longer in the room. Vision was down, still without the glowing stone on his head, looking for all the world dead. No, he punched the floor, cracking the marble tiles in frustration. Vision, Harry recovered from whatever he'd been hit with and rushed over, kneeling down to cast what seemed to be diagnostics at the man. The other Aurors got busy checking each other for injuries, and Hastings saw to Natasha, who looked to be coming around. Jackson and a couple other Aurors cast several more spells at Goyle before pulling out something called a portkey and popping away with the man. Is Vision alive? Winter asked Harry. He couldn't be though, right? The stone was what powered him, if that was the right word. I don't know. Harry eventually looked up at him with fear. We need to see if the time stone is somewhere in the manor. We need to determine if Goyle had given it to Maximoff or if he still had it somewhere. And we need to get Vision back to Tony and Loki. I think they're the only ones who can help him now. I don't even really know what he is. You three, you take Vision. Hastings pointed to Harry, Winter, and Natasha. We'll search the manor. Tell your Asgardians to assume Maximoff has both stones, though. We must work together now with the Avengers. Whatever she did, that wasn't a portkey, and it wasn't how the Asgardians travel either. We've studied Thor's travels, and that was something different. It was something I haven't seen. I'm sure the Asgardians and us Magicals are not the only two groups of people in the universe who can teleport. Harry cracked his neck to relieve some tension and motioned for Winter and Natasha to join him. I can't apparate all of us to the tower, so give me a second to make a portkey. With some muttered spells at a piece of the broken marble he put on Vision's chest, Harry made what Winter assumed was the same kind of thing that had gotten the group of Aurors, himself and Natasha, to the manor to begin with. He was not looking forward to traveling that way again. He'd actually started to get used to apparating with Harry, but whatever a portkey was a very unpleasant form of travel. He didn't like the feeling of something pulling on his navel. That was just weird and uncomfortable. Right, you both touch it, Harry told him and Natasha. Auror Potter, Hastings said before they could leave. Report back first thing in the morning. I'll once we search the manor. I'd like to set up a meeting with the Asgardians. Pass along the word. Yes, ma'am, he nodded firmly. And Auror Potter, she gave him an intense look. That cloak you used to block a killing curse, we will be discussing that as well. Harry put a hand on the piece of marble beside Winter and Natasha's. Respectfully, Auror Hastings. No, we will not, he said with a raise of his eyebrow. Home, he said firmly, and Winter felt the sickening pull of whatever this horrible magic was. Dad, Harry called his father over as soon as the portkey dropped them in the penthouse of Stark Tower. Tony rushed over from where he'd been in the kitchen with Bruce and Teddy, since Harry had let his son stay with Tony at home that day because of the raid. What happened? Friday, Harry called out, having a mental list he needed to get through before answering questions. Get Loki and Thor here immediately. Yes, mini-boss, Friday responded instantly. Bruce, take Teddy to his room and keep his occupied, Harry ordered the man who was looking more than a little green. I don't care if it's you or Hulk who watches him, but one of you is in charge. Daddy, Teddy called out with a worried look. I'm fine, little man. Just go play with your Hulk for a little while, he called back reassuringly, since it was definitely a smaller version of Hulk now who picked up his son. Tony was checking over Vision with a deep frown on his face. What happened? Maximoff got away with his stone, Winter answered, helping Natasha over to the couch where she collapsed with a groan. You good, Nat? Harry checked in with the woman. He knew she'd been hit with the same nightmare spell he and the Aurors had been hit with, and she also didn't have the occlumency shields many of them had developed. Even so, Maximoff's spell had broken through, and Harry was once more fighting the Battle of Hogwarts in his mind, and watching Fred fall and Snape die, and seeing Remus and Tonks lying on the stone floor. He could only imagine how terrible it must have been for Natasha with no shields. I'll live, that bitch, she hissed and grabbed one of the toss pillows to hug against herself. Harry wondered if the toss pillow was supposed to be Maximoff's neck she was choking. Harry nodded anyway, knowing she was probably not doing great regardless. We'll have Dr. Banner check you over as soon as he's a little less green. The lift dinged and Loki and Thor stepped quickly into the room. At their entrance, Harry saw his father turn grateful eyes on Loki for probably the first time ever. He's all yours, Reindeer Games. Tony stepped away from Vision. All his mechanics are working perfectly, so there's nothing I can do for him. It's the Mind Stone that he's missing. Loki nodded firmly and had Vision floating off the floor in a green haze after a wave of his hand. The green light of Loki's particular magic had Harry flinch with the associations, but he steeled himself because this day was nowhere close to ending, and he had to keep himself from falling apart for a hell of a lot longer now. The witch got away with the Mind Stone, Thor asked, with a look of concern at his incapacitated friend and correct guess of their morose faces. We should assume she has the Time Stone as well, Harry added with a nod at a now dismayed Thor. The Aurors are going to search the manor, but she had some kind of alien tech to teleport away. She's working with someone off-world, and if she knew to take the Mind Stone with her. She's working with Thanos, Winter finished for him, stepping forward and tentatively putting a hand on Harry's back to steady him. Harry took in a breath. He wasn't angry at Winter, and he needed to let the man know that, but anything he said right now, with how tense he was, would probably sound angry even if he didn't mean it that way. It's just, Winter stepped in front of a killing curse for him. That wasn't acceptable. He couldn't do things like that. Right, yeah, don't talk it out now or it will turn into yelling. Best do that later. Tony tapped his watch, and that same holographic board pulled up from their first meeting with Thor and Loki. Tony moved the Mind and Time Stones over to the category under Thanos. So, our big bad has 4 stones now presumably. He underlined the question mark beside the Soul Stone multiple times, as if to say it was still very much in question. Harry had a bad feeling he was about to have to out himself to everyone about being Master of Death. He really didn't want to do that. The direction seemed set though. Sooner rather than later, it was going to have to come out. At least we have the Space Stone, he said, hoping he could put off coming clean just a little longer. Loki loudly snapped his fingers and Vision disappeared. Brother, Thor stepped forward in shock. Vision is only in Dr. Banner's lab now. It seemed the safest place to leave him. Loki held up a hand before anyone could think to attack. Harry had felt the transportation magic, so he hadn't moved, but Winter looked about ready to throw down with the god. Is he? Tony trailed off, the end of his sentence clear. Loki's look softened slightly. Or they were getting to him. Harry was still probably going to stab him at some point, but at least he was caving. Vision is alive, or as alive as he can be without his power source. I've put him into a deep stasis until we can retrieve it. It seems he had already been put into a light stasis before the stone was removed, and as I can see, that is the only reason he didn't immediately cease all function, he explained. Harry breathed out a sigh of relief. Thank Merlin, he said, glad that his blocked spell actually did some good. We should remove the Space Stone from Midgard immediately, Thor spoke up suddenly. The Mad Titan almost has the entire set. He will see the need to come here in person to challenge us for it. We cannot bring the battle to this planet. Except you don't know where the Soul Stone is. Natasha spoke up from the sofa where she was still pale and hugging the pillow. Maybe it isn't on this world, but if it is, then you two leaving isn't exactly helping. We should find the stone before you leave, or we will have no means of taking it off the planet. You have the Space Stone and the bridge thing, but as far as I can tell from my research, this century's space technology isn't developed enough to get very far from our own planet. Winter said reasonably to everyone, except for Harry, who really did just want to keep the stone secret because that was safest. If no one knew he had the stone, then that couldn't get back to any crazy alien blokes. He is right, Loki said to Thor begrudgingly. With the other 2 stones off-world, it should be easier to find now too, since there will only be one signal instead of multiple. Well, bollocks, Harry ran a hand over his face before peeling off his red, aura robes and throwing them over the back of one of the dining table chairs. This also meant it would be easier for Thanos to track him and the Space Stone down if he were to come himself to Earth. Great. This was all just great. Harry, Tony crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow at his son. How did his father already know him so well? Come on. He should have had at least a year before his dad knew he was hiding something. Shadow Man. Thor looked between Tony and Harry confused. Harry breathed out frustrated growl and leaned back when he felt Winter's hand at his back again. He reached out and pulled Winter's metal hand into his own to hold on to. These were the last of his secrets. and it wasn't easy to part with them. Right, so I know why Hulk calls me Shadow Man, and why you both say my magic is shrouded in darkness, Harry breathed out with a wince. Winter pulled Harry closer to put his other hand on his waist, and Harry soaked up the offered comfort. Maybe Winter wasn't mad that Harry yelled at him during the battle. Tony sat down on one of the stools. I'm not going to like this, am I? He asked in resignation. Not in the slightest, Harry huffed out a snort of a laugh. It's bloody ridiculous is what it is. No, Loki frowned at him and crossed his arms, and seemed to not like where the clues were leading either. Not even a Midgardian mage is powerful enough to wield an infinity stone. Harry just shrugged, feeling his cheeks flush. What about the Master of Death? What the hell? Tony just breathed out, and Winter's hand tightened on his waist. Impossible, Thor frowned and looked to Loki questioningly. A Midgardian cannot fulfill the prophecy, can he? Harry rolled his eyes. Mates, I've been the subject of prophecies since before I was born. I'm pretty sure I offended some god more powerful than both of you in a past life, and they are taking it out on me in this one. What does that mean? Winter asked him quietly. Harry shrugged and gave him a small smile. I don't know. I united 3 mystical objects, got the soul stone out of the deal, and now I'm in charge of dealing with our little Titan issue. By the way, Harry looked to the 2 gods in the room. Hela says hi and also go fuck yourselves or something along those lines. You've spoken to our sister. Loki stepped forward, clearly missing her more than Thor, who looked a little weirded out by the whole thing. Harry nodded and pulled the ring out from where it was hanging on a chain around his neck and unhooked it to slide it off. Everyone gasped at the sight of the 2 black stone embedded in the silver ring. Yep, I'm about to summon your mum too, so prepare yourself. Hela didn't know enough about this bloody prophecy to be useful, so we need to go to the source before making any major decisions that bring this confrontation to a head. If you all don't know the exact wording of the prophecy, then I think we need to call on the prophet who made it. Wait. Tony stood up and waved his hands around. My son had the soul stone this entire time, and what? You can just summon the dead with it. Yeah, Harry winced, but it was safest with no one knowing I had it, so. Yeah, and well, I think it's the whole Master of Death thing with the summoning. Anything else we need to know, Solnishko? Winter asked with a small chuckle behind him and what was definitely a kiss to the back of his neck. Harry cocked his head to the side, wondering how to break the last of the news. He brain jumped to several different options. You know, it's funny that you call me your son while everyone else says I walk in shadow. Not the time. His dad groaned and plopped back down in his chair and ran a hand through his hair, messing up his already messy hair at this point. What of the 2 servants? Thor asked, interrupting his thoughts and clearly knowing more of this prophecy than Harry would like. He really was trying to avoid having to tell them all Tony and Winter's parts in this. Mate, Harry closed his eyes and wished he could mentally send a hex at the man. What? Thor frowned. It is why we assumed a Midgardian wouldn't fulfill the prophecy, plus being able to wield the stone. Harry brushed a finger over the stone in his ring and studied it. Hela knew who they were and told me. Maybe it's best if we summon your mum first, and you can all hear it from her. He wasn't above pushing bad news off on someone else. The dead lady could handle it since no one could come after her. Is anyone going to explain this damn prophecy, or do you plan to let me die of curiosity? Natasha grouchily called over from the sofa. Aren't those things usually self-fulfilling? We do not know the entire thing. Whether it is self-fulfilling or not, it is always best to be informed, Loki answered for everyone. Mother made the prophecy before Thor and I were born, and it wasn't relevant until Thanos began collecting the stones, so there was no reason to view the recording. Mother made quite a few prophecies, so it's not like we ever felt the need to memorize them all. The Master of Death will stand against the chaos, Thor threw in there for all of them. That is all I remember besides the 2 servants of death who stand by his side. While Thanos does not have all 6 stones, 4 is powerful enough to more than level a planet. Anyone who stands against him must be powerful. Or stupid, Harry suggested, because that seemed more correct than him being super powerful. Really, he wasn't. Like he was well trained and had faced a lot of terrible situations in his life, but he was also just damn lucky and had the added bonus of the Deathly Hallows. In all truthfulness, Harry wasn't even as powerful as Loki he guessed. This isn't Harry's responsibility, Tony protested firmly, and Merlin, Harry didn't think anyone had ever tried to get him out of dealing with their problems before. Something in that made something melt in his heart just a bit. Harry's just a kid. I'm 21, Harry cut in because, as nice as it was to be defended, he really wasn't a kid. He's my kid, Tony glared over at him with fear in his eyes. He had no part in whatever this Titan guy has planned. That's someone else's fuck up. And it's not Harry's responsibility to fix it, so you two can take your little stones and fuck off. Thor and Loki were both shaking their heads though, and Harry already knew the answer. He sighed. They can't wield the Soul Stone. It chooses its master. Silence fell in the penthouse. Doesn't that mean Thanos couldn't wield it either? Winter asked the room at large, which sounded nice, but Harry didn't think it would be that simple. With 5 other stones he could. Thor broke the news with a sad look at both Tony and Harry. It becomes part of the set then. I don't think it wants to be part of the set, Harry mused with a touch to the stone. He remembered how it had felt when he was around Vision, and when he was in the room with Thor who had the space stone. It felt irritated, not like it did around Tony and Winter. It doesn't want to be with the others. You realize you're talking about a stone wanting things, right? Natasha said from where she had the pillow over her face now. Harry really needed to get Bruce to check her over soon. It might not be my responsibility, Harry told his father. He needed Tony to understand this at the very least. But these things really never are. That doesn't mean I'm not going to do it, though. If Thanos gets the stone, he's bringing destruction to the galaxy. That means Teddy is in danger. I will do whatever I can to protect my son. And he will not be alone, Loki said as kindly as the god ever sounded. The servants will stand with him. Tony scoffed and stood again. Well, I don't care who these servant people are. There is no way in hell my son is going up against some evil alien without me. Besides, I've been wanting to try out my new suit in space anyway. Harry couldn't help the bark of laughter he let out that definitely concerned everyone by their looks. Dad, who do you think the servants are? You were literally called the Merchant of Death for most of your life. That should give you a big clue. By Odin, Thor breathed out with wide eyes. Well, Tony trailed off looking lost. Well, good, because I'm not leaving you, not now that I found you. We've already lost too much time. I presume I'm the second servant, Winter said not as a question, his grip never letting up on Harry's hand, because I am not letting you go without me either. Harry nodded slowly. Winter, the season which brings death to prepare for new life. Loki moved over and sat heavily at the dining room table. Harry thought this might be the first time he'd actually seen the guy sit somewhere. Well, I suppose we're all going to die then, he said in a tired drawl. I cannot see an outcome where my brother will sit this one out, and considering the big idiot is the last of my, admittedly shitty family, I suppose I must tag along to save him from himself. Thor just beamed at his brother through all of that. I love you too, Loki, Thor said with a wide grin. Harry just looked sadly down the hallway towards his son's room. Do any of you suppose Thanos would hold off for a week and give us one last Christmas? Everyone's eyes followed his towards where Hulk and Teddy were probably having a tea party. Who do you have set up to care for Teddy? Tony asked, assuming correctly Harry would have that planned already. Teddy actually had about 7 godparents lined up because of Harry's paranoia. Ron and Hermione, he said to no one's surprise. We can leave him with them after Christmas if we have the time for it at least. I may have some ideas to keep Thanos busy for a week, Loki heaved a sigh to offer, and Harry could see that whatever these ideas were actually quite dangerous to Loki. Clearly, those ideas had something to do with the Space Stone, which Loki had snuck out of his brother's pocket with a duplicate of himself, which only Harry seemed to be able to see. The duplicate dropped the stone in Loki's pocket and disappeared with a smirk Harry's direction. You don't have to, he started. If Loki lost the stone to Thanos, that would be one more in the Titan's possession. Plus, he couldn't ask Loki to put himself in that kind of danger. That was asking way too much. Thor stepped forward and put a hand on his brother's shoulder. My brother is correct. The cub should have Christmas with his family. I will help. No, brother, one of us must remain here to call Heimdall, Loki protested. It was the truth, but Harry knew he really was trying in his own way to protect his brother. They had a weird family, but they did seem to be family. Right, well, let's get this over with. All this could be a moot point after we hear the full prophecy anyway. Maybe it's not as dire as we all think it is. Harry pulled off the ring and placed it in the palm of his hand. Frigga. He breathed out and flipped the stone thrice in his hand. Everyone gasped, and Harry opened his eyes to a beautiful older woman wearing a regal dress and standing in the middle of the room. She looked sadly and lovingly at her sons. Well, it seems I have missed much since my death, she smiled at everyone. Loki, you have made me very proud with your actions and how you have cared for our planet and your brother, Frigga said, getting a gasp of a sob from the god of mischief. Her eyes settled on Thor next. Now, what is this I hear about you having a new partner? The afterlife gossip is that he is quite handsome. Natasha laughed brightly from the couch. Yes, Thor dating Hulk is definitely much more interesting news than the end of the world, and Harry, Tony, and Winter being the only ones who can stop it. Please, do tell us more, and don't spare any of the juicy details. Chapter End Notes. Up next, a very Weasley Christmas. Chapter 25, Merry Christmas. Now mix the wet ingredients in with the dry, Evelyn instructed, eyeing the mixture from the other side of the kitchen island. I don't think there's enough liquid in here, Winter frowned at the crumbly dough. Evelyn just smiled. There is. It's supposed to be pretty dry, but we can add in just a little more milk if we can't get it to bind together. Winter hadn't had a successful batch of scones yet, so he was very grateful for his friend Evelyn offering to come by the tower and teach him how to make some. He'd offered to make some to take to the Weasley house for Christmas, and he didn't want to disappoint. He had definitely overestimated his ability to figure out the recipe on his own, though. Evelyn was a pro in the kitchen, and she was saving his pride at the very least now. So, house elves. Winter started in again, needing more information. How would one go about freeing them? Like kindly, not maliciously. Evelyn chuckled and did add a little more milk to the mixture. You've known about magic for less than a month and already have a cause. Well, I support it. We don't really have many house elves here in America, though. You'll want to speak with your partner's friend, Hermione Granger. She's actually started an organization working to give house elves more opportunities and education. Really? Winter paused in his stirring. He hadn't thought to talk to Harry about it because he looked sad when Winter had first mentioned house elves. He would see Harry's friend Hermione at Christmas, though. I'll see her in a couple days. I'll ask her about it. Do, and put me down for a donation as well if you decide to get involved. Evelyn smiled kindly at him. Winter was so glad they were friends again. I don't know much about them as a race, but everything I've heard over the years has been distressing. I know, right, Winter huffed in irritation. And all the Aurors just brushed it aside like it wasn't a problem at all that the beings could be made to fight even when they don't want to. I don't like that. I get it, honey, she patted his metal arm before they fell back into a comfortable silence. Evelyn was the only other person besides Harry and Teddy who ever willingly touched his metal arm. He liked that she felt comfortable around him, even if they'd only been reconnected for a few days. Now, care to tell me why my wife is looking even more stressed than usual these days? Evelyn changed the subject and crossed her arms, pinning him with a look that was scarier than many interrogators he'd been faced with. Does it have something to do with why British ministry officials have been sending owls at all hours? You have to know something with your partner being Harry Potter. Winter dumped the dough out onto the counter and started to shape it into a disc. You have security clearance. Evelyn gave him a dangerous look. Right, I'll assume that's a yes, he sighed, thinking that she probably still did if his clearance hadn't been removed from way back in WWII. The magical community didn't seem the fastest at updating records. The elderly woman pushed over the glass to him that they'd picked to use to cut out the scones since it was the right diameter. You don't have to give me specifics, but I'd appreciate a heads up for if my Yule is going to be ruined by another alien invasion or something along those lines, and my wife is very tight-lipped on everything having to do with work. That's nice for the day-to-day, but it makes me worried when I see her worried. Winter nodded and cut out a scone or two. Do you believe in prophecy? Evelyn scoffed. I'm a witch. Divination is a core subject in school. I did quite well on my newts for it, actually. It's a touchy subject for many people, though. I understand your partner has a very negative history associated with the subject himself. Winter nodded slowly, getting a little more flour on his hands since the dough really wanted to stick to his metal one. Queen Frigga of Asgard prophesied many years ago that the universe would be in danger of chaos and destruction when a titan courted death. Evelyn scrunched up her nose, but death isn't a person. Winter shrugged. It seems prophecy can be very metaphorical. Evelyn pointed a finger at him, and that's why it's more an art than a science. Then there were a whole bunch of 3s and 6s that were hard to follow. He sighed, because it sounded more like a math problem to him than any type of prophecy should. Ah, numerology, she just nodded as if she understood completely then. Do you remember the exact words? Maybe I can help clear some of it up, or at least translate into normal human. I doubt the Asgardians were very helpful. They were not, even Harry had just looked lost at it. Winter closed his eyes and pictured Frigga standing in the sitting room in all her glory reciting her prophecy for them all. She said. He formulated the words. The Mad Titan rises to court death in his final act, gifting chaos through the six instead of creation and destruction instead of life. The three must be found, the three united, the servants three stand together. The servants hold together the master, the order to chaos, the match to the six. The Titan must be matched, or chaos will rule. Evelyn played with a small scrap of the dough on the counter while she thought over his words. What did the lady's children make of that? Was she able to explain it? Winter shrugged. Everyone seems to think Harry, Tony, and I are the three servants of death because of our names or titles. My name is Winter, which brings death. Tony was called the Merchant of Death, and Harry is the Master of Death. Wait, like the Beetle the Bard story, Evelyn cut with incredulously, like the three Deathly Hallows. Winter had no clue what she was talking about. I don't know what those words mean, but Harry said he collected 3 items called Deathly Hallows, yes. Damn, she breathed out in shocked surprise, but also acceptance. This woman was just the bee's knees. Well, that would be the 3 found and the 3 united, I suppose, and then you 3 servants, she concluded. Winter just nodded. It seems it is up to the 3 of us to stand against this Titan guy then. No one seems really hopeful we're going to live through it, so this might be our first and last baking day. Evelyn frowned and slowly shook her head. The servants hold together the master, she quoted, not acknowledging his less than optimistic view of their chances. Harry is the master of death. I don't think Tony and I are really holding him together, though. Winter shrugged and put the last scone on the pan. If anything, Harry holds the rest of us together. He got all the brainwashed rogues' help when they needed it, and started the process for Tony to reconnect with Bruce, and made it to where Tony and I had to work out everything between us. Have you connected with any of your fellow Avengers then? Evelyn asked as a seeming non sequitur. Made any friends? I'm not an Avenger, he protested. According to the Accords Committee, you kind of are, she smiled. I read the documents, and you're listed in with the rest of the rogues who were moved here from Wakanda. Winter washed off his hands and thought about the question. Sam and I are watching Bake Off, and he taste tests my new recipes even when they really don't turn out. Lang has started to join us and has been helping me test out my new arm against his tech. Steve, he is struggling, and I asked Lang to reach out to him, but I don't know. And well, Tony, Bruce, and Rhodey are Harry's family, and he says I'm family now too. Evelyn nodded as if she expected that answer. Winter didn't know how she could have. He hadn't even realized he'd connected with any of the other people in the tower until she asked the question. Stark provided this tower for you all to live in, she said next. He also funds most of your living expenses and built a lot of your equipment. Winter nodded at that. Tony is very generous. It sounds like Tony, Harry, and you are the ones holding together this group. She raised an eyebrow. Winter snorted a laugh before putting the pan in the oven and setting a timer. Rhodey is our leader technically, so more him than me at least. He gives the orders, but he isn't the glue, Evelyn countered. He isn't concerned with emotional well-being, but mission readiness. You were the original bridge between Harry and the others, and you're the one they spend free time with when they aren't fighting off supervillains or whatever. I suppose, he shrugged before sitting at the bar stool beside her. Why does any of this matter? Evelyn patted his hand and smiled. Because the master isn't a person, it's a number. Huh. The servants unite the master, she smiled again. You 3 don't have to stand alone. You shouldn't stand alone. Ask for help. I think you have more support than you believe you do. But what number? He asked, so very confused. Evelyn just smiled and pulled the bag of confectioner's sugar over. Now, dear, let me show you how to make a delicious glaze. Winter glared, seeing that she was intentionally not telling him for some reason. He didn't know if it was because she didn't know, or if she'd realized something from the prophecy. He really was starting to hate prophecies just as much as Harry. There are a few master numbers. Harry frowned when Winter filled him in on his conversation with Evelyn. I think me being the master makes more sense than another number being thrown in the mix, though. Winter shrugged and pulled Harry closer to him in bed. They had woken very early and were waiting on what Harry had informed him was their Christmas tradition. Teddy would rush in as soon as he was awake and cuddle up in bed for a while with them before dragging them out to see what Father Christmas had delivered. Harry made sure they were awake extra early because he was worried one of them would react badly if woken up by a running and screaming toddler. Not that Harry thought Teddy would be in any danger, but he didn't want Winter to jump up and rush out of the room looking for hostiles either. Not being alone sounds nice, though. Winter kissed his neck and mumbled, wanting this to not be their last Christmas. He wanted to see many more of Teddy's Christmases and be a part of all their traditions. Anything that would give them whatever edge or hope was welcome. Harry hummed but was interrupted by a shout when the door to their bedroom was thrown open and a head of green hair jumping right on top of Winter's gut and knocking the air out of him. Christmas. Teddy squealed excitedly, way more awake than anyone had the right to be that early in the morning. Winter coughed and shifted Teddy slightly to be able to breathe before Harry tackled his son to the bed while tickling him. Teddy squealed louder, bringing a very disheveled Tony and Dr. Banner running into the room frantically. "Who's attacking who?" Tony asked, a repulsor gauntlet on his hand and ready. "I believe Teddy is attacking us." Winter laughed even as the kid squealed again when Harry tickled him under the arms. Tony's repulsor immediately retracted back into one of his bracelets. "It's Christmas," Teddy informed the other men, as if any of them could have forgotten even with his talking about it non-stop for weeks. Bruce grumbled something or another before he shuffled over and almost face planted back on the bed beside Winter, clearly not caring to go back to his own room. "Shove over," he grumbled, stealing most of Winter's pillow. "Brucey's not a morning person." Tony shrugged and skipped over to climb into the other side of the bed beside Harry. "You two are actually wearing clothes under there, right?" Winter felt himself blush while Harry rolled his eyes and pulled Tony into the bed more. "We're both wearing pants, and Winter is unfortunately wearing socks, a terrible habit I have yet to break him of." "My feet get cold," he protested, getting a teasing kick from Harry's cold foot which could stand to have its own sock on it. They all lay there for a second, and Winter didn't think he'd ever understood family before that very moment. "Hulk wants pancakes," the rough voice sounded from Bruce's prone form. "Hulk can freaking go back to sleep," Bruce grumbled right back into the pillow without moving. "It's too early." "I know how to make pancakes," Winter offered with a smile at the group. "Winter is Hulk's favorite," was said from the pillow next. "After cute but of course." "Of course," Harry smiled at Winter, and clearly was trying to hold in a laugh. Tony had never had a family Christmas before in his life. He'd had Jarvis, and whatever nanny was currently in his parents' employ make him breakfast and watch him open presents, but his parents were normally busy with one of their many charitable organizations or at a party for investors or something. He really couldn't keep track. This was the first time he actually had a family in his sitting room around a shabby tree that Teddy had picked out at the tree farm and who all wanted to be there, who weren't paid to be there with him. Coffee was served all around while his son's boyfriend made pancakes for everyone, and Teddy was almost vibrating in excitement. It really was magical, and currently no magic was even involved besides his grandson's green hair that flashed red occasionally. Just one present. "As soon as Thor and Peter get here, then we can open presents," Harry reminded his son yet again for the 10th time. Tony actually wished more of the Avengers were staying in the tower, but even their little group was leaving shortly to go to England to do dinner with Harry's adopted family. Hawkeye was, of course, spending the holiday with his family, and Nat had left with him. Tony wasn't sure if she was staying with the Bartons or doing her own thing, though. Rhodey, Steve, and Sam were on call for any supervillain shenanigans and were unfortunately taking care of something in Eastern Europe currently. Lang was with his daughter at his ex's place. And low-key, well, Tony figured he should probably let go of the last of his resentment towards the god who was very generously leading Thanos on a dangerous wild goose chase to give them the opportunity to have this time with Teddy, which none of them were going to admit might be their last. Tony had sent presents along with most of the Avengers, though, at least. Nat had new and improved widow bites, Clint had a set of updated and more powerful hearing aids, Sam's wings got new propulsion equipment, Rhodey got a bottle of the bourbon he loved, Pepper shoes, clearly. Lang got a new Stark pad with better video capabilities to chat with his kid, and Tony even caved and got Steve a 1940s-era calendar featuring pin-up models. Everyone else would just have to open their presents with Teddy. "Petey," Teddy squealed again, this time with a mouthful of pancake when Peter entered from the elevator, still in his suit and pulling his mask off. Tony glared because Peter really shouldn't be patrolling on Christmas morning. That wasn't the kid's job. "Teddy," Peter replied back just as enthusiastically, "do you think Santa forgot you? I think he might have forgotten to stop by here. I don't see any presents," Peter teased, studiously ignoring the large pile of presents all around the tree. No, Santa brought Petey presents too. Teddy accidentally flung some pancake over towards the tree, which Harry immediately hurried to clean up. Tony blinked. He hadn't put Santa on any of the presents for Peter. Maybe they could pass on one of the ones from him as Santa's. "Really, I'm not sure I've been a good enough boy," Peter sat in the seat beside Teddy and tossed his mask on the table with a huge grin. You all have me for 2 hours before May says my skinny behind needs to be in front of her tree. Friday, Hulk called up to the ceiling. Tell Cute Butt to hurry or Hulk will toss his present out a window. Bruce gave a low growl. You'll stay right where you are until I finish this cup of coffee, or we'll have words, he warned his alter ego. Tony chuckled and kissed Bruce's cheek. That's for both of you, he smiled, getting a small answering grin from his boyfriend. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, Tony. Bruce gave him a little kiss on the lips for that. Yeah, we're Thor, Hulk just huffed, getting an eye roll from Bruce, who went right back to his coffee. I am here, Thor loudly called, carrying an armload of gifts and wearing what could only be an elf costume from the cheapest costume store on the planet. With a long-suffering groan, Bruce abandoned his coffee and turned green, but stayed his normal size to avoid tearing any clothes before running to grab onto Thor and basically making out with the god in Tony's sitting room. Get a room, Harry complained, while magically levitating all Thor's gifts over under the tree with the rest. Peter looked at Tony and seemed to really want to ask questions. No, we're not going to talk about it. Tony pointed a finger in warning at the teenager, who was absolutely not getting any type of explanation about his, Bruce, Hulk, and Thor's odd relationship. It was working for them, and that's all anyone needed to know. Thor was finally released to help a very sticky Teddy sort all the presents into piles for each person, and Hulk came back over and claimed Bruce's coffee mug with a grin. Bruce cranky without his coffee, Hulk said, taking a drink of it, probably to placate the cranky man in the back of his mind. Did he help you get a present for Thor? Peter asked with a grin, seeming to turn his curiosity onto the green man now since he didn't get anywhere with Tony. Yes, Bruce, very helpful. Hulk nodded before shocking Tony completely by kissing him on the cheek. For you, Tin Man, Merry Christmas, he grunted, putting the cup down and making his way over to sit by Thor on the floor. Tony looked over and shared a look with Winter, wondering what his life even was anymore. More pancakes, Winter held up the pan to ask, and yeah, the damn Winter Soldier was making him pancakes on Christmas morning. It was a good thing he didn't allow alcohol in the penthouse anymore, because even as happy as he was, this was an occasion that would make him really want a drink. Okay, who's that one from? Harry asked before Teddy ripped into a box covered in candy cane wrapping paper. Father Christmas, Teddy yelled happily. Harry laughed and looked at the tag. That one's from Grandpa Tony, he corrected. Oh, okay, so that must be the wrapping paper Pepper had picked out. Cool. Yeah, Teddy tore into it, uncovering a kit where you could dig up fake dinosaur bones and put together the skeletons. It had looked so fun when Tony saw it. Grandpa, it's awesome. We'll have to do that together on our next Grandpa and Teddy Day. Tony smiled and moved over to sit on the couch beside his son. Open this next. Hulk pushed a terribly wrapped present over to the toddler, which must be from the Hulk himself. Tony laughed. He was going to have to make sure Bruce got paid a little more if he was going to be shopping for both himself and Hulk now. Legos? Teddy almost yelled after uncovering the new set of branded Avenger Legos. Harry really and seriously wondered if they were spoiling his kid. Teddy's pile of presents was much larger than anyone else's. It seemed that everyone not only got a present to him from themselves, but also bought him a present from Santa. Harry just smiled, though. Teddy was a good kid. He was already talking about sharing all his presents with his friends at daycare, so he was probably going to be fine. Winter smiled at the fluffy socks Harry had gotten him, as well as the popover pan, since that was the next recipe he wanted to try. And you aren't going to complain when I wear these to bed. Winter held up the socks and grinned. Harry rolled his eyes and picked up the large box from his dad to him. Babe, I'm always going to complain, just deal with it, he replied with a wink, tearing off the paper. He opened the box and looked in with a confused frown at the contents. He couldn't make sense of the insulated box filled with what looked to be random ingredients. Was this supposed to be for Winter instead? There was milk, spices, syrups, whipped cream, espresso beans, and a piece of paper. Harry pulled the piece of paper out and read the recipe printed on it. Harry felt his eyes tear up as he looked up and met his dad's eyes. It was the most thoughtful present he'd ever been given, and Tony had even listened and not spent much money on him. This is, he sniffed and trailed off with a smile as he clutched the box to his chest. It was everything he needed to make himself a pumpkin-spiced latte at home. Tony's face softened, and he smiled back. There's more where that came from too, he assured Harry. I plan to keep you supplied until next fall when your terrible pumpkin drink goes back on the menu. I love it, Harry gasped out, finally putting the box down and moving over to hug his dad. Thank you, Dad. Tony laughed and hugged him back. I'm glad you like it. I thought about trying to buy Starbucks itself and just making them sell the drink year-round, but this seemed easier. Harry snorted a laugh. This is much better. Thor, Bruce slapped the lid back on the box he'd just opened in a scandalized tone, because it seemed that Bruce and Hulk had traded places again. The man blushed bright red. This had better be for Hulk and not me. Thor leaned over and picked the tag up off the ground. No, this is for Bruce and Tony. It is from Hulk and Thor. Bruce blushed even deeper red, and Harry checked to make sure Teddy was distracted with the new plushie Peter had gotten him. Whatever that is, just leave it in the box for all our sanity. Harry looked at Bruce with wide eyes. Don't worry, it's staying in the box forever. Bruce shoved the lid on even tighter before Tony swiped the box and looked inside. Tony looked up with a lecherous grin on his face that Harry really didn't want to see. Oh no, Brucey Bear, this is Sue coming out of the box. Tony rushed off with the box, hopefully to store it in his bedroom because Harry really didn't want to know what was in it. Tony, Bruce jumped up and ran after him. If they're in there for longer than 10 minutes, I'm not going to get them. Winter snorted a laugh and handed Harry a fresh latte he'd made him. Thanks, babe, Harry grinned. Winter had got him some new knives, and he loved them so much. They were awesome, like really high quality and perfectly balanced. When are you leaving for England? Thor asked, his tone more subdued in what Harry assumed was worry for his brother. Our portkey leaves in an hour, Harry told him. I want to stop by my house in London and check over things before we go to the borough. You sure you don't want to join? Thor shook his head. No, I am going to contact Heimdall and see if he has any updates on Loki. Besides, Hulk said he would remain here with me. Harry nodded. Bruce hadn't particularly wanted to crash a family's Christmas who he didn't know in the slightest, so he'd volunteered to give the rest of the day to Hulk. Well, the offer stands if you 2-3 change your minds. Thank you, Shadow Man. Thor smiled and patted him on the knee. I find the universe may be in good hands with you. Your heart contains much kindness and bravery. Harry took a deep breath in, looking over at Winter. What do you know about Master Numbers, Thor? He asked, willing to hope that Winter's friend Evelyn may just be right if it meant they didn't have to stand alone. This is just a quick stop-off to drop your bags, Harry told their group. Tony looked around the sitting room the portkey had tossed them into. He'd started the day excited to try out a magical form of transportation, and he was rethinking any former thoughts that magic was cool in the slightest. Magical transportation really should be used as a form of torture. He'd take his private jet any day over what had just happened to him. Harry House was, well, it had character was probably the nicest way to put it. Everything was ancient and dark, and it was a little cluttered. It seemed very clean though, like no dust at all. Why isn't it dusty? He asked. You've been living with me for about 2 months now. Creature must have stopped by, Harry shrugged. Everything is safe to touch. I got rid of all cursed objects, but don't go in the attic. There's a boggart I keep getting rid of, but he just returns a week or 2 later every time. I think I should just count him as a flatmate at this point. Boggart, Tony mouthed to Winter, who just shrugged and ran a hand over the back of the brocaded armchair. Tony rolled his eyes. Of course, Winter liked the place. It was old and Winter was old. Will we get to meet Creature? Winter asked in a tone that sounded hopeful, but Tony hadn't heard any good things at all about the person or animal or whatever that used to work for Harry's family. No, Harry said thinly and let Teddy down to run off probably to his own room and any toys he left that he missed. I invited him to dinner, but he really doesn't like Hermione, or Mrs. Weasley, or Muggles, or me really. Actually, I think he has a vendetta against all things Christmas too based on how much he complained last year. You sure you don't want me to buy you a new house? Tony grimaced at what looked like an ancient torture device on the mantel. No, Dad, and those are Spectrospecs. I don't even know how to describe them, Harry chuckled. Ask Luna, she might be at dinner. I never know what country she's currently in. Tony was still going with torture device. Anyway, follow me and I'll show you to your room. Harry turned on his heel and picked up his and Teddy's bags. Tony had a feeling Harry had packed a whole lot more in Teddy's magically expanded bag just in case they were gone much longer than they planned, or didn't come back. I like your house, Winter told Harry softly, the suck up. Harry stopped by his own room first to show Winter before leading Tony 2 doors down. Tony looked at all the pictures of the half-naked women pasted on the walls and the classic motorcycles. Okay, so pretty sure I'd like whoever this room belonged to. This wasn't James's room, right? Harry chuckled and touched the bed with a sad look. No, this was my godfather's room, Sirius Black. He was the one who willed me this house, by the way. Ah, and where Teddy's last name and lordship comes from, Tony nodded now in understanding. Well, I'll treat it respectfully then. Harry snorted a laugh. Yeah, Dad, not a problem. Sirius used some kind of permanent sticking charm on the pictures so his mum couldn't remove them, and I'm pretty sure I'd have to remove the wall to get rid of them at this point. I even tried painting over them, and they just appeared on the other side of the paint once it dried. Definitely someone I would have liked. Tony snorted in amusement at the planning and stubbornness that had to have gone into doing that. We're leaving in 30, Harry reminded him before leaving and closing the door behind him to give Tony some privacy. Tony felt like a stranger in his own son's life. All their interactions had been in his tower in his country, with his friends and family around them. Tony was starting to realize Harry had a whole other life before they met that was an actuality, not a theory, and paired with that. Who could he ask here who might know where to find Harry's aunt and uncle? Tony opened the closet to find clothes which were very dated, but which bore the tag of the exact same tailor he used in London. Huh, is my tailor a wizard? Whatever, this serious person had good taste. No, just no, Tony shook his head because he was willing to accept aliens and gods and even magic, but does physics not even exist anymore? He wildly waved his hands at the house that should absolutely not be standing at all. Not particularly, Harry grinned and threaded his arm through Tony's to lead him up to the impossible house. Ms. Weasley makes Teddy chocolate cake for my birthday and special occasions. Teddy was telling Winter very seriously, who was carrying the toddler and a box of scones behind them. In his nervousness, Tony was starting to think Winter had the right idea. Carrying the kid and food had to mean people liked you immediately, right? Harry, a young woman with bright red hair, ran out of the house and almost tackled Harry right to the ground. Please tell me you've met Thor. Is he cute? Is his hair soft? I bet it's soft. Ginny, Harry fended the girl off. Tony shook his head and laughed. So this was the ex-girlfriend. He's currently dating Hulk. Tony warned her to save his son from the interrogation. Ginny's intense gaze turned on Tony at that, and he physically took a step back. Damn, but she must never be introduced to Pepper. You must be the father. She studied him as if sifting through every bad thought he'd ever had. I'll leave you to Mum, she concluded. Tony actually gulped at that. Ginny, though, turned her attention right over to Winter. And you're the boyfriend? Her grin widened exponentially. Well, come on, I have to tell you every little embarrassing thing I know about Harry, which is a lot, so we've got to get started. Ginny, Harry protested again, but he ended up taking Teddy when Winter passed him over since Ginny hurried the Winter Soldier off towards the house, already starting in on the time Harry had apparently yelled at a girl while trying to ask her out to some kind of event at their school. I don't like this, Harry said to Tony and Teddy both. They're your family. Tony shook his head and tugged his son and grandson up the hill and in the front door. Hey, you are too, Harry gave him a serious look, making the knot in Tony's stomach slowly unknit. Yeah, they could do this. Well, that was before. Just how many times have you broken the statute of secrecy, young man? An older woman with red hair and a spatula in her hand pointed it at Harry. None. Really, it wasn't my fault, Harry sputtered in fear. Did Ron say something? I didn't do anything. I didn't say anything. Blame Charlie. Tony heard Harry's friend Ron yell from somewhere. How did a person even navigate this house? A tall redhead Tony hadn't met yet popped up next from literally nowhere. Hey, you think you could make me a metal ear like that bloke's arm? The guy who was clearly missing an ear asked. Maybe, Tony said slowly, like, probably, but why would someone want a metal ear? George, you don't want a metal ear, Harry rolled his eyes. I promise it wasn't my fault, Mrs. Weasley. Oh well, come on in, dear. I suppose things happen. The woman ushered Harry further inside before turning to Tony and looking him up and down. Tony Stark, you're too skinny. Come on in, I can take care of that. Call me Molly or Mum, whatever you feel comfortable with. Okay. Tony helplessly looked back at Harry, who was no help at all while he was ushered towards the kitchen. Now, young man, you know how to stir a pot, right? Here, she deposited him in front of a boiling pot that had some kind of root vegetable in it. Stir that a bit and tell me all about New York. It sounds so glamorous. Is your tower the tallest in the city? No, that's currently the One World Trade Center, he said, not even knowing what was happening now. I think he's still a little sore over that. A very familiar voice teased him from over at the kitchen table. Those billionaire New Yorkers are always measuring their towers. Those look absolutely wonderful, dear. Molly Weasley patted the woman's blonde hair and smiled at the gingerbread cookies she was decorating. Now make one for Teddy with lots of frosting, and yourself too if you like it. Yes, ma'am, Natasha said, looking just as lost as Tony. Something dinged in another room. Oh dear, I need to go grab the rolls from where they were rising. Molly hurried out of the room. What the hell are you doing here? Tony absently stirred the pot he was given while watching Natasha do pretty much the same thing with the cookies. I thought you weren't the take-home to the parents type. I'm not, Nat threw her hands up, still holding the tube of icing. I don't know why I'm here, but that lady. She pointed in the direction Molly had run off. She's terrifying, and I think I love her. Good, because she already said we're all doing Ostara here together in the spring. Charlie sauntered into the room and stole one of Nat's cookies. Hey, she smacked his hand, but just got a wide grin from the man in return. I should have stayed home with Thor and Hulk. Tony shook his head and just kept stirring. Come back, I want to see. A troop of blonde kids almost wiped Tony out when they ran through the kitchen, and one of the blonde heads might possibly have been Teddy's. Share or no biscuits, Charlie yelled after them. Which direction did my children go? A tired man who looked maybe slightly older than Charlie, with dangerous scars down his face and long hair in a ponytail, entered. Tony and Nat both mutely pointed in the direction of the tornado of children. Ta, the man waved, not even giving them a second glance as he made to follow the toddlers. That's Bill, Charlie said as if that was an explanation at all. What happened? Nat motioned to her face. Werewolf during the war, Charlie shrugged. Right, so just how common are magical creatures anyway? Tony asked, because he was getting more than a little worried. Ron, Charlie yelled out of the kitchen, making Tony and Nat both jump. Harry's dad wants to meet the ghoul. No, he doesn't, someone who sounded like Harry yelled back. Oh, come on, Harry, of course your dad wants to meet the ghoul. Someone, Ron probably, yelled back. I want to meet the ghoul, someone else yelled, and Tony was horrified that it sounded like winter. This might not have been the best idea, Tony grumbled and stirred faster since the pot looked like it was about to boil over. Chapter end notes. Up next, the servants unite the master. So thoughts, I have 3 stories I've started, which should I focus on once I've finished? This fic, they are all HP, no crossover this time. Anyone with opinions who may want to weigh in. 1. Harry, Bill, and Dimension Travel. Death yeets Harry into another dimension when he dies during the final battle because he found his new master very interesting and wants to keep watching the drama. Harry has to deal with actually having a family he might not get along with, and I get to use my favorite accidental baby acquisition tag. Plus, you get a Tom Riddle who isn't a Dark Lord, but who is very concerned about the teenager who is trying to melt him with his eyes. 2. Harry/Horcrux Tom. Harry wrote in that damn diary much longer than he let anyone believe in second year. It turns out you can't actually kill a soul, so when Voldemort resurrects after 4th year, so does a 16-year-old Tom Riddle who already made friends with Harry Potter and has a grudge against his older self. Voldemort still very bad, Tom mostly good, some Severitous elements, maybe a little mild bashing of characters. 3. Harry /Ron. Baby Harry dies when Valdi kills his parents, unbeknownst to everyone. Death had a bet running with fate that he could live out a perfectly normal, an uninteresting life and be happy about it because he understands humans so much more than she does. Fate decides to skew the results in her favor and cons her brother into taking over the body of a child who will find it practically impossible to live a normal life. Death really doesn't know what normal is though regardless. Chapter 26. The Master. Harry held his sleeping son to his chest, just looking out at his family and wondering how he could be so lucky to have all these people in his life. Arthur Weasley and Tony had discovered one another over dinner, and Harry wasn't sure if they were now best friends or if they both thought the other was mentally unstable. They were currently debating if the magical world should integrate Muggle technology more fully now that Tony had a solution to magic immediately frying it. The funny thing was that they were both arguing for more technology, but disagreeing on how it would help and how it could be used. Arthur really didn't see the need for cell phones or the internet, but loved the idea of microwaves and television. It was driving Tony around the bend. Winter and Hermione seemed to really be getting on as well. Harry wasn't sure if he should be concerned about that unholy alliance now, though. He was starting to get the feeling that his best friend and boyfriend were going to start up a new civil rights organization to support Spew more internationally, and probably expanding it to centaur rights and environmental protection for merpeople at this point too. Winter hadn't even known centaurs and merpeople existed before this very conversation, and now he was talking about taking some online classes in running a nonprofit to help with expanding the organization to America. Harry had thought that at least Nat would be predictable in her prickly but caring murderousness to save his sanity. But no, Natasha Romanov was currently braiding Ginny's hair and talking about the best way to get away with fouling an opponent in Quidditch while not getting caught. Molly Weasley was scoffing at the entire conversation while adding in a few digs about the beater on the Falmouth Falcons team and how a mild shielding charm around an elbow before jabbing it in someone's gut would strengthen the blow. Those three, Charlie really had better know what he was getting himself into there. "You're worried, aren't you?" Ron leaned back on the couch beside Harry and Teddy to ask with concern in his eyes, and because of the insanity around them. "I don't think I've seen you this concerned since the war." Harry ran a hand through his son's blue hair and just let the anxiety finally show in his eyes. "I was out, Ron," he breathed out deeply in a sigh. "I was going to be safe for Teddy, but then this is just too big. If I don't help, then Teddy and all of you are in danger." "I get it," Ron looped an arm through Harry's that wasn't holding onto Teddy. "You know I'm in, right? Whatever this is, I'll be right there beside you." Harry smiled at him but gave a sad shake of his head. "Not this time, Ron. This time, you have a very important job that I desperately need you to do." It only took one moment for Ron's face to fall even further in understanding. "Take care of Teddy." "There is no one I trust more to be Teddy's parents than you and Herman," Harry told him, with all the feeling he could put behind it. "I need you to do this so that I can do what I need to do to keep him safe." Ron looked out at their family with Harry just sitting there together. "We'll love him just as we always have, as our own too." "I know," Harry clutched Ron's arm tighter to his side. "Besides, Winter has a plan. He has enough hope for the both of us right now, I suppose." "He's good for you," Ron said with a short nod of approval. "We're good for each other," Harry just responded, not wanting this night to ever end, and they have to face the next day and all it would bring. "What I don't understand is how a warlord from the Moon Titan would ever cross paths with a Midgardian Hydra experiment with magic stolen through a leech." Loki taunted to push aside the pain lacing through every part of his being. He'd never wanted to be back in this same position one again. He'd done everything in his considerable power to never be here again, but he'd known, as soon as he offered to buy time, that he would be right back here. It seems very far-fetched for any plan. The Scarlet Witch's power crackled in a red haze around him, setting his nerve endings on fire. "My Lord Thanos offered me revenge, power, and immunity in what follows. He rescued me from Hydra and gave me purpose." Maximoff literally spat on his face. Loki smiled. Good, now he had her DNA if he could find a good opportunity to cast on her and not be immediately murdered by the Mad Titan. "My newest child," Thanos ran a purple hand through Maximoff's hair with a smirk while the woman preened at the praise. "She has been very useful since I found her. At first, I needed someone who could get the time stone, and who best to infiltrate the mages than someone with stolen magic. They would study her, and she would have access to where the stone was being held. Plans changed, though." Maximoff grimaced. The idiot Goyle was more trouble than he was worth, but imagine my surprise when the very person who already held the time stone sought me out as a fellow magical, because of the injustices I had faced from the Avengers. An idiot looking for a cause who found one. He may have originally wanted to enlist the rogue Avengers into a coup against the British ministry, but he found something so much more important and worthwhile. Cosmic destruction. You realize his goal to extinguish half of all life in the universe. Loki spat the blood out of his mouth and asked incredulously. "How better to remake the universe into one better, more just, kinder," Maximoff said. Frankly, Loki thought this must be what the humans called Stockholm Syndrome, because no one in their right mind would buy that shite. You still need one Infinity Stone, and you have no idea where it is in the entire universe. "Of course we do," Maximoff laughed. "It's on Earth. My lord has known that since it first disappeared. It had already chosen a new master, but it will come to me now that I hold you. Death may have chosen another, but I will prove I'm worthy." Thanos wrapped a hand around his neck and squeezed. Loki's vision grayed at the edges as his air was restricted. "The only chance your brother has of freeing you is with the Soul Stone. He knows he stands no chance without it. He will come, and he will bring the one who wields the stone." Loki laughed even around the lack of air. You mistakenly believe my brother cares the slightest for my well-being." Thanos just laughed and squeezed tighter, making Loki choke and his vision tunnel dramatically. "My lovely pawn, this is one thing I have never doubted in all my dealings with you, and that is the deep, unending, and foolish love between you and your idiot brother," the Titan said just before Loki passed out, sinking in the bonds holding him prisoner. "My brother has been captured. Heimdall has confirmed it just moments ago," Thor reported as soon as the portkey deposited Harry, Tony, Winter, and Nat all in the penthouse the morning after Christmas. Harry just walked up to the man and wrapped him in a hug. "I'm so sorry." Thor pulled him in closer, and Harry could physically feel just how hurt and worried he was. Bruce pulled Tony down to sit beside him on the couch now that they were all back together again. "Thor is leaving just as soon as we can grab our weapons and get ready," he informed them. Tony frowned at his boyfriend. "Only Harry, Winter, and I are joining him. Only the three of us are in the damn prophecy." "Maybe not, it's possible," Winter began, but Harry cleared his throat to cut him off. "Babe, I'm not asking anyone else to put their lives in danger. I wouldn't ask the two of you to join me if I thought I could keep you away," Harry sighed. Even if Winter and Evelyn were right, he wasn't going to ask anyone else to take part in this suicide mission. "You really think you're going off to space to fight aliens and not taking me with you? I still owe some Chitaurian ass-kicking," Natasha scoffed. "Please, you've all had too many concussions if you legitimately thought that I was staying behind. Plus, that's just sexist." "Hulk and I talked about it," Bruce chimed in too before anyone could protest that it couldn't really be sexism if they'd planned on no one else going. "We're going. We have a vested interest in our boyfriends living through this. Also, Thor says this guy is pretty big, and Hulk is itching to take on someone his own size. There's no getting rid of us either." "Whoever is coming, you all need to be on the roof in an hour," Thor ordered. "Heimdall is on standby to open the bridge then. We will not wait for you." "What about the stone?" Harry asked him. "It's the last one he needs. Should we leave it here to keep it far out of his reach?" Thor shook his head and ran a hand over his face tiredly. "No, we stand no chance against the Titan without an Infinity Stone and the Soul Stone. That is a very powerful stone you wield. It is unfortunately an all-or-nothing mission this time, Shadow Man." Harry didn't like it, but it had always sounded that way from the prophecy. Frankly, that was pretty much just his life if he were being honest. He'd need to take the wand and cloak with him too, not that he'd even thought about leaving either of them behind, but all the Hallows were oddly a part of the prophecy. The god turned and strode to the lift, presumably to head to his room and collect his things. Harry saw Thor's worry turn into hardened steel as the doors closed in front of him. "Well, come on then," Tony stood and pulled Bruce up behind him. "I finished Hulk's harness, so it's as good a time as any to get it fitted onto you, unless you'll let me talk some reason into you too and convince you to stay here." Bruce gave him a glare that was clearly from Hulk too. "I figured," Tony sighed and just pulled him towards the lift. "I get to try out my new toys Tony got me for Christmas now." Nat jumped up and smirked. "See you in an hour, boys." Winter pulled Harry into their room and straight into his arms, kissing him against the now closed door. "We're going to make it through this," Winter said with more confidence than Harry felt once he finally pulled away. Harry breathed in Winter's unique smell of gun oil, sugar, and whatever new hair product Colonel Rhodes was making him try out that week. "I miss Teddy already," Harry just said in reply. "I do too," Winter kissed his hair. With a deep breath in, Harry pulled back to go to the closet and get their things. "At least I get to see you in your smoking hot work clothes one more time." Winter just grinned and motioned to his one-sleeved, blue Weasley jumper he'd been wearing since he opened the box the night before. "I thought I'd just fight in this." Harry tossed the leather tactical vest at his boyfriend. "Molly will be very upset if you get blood on your new jumper after only having it a day." Winter just sagely nodded. "That is true. It really is very soft, so probably not best for punching aliens in." "Since you're taking your clothes off anyway," Harry draped his magic-resistant shirt and aura robes over the armchair in the corner. "We do have an hour." Winter sat on the bed and scooted up towards the headboard, motioning Harry to join him. Shedding his own Weasley jumper and trousers on the way, Harry crawled up between Winter's legs and leaned down to kiss his boyfriend. "I love you," Harry finally said, needing Winter to know if this was the last they may be together. Winter's ice-blue eyes softened, showing Harry everything he needed to know even without a verbal response. "Harry, I loved you since before I even had a name," he said with a catch in his voice. "Probably since you threw me up against a wall outside a Starbucks and complained more about your spilled coffee than what you thought was an assassination attempt." Harry chuckled and kissed him once more, trying to put all his love into the simple action. Damn, but we're going to have to live through this, because I'm so going to marry the shit out of you when we get back. Winter pulled back from him with wide eyes. Do I get a say in this? He smiled after the shock melted away into a soft smile. Harry fake considered it. I'll let you pick out your own suit, how about that? Winter gave it the same level of consideration Harry had. Nah, we should probably let Rhodey pick mine out instead. Harry grinned and kissed him in answer. Tony can pick mine then. Probably best, or we'd both be married in these new sweaters. Not the worst idea I've ever heard, Harry chuckled before pulling down Winter's trousers to get at what he really wanted right at that very moment. Thor was standing with Vision on a medical stretcher beside him on the helipad. Tony's Quinjet was ready and waiting when Harry and Winter stepped off the lift. Harry was dressed just as he would be to go to work. He was going to work in some form, he supposed. Winter had so many weapons stashed on his person that Harry had given up counting before they'd finally left their room. Harry was pretty proud of the visible hickey on Winter's neck too, because he was a possessive bastard, and he didn't have a ring currently to seal the deal, so the mark would have to suffice to remind them of what was waiting for them if they survived this. Shouldn't we leave him here? Harry motioned to the robot man. He's not going to be any help without the Mind Stone. Thor nodded and looked behind them when the lift doors opened once more for Tony and Bruce. When we retrieve the Mind Stone, the safest place to deposit it once more will be Vision. It has already claimed him to some extent. It would be nice if Vision could get some retribution on Maximoff too, Tony added, adjusting something on his Iron Man suit, while Bruce just looked awkward standing there in Hulk's stretchy pants and new carrying harness with nothing else on, not even shoes. They collectively jumped when two leather-clad assassins almost fell from the sky into their midst. Good, we haven't missed our ride, Hawkeye smirked and threw an arm around Natasha's shoulders. I heard my girl met her new man's parents. I need you all to tell me how that went because I don't believe her that it went well. I also need picture if anyone took any. It surprisingly did go well, Harry smiled and shrugged. Charlie was even more smitten if that were possible it seemed. I thought you were out of town. Came back, Barton nodded at him. I have unfinished business with the Space Stone and that purple bastard. Winter looked over at Harry questioningly, but the numbers weren't there yet. Harry just looked away. There was no way Winter and Evelyn's theory was going to hold up. The hum of engines cut into his thoughts when Colonel Rhodes, not War Machine, and Sam Wilson also landed on the roof with them. Why wasn't I briefed on this mission? Rhodey turned an accusing look to Tony. I'm the freaking leader of this band of toddlers. You can't just run off to space without me. How did you even hear about it then? Tony huffed in exasperation at his best friend. Wilson just pointed at Nat, who gave him a glare that clearly called him a traitor. Harry did actually cast a shield around himself and Winter, when Lang suddenly appeared right in the middle of them all from where he must have been spying on the group in his miniature form. I heard we're going to space. Did you know? I always wanted to be an astronaut as a kid. Ant-Man grinned cheekily at them all. Get on the plane, Thor picked Vision up off the stretcher and motioned to the Quinjet. Tony, you said the jet was space-worthy. Yeah, he nodded. It can't get from Earth to space, but if Heimdall drops us there, then it'll get us around. I might be a genius, but there are only so many hours in a day, so I hadn't quite figured out the propulsion to get it through the atmosphere yet. Plus, I kind of figured that if we ever ended up in space, it would be because of something stupid you or your brother did anyway. Thor just nodded, not rising to the bait in his worry, and took Vision onto the jet. Anyone pack snacks? Lang rushed after him. It feels weird to be on a plane without snacks. In the back compartment, Hawkeye called, making his way after him. Well, let's go then. Wilson threw his arms around Harry and Winter once his wings retracted into his suit. I missed out on the first alien invasion. It'll be fun to be the aliens invading somewhere else this time. Room for one more. Harry paused at the voice before he could step onto the jet. He shrugged out from under Wilson's arm to turn around and look at the man who had just stepped off the lift onto the roof. Steve Rogers twisted the mask to his uniform in his hands sheepishly as he waited for someone to answer. He was geared up for battle as he stood there waiting for them to make a decision. Harry looked at Tony because he's the one who needed to make this decision for them. Rogers looked over to him too with a sad smile. Tony, I'm sorry, he breathed out with what sounded like actual regret in his tone for once. I knew what I was doing back in Siberia. I wasn't thinking though. I knew it was bad and that I was hurting you, but I didn't realize it could actually kill you. I'm so very sorry. Please let me help you now. I want to make up for what I did. Tony just studied the man as Bruce put an arm around him in the suit. Harry wondered if Tony could even feel it, but it was still a nice thought at least. Tony pursed his lips but gave Captain America a sharp nod of his head. "Harry," Tony said, not taking his eyes off the captain, "you're to use him as a human shield if you ever feel in danger, though." Steve just looked over at Harry and gave him a wry smile and shrug. "I can live with that," he said, motioning to the vibranium shield strapped to his back. Harry just snorted at their ridiculousness and stepped onto the plane. "Hurry," Thor called out in a warning just as thunder sounded across the sky. Yeah, don't get your pants in a bunch." Harry picked up Thor's hammer from the seat it was taking up and put it on the ground to sit in the seat himself. The hammer didn't need its own bloody seat. Thor narrowed his eyes and almost pouted, while the rest of the Avengers got onto the jet and closed the door behind them. "Heimdall better not scratch my jet." Tony held onto the sides of the jet as they waited to be magically picked up and deposited into space somewhere. "I doubt that's what's going to scratch it." Bruce sat next to Harry just before a bright flash of light almost blinded them all. Winter looked around at the group in the jet and tried to figure out how this worked with the prophecy. Heimdall had dropped them just outside the atmosphere of the planet where he'd seen Thanos set up his base of operations. The jet was floating in space, while Tony rewired something in the cockpit to figure out some way to make it land. The numbers weren't quite adding up to fulfill the prophecy, though. "Sorry, babe, I count 13 of us total. That doesn't actually work," Harry said with a shrug. "Vision and Loki are out of commission and cannot fight currently," Winter said, seeing it come together. "That leaves 11. Harry really seemed to be considering it. "No, that leaves 8 actually. The servants hold together the master, they aren't part of it," he said, dashing Winter's hopes once more because, that wouldn't work. "Is there some kind of magic number of people we're trying to hit here or something?" Barton asked in confusion at their conversation. "I heard the prophecy," Tony called from the cockpit. "What are you talking about? There was only your 3 hallow things and us 3 servants against the 6 stones. What other number was there?" "The servants hold together the master," Thor quoted. "The master numbers unite the cosmos and bring unity. They are 11, 22, and 33. Everyone looked around and counted. "Vision and Loki will fight as soon as they are able," Natasha suggested. "That still only gives us 10, though." Tony swore and violently threw the screwdriver he was using at the floor of the jet. Dad?" Harry asked, not understanding what was causing his dad so much distress now. "Peter," Tony yelled angrily, "get your ass out from wherever you're hiding. You are so grounded, young man." There was a thud in a cabinet in the back of the plane, probably the one with snacks in it. Harry closed his eyes and felt his heart sink. "This isn't Queens, Peter," he said himself this time. "You said you stick to Queens. This is bloody space." The cabinet door opened before Spider-Man tentatively stuck his head out as all the rest of the Avengers glared. Hey guys. I was just taking a nap in a nice, quiet cabinet and then everyone came on board. How are things?" "You were taking a nap in your suit." Bruce raised an eyebrow and crossed his arms. "Your aunt is really not going to like this." Peter rubbed the back of his neck, his embarrassment coming through even with a mask covering his face. "Well, let's save the world then so she'll be alive to be angry at me." "He does have a point," Lang pointed at Peter. "Shut up, Ant Boy," Hulk added into the conversation before Bruce ushered Peter to a seat and made him buckle up since there was no way in hell this landing was going to be pleasant or safe. "The Master can bring unity to the cosmos," Thor said just as Tony fiddled with something and the jet powered up with a whir of engines. "Hold on to something," Tony yelled at them all. "This jet isn't made for going through any atmosphere even if this one is thinner than Earth's. Basically, we're going to crash, so hold on to your asses and pray to Newton that gravity is kind to us on this planet." "It's beautiful," Natasha voiced all their thoughts at the garden world their plane had crashed into. Hulk kicked a smoldering wing out of the way before lifting Peter up and out of the wreckage. "Hulk hate," he said with a glare at the sunshine and flowers as if it were personally offending him. Tony actually agreed with Hulk. Something this beautiful should not house someone who wanted to bring death and destruction to the universe. It was offensive to say the least. "We'd better get the space stone, or we might be stuck here now," Wilson said, motioning to the smoking husk of a jet. "Unless Heimdall wants to pick each of us up individually, can he do that?" "We will collect the space stone," Thor tersely responded. Tony felt for the guy even if he found Loki annoying. Loki had done this to give them time with Teddy, so they really should save him as soon as possible. And Tony supposed maybe make him a cake or something too for the trouble and probably torture he was going through. "Who needs healing?" Harry looked over at everyone, pulling his wand out from the sleeve of his red robes. Anyone hurt?" "I'm fine," Peter yelled from where Hulk was still poking at him to make sure he wasn't bleeding anywhere. "I'm fine, Clint," Nat asked her friend. "I'm good, no blood," Clint responded while everyone started checking on each other. Besides a gash on Lang's temple and a Wilson having a minor concussion which Tony's son was able to magically fix, everyone was perfectly fine. Tony really did make quality tech, even when it was made to crash land onto an alien planet. Thank you very much. This way, Thor tersely walked forward, supposedly in the direction of the psychopath they were looking for. With a flick of Harry's wand, Vision was floating and following along behind them. Harry came up level with Tony after they had been walking for a while. "Dad, here, this is yours, just take it," he said, passing Tony what looked like an old piece of fabric. Harry, I don't know what you want me to do with this," he frowned, having no damn clue what his son was doing now. "I don't know either, shoving it in your suit or something," Harry grunted and shrugged. "It's yours though. I can feel it like a bloody annoying itch ever since we got into space. It's an invisibility cloak. You've hid yourself behind masks and smiles your entire life. The invisibility cloak sees you as its master, from my first father to my biological father. The cloak belongs to you." "I'm not sure this is the time," Tony began, but Harry looked really irritated and twitchy as if he was being bothered by something. "It's the exact perfect time," Harry grunted. "They're itching at my brain. They know what's coming and what we're up against. The Merchant of Death is the master of Death's invisibility cloak. Just go with it." Okay. Tony opened his suit to shove the cloak inside with him before closing it again. "I still don't know what you want me to do with it, but I have it now." "And you," Harry grabbed onto Winter, making their entire party stop, while he winced and rubbed his temples with a low swears under his breath. Winter shared a surprised look with Tony. There was only the wand and stone left. Harry had explained the Hallows to them before they'd summoned Frigga. There wasn't anything for Winter. Harry laughed in a slightly unhinged way all of a sudden that had Tony very concerned. Son. I said before that we didn't have a ring." Harry laughed again and pulled a silver ring from the chain around his neck with the soul stone embedded in it. The blacker-than-black stone flared orange suddenly before settling back into its inky blackness. A soul out of time whose memories were wiped and made to serve others. A soul in captivity. The soul stone needs to be with someone who understands what it means to hold a soul captive and possess it. It needs someone who understands the gravity and importance of that power. Harry reached forward and grabbed Winter's left hand and slid the ring onto a very important finger that Tony wasn't ready for at all. "The stone is yours. It's always been yours. I've just been holding it for you. The wand was mine. Someone who understands how precious life is while also understanding that death is not something to be feared." "Shadow Man," Thor stepped forward, clearly also concerned with the fact that the Winter Soldier was just gifted the power of the Soul Stone. "It was never mine." Harry trailed off and kissed Winter's hand, which now held the ring. Winter just looked at his hand dumbfounded. "No, hey, he's right, you know," Rogers spoke up to everyone's surprise. "He's right. Of all of us, you understand the most. I would trust you with that stone more than anyone else in the universe." Tony glared though because this was all distressing, but come on. Had no one caught the freaking significant ring finger? "Why's it on his left ring finger? Harry, I didn't approve of any weddings. Isn't someone supposed to ask for my permission? I'm supposed to get like a goat and a truck full of barley or something as a gift, right? Where's my goat?" "I saw these wondrous goats once," Thor grinned. "They did tend to scream though." "I call best man," Peter exclaimed before hugging both of them in congratulations. "This is going to be awesome. We have to have a bachelor party too." "Ring bearer," Winter protested with a glare. "Maybe flower girl." Peter glared back, but his face quickly melted into a grin. "Fine, I can do that. I call flower girl though." "Rhodey lent me a shirt for my first date. He gets best man," Winter said firmly. "Damn right I do," Rhodey called. Tony rolled his eyes at the man he was once afraid of not even that long ago. "You are such a sap." "I suppose I could officiate before I kill you all," an extremely large purple man who looked like a fucked-up Barney interrupted. Hulk suddenly picked up Lang and threw him directly at the man, who only ducked barely in time to miss getting hit with a screaming Ant-Man. Hulk smash! Hulk stalked forward, and Tony closed the helmet to his suit. "Friday, activate thrusters," he called out because there was no way in hell Hulk was going to have all the fun. Plus, they had a wedding to get to. Chapter end notes. Up next, Infinity War. Chapter 27, freedom to choose chapter notes. I'll post the last chapter of this fic tomorrow. Fighting with the Avengers was not the same as fighting with the Aura Corps. While the level of chaos when fighting with magic was substantial, the Avengers with all their various different skill sets took that to a whole other intense level. Most of the time, it was all Harry could do to shield Peter when he was doing some kind of crazy stunt and keep himself out of the way of Thor's lightning, let alone actually attacking this Thanos guy who was scarily competent even with it being a 12-on-1 fight. Well, 12-on-3 really, since Maximoff almost immediately joined in, and a clearly brainwashed Loki with red eyes joined in right after. Damn, Loki was going to have to be his focus it seemed, since Harry was the only magical one in the group. Well, Winter and Falcon seemed to have taken on Maximoff as their personal project, and everyone else was focused on Thanos, so Loki clearly fell to Harry. It seemed Loki's go-to was to create duplicates of himself. Unfortunately for Loki, those duplicates didn't have the same magic he had as the original, and Harry could feel the difference. Not that the duplicates weren't dangerous in themselves, but Harry was much less concerned about harming one of them with deadly force than he was the brainwashed original. "Please try to not kill my brother, Shadow Man," Thor called out in concern from the sky and through their comm system when Harry had blasted one of the duplicates to smithereens with prejudice. "I won't," Harry called back, dodging what looked like a spell to set his hair on fire and hitting another duplicate with an Incarcerus. "I can feel the difference between them." The original Loki growled in frustration at that proclamation. Honestly, Harry didn't care because Peter had almost gotten hit by a blast from Thanos' gauntlet thing and was only saved because of Cap's shield that he'd thrown to block it. And yeah, Harry suddenly liked Captain America much more than only seconds before. Harry felt a tiny Ant-Man run up his trouser leg, and he had absolutely no clue what the man was planning to do. Harry stayed as still as he could to not dislodge Lang, while still shielding and attacking all the versions of Loki who were hitting him with spells. He couldn't even identify their intent anymore, since they were coming so fast. "That's a good way to get squished, Lang," he warned when the man made some very awkward maneuvers transitioning from Harry's trousers to his very tight shirt that Harry didn't think Winter would appreciate very much, let alone Harry who it was happening to. "Sorry man, sorry," came from a breathless and apologetic Lang through the comms. "Dude, this shirt feels weird. What material is this?" Harry grumbled when Lang grabbed onto the front of his shirt a little too close to a nipple, and Harry sent off an exceptionally overpowered blasting hex at a Loki duplicate in response. "Stop sexually harassing my fiancé," Winter's voice growled through the comms. "It's fine," Harry protested since Lang was on his shoulder now. "The shirt is magic resistant. You must be feeling the spells that are layered into the fabric. It's basically magical Kevlar." "Awesome," Lang said from his new perch. "Now, how about you try to gather those duplicates into a clump for me? If you can separate them from the real Loki, then I'll do a little surprise attack and you can focus on the real one. Sound like a plan?" So basically, Lang was asking to be thrown at the enemy again, just like Hulk had at the start of this battle. Well, Harry wasn't going to say no to that. It had looked fun. "Give me a second." Hulk yelled and punched Thanos back about 5 meters all of a sudden, giving Harry the distraction he needed to target blasting hexes at the duplicates in a way to get them to move closer together. The duplicates dodged, and all 3 of them were slightly farther away from the real Loki now. "All right, on the count of 3, Harry told Lang. 1, 2, Harry grabbed the tiny man off his shoulder and hurled him towards the 3 Lokis. "Not what I meant," Lang yelled over the comms while he hurtled towards them, getting larger and larger by the second. Whatever, it worked. Harry was able to focus in on the real Loki now. Loki made the poor decision to fire out a spell manifesting in green light just at that moment. Harry completely blacked out. Later, Harry would be able to think over it and realize that a lot of Loki's magic manifested in green light. Realistically, the man probably hadn't sent a killing curse his direction. Probably. Regardless though, his PTSD didn't take well to green light in general, let alone green light heading straight towards him. Somehow, when he was able to think clearly again, Harry found himself with his hand around Loki's throat and a red-eyed god looking very concerned at him. "Damn kid, I think I get why Hulk calls you Shadow Man now," Tony said in awe over the comms. Harry had absolutely no clue what his dad was talking about in the slightest. Really, he didn't know what he'd just done. Whatever had just happened, Harry needed to break the hold Maximoff had over Loki's mind. He was willing to wager that a full wizard with Death's Wand was much more powerful than someone who had stolen magic and limited control over it. Frankly, He was very concerned about what all Loki had been through with Thanos for him to be weak enough for Maximoff to be able to take over his mind with her corrupt magic. This was absolutely not going to be pleasant, though, regardless. Legilimens, Harry cast, looking deep into Loki's red eyes. Winter had no clue what his fiancée was doing with Loki currently. They seemed to be having some kind of staring contest. He trusted that whatever it was would hopefully break the mind control he was under, though. He about had a heart attack once Harry had focused on Loki, and his face had suddenly gone concerningly blank for some reason. Then, Harry had disappeared into his own shadow, appearing almost instantaneously in front of Loki. Before Winter could even blink, the god was subdued, and his fiancée was doing his weird stare down. That was a cool power. Winter wanted to do some sparring with that once they all survived this and got back to Earth. Now Maximoff was trying to throw a tree at him. Sam blasted the tree away, giving Winter the opportunity to slide under it and come up right in front of Maximoff. He took a swing with his metal arm, and her hands came up, glowing with red magic. The magic-resistant arm cut right through, and Maximoff was sliding down another tree, unconscious at the base. "Nice," Barton remarked, when he jumped off of where he'd been holding onto Hulk's new harness to fire arrows at Thanos. Sam landed beside them. Now it's just. Hulk got caught in a massive blast of energy from Thanos' gauntlet and was sent hurtling into Thor. The man began to suddenly shrink and turn pale instead of green. "No!" Tony yelled from where he caught the next blast from Thanos with a matching repulsor blast. "Baby, wake up!" Thor shook the man on the ground, who was now Banner but still slightly green around the edges. There was no response. "Tony," Thor called up to the sky, the worry cutting through even to Winter's heart. This wasn't good. If Thor was concerned, Banner must be really bad off. Tony growled angrily and suddenly disappeared. "What the hell?" Nat exclaimed over the comms. Winter looked around, but Tony was nowhere, like he had completely disappeared from the battle entirely. "What the hell?" Tony echoed her exactly from wherever he was completely invisible. "Why can't I see my arms?" Winter just shook his head because they had to end this now. Loki's eyes were losing their red and Thanos was raging mad. They had to strike before the Titan realized which of them held the Soul Stone, since he had definitely been looking while attempting to kill them. Thankfully for Winter, it seemed he was the least likely of all of them to have it, that might be a little insulting. "Tony," Winter called over the comms while he ran to collect Harry. "You're carrying an invisibility cloak." "Oh, but it's in my suit," Tony said from wherever he was still shooting invisible blasts of his weapons at the purple Titan. "It's the best explanation you're going to get right now," Rhodey yelled back and tried to grab the gauntlet before being thrown painfully down to the ground. Loki blinked green eyes just as soon as Winter slid to a stop beside the two. "Bloody hell," Loki held a hand to his head and winced with a deep groan, losing all his fancy-sounding tones in pain. "Sorry," Harry winced in sympathetic pain and what looked to be his own actual pain as well. Future reference: it's not a good idea to rifle around in a millennia's-old god's brain. Lesson learned. Let's never do that again. "Harry, Tony's invisible." Winter waved over to where Thanos was dodging blasts from nowhere. Harry looked and frowned. That shouldn't happen. What, maybe it's because he's the true owner of the cloak. Wait, Bruce. Harry's face fell at where Thor was pulling Banner over behind a rock now for shelter. "Parker, no." Loki jumped into the fray, shielding a punch to Peter's sternum, which would have most definitely killed Peter with a shield of green magic. "End this now." Winter turned to his fiancée and put his hands on Harry's shoulders. "It's time." Harry looked at him. "I want to. What do you think I've been doing? I'm trying to end this." "Pull us together, Harry." Winter took his hand. Harry had to see it. He was the one to end this. He was the one that tied them all together. "You've connected us all. Use us now. Fulfill the prophecy." But Harry just looked between him and where Loki had shoved Peter behind him and was throwing green blades at the Titan now. Winter had moved the ring from his metal arm to his flesh one to keep it from shattering on punching someone, if that was even possible for the Soul Stone. So he twisted the ring around and took Harry's hand, holding his wand, and put his hand with the stone in Harry's. "Use us, however your magic works. You're the master of death, we're only servants." Harry's face took on some kind of understanding. Really, Winter wasn't sure what he was asking either. He just had faith. He had faith that the prophecy was correct, that Frigga was right and Harry had a shot, that his fiancée was the most loving and capable person he'd ever met, and that he could handle this. "Okay, then we need Hulk and Vision then," Harry nodded firmly. "Get me over to Banner." "That I can do," Winter grinned broadly and pulled a gun from a compartment in his metal arm. Follow me, Silnishko. Harry didn't know what the bleeding hell Winter was asking him to do. He'd been trying to end all this for fuck's sake. What did he think Harry could do? Then Winter said something that sparked a memory and an idea. It was a bad idea. Like one step above riding the Strauss to London to break into the Ministry of Magic bad. It was also highly unethical. But Winter was right. They all needed this to end, and they had all gone to help willingly. Maybe he had some kind of permission on some level. Follow me, Silnishko. Winter grinned at him and Harry followed. Merlin, but he would follow that man anywhere. Harry glanced around and figured it would be worth a try to at least attempt the easy way before going the nuclear option. He doubted it would work, but he'd kick himself later if it had all been that simple. Harry used his senses to reach out and find his dad to make sure he was out of the way. With a breath out, Harry raised Death's wand and way too easily cast, Avada Kedavra. The green jet of light shot straight towards Thanos. The man bellowed angrily and caught the spell in the center of the glowing gauntlet on his hand. Well, damn, it seems it was the hard way then. Thanos tossed the spell aside, narrowly missing Rogers, thank Merlin. Harry scurried behind Winter, who distracted Thanos, who was now busy deflecting bullets, while Harry was able to make it to where Thor and Bruce were behind a large boulder. Harry's eyes widened as a beam of light shot wide of where Thanos had aimed at Natasha and was heading straight towards him. Harry didn't think his shield was strong enough. This one looked like it came from the full power of the stones. Harry, Thor yelled, tossing his hammer, which Harry immediately caught, and within the same breath crashed into the beam of light. The shock reverberated through his arms and hurt like hell, but everyone was still alive. Move, Thor yelled next, and Harry took a second to send a bolt of lightning straight at Thanos, because he wanted to, before diving behind the boulder and tugging Winter along with him. Thanks for the save. Harry tossed the hammer back to the concerned-looking god. He hasn't moved, Harry. Thor ran a hand through Bruce's hair, which was tinged green at the ends. I don't think he's breathing. Harry cast several diagnostics while Thor and Winter took over distracting Thanos and helping the others. He breathed out in relief. Bruce was still breathing, just very shallowly. It was bad, though, really bad. Vulnera Sainenter, Harry sang under his breath. The damage was internal and very bad. Whatever Hulk had been hit with had torn through him. Harry sang the spell, sending his gratefulness out to its inventor, who had unintentionally taught it to him in a flooded bathroom in one of the worst moments of his life. With a gasp, Bruce's eyes shot open. Harry sang through the spell one more time before letting go of his magic. Hey, you had your boyfriends really worried. I think Thor might have even cried. Bruce blinked at Harry and breathed out as he sat up tenderly. I'm going to kill that bastard, Bruce growled, immediately turning green and growing all at once. Right, so Hulk, I have a plan. Harry grinned at the large man now sheepishly. You aren't going to like it. Hulk likes Shadow Man's plans. They are fun. Hulk grinned and jarred Harry's teeth by clapping a hand on his back. What can we do? Well, let's hope this is fun, Harry said wistfully, sticking his head up just above the rock. Please don't punch me at least. Harry stood and cast as strong of a shield as he could around himself, because he wasn't going to be able to fight for a second. Winter had said that Harry had united all them, and it had reminded him of something. Harry may have pulled them all together, but from the very moment Harry had first encountered Vision, he'd known that the stones, they didn't want to be together. They didn't want to be made to work together. They were very distinct and fiercely independent in themselves, and they didn't want to lose that individuality. They were sentient, and Thanos was making them do something they absolutely didn't want to do. Harry just needed to provide them with another option. Yeah, this was going to be bad. Harry had been using his strength-reflecting spell around Winter since almost the moment they'd first met. It was a fairly experimental spell that he'd tested out for the unspeakables. The thing was, you had to grasp someone's strength, their power, to reflect it back. The original spell could use a person's power against them, not just their strength. This had been deemed exceptionally illegal, immoral, and basically the equivalent of the Imperious Curse before it had been modified to the Aura-approved version. Since Harry had been the tester, he had seen that original spell though, and he'd cast the Imperious Curse before. He knew how they worked. Dad, I need you, he called out, grabbing a hold of Winter's hand with the stone on it. Thor, pull Vision closer. He really hoped this worked. Did Vision even have a soul? Maybe not with the stone not in his head. Thrusters landed beside Harry, joined by a metal hand on his shoulder while Thor tugged Vision closer to the battle. What can I do, Harry? Tony asked. Keep the Hallows close to me, and don't freak out if you feel like I'm tugging at your soul just a little, Harry said to both Winter and Tony. He reached his magic out to the people around him. He felt the oily, corrupted soul of Maximoff and parted his magic around her. He felt the soul of Thanos that felt like ice. It was so cold and dead that the closest Harry had ever felt to it before was a Dementor. He parted his magic around Thanos and shivered at the feeling. The souls of his friends shined brightly. Winters slid into Harry's magic like it had always been welcome there. Tony felt like a hug, love pulsing all around it. Bruce and Hulk was large, joyful, and twofold. Harry hadn't expected two souls that struck out into his magic with a feeling of trying to be useful, but it made sense. Thor and Loki's souls both were old and deep and left Harry feeling overwhelmed, but they held on to him instead of the other way around. Rhodey, Lang, Rogers, Wilson, Nat, and Barton were all easy to grasp onto at that point, but Peter was harder to hold onto. This bloody soul just wouldn't hold still. It danced around in and out of Harry's magic. Harry felt a pulse of magic from the Hallows, and he finally had it. Right, so they were all connected now. Vision was still out of it, but with Bruce and Hulk's double soul, they were still the servants and the master. Thanos was only a titan, and one who had angered the stones at that. "Let's help out your family, shall we?" Harry said under his breath to Winter's stone, now glowing orange on his finger. Thanos' eyes shot their direction. "You," the titan said as if completely confused why Winter of all people would be wielding the soul stone. "Rude," Winter grumbled petulantly under his breath, making Harry chuckle just slightly. "Come to me," Thanos held a hand out towards Winter. "A mortal such as yourself cannot wield the power of the soul stone. Give it to me, and I will be merciful in your friends' deaths." "Wow, not the best at negotiating there. You're supposed to say you won't kill us," Rogers scoffed and threw his shield at Thanos, who easily batted it away. "You are gnats annoyingly buzzing around while there is more important business for us superior beings." Thanos blasted Rogers back and into Barton, who caught him by basically breaking his fall with his own body. Harry held onto their souls though, the soul stone pulsing in Winter's hand as he squeezed Harry's hand back. The thing was, Winter didn't have to wield it alone. None of them did. "I have already wasted too much time on you." Thanos raised his gauntleted fist, clearly to do some kind of very final catastrophic something to them all. Harry held them together though and reached out his hand, not holding onto Winter's. "The stones don't represent destruction or power," Harry informed the man. "They represent creation. They represent life. They aren't weapons. They are helpers. You can hold them together only as long as they will it. They have other options." "You know nothing, young mage." Thanos clenched his fist even as Harry could see the stones shake in the gauntlet. The gauntlet wasn't a part of the stones. Thanos had created it to hold them, but the stones were much more powerful than a thin piece of metal holding them in place. Harry reached out with the combined power of 14 souls, the number representing freedom. "No one masters you," Harry told them, stroking a finger over the soul stone. Choose freedom." Harry really didn't know what was going to happen. Best case scenario, they would all go to Winter, but that didn't seem likely since they didn't like having to work together. Most likely scenario, maybe they would just fall out of the gauntlet to the ground. He'd take that. As soon as Thanos no longer had the extra power, Harry would wager an angry Hulk against the man any day, and frankly, Loki looked like he was ready to take on some well-deserved vengeance of his own. Harry pumped magic through the souls and into the stones, getting grimaces at the weird sensation from all the Avengers. He gave the stones more power though, separating them from Thanos. "Choose freedom," he said one more time, knowing somehow that it was the right argument. Thanos growled in pain when the gauntlet glowed in heat, and a metallic snapping sounded 5 times as each stone snapped itself out of its metal casing. "You are mine." He tried to hold them into the gauntlet, but they burned through and one by one disappeared. Harry's eyes widened. He hadn't predicted the disappearing. Where the hell were they going? Were they going to have to track down all the bloody stones again? Guys, I'm concerned." Peter held a glowing blue stone in his hand with fear in his eyes. "Bloody hell," Harry groaned at this very unexpected turn of events. "Someone, take this." Natasha's hand held a purple stone out like it was a dead fish. "Take it." She tried to hand it off to Barton, who immediately stepped back with his hands up and eyes wide. "Is this the time one?" Rogers frowned at the green stone he was holding. "Yes, that is the time stone," Vision responded with a frown as he rubbed his head, a glowing, yellow stone now securely in his forehead once more. "Where are we?" He looked around in confusion. "The gravity and air quality suggest this may not be Earth." Vision looked around him. "Not the time, buddy," Tony yelled over to the thankfully conscious android. "You have lost, Thanos." Loki tossed a red stone in the air and caught it nonchalantly with a violent smirk on his face. "I told you that you would." Harry finally let go of his friend's souls. Thanos' magic or power or whatever visibly seeped from his body, he seemed to lose all his presence and even stature. Winter let go of Harry's hand with a small smile. "It wants to help," Winter said before waving his hand with the ring on it off to the side of Thanos. A very familiar, tall, goth-looking woman in a ridiculous headdress appeared right beside Thanos. My, she tutted with a smirk that almost exactly matched Loki's from moments before. "I didn't really see this outcome from Mother's prophecy, but I'm not mad at it." "Hela," Loki breathed out in a shocked tone, "you're here." "Sister," Thor stepped forward with a hand out to the woman. "Brothers, fuck off," she said, followed by a fond look at them both and a wink. "Now come on, death will have its due. That is exactly what you wanted, isn't it?" Hela put a surprisingly corporeal hand on Thanos' arm before they both instantly disappeared into the next realm. A breath was released at the same time as something mechanical would, and Tony suddenly appeared beside Harry, stepping outside of the Iron Man suit and putting the invisibility cloak back inside of it. Thank Newton, Einstein, and Curie, Tony kissed Harry's head before walking right over and wrapping his arms around Hulk. "We were very worried," Tony said into the broad green chest. He reached out one arm and tugged Thor by his cape over. "Get in here too, you big lug." "Hulk and Bruce not leave you too." Hulk hugged them both back with a smile. "Did we really just live through that?" Lang asked, taking off his helmet with a surprised look at where Maximoff was still unconscious. "Does anyone else think we probably shouldn't have lived through that?" "What are we doing with her?" Wilson waved in Maximoff's direction. Harry went ahead and cast as many binding charms as he could at her just in case. "We should probably give her to MACUSA to determine whose magic was stolen, try her for her crimes, and they have magic dampening cells in their prisons," Harry said before looking over at Vision, who was standing and looking very out of place beside Rogers. "I would be willing to defer that decision to Vision, though. He has been the most wronged." Vision inclined his head at Harry. "I only wish for justice." "Right, all well and good, but did the Isma lady just take our big bad, and who was she?" Peter held a hand up with the space stone still in it. "Also, what do I do with this?" "Someone take the powerful space stone from the kid." Tony let go of Hulk to say to Thor and Loki, who were the most familiar with the stones. "I would warn against that," Loki said, his own reality stone disappearing within his magic. "The stones have chosen. Your son gave them the power and freedom to choose, and they have chosen who they serve." "Oh hell no," Nat held out the power stone. "Seriously, someone take this." "It is yours now, Natasha," Thor said to her with a sad smile. "It is your responsibility." "We're mortals, what happens when we die?" Rogers asked, his stone clutched tightly in a fist. Harry was getting a little worried about him. Loki scoffed. "Do what you must have to do with all your responsibilities. Train someone to take your place. Though, with their concentrated magic, it is possible they may slightly extend you mortals' lifespan." Harry almost cheered at that. He'd already been sad at Winter's shorter lifespan than his. Now he just had to make sure they didn't get murdered early at some point. "We can't take them back to Earth," Tony protested. "All 6 Infinity Stones on Earth would put a massive target on our planet." "Not exactly," Loki looked to Thor questioningly. "You are the tactician, brother." "Logistically," Thor began with a smile, "if Earth has all 6 massively powerful artifacts mastered, then I would wager Mjolnir that every species would think twice before an invasion attempt. I believe Earth may be safer than it has been before in your history. No one will want to counter the Avengers and the combined power of the Infinity Stones." "That does mean that Loki may need to stay more long-term, since he would be a target with the reality stone away from the rest of you," Thor said to his brother, who grimaced but nodded in resignation at the logic. "So, think of it like a new pet." Barton clapped a hand on Natasha's shoulder, who actually growled at him. "A pet with a mind of its own and the power to level a small city, but a pet nonetheless." "Can I go back in time?" Rogers studied his stone, and Harry was more than a little concerned now. "Hey, Steve," Winter smiled when Rogers met his eyes. "We can't live by going backwards." Rogers sucked in a breath but gave him a small nod. Harry wasn't sure that debate was over with yet, but Rogers at least put the stone in his pocket instead of staring. "So the Isma lady," Peter began again. "Please stop comparing my sister to a cartoon," Thor sighed tiredly. "You have seen a movie." Peter triumphantly pointed a finger at him. "I knew you only pretended to have no pop culture knowledge." "Teddy loves it, I may have watched it with him," Thor shrugged with a small smile. But you are correct, my sister took Thanos with her to Helheim. It is over. Well, Harry clapped his hands together with a large smile at that excellent news. Let's get a wiggle on, mates. I have a wedding to plan, Tony groaned loudly. I'm too young for this. I want peanut butter and jelly sandwiches at the reception, Winter suggested, and Harry had to groan then too. You are ridiculous, and I love you, Harry kissed him. Winter smiled into the kiss and pulled him closer. Re-8, still hot, Peter cut in annoyingly. But anyone have a suggestion for how I use this thing to get us back to Earth? Peter poked at the stone, and Loki looked like he might have a stroke at Peter's actions. I think I would rather take my chances with Heimdall. Thor looked at the kid with deep concern. Oh, come on, Peter pouted. It chose me, so it must want to be friends, so how about we? Peter was gone. Did he just leave us here? Lang pointed at the empty space. He abandoned us, and I thought we were friends. I'll call Heimdall, Thor offered just as Peter suddenly popped back in their midst. Sorry, I'm not sure how I did that, Peter grabbed onto Lang. Let's try it again though. They were both gone now. I'm with Thor, call Heimdall. Barton stepped closer to the god. You next, Peter grabbed Barton and they were gone. Well, at least he's bonding with his new pet, Natasha said, as if she may be speaking sacrilege. Who's next? Peter happily asked when he appeared next. I'll go, Harry stepped forward, because he was ready to go home and see his son. They could all deal with their magical transport hang-ups on their own. Well, come on then, big bro. Peter bounced over and wrapped an arm around his waist. Do not drop me in the ocean, Harry warned before what was probably the worst form of magical travel he'd ever experienced, and that was saying a lot. Harry and Peter appeared on the Stark Tower helipad right in front of a woman who looked to be in her late 30s with brown hair and a thunderous look on her face. Peter eeped in fear and almost shoved Harry in her direction. Thanos Peter wasn't scared of in the slightest, but this woman, who definitely had a Molly Weasley patented, I'm disappointed in you, look on her face terrified him. Okay, so Harry definitely got it. Peter Benjamin Parker, she put her hands on her hips. Did you leave the planet on a school night? Aunt May, Peter looked around desperately. Oh no you don't, Harry tried to grab him, but Peter was gone again. He looked over at the woman who looked even more angry now. He sighed deeply. Would you like some tea? He asked. She eventually let out a breath and threw her hands in the air. Sure, I could use some tea. Right, well, come with me. Harry walked towards the lift. So, you happen to know anything about wedding planning? He asked conversationally. Chapter 28, Epilogue. I have to admit, I was fairly certain I would never be officiating this wedding after that one time when Harry arrested his date on their first date, and between drinks and desserts. Minister Kingsley Shacklebolt told the gathered assembly, who chuckled. He does do that, Winter smiled at this almost husband who glared back. What, you do? Death Eater, Harry shrugged. That only actually happened once. And then there was the time his date was caught on camera running away from him, Kingsley continued, and Harry realized they should have picked literally anyone else to officiate this ceremony. No sense of humor at all, Harry grumbled under his breath at the ridiculous man who really couldn't take a joke. George would have eaten him alive, speaking of. George was sitting way too close to Loki, and Loki didn't seem to mind in the slightest. Harry frowned out at the assembled guests. Separate Loki and George at the reception, he whispered behind him to his best man. That is a match made in Helheim if I ever saw one. Not my job, Ron rolled his eyes but smirked. Hermione said my job is making sure the flower girl doesn't get any alcohol. Peter had been an excellent flower girl, taking his job very seriously while dancing around and throwing flower petals everywhere. He had even wrangled their ring-bearer, Teddy, exceptionally well over to their spot on the front row and was keeping him occupied with a coloring book. Kingsley cleared his throat to get all their attention again. The rings. Ron and Evelyn handed Kingsley the rings. Winters was replaced with a simple silicone band that he could put on his left ring finger, which was metal, and the soul stone was moved over to his flesh hand now to be safer. Thank you, Kingsley said. Now, as I was saying, this wedding has been a long time coming. Winter, I wouldn't wish Harry on anyone else, because I don't think anyone else would appreciate him as much as you do. Harry wasn't sure if that was an insult to him or a compliment to Winter or a little of both. Are we not doing objections anymore? Shouldn't that have already come up? Tony spoke up from where he was sitting with Teddy on one side of him and a teary Bruce on the other. No, shut it. Rhodey leaned around Pepper to glare at his friend. Molly Weasley sniffed loudly and dabbed at her eyes from further back in the crowd. They are so handsome. She leaned over to tell the ghostly figures of James and Lily Potter beside her, who were doing their best to avoid Tony, as per his suggestion to keep the peace on his son's wedding day. They had agreed to talk everything out with each other eventually and clear the air, but the wedding was absolutely not the place to do that. That they are, Lily sniffed and agreed with her happily. Please hold hands, Kingsley instructed Harry and Winter, who instantly followed his directions before the man conjured a silken rope to bind them. Harry almost groaned when Thor leaned around Bruce to talk to Tony, ignoring Kingsley's spiel about love and union and yada yada. Their ceremony was never going to end with all these interruptions. Would I also need to marry you and Bruce in order to marry Hulk? Thor asked in what was probably supposed to be a whisper, but definitely carried to the entire assembled party. What? Tony looked completely scandalized, and like he may just run out of the tent they were all crammed into in the Weasleys' backyard, because tradition. And Molly was the only one who actually knew how to plan a wedding. I don't think it works that way, Bruce added into the conversation with a sympathetic look to Tony. Hulk wouldn't mind, Hulk of course added next. Come on, Harry groaned when Kingsley had to pause because of the noise. This is mine and Winter's day, some respect. We can plan your fiasco of whatever that is going to be next. Winter grinned at him since Harry had caved, and there was a peanut butter and strawberry jelly cake waiting on them at the reception to make it clear that it was Winter's day just as much as Harry's. That and no house elves serving were Winter's only requests, so Harry maybe went a little overboard trying to give him anything he might want but hadn't asked for, all the way down to some popular 40s music to be played by the DJ, Akaluna, so who knew what was actually going to happen. Do you, Harry James Potter Stark, take Winter, only one name like Merlin, as your lawfully wedded husband, Kingsley said loudly, trying to cut out all the side conversations and get this moving along. Every single day, Harry smiled and Teddy cheered from the crowd. Do you, Winter, take Harry James Potter Stark as your lawfully wedded husband? Kingsley asked Winter next. Even before he has his coffee in the morning, Winter grinned and Harry couldn't even help but laugh at that. Damn, he loved this man. Should I trust them with their own vows or just go ahead and tell them to kiss? Kingsley asked Tony with a concerned look because, yeah, Harry's vows were definitely planned to get the most blushes possible out of his husband and scandalize all parental figures. That was fair, Kingsley probably shouldn't trust them. I wouldn't, Natasha chuckled, and Charlie Wolf whistled at them from beside her. Winter just cut off the discussion by pulling Harry right in for a kiss. I have you say you're married first. Kingsley jiggled the rope around their wrists to get their attention again. Then you better do it fast, because I'm going to kiss him again in a second. Harry winked at the minster. Bloody hell, I'm glad he's your problem now. Kingsley shared an exasperated look with Aura Hastings. I know pronounce you married. I don't think you're supposed to put salt in it, Tony said as Winter went to dump some salt in with the flour. It's a cake, it's sweet. Why would it need salt? It has to have some salt to help balance the sweetness and strengthen the gluten structure, Winter explained while stirring the salt in, and Tony really wanted to tease him about being such a baking nerd, but then he wouldn't get any cake. Weren't my son and grandson supposed to be back by now? He asked instead because, yeah, they really should have been back from their outing to the park already. Winter shrugged with no concern. They're fine, they're with Bruce. Yeah, Tony frowned. They were supposed to be back a half hour ago though. If they aren't back soon, they'll miss Aaron dropping off dinner, and Aaron is always sad when he misses Teddy. I can't have my chef sad, the food tastes too salty then. Friday, Winter called out like he lived there. And yeah, Tony knew the guy lived with him and was married to his son and technically his son-in-law, but he could still be grumpy about it. Track Harry's phone if he hasn't killed this one yet. Do you know where he is? Mini-boss is just entering the building, Mr. Winter. Friday informed them to Tony's immense relief. See, Winter looked over the batter he was stirring at Tony with a knowing smile. They are fine, you worry too much. It's literally in the parent job description. Tony pointed an accusing finger at him because that was just hypocritical. I know you stole a couple of my trackers and put them in Teddy's shoes. Don't even try to say you didn't. That's why you weren't worried. Winter blushed and Tony knew he'd won this battle. The elevator dinged and suddenly he was concerned again. Teddy ran in looking like he'd just had the time of his life. Harry was smiling and scrolling through his phone, but Bruce wasn't wearing anything besides his stretchy pants and harness. Had Hulk made an appearance? And damn, Bruce had really liked the sweater he'd put on that morning. Tony was going to have to buy him a new one. Anything you want to tell me? Tony asked his boyfriend, who winced and shrugged, looking a little embarrassed at how underdressed he was now. It turns out Harry's safety instructions to Teddy weren't quite specific enough. Bruce kissed Tony before joining him at the table and stealing a grape from the bowl Tony had been eating his snack from. The hipster at the hot chocolate stand had a snake tattoo on his arm. Snaky, Teddy grinned as if he'd done something wonderful instead of probably screaming bloody murder and making Hulk think he needed saving from some poor hipster. Friday, Harry called out with that same grin still on his face. How do I get a picture off my phone and printed so I can frame it? Already done, mini-boss, Friday responded. It will be here tomorrow. I'm having it framed too for you. Love you, Harry called out to the ceiling. You too, mini-boss, Friday sounded like she was blushing. Why did Tony's AI sound like she was blushing? Show me, Tony held grabby hands out for Harry's phone because this had to be good. The kid was kind enough to show me how to use the camera thing to take their picture once I explained everything and cleared it all up, Harry said, handing his phone over. The kid was older than you, Bruce huffed, getting a dismissive wave from Harry. Damn, did any paparazzi happen to see this? Tony breathed out excitedly at the picture that was most definitely going on the wall in their sitting room. Good job, Teddy. Aunt Evelyn will be so proud of you for practicing. Winter grinned at the boy from where he'd been looking over Tony's shoulder at the picture. When had he gotten so close? Damn assassins and their sneaky movements. Teddy smash! The toddler suddenly turned completely green, just as he was in the picture where he was sitting smugly in Hulk's arms. Hulk was just proudly grinning at the camera like the cheesy sap Hulk definitely was. There will be so many of those pictures in the paper tomorrow, Harry snorted a laugh. I think every reporter in a mile's radius suddenly popped up to take a picture. I just kind of disappeared into their midst like a swarm of locusts. No one is ever going to believe he isn't my kid, Bruce groaned and leaned into Tony with a fake pout. So, Tony shrugged, that was literally the plan. Actually, Winter had his phone out and was scrolling through what was probably hastily released news articles as everyone tried to be the first to get the story out. Why was Winter getting so good with technology? It was a little terrifying. It seems no one believes he's your son at all, Winter said to Bruce and literally everyone's confusion. They fully believe he's Hulk's son, and after all their excursions out at night for dates, there are even a few papers now speculating if Asgardian men can have babies. Harry collapsed into a chair laughing. Thor is going to love this, I'm texting him. Hulk accidentally destroyed his phone yesterday, Bruce grimaced. Don't ask. Actually, Winter cut in yet again, and Tony couldn't help himself throwing a grape at the assassin, who irritatingly enough just caught it in his mouth. He chewed and swallowed before speaking at least. Actually, I've been reading some Norse mythology. Winter grinned widely, and Tony didn't think he was going to like where this was going. Bruce sat up very suddenly. Hulk and I are both very concerned right now, he said. Are you saying that, Thor? Winter shrugged. I don't know, but according to what I read, maybe Loki. Right, no, I'm texting George now, Harry shook his head. He better still have that phone I gave him. Were they really going to Brazil for some reason? Good potions ingredients, Bruce explained, not really looking less concerned at all. It seems Thor got a new phone. Harry grinned at his phone and laughed. He saw the news. He wants a picture too. Friday, can you make that 2 prints? I already have 5 ordered for Colonel Rhodes. Ms. Potts, Mr. Happy, and Mrs. Weasley called my direct line to ask as well, Friday said with a chirpy giggle. Tony was positive he hadn't programmed her to giggle. I'll add 3 more to the list just in case. Good idea, Harry grinned while Bruce just banged his head against the table now, probably in some kind of teasing battle with Hulk mentally. The elevator door opened and the golden Norse god in question barged in, his presence always seeming to make the room feel so much smaller. Teddy, did you have fun with Grandpa Hulk? Thor picked up the toddler who shrieked a giggle. Tony glared at the god because he wasn't quite at supporting the whole Grandpa Hulk development yet. You were so cute. You too, babe, Thor added over at Bruce, meaning Hulk. Thor, just how much of Norse mythology is correct? Bruce crossed his arms and asked very seriously. Thor held Teddy on a hip as he walked over, looking confused. What you call mythology is only an interpretation of history. I'm already a dad and granddad. I'm not ready to be an uncle, Tony pinned him with a look. Winter says there are pregnant dudes in Norse mythology. Thor nodded as if he understood where this was going now. There are definitely some exaggerations. Oh, thank the Lord, Bruce breathed out. Hulk is going to thank you himself later. I cannot bear a child, Thor laughed and clarified to all their relief. Now my brother, I'm not so sure about that. Merlin, yep, still texting. Harry frantically pecked away at the screen of his phone. Tony grinned because his weird little family was pretty awesome. Well, at least we don't have to worry about Teddy getting kidnapped for ransom when everyone thinks he's some kind of demigod who can literally turn into a mini Hulk. Teddy giggled proudly. Daddy Winnie said he would teach Teddy how to fight. Winter, Harry groaned, looking up from his phone. What? It's important. Winter didn't seem repentant in the slightest. Harry just narrowed his eyes at the man. No guns at least. Winter scoffed. Of course not. Knives are much better for small hands anyway. Winter, Tony threw another grape at the man. 7-ish years later. Professor Flitwick looked at the next name on the scroll to call for the sorting ceremony. He sighed and took in a deep breath. Edward Remus Lupin Tonks Black Potter Stark, he called to a completely silent great hall. A small kid with green hair, blue eyes, and the largest smile he'd ever seen on a first year waiting for sorting bounced over with absolutely no fear. The kid scrambled up on the stool and waited, almost vibrating in excitement. Merlin, Phileas thought he maybe should have retired before this year. He'd lost track and forgot that Harry Potter's kid, who had been raised by the Avengers and several assassins, and a couple literal gods, was due to attend Hogwarts that year. He should have marked it on his calendar. Phileas put the hat on little Teddy's head and couldn't help stepping a little closer to them. McGonagall had passed on to him the secret that if you stood close enough, you could hear the hat's conversation with the kids. Generally, he stepped back to maintain their privacy, but he absolutely had to hear this. My, the hat chuckled. You really have had an interesting life already, little one. My dad says Hogwarts is a great adventure. I'm really excited, Teddy said to the hat quietly, but with clear awe at talking to the sentient hat in his tone. That it is, especially for your father. I remember his time well, the hat responded fondly. Now you know, weapons aren't allowed in the castle. I know, Teddy nodded his head firmly with the hat still on it, causing the hat to slip over his eyes slightly. And how many weapons do you have currently concealed on your person? The hat accused, and Phileas felt his eyebrows shoot up. The wards should have picked up on that. Why hadn't the wards picked up on that? Teddy scoffed. Papa Winter says that rules against protecting yourself is created by the oppressors who want to control you. He says that every person should have a couple useful defense items always on them. They aren't weapons, but protection. Right, the hat didn't buy that, and Phileas didn't either. He vowed to tell whoever was the kid's head of house to check both the child and his luggage before letting him settle into the dorms. He prayed the hat didn't choose Ravenclaw for the boy. I have special dispensation from MACUSA. Teddy pulled a piece of paper out of his pocket, and Phileas shot a look up at Headmistress McGonagall, who seemed to also be thinking she should have retired before that year, even if she wasn't hearing the very concerning conversation happening right then. Auntie Evelyn says I shouldn't lose all the progress I've made with my practice over the school year. Child, the hat actually sighed. Phileas didn't think he'd heard that before. While you are the most Hufflepuff individual I have encountered in a long time, I'm a little concerned about the rest of the Hufflepuffs if I put you in with them. Why? Teddy clearly frowned. Grandpa Bruce said he'd buy me a new broom if I made Hufflepuff. He says it's the best house even if Daddy says Gryffindor is, and Grandpa Tone says Ravenclaw is the best, and Grandpa Hulk says Slytherin is really the only option. I kind of want the new broom. I promise I'll play nice with the other Puffs. I like meeting new friends. Plus, Uncle George says the Puff dorms are by the kitchens. I suppose you have thought this out, the hat admitted begrudgingly. Phileas was wondering if it was too late to retire now. He'd forgotten how close Harry was with George Weasley. Hadn't that Weasley married an Avenger? Actually, a couple of them had. This was not good at all. I will be happy wherever you put me, Mr. Hat, Teddy proclaimed. I'd really like the new broom and to live by the kitchens, though. Fine, the hat said before opening the mouth in its brim. Hufflepuff. Teddy jumped up and almost took the hat with him before gently handing it back to Phileas. The boy then sprinted over to the Hufflepuff table, who cheered and pulled him in immediately. Oh, Merlin, what were they getting into for the next 7 years? Phileas turned and saw a ripple in the air as if from an invisibility cloak. He frowned at the ripple that he knew no one without his well-honed magical sight from dueling would see. Mr. Potter, he said quietly so no one else would hear, I expect this to be the last time you enter this castle without the headmistress's explicit permission. I'll let it slide this once, but never again. Someone swore, and it sounded like someone was either smacked or maybe a foot stepped on or both. And take Mr. Stark with you, Phileas sighed, before unrolling the parchment to call out the next name. Really, he probably would have been bored if he had retired anyway. Chapter End Notes. The end. Please drop by the archive and comment to let the creator know if you enjoyed their work.